Chapter 627 Controversy over the sloth apartment model, monthly ticket request. The previous multiple insurances have begun to work. At the beginning of the sloth apartment project, Pei Qian racked his brains to think about how to persuade tenants to leave and keep the sloth apartment houses vacant as much as possible. It is obviously not safe enough to just write those inhumane regulations on the Tenda Life app. Although this will definitely persuade some people to leave, there will inevitably be some people who will come to the site to see the specific situation of the house with a fluke mentality. This is unavoidable. Each house has a dedicated butler, and these butlers can also be regarded as sales, because they have to introduce the characteristics of the house to customers who come to see the house. What if these butlers have strong sales skills and are very good at talking, and they fool customers into moving in on the spot? This is not impossible. Because most of the people who come to apply for butlers, including Song Kai, have worked in other rental companies, and these rental agencies are very good at turning people into marketing machines that lie with their eyes open. Not only that, because the sloth apartment has extremely high decoration standards and was designed by Qingshan himself, the first impression it gave to Rao was extremely visually impactful. Middle-aged people who like the tycoon style may not like it, but for young people, it is particularly lethal. Pei Qian is afraid that when customers come to see the house, they see the same interior as in the promotional video, and the housekeeper deceives them again, and they get excited and sign the contract on the spot. In order to solve this problem, the training of housekeepers is obviously a very important part. Therefore, Pei Qian had already told Song Kai a long time ago, if someone comes to see the house, don't use any marketing words, and don't be subjective when introducing the house, and don't brag about how good this house is. When customers come, first introduce them to the hard rules of sloth apartment, such as the furniture in the house cannot be moved, you can't buy furniture to increase storage space, you must rent the whole house for a long time, etc. The housekeeper can't use any marketing words, which will naturally discourage customers. Moreover, Pei Qian also specifically emphasized that the housekeeper must not reveal that he lives in this building, or even send out the signal that President Pei also lives in sloth apartment. Pei Qian didn't want to make the mistake of accidentally bringing goods to Moyu takeaway before again. So, although some people came to see the house according to the address on the Tenda Life app in the morning, no one really decided to move in. Pei Qian felt a little relieved. He just didn't know what the other three buildings were like. The building where Pei Qian lives is a large flat with 1 unit per floor. The rent is very high, and it is normal that ordinary people cannot afford it. However, the other three buildings are still within the acceptable rent range for ordinary people, because the area of each unit is not large. I have to pay attention to the trend on the internet. Yesterday's video was popular, but at that time, netizens saw a beautiful illusion. Today, when netizens see the house in person, whether they can maintain yesterday's enthusiasm will determine the fate of the sloth apartment in the future. Pei Qian came to the Moyu internet cafe, eating while browsing his phone to check everyone's comments on the sloth apartment. In some forums and groups in Jingzhou, many people have been discussing sloth apartment, a new industry under Tenda Life. Previously, sloth apartment was just a simple page on the Tenda Life app, with only hard regulations and no promotional videos. In addition, the Tenda Life app had just been revised not long ago, so it did not attract much attention. But after this video was updated, the attention of this project immediately increased. Because so far, Tenda's industries, including Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Nifeng Logistics, Managed Gym, etc., have all been well received. Renting a house has always been a big pain point for young people. There are agents and sub-landlords everywhere. If you rent a house from these people, it is highly likely that you will be cheated. It would be abnormal if you are not cheated. Experienced people rent houses from big agencies, but big agencies are also full of tricks, and they will also fool you without negotiation, but they will not fool you so badly. The so-called big agencies are just 50 steps and 100 steps compared to agencies and sub-landlords. Young people who have just started working will most likely be deceived if they find a house by themselves. Many people who have worked for 2 or 3 years have rented a satisfactory house, but that is only because they have been deceived too many times, have experience, and have learned to spend a lot of time and energy to identify those scams. Finding a good house is basically like picking up a bargain. Now when they hear that Tenda is going to build an apartment, many young people in Qingshan are overjoyed. Nothing else, at least Tenda is absolutely trustworthy, and it will definitely not be full of tricks like other agencies, where you are the boss before signing the contract and he is the boss after signing the contract. Before signing the contract, you pat your chest to guarantee and promise, but after signing the contract, you can't even remember who you are. What's more, this promotional video is so well shot, Chen sang the theme song in it, and the whole room looks warm, comfortable, and simple. It makes many young people feel itchy. However, after visiting the house and listening to the housekeeper's detailed introduction, many people backed off. The public opinion on the internet was no longer one-sided praise, but began to be heatedly discussed. I went to see the house today. It is exactly the same as in the promotional video. It has not been changed at all. But the price is really scary. Compared with the fine decorated houses in the same location, the rent has increased by at least 30%. Is this still the Tenda that is good value for money? But the houses here are well decorated. Look carefully, I increased it by 30% compared with the fine decorated houses. If compared with the houses with poor decoration, it has increased by 50%. To sum up, there are currently 4 houses in Sloth Apartment. One is a large flat in the City Dawn area, forget about it, most people can't afford it, and the layout is very strange. One is a commercial and residential loft in Shandong Garden, divided into 2 floors for use, but everyone knows that commercial and residential. There are 2 sets of the same one in the promotional video, but the location is very remote. The 180-degree view of the living room is amazing at first sight, but after actually going to see it, I worry whether it is too impractical. The decoration specifications of all houses are very high, and the prices are also expensive. To be fair, I went to see the house, and the decoration specifications of the Sloth Apartment are really too high. Many people who bought their own houses may not be willing to spend so much money on decoration. But this is not particularly obvious. For example, furniture and home appliances seem to be higher end than the safe house launched by the home agency, but I don't think it's too much higher. Yes, the overall decoration level is higher than that of the home safe room, but the decoration style is too simple. It is not too much to say that it is shabby, and the advantages of the decoration are not obvious. Why don't you mention the strict rules of Sloth Apartment? You can't buy furniture, you can't change the layout inside, you have to rent it for a long time, and the price is so high. How many people are willing to rent it? Even if they are willing to rent it, there is only so little storage space, and things can't be put in. Do you want me to throw away all the clutter? Based on my many years of rental experience, the model of Sloth Apartment is a complete face-saving work. It's too impractical. It's expensive and inconvenient, and only suitable for young artists to take pictures in it. Indeed, if it's not for the appearance, renting this is definitely asking for trouble. I would rather choose the Qingshan house of the home group. Although the decoration is not so beautiful, it is also a big brand that can be trusted. It is also finely decorated, the price is cheap, and you can freely adjust the furnishings in the house. I think since it is Tenda's industry, it must be trustworthy. Maybe there is a deep meaning behind this regulation, and you can find it after living in it? Then welcome the martyrs to be guinea pigs. In fact, I have wanted to complain for a long time. Aren't all other industries of Tenda also focused on style and neglected practicality? The food box of Mayu takeout is so much more expensive than the ordinary version because of the broken box. The managed gym is directly bundled with the fitness meal and charged by the time. It is almost twice as expensive as other gyms. +1 above. I don't know why many people always call Tenda good value for money. I can accept good value, but how can the price be cheap? Are all the things on the Tenda Life app really cheap? Aren't they all about buying style? Takeout is a little more expensive, it doesn't matter. Renting a house takes up 1/3 of most people's wages, and then increases by 30%. Who would be willing to spend money? Indeed, the first attribute of a house is living, and the pretentiousness is not something you can eat. I think Tenda is too proud this time, overemphasizing the pretentiousness, ignoring the actual living needs, and going against the market. So, isn't the safe house for home better? It is also well decorated, has a housekeeper, and the price is 30% lower than the sloth apartment. If you think that the monthly rent is 1,500 yuan, you can save 6,000 yuan a year, and you can even buy a mobile phone. I also think that the house for home is more cost-effective. As for the sloth apartment, just wait, I believe that Tenda will soon find that this thing does not meet everyone's needs, and will reduce the rent or change the regulations if it cannot be rented out. After dinner, Pei Qian drank coffee while reading everyone's comments about sloth apartment, and felt relieved. Well, my safety measures worked. Netizens, what? Wait a little longer, and if the house can't be rented out, will the rent be reduced or the regulations be changed? Young man, you think too much. President Pei specializes in waiting. If the house can't be rented out, President Pei will be so happy that he will give you a price reduction? Absolutely impossible. Pei Qian felt more at ease. This time, the script finally went according to my expectations. Strictly speaking, the rent of sloth apartment is not so high that the working class can't afford it. But what ultimately affects consumers' decisions is often not the absolute price, but the relative price compared with competitors. Chapter 628. Do you know where the gap between you and Mr. Pei is? 3 more updates, asking for monthly tickets. A working class with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan can't say that he can't afford to rent a house if he spends 1,500 or 2,000 yuan, but he will definitely compare. At present, the direct competitor of sloth apartment is the Qingshan business newly launched by Chuzui Group. Chuzui Group is a very influential real estate agency nationwide. Many people will choose houses under Chuzui without thinking when renting a house, because compared with those small agencies and sublandlords who cheat, Chuzui Group is big and has a smaller possibility of cheating people. In the past 2 years, Chuzui Group has also seen the increasing demand of young people for living environment, so it launched the Qingshan business. That is, signing a contract with the landlord to rent some old houses with relatively poor decoration, decorate them by themselves, and then increase the rent to rent them to tenants. These are also well-decorated houses with complete furniture and appliances. The overall appearance is good. Although they are more expensive than other houses, good decoration means comfortable living, so this business has developed well, compared with sloth apartment. Although the overall decoration and furniture of the safe house of the home group are more than 1 level lower, it does not have so many rules and the price is much cheaper. In the eyes of the working class with low income, it is obviously more suitable for the needs of the general public. The monthly rent has increased from 1,500 to 2,000, and the annual rent will cost 6,000 yuan more, which can be used to buy a new mobile phone. This price difference is still very obvious to most people. Moreover, Pei Qian smelled a hint of water army in these messages. The home group also has a large number of stores in Qingshan, and there are many intermediary employees in each store. The sloth apartment launched by Tenda is also a rental business, which is in direct competition with their safe house business. The home group cannot watch the sloth apartment become well known and remain indifferent. There is no need to hire a special water army. It is enough to force all the employees of all stores in Qingshan to search for similar posts and pretend to be passers-by to speak below. Although these people don't understand, they reply to posts 24 hours a day with high intensity, which can create a big voice on the internet, muddy the waters, and create the illusion that most people are dissatisfied with sloth apartment. In short, judging from the online public opinion, most of the customers attracted by the sloth apartment promotional video have been persuaded to leave. However, even so, there are still people who overcome all difficulties, sign rental contracts and live in sloth apartment, the house on the top floor of Building 8 in Binhu community, which was the house where Qingshan filmed the MV, was rented on the spot by one of his fanatical female fans. Because the view from this house is exactly the same as in the MV, it is very suitable for taking photos and posting on WeChat moments. Obviously, the main purpose of this customer renting this house on the top floor is not to live in it, but to chase stars. It's worth sitting on the sofa that Qingshan sat on. After Pei Qian learned about this from the housekeeper of this building, he was also amused. It can only be said that the star chasing of rich people is so plain and boring. Hey, after all, Qingshan has many fans, and this kind of thing seems to be unavoidable. But if it's just a few houses, it won't have a big impact on the money-losing model of sloth apartment. Although Qingshan's influence may indeed make some people chase stars, it's actually not a big problem. The key is to rent, not to buy. If this house is sold, many people may buy it for star chasing. After all, the house can be resold after purchase, it can maintain its value, and it can be rented out if you don't live in it. It's cost-effective anyway. But this house is only for rent and not for sale, and it is strictly forbidden to sublease. If you chase stars like this girl and don't live in it yourself, it means that the monthly rent will be thrown away in vain, and the house does not belong to you. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that even if someone chased stars because of this MV, it should not affect the overall situation. What's more, the commercial and residential building in Shandong Garden and the large flat in the city Don where he lived didn't have a single tenant. Pei Qian took a walk and concluded that although the current attention to sloth apartment was skyrocketing, it was still safe for the time being and could be observed for a while. So he took a car home and went to take a nap without any worries. In the afternoon, Jingji Hostel. Li Shi and other investors gathered together and were having a meeting. Since the opening of Jingji Hostel, the situation has been pretty good. The early publicity work was very sufficient, attracting a large number of young people from Jingzhou and even Handong province to come, and the various interesting projects in Jingji Hostel also continued the excellent reputation. But the problem is that it doesn't seem to be that popular. For investors such as Li Shi, Jingji Hostel can only be regarded as a normal profit state at present. The income from related supporting industries plus the profits from the goods sold in the Golden Maze can cover the daily expenses of Jingji Hostel and have some left. But it still seems a long way to go to recover the investment cost. This kind of popularity is at most a profit. Although everyone is used to following Mr. Pei to drink soup, the problem is that Mr. Pei doesn't seem to make a lot of money this time. To be precise, the current situation is that Mr. Pei is drinking soup, and others are just smelling the fragrance. To this day, the Jingji Hostel project has not met everyone's expectations. Therefore, the investors gathered together spontaneously and called Mr. Li to discuss countermeasures together. Mr. Li, according to the current income, it will take a long time to recover the investment of the entire project. We can't wait. Yes, Mr. Li, you should think of a solution quickly. Or go and urge Mr. Pei? Mr. Pei must have a trick. Or we can think of a solution ourselves? What solution? No solution. I have been observing the situation of the Jingji Hotel for some time and found it not very optimistic. Although this project can be experienced many times, there will always be a time when you get tired of it. At present, there are not enough tourists in the country, and most people are unwilling to go to Jingzhou just for a haunted house. So in the short term, there is no possibility of making a big profit. Could it be that Mr. Pei miscalculated? Overturned? Mr. Pei reminded us before that this project might not make money. Is he serious? The investors talked a lot and were a little panicked. Because the investment in Jingji Hotel is too large, the current profit can only be said to offset the operating costs. After all the initial investment is recovered, it can be called real profit. If the initial investment cannot be recovered, it is not called profit, but a huge loss. Li Shi listened to the discussion of other investors in silence. The current situation of the Jingji Hostel project did not satisfy him. Everyone can feel that there seems to be only a little distance from okay to hot. But this little distance cannot be achieved. Is there a problem with the project itself? No problem. Escape from the dead end, nightmare in the haunted house, ultimate terror, golden maze, healing fountain, maid cafe. These are all very good, and the feedback from tourists is also good. Now with the Tenda Life app, the problem of queuing has been solved. Everyone can use the app to queue while eating, going around, and shopping in the golden maze, which greatly improves the experience of tourists. Is it a problem of publicity? The publicity seems to have been in place. Whether in Jingzhou or across the country, many people have already known about the Jingji Hostel. The publicity arranged by President Pei, including the shared telephone booth and Mr. Chiao's video, has already played a role. After thinking about it, I really can't figure out what is missing that prevents the Jingji Hostel from going from okay to hot. Or is it that, as some investors said, President Pei is not omnipotent and he has not successfully calculated all the situations? Li Shi obviously would not agree with this statement. After all the investors finished complaining, Li Shi tapped the table lightly. Okay, be quiet for a while. Do you think Mr. Pei miscalculated on the Jingji Hostel project? Then you are too impatient. How long has the Jingji Hostel been open? Less than 2 months. You only saw that many of Mr. Pei's projects became popular after they were launched, and you mistakenly thought that the Jingji Hostel would be the same. Didn't you notice? In fact, many of Mr. Pei's projects took a long time to become popular. Just like Moyu Takeaway, it lost money for more than a year. Mr. Pei not only did not cut the project, but continued to invest money in it. Finally, with the help of Jingzhou garbage classification, it began to soar. Now, the future of Moyu Takeaway is immeasurable. If Mr. Pei was as impatient as you and gave up after losing money for 2 months, how could there be today's success? What's more, Jingji Hostel is not losing money now, it just makes money more slowly. Do you know where the gap between you and Mr. Pei is? Everyone is an investor, you can't be ignorant of this truth, right? The investors were all quieted down by Mr. Li's lecture. Indeed, anyone who knows a little about investment knows that it is meaningless to invest in the short term, and they all look at the long term. It's just that Mr. Pei has too many investment legends, so the psychological expectations of these investors have been constantly raised. If the Jingji Hotel is not popular anymore, they will lose their patience. Now that Mr. Li has given everyone a lecture, everyone has calmed down. An investor coughed twice. Mr. Li, yes, what you said makes sense. We are indeed a little anxious. But this is also for everyone's good. Who doesn't want Jingji Hostel to be more popular and make more money? Mr. Li, you asked us to be patient and wait. Indeed, we should believe in Mr. Pei, but isn't it too passive to wait like this? Other investors also nodded. Yes, Mr. Li, this is too passive. How about we think of a way to promote it, even if it costs more money? Li Shi was silent for a moment and looked around at everyone. Spend more money? Are you willing to do it? The investors continued to nod, willing to do it. They paused and added, of course. How to spend it specifically needs to be discussed again. Li Shi nodded slightly, and was quite satisfied with the attitude of these investors. In any case, everyone's interests have been deeply tied to the Jingji Hostel project. No one wants to be a deserter, and they are even willing to continue to pay for publicity. This is a good thing. Only those who firmly believe in Mr. Pei and always follow him are qualified to drink soup. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 629 Unexpected Neighbors, 4th Update, Please vote for me. Chapter 629 Unexpected Neighbors. Leisure thought for a moment and whispered, I have a solution, and it doesn't cost you too much money. Everyone's eyes lit up. There is a solution? And it doesn't cost too much money? Mr. Li, please tell me, an investor urged. Leisure smiled slightly, took out his mobile phone, opened the Tenda Life app, and switched to the Sloth Apartment project, and pushed his mobile phone to the center of the conference table. President Pei has started a new rental project, which has just been launched recently. You should all know about it, right? The investors looked at each other in bewilderment. Yes, but what does this have to do with the Jingji hostel? Leisure smiled slightly. If you are asked to promote it, can you come up with a good promotion plan? Before, we spent money on ground promotion, but the effect was average. As soon as President Pei used shared telephone booths, the problem was solved immediately. Including the recent promotion of GOG overseas service by President Pei, he directly booked a street in Times Square. Who dares to do this? When it comes to promotion, I'm not targeting anyone. Compared with President Pei, everyone is a younger brother. So, whether the Jingji hostel is popular or not has nothing to do with us. The key is to see when President Pei wants it to be popular and when to use the backup plan. So what we have to do is not to promote it ourselves, that is too inefficient. What we have to do is to make President Pei happy as much as possible. If President Pei is happy, he will use the backup plan in advance, or give us some information casually. Isn't that better? As far as I know, Sloth Apartment has basically been ignored so far, and not many people rent it. We rent one each, to show our support for President Pei with practical actions. Once President Pei is happy, we will promote Jingji Hostel. Isn't this problem solved? Besides, even if this little thing can't impress President Pei, we have at least expressed enough sincerity, which is beneficial and harmless. The investors thought about it and felt that it seemed to make sense. President Pei cannot care, but we can't help but express it. These houses are expensive for ordinary people, but for these investors, what is a few thousand yuan a month in rent? Mr. Li has several villas in Mingyun Villa. Would he care about the rent of several thousand yuan a month? Spending a little money to show your presence in front of Mr. Pei is a good deal. Money is not important. What is important is to express an attitude. An investor said, then, Mr. Li, where should we rent specifically? I heard that some of these houses are commercial and residential, and some are in remote locations, which are not suitable for us. Leisure smiled slightly. We obviously want to rent the City Dawn building. The large flat is very luxuriously decorated. Even if you really live there, you won't feel cramped. Of course, the most important thing is its geographical location. An investor asked in confusion, geographic location? Isn't this near Handong University? That's not the city center in the strict sense. Leisure was a little speechless. What do you know? Who wants to live in the city center? This place has Shenhua Haojing, which is the headquarters of Tenda Group. There is Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch, where President Pei often drinks coffee. Think about it, living here, and going to Moyu Internet Cafe to meet President Pei by chance, isn't that much more convenient? Occasionally drink coffee with President Pei, and his casual words may contain valuable information. Investors suddenly realized. I see. Mr. Li, now that you mention it, then it is really necessary to rent one, and for a long time. For a few years. Can I really run into Mr. Pei here? Some people were skeptical. Leisure laughed. Of course, although I don't know where Mr. Pei lives, it is certain that he often hangs out in this Moyu Internet Cafe. Living in this area, the probability of running into Mr. Pei will be greatly increased. The investors were persuaded. They all have mansions to live in, but even compared to their own mansions, the decoration level of this large flat is not bad. Of course, the lack of storage space is a problem, but they don't need storage space. What's more, there are housekeepers here, and regular cleaning, so it's more comfortable to live in than a hotel. No matter how you look at it, it's built for them. It's perfect. The only problem is that some people don't like the simple style, but it should be only a few people who are particularly repulsive, and other people's acceptance of different styles is okay. Thinking of this, investors got up one after another. Let's go to City Dawn and show support to President Pei. City Dawn Community, the cylindrical residential building where the sloth apartment is located. Song Kai sent away another wave of customers and couldn't help but sigh silently. Why do you only look and don't rent? After hearing the rental price and various regulations, most people changed their words and said, "I'll think about it again." And a small number of people just entered the room and took a look, leaving a sentence, "What the hell, it looks like it's just been robbed, and you can't even afford to buy decent furniture," and left. As for the former, Song Kai knew that they were just running away when they said they would consider it again. As for the latter, Song Kai could only say that everyone had different tastes, and some people's artistic appreciation was indeed a little insufficient. This is a house specially designed by a designer, which contains the philosophy of Mr. Pei. How can it be called like being robbed? Do you understand art and appreciation? After introducing the house to many tourists today, Song Kai himself was a little discouraged. There is no way. Introducing a house to others is originally 30% truth and 70% flattery. If you don't flatter, how many people can understand the advantages of this house? According to Mr. Pei's requirements, Song Kai can only take the initiative to introduce the house. As for the advantages of the house, he can only talk about it when the customer asks, which directly discourages most people. Song Kai also saw some comments on the internet and was very dissatisfied. Because he worked in the residential group before, he knew how many tricks this company had. Now many points attacking sloth apartment on the internet are groundless. Some people do not understand and only know how to compare prices, while some people know, but deliberately lead the public opinion. Let's talk about the issue of good quality and low price. Many people think that sloth apartment is much more expensive than the Qingshan house of the home group, but the living environment has not been substantially improved. Instead, the living experience has been reduced due to various regulations. It is just a style but not practical, and it is not good value for money. But Song Kai really wants to say, have you ever thought about those invisible places? They both look like white walls, one uses environmentally friendly materials, and the other emits formaldehyde crazily, greatly increasing the risk of cancer. Can they be the same? Including furniture, flooring, home appliances, cleaning services, etc., they seem to be not much different, but in fact they are far apart. The concept of cheap is relative. In terms of the actual living experience of sloth apartment, it is definitely much better than the safe house of the residential group. But most people don't understand these, they only look at the surface. Moreover, there must be many staff members of the residential group who disguised themselves as innocent passers-by to post, deliberately leading the rhythm of sloth apartment is expensive and only suitable for decoration, but not for living, so that everyone forms a stereotype and advertises their own safe house business. Song Kai was very unhappy, but President Pei didn't seem to have the intention to quarrel with these people. Song Kai knew that he had little influence, and even if he posted a clarification as a passerby, it would be useless, and if he posted as a staff member of sloth apartment, it might have the opposite effect. But no matter what, work still had to continue. There is no way to deal with these water armies online, so I can only continue to work hard to do my job well. Song Kai continued to wait for more people to come. All the first floors of the sloth apartments are used as housekeeper rooms. Usually, the housekeeper of this building works and entertains guests on the first floor, and it can also be used as a model room to show customers. Just then, footsteps were heard outside, and it sounded like more than one person was coming. The door of the housekeeper's room on the first floor was always open, so Song Kai could observe the situation outside. After hearing the footsteps, he immediately stood up and went out, just in time to meet Mr. Li. "Hello. Welcome." Song Kai's eyes quickly swept over the group of people, and he couldn't help but be refreshed. These people were all dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they were all around 40 years old. The way they dressed and the way they moved showed that they were not short of money. So the question is, why would people who are not short of money come to rent a house? Song Kai was very confused, but he certainly wouldn't ask too much. He just warmly entertained everyone and asked them to sit down inside and serve tea and water. However, there were too many people, and only 2 or 3 people could sit on the sofa. Even if the chairs for drinking tea were added together, everyone couldn't sit down. There was no way, because when it was designed, such a large house was only for 1 or 2 people to live in. The living room was minimalist, and furniture was saved as much as possible. Li Shi looked at the sofa and then at the big TV. He is more and more certain that the decoration standard here is really high. Before, he only looked at some pictures on the internet and had not visited the site. He was still worried about whether there would be a seller show situation, and worried that the decoration standard here was not good enough and he would not be comfortable living there. Now it seems that the price is not inferior to the decoration of my own home. However, other investors have different opinions. Obviously many people cannot accept this kind of bare-walled style. Some discerning investors can see that this sofa is expensive, this TV is expensive, and most of the things in this house are expensive. But the way it is expensive is very different from their expectations. Some investors prefer the kind of luxurious style, and they want to decorate their homes like European palaces. Seeing this extremely simple style, they feel very uncomfortable. 2 investors whispered to each other. "No, how can we live here? There is only 1 sofa in such a big living room? This decoration is really not in line with my habits. I must get a big tea table and tea sets, otherwise I can't live here. It seems impossible. You can't add furniture here. What should I do?" "It's okay. I just checked. This building has 12 floors. The first floor is the housekeeper's room, which means there are 11 in total. We have 13 people this time. Let them rent first, and the 2 of us will stay at the end." Some people are already secretly backing out. Song Kai came to the crowd with a smile. Just when he was about to introduce the rules of Sloth Apartment to everyone, Li Shi raised his hand and signaled him not to. "Just bring the rental contract over here. We'll rent this building. I'll live on the top floor." Song Kai was stunned. "What's going on? I haven't even started to introduce it yet, and I haven't even mentioned the rules of Sloth Apartment." He remembered Mr. Pei's instructions and reminded him, "Are you sure you don't want to listen to the relevant rules of Sloth Apartment? These rules must be followed before you can move in." Li Shi smiled slightly and shook his head. "No need to introduce, bring the contract, we are all friends of Mr. Pei." Song Kai suddenly realized, no wonder. Mr. Pei's friends came to support us, that's easy. Quickly took out the house purchase contract that he had prepared in advance and distributed it one by one. "There is something I need to explain to you in advance. There are already residents on the top floor, which is the 12th floor. The first floor is the housekeeper's room and is not rented out to the public, so there are a total of 10 rooms. There are 13 people here, and only 10 can live." Song Kai explained. Li Shi was stunned. "The 12th floor has been rented out? I originally wanted to choose the highest floor to enjoy the wide view, but someone else got there first? Who can be faster than me?" This made Li Shi feel a little annoyed, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only rent the 11th floor. Others also chose floors, and the 3 investors who were very averse to this kind of penniless style naturally shrank to the end and pretended to be very generous and gave up signing the contract, paying the bills, registering the documents. Li Shi and the others did not ask anything, they just went through the formalities, so it was done very quickly. Song Kai was very happy. Mr. Li, and everyone, welcome to stay. If you encounter any problems during your stay, you can call me at any time. Li Shi and the investors received the room keys and took the elevator to their respective rooms together. The elevator reached the 11th floor, and only Li Shi was left. He was about to step out of the elevator, but suddenly changed his mind and pressed the 12th floor. He was very curious, who was living on the 12th floor? Who could get there before him and show goodwill to Mr. Pei? He was more informed than himself. Could it be a senior executive of Tenda, or an internal employee? This person must have a close relationship with Mr. Pei, and they will be neighbors in the future, so they can make friends in advance and build a good relationship. The elevator stopped on the top floor. Li Shi knocked on the door, gently. He was prepared for no one inside. After all, Li Shi himself did not rent the house here for permanent residence. However, a moment later, the door opened. Li Shi looked up and saw Pei, who was unprepared and confused. The two looked at each other and were stunned for a moment. Pei Qian thought it was Song Kai who came to see him, so he didn't look through the peephole and opened the door directly. If he had known it was Li, he might have considered pretending not to be at home. But now it was too late. Mr. Li? Mr. Pei? The two exclaimed at the same time, but Pei Qian's was full of confusion, while Li Shi's was a little shocked. Chapter 630 Visiting Mr. Pei's home, 5th update, asking for monthly votes. Pei Qian felt very confused. He really couldn't think of why Mr. Li would appear at his doorstep without any warning, so his voice was full of doubts. Li Shi was shocked, but also a little surprised. The person living on the 12th floor upstairs was Mr. Pei himself? And it seems that Mr. Pei should live here permanently? This is really a surprise. No need to try your luck at the Mayu Internet Cafe, you will be Mr. Pei's neighbor in the future. Li Shi originally considered whether there is a slight possibility that Mr. Pei also lives in the sloth apartment. This idea is not outrageous, because Mr. Pei seems to use all of Tenda's industries personally. Games, takeout, internet cafes, express delivery. Mr. Pei will use them personally. The only exception seems to be the gym, but Mr. Pei has not left out most of the other industries. So, Mr. Pei personally came to live in the sloth apartment, and Li Shi felt that this possibility was not non-existent. But what Li Shi didn't expect was that Mr. Pei seemed to live here permanently. Or at least he lives here very frequently. Otherwise, it is impossible that I would come here occasionally and just happen to meet him, right? What does it mean to be a neighbor to Mr. Pei? I dare not think about it. Li Shi's expression was one of surprise and joy. Pei Qian was silent, caught in a dilemma. Close the door and pretend not to see it? It seems a bit inappropriate. It's already at the doorstep, it doesn't seem appropriate to just drive people away. Although Li Shi didn't say anything, he looked curiously inside the door with eager eyes. Sloth apartment does not allow changes to the furnishings in the room, but this rule is definitely not valid for President Pei. So, what is President Pei's residence like? Very curious. However, for some reason, President Pei held the door and didn't seem to invite him in to sit down. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. In the end, curiosity made Li Shi speak first. Hey, President Pei, don't you invite me in to sit down? Pei Qian was silent for a moment, and finally said, come in. Although he was very reluctant, it seemed inappropriate to just drive President Li away, not to mention that Pei Qian also wanted to ask, how did President Li find this place? There may be some hidden secrets in this, which must be figured out and cannot be taken lightly. Because any clues that were not noticed could lead to the failure of sloth apartment. Pei Qian welcomed Li Shi in, and then the two of them stood in the empty living room, feeling a little awkward for a moment. No place to entertain, in addition to the big TV, there was only a long sofa that could seat 3 people in the living room. It felt weird and inappropriate for 2 people to sit on it together. And there was no coffee table opposite the long sofa, so it was inconvenient to pour water. The only suitable place for 2 people to sit opposite each other was the small coffee table and 2 chairs next to the large balcony. This place was originally used to enjoy the scenery and drink tea, and Pei Qian often had some simple breakfast here. Sit down. Pei Qian led Mr. Li to the coffee table and gestured to Mr. Li to sit in one of the seats. Originally, they were supposed to drink tea, but Pei Qian never drank tea at home. After thinking about it, it seemed a bit inappropriate to give a mature business person like Mr. Li a fat otaku happy water. Then drink hot water. Drinking hot water is always right. Pei Qian took out a clean new cup from the cupboard. This was one of the very few utensils in the house. Although it looked unremarkable, it was quite expensive. He took a cup of hot water and placed it in front of Mr. Li. Li Shi has been continuously shocked since entering the living room. Unexpectedly, totally unexpected. First of all, I didn't expect that the living room of Mr. Pei's residence was so empty. It was exactly the same as the housekeeper's room on the first floor as a model room. Many investors said before that the furnishings and decorations of this place were too simple and it was not suitable for living. But Mr. Pei obviously lived here permanently. Moreover, the furnishings in the room are exactly the same as those in the model room, which means that Mr. Pei did not buy any furniture himself, nor did he change the layout of the room, and he fully complied with the rules of the sloth apartment. Of course, it seems a bit wrong to say that Mr. Pei complies with the rules. After all, these rules are set by Mr. Pei himself. But objectively, Mr. Pei did not change any of the layout in the room. When in the housekeeper's room, because more than a dozen people from Mr. Li's side went, the room was very full, and this feeling of emptiness was not very obvious. But when I came to Mr. Pei's residence, this feeling of emptiness immediately became particularly prominent. There is such a large space near the large balcony in the living room, and there is only a small coffee table and 2 chairs. And Mr. Pei brought a cup of hot water, no tea or coffee. Li Shi looked at it, and it didn't seem that Mr. Pei was deliberately messing with people's mentality, because there was indeed no teapot or coffee machine in the whole room. It seems that Mr. Pei usually doesn't drink tea or coffee at home. This surprised Li Shi a little, because he knew that President Pei seemed to have a set of tea sets in the company's reception room, and often drank coffee in the Moyu Internet Cafe. But when he returned home, he only drank hot water. Li Shi had never expected that President Pei's residence would be like this. Compared with his own luxury house, President Pei's life was simply like an ascetic monk. Li Shi took a sip of water. For some reason, a cup of ordinary hot water seemed to have a different taste in this environment. Maybe it was an illusion. At this time, Li Shi noticed the black box on the small coffee table that occupied about half of the area. There were very few decorations in the entire living room, so the black box on the coffee table was particularly eye-catching. Pei Qian's heart clicked. It's broken. The fully automatic lifting machine that Zhang Wang had delivered to the door before was still here. The main reason was that Pei Qian didn't expect someone to visit his residence, and when he welcomed Mr. Li in, he had long forgotten that there was a fully automatic lifting machine on the coffee table. What to do? Pei Qian's brain was working quickly. Tell Mr. Li that this is nothing, and then quickly move it away and hide it? No, this is just trying to cover up the truth. Mr. Li will definitely be very curious and ask around what this black box is. Therefore, at this time, you must be calm and act completely indifferent, so that Mr. Li will not be interested in the fully automatic bar lifter, and try to switch to the next topic seamlessly. It's time to test your acting skills. Pei Qian smiled. Oh, this is a boring little gadget. He gently pressed the small stick on the fully automatic bar lifter, and the fully automatic bar lifter immediately lifted back automatically. Li Shi, Question mark. Mr. Pei actually collected some such inexplicable gadgets? Interesting. Leisure also pressed it twice and found that it was indeed a boring gadget. It didn't seem to have much special features, and he soon got bored. Pei Qian hurriedly pretended to change the subject casually. So, how did Mr. Li find this place? Leisure's attention shifted away from the fully automatic bar lifter. He smiled and said, "Oh, of course I came to support your new industry, Mr. Pei. But I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. I actually became your neighbor." Pei Qian, question mark. Support my new industry? What the hell? Pei Qian said in disbelief, "You didn't rent a house here?" Leisure nodded, "Yes. Not only me, I also called other investors here. Now this whole building, 1 floor each, has been booked." Pei Qian was shocked. "Are you kidding me? This house has been unoccupied for more than 3 months, and you filled it up in a minute? You are all so rich and have so many villas. Are you crazy to come and rent a house?" "You are crazy." Pei Qian felt that he had encountered a great reward for confusing human behavior. He originally thought that the building he lived in was positioned as poor people can't afford to rent, rich people don't need it, but he never expected that the rich people didn't need it, they were crazy about it. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and asked, "Did you know I live here?" Leisure hurriedly shook his head, "I don't know. Mr. Pei, I rented it just to support Sloth Apartment, I have no other intentions. If you don't believe me, you can ask the housekeeper. When I first came, I didn't know that there were people living in this building." Pei Qian. Looking at Mr. Li like this, he should not be lying. Although Mr. Li is kind, what is this mysterious pain? Pei Qian once again experienced the bad luck brought to him by the damn fame. "I don't know when it started, but things slowly changed. After gaining some inexplicable false reputation, no matter what Mr. Pei did, there were always some people who were attracted to it. No matter how unreasonable this thing was, they would desperately support it. Get out of here, I don't want these false reputations." Pei Qian silently looked out the window, trying to calm himself down. It was impossible to drive these tenants away. Moreover, none of them were short of money, and they probably wouldn't give up their leases in the short term. All I could say was that the model of Sloth Apartment was fine at the moment, but they had missed Mr. Li. That's it, it's just a building. There aren't many people like Mr. Li who are rich and mindless to follow me to spend money in Jingzhou. Other Sloth Apartments are still safe. Leisure felt that Mr. Pei was not in a very good mood, so he stood up after sitting for a while. "Then I won't bother you for now, Mr. Pei, I live downstairs, come and sit often when I have time." Pei Qian was just looking forward to it, so he stood up to see him off. After seeing Mr. Li off, Pei Qian returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, feeling a little uneasy. But after thinking about it, even if these people rented a house in the Sloth Apartment, what would happen? The decoration level of their own houses would not be worse than here, and they all lived in villas. No matter from any angle, the living experience here can only be said to be okay for them, and it is definitely not as good as their own home. So, most of these people are just trying to show their goodwill to him, and they won't live here permanently. Pei Qian thought about it, but he couldn't think of what kind of threat these people would pose to him, so he could only turn on the TV and play games in a depressed mood. Chapter 631, Water is not deep, but it is magical if there is a dragon. 20,000 words. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Leisure left Mr. Pei's residence and took the elevator to the 11th floor. After entering the door, Leisure had a different feeling. Although the furnishings were still the same, it seemed to have a special meaning. This is the same residence as Mr. Pei. Well, I suddenly felt that this place was particularly artistic. Look at this big TV, look at this sofa that is placed just right, look at the coffee table and 2 small chairs next to the big balcony. Everything is so perfect. Well, it's a pity that there is a black box missing on the coffee table, which is not absolutely consistent with Mr. Pei's. Other places are exactly the same. Originally, Leisure didn't have any feelings about this place, he just felt it was very empty, and the artistic quality was okay, but he didn't think it was very outstanding. But for some reason, everything in this room seemed to have changed when it was integrated with Mr. Pei's image. Leisure sat on the sofa, and couldn't stop thinking in his mind, Mr. Pei usually lives here, how does he work? Which room does he live in? What kind of programs is this big TV used for? Well, it's worth exploring. Leisure first checked the TV and found a game console and a large number of game discs in the TV cabinet. 10 minutes later, various messages began to pop up in the investor group. How did you guys see it? Can we go now? Well, I'm done. I just thought this big TV was nice. I checked and found it's a limited edition. I plan to buy one when I get back. What a pity. I don't watch TV. There are too few things in the room. I can only look around in 5 minutes. And I can't buy furniture myself. There's really nothing to see. Then shall we meet downstairs? Where's Mr. Li? How's Mr. Li? Leisure saw the messages from everyone on his phone and couldn't help but sigh softly. These people really came back empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. They couldn't see the good stuff in their eyes. Leisure originally wanted to let them go back by themselves, but after thinking about it, he sent a message in the group, come to the 11th floor. 2 minutes later, the remaining 12 investors all came to Leisure's room. Mr. Li, why did you ask us to come up specially? Aren't the layouts of all the rooms exactly the same? Someone asked. Yes, it's exactly the same as my room, there's no difference at all. Another investor echoed. Everyone was standing in the living room, too embarrassed to sit on the sofa because there wasn't enough space. Leisure shook his head helplessly, and said angrily, you guys. Are you planning to not live here after renting it? The investors looked at each other. They really thought so. Isn't it nice to have a big villa in your own home? The decoration is all according to your own preferences, and you are used to living here. What's here? Even the furniture is not fully equipped, and there is no place for friends to sit when they want to have tea. Living in such a place for a long time, wouldn't it be asking for trouble for yourself? And the 3 investors who didn't rent were secretly happy. Fortunately, we are smart. It's a waste to rent this place, and it's a waste of 10,000 yuan every month. Although 10,000 yuan a month is not a lot for them, it's painful to waste this money. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Leisure knew that he guessed right. He sighed softly, you guys, why don't you think more when you encounter something? If I don't call you here and remind you, will you go to the treasure mountain and return empty-handed? The faces of the investors were full of doubts. What does it mean to go to a mountain of treasures and come back empty-handed? You call this a mountain of treasures? Have you ever seen a mountain of treasures with nothing on the walls? Besides, these furnitures are indeed valuable, yes, but that is for ordinary people. For these rich people, they are just ordinary daily necessities. How can you go to a mountain of treasures and come back empty-handed? An investor said in confusion, Mr. Li, please tell me where this treasure is. Leisure smiled coldly, have you read Humble House? Mountains are not high, but immortals are famous, water is not deep, but dragons are magical. For a house, are the furniture and furnishings in it important? Who lives in it is important. He lowered his voice, I'm telling you, Mr. Pei lives upstairs. The investors opened their eyes wide. Mr. Pei lives here? No way. He should come here occasionally like us, right? Yes, how can he live here permanently? Leisure shook his head, Mr. Pei lives here permanently. Believe it or not, what I saw with my own eyes can't be false. From my observation, Mr. Pei has lived here for a while, and he hasn't moved the furnishings in this room at all. What do you think this means? The investors were still confused. Leisure was a little speechless, and continued, "It means that we can learn some of Mr. Pei's living habits from this house. Isn't this the biggest treasure?" Some investors showed a look of realization on their faces, but some people obviously still didn't understand. Mr. Pei's living habits, what if we know it? An investor who had understood explained, "Of course it is important. A person's success is closely related to his personality and living habits. Some people succeed because of extreme self-discipline, while others succeed because of extreme concentration. Don't think this is unimportant, it is very important." The foreign investment god Parfait, a charity lunch, can be sold at a sky-high price of millions of dollars. If it were you, would you want to go to eat? Do you think those who spend money go there for dinner? They go there to meet Parfait. Besides, this is just lunch. Think about it, what if you go to Parfait's house as a guest? Think about it again, what if you can live directly in Parfait's house? We live here now, which is equivalent to living in Mr. Pei's house, and we can often meet Mr. Pei. Tell me, is it worth spending 10,000 yuan a month? Finally, all investors suddenly realized. That's it. Who in this world is not curious about what Parfait's house is like? But is curiosity useful? Can you go as a guest? Let alone being a guest, it is difficult to find specific information on the internet. Who doesn't want to know how Parfait invests? His lifestyle, taste, leisure, and entertainment, everyone is curious. Of course, Parfait is abroad, too far to reach, there is nothing we can do about it. But there is a young version of the investment god in Qingshan. Mr. Pei is so young, and he has already achieved so much. If he really invests until he is 90, his achievements may be more brilliant than those of Parfait. What a precious opportunity it is to be neighbors with Mr. Pei and live in the same house. Think about it carefully, is the specific living experience important? It is not important. Who cares whether the steak is delicious when having lunch with Parfait? All the investors who rented the house showed a bloody profit expression on their faces. 10,000 yuan a month can buy the opportunity to live in the same house as Mr. Pei, which is super value. And the three investors who deliberately shrank back and did not sign the contract regretted it so much. What a big tea table. What a full set of tea sets. What furniture you want to buy yourself. Is it useful? Just because of this trivial matter, you lost the opportunity to be neighbors with Mr. Pei and the opportunity to experience Mr. Pei's lifestyle. Blood loss. The three investors panicked and hurried to ask for help. Boss Lee. We didn't rent the house because we didn't have enough houses. You can't just ignore us. Yes, I'm willing to pay 3 times the price, please give me this opportunity. Leisure glanced at them coldly. Do you think I don't know your tricks? You obviously didn't want to rent the house at first, so you just stayed back. Why are you pretending to be so generous? Now you heard that Boss Pei lives here, you regret it, right? Sure enough, President Pei is the best at punishing those who are not determined to follow him. Although these 3 people are raising the price, no one pays attention to them. Are we short of money? If you 3 had been more resolute at the beginning, you would definitely be able to squeeze out some people with weak wills. Would you have ended up like this now? Other investors couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, I didn't waver. Sure enough, as long as you follow President Pei's pace, you will definitely gain something. The first person to rent a house in Sloth Apartment must be a firm supporter of President Pei, so that he can get the precious opportunity to live in the same apartment as President Pei. If you think about it carefully, this is probably a benefit that President Pei left on purpose. Who would have thought of such a good thing? Thanks to President Lee, otherwise we would have missed such a great opportunity. So lucky. Leisure looked at it and it was getting late. Okay, everyone go back, I'll live here today. The investors were all stunned. Ah? Staying here tonight? Let's get ready. It's better to check in tomorrow, right? Yes, we didn't bring anything. Toiletries, towels, toothpaste, slippers. Leisure smiled and said, I've checked them just now. They are all high-end brands, brand new and unopened. He paused and added, it's the same one as Mr. Pei's. Other investors also responded. Then I won't say anything. I'll stay here tonight too. Yes, I won't go back. I'll experience what Mr. Pei's life is like. Only the 3 investors who didn't rent a house were pitiful. For some reason, they felt homeless. Leisure felt that these 3 people were miserable enough, so his attitude was slightly softened. You 3 go back first. I'll stay for a while and think of other ways for you. The 3 investors looked at each other and nodded, choosing to believe Mr. Li. After seeing everyone off, Leisure began to experience Mr. Pei's life. The cylindrical building of the city dawn used to have only the top and first floors lit at night, and the middle was all dark. However, tonight, the whole building was brightly lit. Pei Qian, who lived on the top floor, turned over in bed and sighed silently. This is a fuss. Speechless. Chapter 632, Wang is back. Monthly votes requested. August 27th, Saturday, afternoon. Pei Qian took a car to the DG Club. This Friday was supposed to be Heian's lecture, but Heian said 2 days in advance that he couldn't come because of some personal matters, so it was postponed to Friday 2 weeks later. This is the last class, as long as it is finished, before the settlement, it doesn't matter, there is plenty of time. Saturday morning is the regular meeting of the compensation students, but there is nothing special about this regular meeting. The compensation students reported things that Pei Qian already knew, including the promotion of GOG International Service and the launch of Sloth Apartment. The only thing worth noting is that the new players of the DG Club have finished their trial training, so Pei Qian plans to go over in the afternoon to take a look. A week has passed since Wang left. During this period, the DG Club has been calm, and there have been no particularly hot discussions on the internet. Pei Qian feels much more at ease. The recruitment of new team members has been ongoing. After Wang left, Zhang Yuan has been screening high-end passers-by from GOG for trial training. After all, DG is now well known, so some potential newcomers have also signed up enthusiastically now. The tryout has been completed. The new mid lane has replaced the original mid lane of Team 1, and the mid lane of Team 1 has gone to Team 2 to be the captain, so that the whole team can run in again. Boss Pei, please take a seat. Zhang Yuan has arranged this supreme viewing seat for Boss Pei in advance. The new Team 1 and Team 2 are preparing for the training match. They have put on noise-isolating headphones, and their expressions are very focused. Pei Qian soon saw the new mid lane. Among the strong players, only he was as thin as a stick. He was very eye-catching and could be recognized at a glance. Zhang Yuan sat aside, thinking silently, it seems that Boss Pei is still very concerned about the DG Club. When he heard that the DG Club had new players, he came to inspect it as soon as possible. He should want to see if the players we selected are reliable and whether they can continue their previous strength well. Zhang Yuan knew that the reason why the previous DG Club could maintain its victory was largely because they started professional training more than 2 months earlier than other clubs, had a large number of tactical reserves, and had a much higher understanding of the game itself than other clubs. Now, after the personnel changes, whether the team can maintain its fighting power is the real reflection of the club's foundation. A strong club must have strong talent discovery and training capabilities, formalized and scientific management, a professional game analysis and technical team, and professional logistics support. Only by doing this can we ensure that no matter how the players are replaced, the strength of the team will not fluctuate too much. Otherwise, the strength of the team depends entirely on the card drawing. If you draw a good player, you will be stronger, and if you draw a weak player, the performance will be bloody. Then it is not a qualified club. Zhang Yuan felt that President Pei's visit must also be to inspect the club's performance after the personnel change. This is a side reminder to focus on cultivating the club's talent reserve and professional management capabilities. Seeing President Pei watching the two teams so seriously, Zhang Yuan felt that the burden on his shoulders was even heavier. Pei Qian was secretly happy at this time. Very good, this substitution seems to have weakened the strength of both teams. The combat effectiveness of the first team has undoubtedly declined. The operation level, hero pool and tactical literacy of this mid lane are obviously incomparable with the original mid lane of the first team. The combat effectiveness of the second team has also declined, because Huang Wang and Lao Zhou used to command together, and now a mid lane of the first team who had no command experience before has been replaced. The players are obviously not so smooth in cooperation. Therefore, the two teams fought back and forth. This is good news. As long as DGE does not have the strong dominance it had before, its halo in the eyes of the audience will fade quickly. At that time, how much attention can a club that cannot play regular games get? Selling one person can weaken the combat effectiveness of the two teams. Pei Qian thought, is this operation similar to Two Peaches Kill Three Warriors? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little proud. After watching two training games, Pei Qian was basically at ease. The two teams of DGE need to be retrained, and their combat effectiveness has dropped a lot. Although the clubs are still playing training games recently, there are no more online live broadcasts, and the popularity accumulated by ZZ Live's whole Live Cup is also fading rapidly. YY Live is still praising Huang Wang, but it will no longer deliberately tie Huang Wang to the DGE club. After all, Huang Wang is now a member of the H4 club, the audience is like a fish, and the heat comes and goes quickly. Although there are still people discussing the DGE club, there is no hot spot or topic, and these discussions cannot form enough heat. It seems that the DGE club has temporarily turned the corner, right? Well, this is exciting good news. Pei Qian was relieved. The training game here just came to an end, and he got up and prepared to go back to rest. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. He was stunned for a moment, then picked up the phone. Hello? Huh? What? Now? Already here? Already at the door? Wait a moment, I'll be out soon. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone, still a little confused. Pei Qian was a little puzzled and asked, who's here? Zhang Yuan replied, Huang Wang is here. Pei Qian was also confused, where is he? At the entrance of our club? Isn't he in Shanghai? Why did he come back? Pei Qian suddenly felt a little nervous. Could it be that Huang Wang was not adapting to the H4 club and wanted to come back again? Don't make a fuss. Zhang Yuan was also confused, I don't know either. He didn't tell me that he was coming back. Pei Qian instinctively felt that something was wrong. It had only been a week since Huang Wang left Jingzhou. This is not a new bride who has to go back to her parents' home within a week. Zhang Yuan hurriedly took the team members out to greet him, and Pei Qian followed him out with a confused look on his face. When they arrived at the door, they saw Huang Wang waving to everyone very happily, and behind him, there were more than a dozen people they didn't know getting off the taxi, including team leader Su and Peng Ling. Everyone was dragging suitcases, big and small, just like moving. Pei Qian suddenly had a very bad premonition. What are these people going to do? It seems that Huang Wang didn't sneak back, he brought the entire GOG branch of the H4 club, including 2 teams and several staff members. The players from both sides met and greeted each other. Zhang Yuan was also a little confused and asked, what's going on? Why are there so many people? Huang Wang laughed, after a week of hard work, I finally convinced the H4 club to move to Jingzhou. Of course, it's just the GOG branch. Pei Qian? Zhang Yuan was also shocked. Sold a player, and then brought back 2 teams? What the hell is this? Team leader Su smiled and explained, in fact, strictly speaking, the management was not persuaded by Huang Wang. They made this decision after considering all aspects. The training base of the H4 club is shared by many branches, and is already very crowded. So after we got the 2.2 million, we have been looking for a suitable new base. But after searching for a long time, none of them are suitable. The rent in Shanghai is too expensive. Compared with Jingzhou, it is not cost-effective. In addition, it is difficult to get gym cards for the players and provide the same fitness environment as Jingzhou. This requires that there must be a large gym next to the training base, and professional coaches must be provided to guide, which makes the site selection more difficult. After searching for a long time, we feel that it seems a bit of a loss. Because the GOG branch has no relationship with other branches, if we rent a house in other places in Shanghai, there will not be much communication between branches, so Shanghai is not very attractive to us. So we thought about it and decided to move to Jingzhou. First of all, Jingzhou has supporting facilities such as Moyu Takeaway, Hosted Fitness, Moyu Internet Cafe, and Nifeng Logistics, which can easily meet the fitness and dietary needs of Huang Wang and other team members. Secondly, since it has no direct relationship with other branches, moving our branch to Jingzhou can also reduce operating costs. Finally, whether it is playing training games with DGE, daily communication, or participating in competitions, it will be more convenient here. After all, this World Invitational is also held in Jingzhou, and it will be more advantageous to play at home. So we decided to move to Jingzhou and completely replicate the DGE model. This not only solves President Pei's requirements for our club and ensures the training environment for the players, but also can cooperate with DGE Club to carry out in-depth cooperation, and also prepare for the World Invitational in advance. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So, after research, we decided to move. Zhang Yuan was a little shocked. Move as soon as you say so? So straightforward? Team leader Su nodded, of course. We are not from Shanghai, and there is no big difference in changing cities or training bases. Why, you don't welcome us? Zhang Yuan laughed, how can that be? Of course you are welcome. You also want to rent a villa in Mingyun Villa? Team leader Su nodded, it would be best to rent here as a neighbor. However, if there is no house to rent, we can also consider other places, but there must be managed fitness and Moyu Takeaway. Zhang Yuan nodded, okay, I'll take you to see manager Chui and let him make the arrangements. The players of the 2 teams also gathered together and had a lively discussion. Huang Wang said with some pride, how about it? I said we'll see each other soon, right? Old Zhou was a little speechless. Huang Wang, you're really good. It's only been a week, and you not only came back by yourself, but also brought the H4 club back. You're really good. Huang Wang saw the new midfielder. Hey, this is my successor, right? With this small body, I wonder if he can withstand the extra training? Chapter 633 Chiu Hong's last class, asking for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Old Joe laughed, H4 Club will also have extra training soon. If we train completely according to the DGE model, none of you will be able to escape. Huang Wang, I'm happy. You don't know that I feel uncomfortable without fitness these days. I will take the initiative to train tonight. And my teammates are all in poor physical condition. I must let Coach Yaling arrange them well. Hearing this short conversation, the new mid lane of DGE and the players of H4 Club all showed the situation is not good expressions. Pei Qian watched all this silently on the side, and the whole person fell into confusion. What's going on? The GOG branch of H4 Club moved directly to Jingzhou? I did give you money to let you provide Huang Wang with a better training environment, but I didn't allow you to come to Jingzhou. This is a big deal. I sold a player and ended up bringing back a club. Team leader Su came to President Pei and said with emotion, President Pei, I haven't had time to thank you yet. If you hadn't generously provided that money, we would not have been financially insufficient and would not have made up our minds to come to Jingzhou. In short, please take care of us in the future. Pei Qian, it's my fault again. However, Pei Qian couldn't say anything and could only force a smile. Zhang Yuan said, don't stand outside, go sit inside first. Jiang Huan, lend a hand and help move the luggage. Everyone entered the DG club, and Zhang Yuan called manager Chui of Mingyun Villa and asked him to help contact another vacant villa for rent. There is definitely no discount in terms of price, but for H4 Club, even if it is rented at the original price, it is cheaper than in Shanghai. At the same time, the subsequent tables and chairs, ROF computers, gym fees, etc. are all paid by H4 Club, but President Pei has specially taken out 2.2 million for them to improve training conditions, so the funds are sufficient. Pei Qian found that after the money went around, it seemed that a large part of it returned to his pocket. In addition to the rent, the money for fitness, buying computers, and eating takeout at H4 Club was all earned by Tenda. You guys take your time, I'm leaving first. Pei Qian couldn't bear to see the scene of moving in full swing, so he chose to run away. After Mr. Pei left, team leader Su said to Zhang Yuan, why do I feel like Mr. Pei is not very happy? Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment, really? Oh, it may be your illusion. President Pei is a shrewd person who never shows his emotions. In fact, President Pei attaches great importance to esports. Although he doesn't say it, it can be seen from his specific actions. Take today for example. He heard that we have recruited new players, so he took time out of his busy schedule to come and see us, fearing that the new players would not fit in well with the team. Team leader Su suddenly realized, so that's it. Manager Zhang, we just moved to Jingzhou and we are unfamiliar with the place. We still need you and President Pei to take care of us. And there is some information from President Pei. You must share more with me. Zhang Yuan patted his chest, then of course. By the way, Captain Su, what do other clubs think of your move to Jingzhou? Captain Su smiled and said, they are still waiting and watching. In fact, these clubs are paying attention to our movements and are looking forward to playing training matches with us. They want to see how effective our buying players and changing training methods are. They will follow up after they find that there are effects. That's good. We can take advantage of this period of time to train hard and widen the gap with them. Let them wait and see. In the next training match, the gap between us and them will be so big that they will be shocked. August 28, Sunday. Chiu Hong's last class in a cafe near Handong University. Mr. Ma, I have basically shared all my experience of failure. There is one last thing. Chiu Hong paused, as if he felt that the word share all my experience was a bit problematic, but after thinking about it, there seemed to be no more appropriate way to say it. This last thing may not be right, but it is indeed the last thing I can say. Pei Qian nodded, please go ahead. Chiu Hong was silent for a moment and said, persist in your dream. Pei Qian was stunned, is this an experience of failure? Chiu Hong nodded, his voice a little melancholy, yes. Mr. Ma, have you seen my resume? The earliest record of my resume that can be found on the internet is in 2001, when I served as a numerical planner in a Krypton Gold game with a fairy theme. Mr. Ma, don't you think it's strange? Why can I worry about the main numerical value of a large-scale terminal game when I just entered the industry? Pei Qian recalled that this did seem to be a bit problematic. Because Tenda has always promoted people out of turn, whether it is numerical planning or chief planning, they always promote newcomers from the bottom, so Pei Qian didn't think there was anything wrong with Qiu Hong's resume at first, but now that Qiu Hong took the initiative to bring it up, Pei Qian thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed unscientific to serve as a numerical planner just after entering the industry in the context of an ordinary game company 10 years ago. In domestic Krypton Gold games, the status of numerical planners is second only to the main planner, because the most important parts of the game, combat system, Krypton Gold system, game experience, etc., are closely related to numerical values. Numerical planners can be seen as the left and right arms of the main planner, and even many main planners or producers are promoted from numerical planners. Conventionally speaking, even if a student graduated from the mathematics department of a top university, he can only be an ordinary executive planner and numerical planner to make a transition when he first joins the company. At the beginning, he can only be responsible for filling out forms. It will take about 1 or 2 years or even longer before he can be promoted to the main numerical value of a game. In large companies and large projects, this situation will be more obvious. Qiu Hong worked as a numerical planner in a large company and a large project as soon as he entered the industry, and was fully responsible for the numerical values of the game. Excluding the possibility that he may be related to the company's boss, the biggest possibility is that he actually had work experience before. Even if his previous work experience was not successful enough, as long as the part he was responsible for was good enough, he could still get the position of main value in a new company. Pei Qian thought for a while and said, "So, in fact, you didn't enter the industry in 2001. You actually entered the industry earlier than this." Qiu Hong nodded, "Yes. I actually entered the industry 2 years earlier. When I entered the industry, it was the golden age of domestic standalone games. Fantasy Sword Fairy sold 300,000 copies and earned 10 million. The long-awaited Dark Age 2 was introduced to China and sold about the same amount of money. Although it can't be compared with overseas, it is already a record-breaking number. Heroes of the Heroes also sold well. At that time, all the gamers who entered the industry at the same time as me had dreams. They all thought that we should sell domestic standalone games to the world, and one day we will be in various, but just 1 or 2 years later, the situation changed dramatically. At that time, I had the honor of meeting the president of a domestic standalone game company. He told me that standalone games had no hope and that we should quickly transform into online games. I didn't listen, and neither did the producer of our project at the time. Later, in 2001, all standalone games couldn't be sold, and the first game we worked hard to develop was not launched at all. The company couldn't pay wages, and we held on to the company for more than 2 months. In the end, our producer gave up first. So I sent out resumes everywhere. Because I work in numerical calculations, many companies accepted my resume. But the first question they asked during the interview was always, "Do you have experience in online game development? Why is this the case? Why did domestic standalone games die out in just 2 years?" Pei Qian felt a little confused. Dead? Not really, right? Aren't standalone games still doing well now? He was a little puzzled. If standalone games were really dead, then there was no reason for him to make money after making so many standalone games? Qiu Hong smiled. "Mr. Ma, you are still young. You may not have been 10 years old at that time, so you don't know these things. In those years, domestic standalone games were indeed dead. And the reason why domestic standalone games are still doing well now is that around 2006, the ESRO official platform was established, and piracy was strictly prohibited in all fields, so domestic standalone games have slowly regained their vitality. But even so, the vacuum period of about 5 or 6 years still opened up a huge gap between our game industry and overseas, and we have not been able to catch up until now. Why was it that when I entered the industry, domestic standalone games were in their golden age, but just 2 years later, all the standalone game projects we were working on died out?" Pei Qian thought for a while, That period should have been the period when online games were rapidly popular, seizing the market of standalone games, and a large number of game companies transformed. Qiu nodded, yes, a large number of standalone game manufacturers have transformed into online games, which is the direct cause of the demise of domestic standalone games. So the question is, why haven't foreign standalone games died out under the impact of online games? Moreover, even if online games make more money than standalone games, it will not lead to the demise of standalone games, because not all companies are good at making online games. As long as standalone games can still make money, even if they make less money, there will always be companies to do it. In fact, this is a very complicated issue, and it is not caused by just one single reason. Just like the demise of a dynasty, it is not just because of a flood, a plague, or a war. All disasters always happen to coincide with each other. That era happened to be the era of the booming development of overseas game consoles, and our country did not have home consoles, only personal computers. Computers are a platform that can easily write and modify software, so including operating systems, they soon entered the era of piracy. Chapter 634, Salute to all genuine users, this chapter is free. Qiu sighed softly and continued, the closed and unique operating system that comes with the home console is a strong protection for the copyright of standalone games. Although it can be cracked, this line of defense has become a guarantee for foreign game giants to make profits. No matter how online games develop overseas, the market share of standalone games is more than 60%, exceeding that of online games, and in our domestic market around 2001, this proportion was about 0. The lack of home consoles has caused the proliferation of piracy, and the booming piracy has destroyed the standalone game market. People who have not experienced that era have no idea how tragic the standalone game market was at that time. Simply put, the standalone game was so tragic that even if the price was reduced to 15 yuan per copy, players would still choose the pirated version of 6 yuan. At that time, domestic games were just in their infancy. Due to cultural barriers, they basically could not be sold overseas, so they could only fight for the domestic market. Before that, many domestic standalone games were sold at a price of dozens of yuan, with good profits, but in just 1 or 2 years, genuine games had to fight a price war with pirated games. In order to fight piracy, Haifeng Yanhui reduced its retail price to 18 yuan, and even gave away a batch of them with magazines, but it still didn't help. The reduction in game prices did not achieve the effect of small profits but quick turnover, but instead greatly reduced revenue. With reduced revenue, production costs can only be reduced, and the quality of games will also be reduced. In addition, some garbage companies have developed a lot of garbage games, which seriously overdrawn the enthusiasm of a small number of genuine game supporters, and eventually became a vicious circle, equating domestic standalone games with inferior quality. When 18 yuan genuine games when the game still can't beat the pirated game of 6 yuan, it's all doomed, and no matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. The tide of online games has given game producers like me a way to survive, allowing me to make online games and continue to stay in the game industry. Otherwise, I might find an internet company and be a product manager. So, on the contrary, standalone games did not die from online games, but from piracy. Online games are a life-saving straw for these manufacturers. Pei Qian was silent for a long time, and said, but if the product is good enough, there will still be people who pay for it, right? I heard that there are 3A masterpieces abroad that have no anti-piracy measures. Qiu nodded, yes, Mr. Ma, you are right, that's right. Absolutely correct. The only question is, what is the standard for good enough? Do you want to make AAA games at the same level as foreign big companies? Or, among domestic manufacturers, be one of the best? That means that only when you reach the top 1% of the entire industry can you be considered good enough, and only then can enough people be impressed by you and pay for you. Some people say that piracy will expand potential market share. First of all, this statement is nonsense, and secondly, even if it is true, it will only have a little effect on the top 1% of the industry. If you can achieve a monopoly like a computer operating system, then perhaps, piracy can help you fight against competitors and maintain market share. However, how many companies can be in the top 1%? How many companies can achieve monopoly? Is there any company that is born as a large company or a monopoly company? The remaining 99%, let them die? It is meaningless to discuss the top 1% of an industry. How many people can be in the top 1% in their own field? If someone tells you now that in the industry you are engaged in, only the top 1% can be recognized and survive, and the remaining 99% can only starve to death, will you stay in this industry? Industry leaders like Qian, who have made many successful standalone games, have also switched to online games. When the base of the pyramid disappears, the entire market will shrink. How can one or two companies at the top of the pyramid change the entire market? So, a healthy industry should be like a pyramid or an iceberg. The top of the pyramid or the part of the iceberg that floats above the sea is the top 1% that enjoys glory, while the base of the pyramid, or the iceberg under the water, is the cornerstone of the existence of an industry. When the base of the pyramid does not exist, how can the top of the pyramid exist? So, whether the top 1% lives well or not does not determine how the industry is. What really determines the survival of the industry is whether the bottom and middle levels can survive. Come. This is a dead end. Manufacturers, I need you to buy genuine products so that I can develop games better. Players, then you give us the best experience first. If you do the best, we will give up piracy and buy genuine products. Manufacturers, but you have to refuse piracy and pay first so that we can have money to provide a better experience. Players, then you have to give us the best experience first, then we will refuse piracy. So manufacturers have no choice but to make online games. This is the market, and it is the choice of players voting with their feet. Players said that we only accept online games, only pirated standalone games, and not genuine standalone games, so, as everyone wishes, genuine standalone games will die out. For players, the idea of pay only for good enough is not problematic and should not be criticized, but the premise is that this is a healthy and orderly market. If this market is full of unfair competition, then pay only for good enough means that except for the top 1% of content producers, the remaining 99% of ordinary content producers will be killed by unfair competitors and those who break market rules. Just like now, many video authors have worked hard for 3 days to make videos, but some people copy and paste and steal them directly. You need 3 days, he only needs 1 second, what can you use to compete with him? If the audience, people don't have this awareness. They think that the content is the same. It doesn't matter if I watch it from the person who stole the video. Who cares about the original author? So how many video authors do you think can really stay, except for the top ones? So, thanks to the establishment of the ESRO official platform in 2006, if it weren't for it, the domestic standalone game market would still be a desert with no grass growing until now. Even if there are 1 or 2 unique seedlings, they are just a flash in the pan and will never grow into a towering tree. Because no one really cares about this matter. Qiu Hong took a sip of coffee with a melancholy expression. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, then asked, since the survival environment of domestic standalone games improved in 2006, why didn't you stick to your dream and continue to make standalone games? Qiu Hong smiled self-deprecatingly, because I gave up my dream. Remember what I said at the beginning? Sticking to dreams is the biggest factor in failure. When I first entered the industry, I made a standalone game. I persisted for more than 2 months without any salary, and in the end no one even knew its name. So I gave up my dream and made a Krypton Gold online game with a fairy tale theme. This game allowed me to get a project bonus of 1 million in a year. It can be said that I have achieved success. So, what is my dream? Does it still matter? Does anyone care? Who am I holding on to this dream for? If holding on to my dream means I can only drink cold water and eat instant noodles every day, and giving up my dream will allow me to live a life without worries about food and clothing, and also gain the attention of tens of thousands of players, why should I hold on? So from that time on, I made up my mind that I would only make Krypton Gold games, and my goal was to make more money. As for the great mission of revitalizing standalone games, what does it have to do with me? Even the players themselves don't care, so who am I holding on to? In fact, all the game makers who entered the industry at the same time as me and at that early stage, who didn't have a dream. But those who were my peers and insisted on their dreams have left the industry. Only people like me who gave up their dreams can survive. Mr. Ma, you may feel that my experience is not applicable to this era. Because domestic standalone games have been getting better and better, there is no piracy now, and more people are paying for domestic standalone games. But the truth remains unchanged. Only a very small number of people can have both dreams and reality. And the vast majority of people can only make a cruel choice, either give up their dreams or be taught a lesson by reality. Mr. Ma, this is my last heartfelt words. It is not suitable for everyone. Maybe it is right, or maybe it is not. But in any case, I hope it can bring you some inspiration. Pei Qian took a sip of coffee and did not speak for a long time. Because this topic is indeed a bit heavy. Pei Qian really did not know the relationship between the ESRO official platform, the extinction of piracy and the normal development of standalone games in this world. Now he knows that it is because of the establishment of the ESRO official platform and the strict control of piracy that the domestic standalone game market has been saved and this world has become different from the world in his memory. A tiny difference makes a world of difference. Qiu Hong said that if there was no ESRO official platform, domestic games would be a wasteland until today. Pei Qian knew very well that what he said was right, because all this happened in his memory. But it was also because of this that Pei Qian felt that he should say something. The current environment can be said to be heaven. The reason why Qiu Hong felt that he was in hell was simply because he had never seen the real hell. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, Mr. Qiu, I know that it is impossible for people to truly empathize with each other. Many people can see things clearly only because they have not experienced that kind of pain. Therefore, many times, persuading others to be magnanimous is a matter that is easy to be struck by lightning. But I still want to say a few words to you, okay? Qiu Hong nodded. Of course, Mr. Ma, we are soulmates, you can say whatever you want. Pei Qian said seriously, I know that it is painful to pay but not get the due reward. Everyone will feel angry when their efforts are plagiarized. This world is full of unfairness. Sometimes you can't even tell who is right and who is wrong. Not every disaster can find a person responsible. There is a life creed that not everyone can stick to, but everyone knows it is right. This sentence is called, do good things, and don't ask about the future. Mr. Qiu, don't let the tragedy of the times become your personal tragedy. Qiu Hong read the last sentence repeatedly and remained silent. After a long time, he looked up and said, Mr. Ma, it's really good that you think this way. Thank you. Chapter 635, What will President Pei do? Fourth update, please give me monthly votes. August 29th, Monday. In the housekeeper's room on the first floor of City Dawn, Song Kai is busy with his daily work. After the whole building was full, his work became busy. However, those investors will not live here permanently. The frequency of living here is about once every 3 or 4 days. Song Kai has confirmed this with President Li. Song Kai did not understand the behavior of these investors at first, but he soon figured it out. Renting a house is equivalent to showing goodwill between friends. If a friend opens a restaurant, you go there to consume and show your support. This is normal interpersonal communication. And investors really come to live here every now and then. In Song Kai's opinion, it is mainly to get closer to some relationships. This is also human nature. Why do many rich people buy luxury houses in specific communities? Just like why many parents spend so much effort to find good schools for their children? A big part of the reason is that you can meet some higher-level people in luxury houses. After getting along with these people for a long time, both sides can get some benefits from each other. If you can spend some money to be neighbors with the richest man, then countless people will definitely fight for it. This is also the case in Jingzhou. The concept of investors sounds very high-sounding, but there is no need to over-mythologize it. Just like laymen think that financial practitioners are very impressive, but insiders know that only a small number of people are powerful, and most people are just ordinary workers who have mastered some financial knowledge. The same is true for investors. The top investors can call the shots with tens of billions of capital, but they are only a very small number of people. Most investors are not much smarter than ordinary people. Otherwise, how to explain some seemingly clumsy scams that ordinary people can see, but investors keep pouring money into them and end up losing all their money? Venture capital is also a place that conforms to the 80-20 rule. Only 20% of projects can be successful, and these 20% successful projects get 80% of the returns. Some venture capitalists brag that their investment mortality rate is less than 10%, but there are many rhetoric here. Not dying does not mean success. Just think about it and you will know that the 90% success rate is nonsense. For most investors, investment failure is the norm. Therefore, in the small circle of Jingzhou, Mr. Pei, who succeeds in everything he invests in, is a small legend, and with the rapid expansion of Tenda Group, the scale of this legend will become larger and larger. Moreover, those investors who do not believe in Mr. Pei have already been screened out, and the remaining people have tasted the sweetness of Mr. Pei, so they are naturally more determined in their determination. However, it may be precisely for this reason that these investors do not intend to tell the outside world that Mr. Pei lives here. After all, it is enough for you to know such good things yourself, and there is no need to share them with others. For Song Kai, his job is to be a housekeeper, which is to meet the needs of residents as much as possible while maintaining the regulations of sloth apartment, so that they can live comfortably here and get better services. All the houses in City Dawn have been rented out. On the surface, sloth apartment has been recognized. But Song Kai knows that this is not the success of sloth apartment, but only the success of President Pei. The other 3 buildings are still largely vacant, and the negative articles about sloth apartment published by the online residential group are still spreading everywhere. As the first housekeeper of sloth apartment, Song Kai is actually one of the persons in charge of this project. He and Liang Qingfan have a very clear division of labor. Liang Qingfan is mainly responsible for planning and construction, while Song Kai is mainly responsible for marketing and management. Song Kai endured for a few days, and felt that he had to do something, and couldn't go on like this. So, after President Pei left, he made a few phone calls. Half an hour later, Liang Qingfan, Zhu Xiaozi, and Qiao Laosher came to the first floor of City Dawn. "Hello everyone. Please take a seat." Song Kai asked the 3 people to find a place to sit down. Song Kai found Zhu Xiaozi's contact information through Liang Qingfan, and Zhu Xiaozi got Qiao Laosher's phone number from Lin Wan. Since the last experience of Jingji Hostel, Qiao Liang has stayed in Jingzhou. He felt that this episode of Jingji Hostel did not meet his requirements, so he had to figure out what was missing in this episode before he could give up. But President Pei just told him to give up the interpretation of Tenda's new game and the God of Conferred Gods, and there were no other clues, which made him unable to get to the point. In short, it was a stalemate. After receiving a call from Zhu Xiaozi today, saying that there was a project related to President Pei, Qiao Liang came here without thinking much. You don't have to accept it, but at least you can listen. As for why Huang Sibo didn't come, it was mainly because he and Bao Su went on a trip. Until now, everyone still doesn't know why Song Kai called him. Song Kai closed the door with a serious face. Everyone knows about the sloth apartment, right? I've been paying attention to it these past few days, and I found that the home group has been spreading negative articles online to discredit sloth apartment. Liang Qingfan nodded, yes, I know. Are you trying to fight back? Song Kai nodded, yes. Zhu Xiaozi hesitated for a moment and said, well, let me say this. Tenda, or President Pei, rarely quarrels with others. For this kind of business competition, I believe that as long as the service provided by Sloth Apartment is good enough, it will always impress consumers. Xiao Liang also nodded and said, it's mainly because President Pei doesn't care about this. These companies like to use dirty tricks, hiring internet trolls, publishing negative articles, and confusing the public. What should we do? Are we going to hire internet trolls and publish negative articles? Wouldn't Tenda be the same as those companies, with no bottom line? Definitely not. Song Kai shook his head, not publishing negative articles, but exposing. I worked at the home group before, so I know very well what their so-called safe house is. The home group advertised online that the decoration and furniture of the safe house are all from its own team and can be trusted, but it is not. That's not the case. Whether it's furniture, wooden floors, or wall paint, we save as much as possible. After the decoration is completed, we will lose 1 month's deposit for every month of vacancy, so we will rent it out immediately to save costs. More than half of the houses here have excessive formaldehyde. Even the agents of the residential group will say to the landlord when they are deceiving him to sign a contract, you hand over the house to us, we will renovate it for you, and then let the tenants breathe formaldehyde in it for 1 or 2 years. By then, you will get the rent and the decoration, and there will be no formaldehyde in the house. How cost-effective. Listen, is this something a human can say? Liang Qingfan was shocked, is this true? Isn't Zhujia a national chain company? Song Kai nodded and said, it is absolutely true. The reason why it has not been exposed is that many people are not very sensitive to formaldehyde in the room. They will not notice it unless it is very strong and irritating. After noticing it, the agent will at most symbolically hire a formaldehyde removal company to clean it up, and then ask the tenants to ventilate more, and at most reduce the rent, and the tenants will have no choice but to accept it. But everyone knows that formaldehyde removal is pure nonsense, because formaldehyde is continuously emitted, and there is no way to remove it all at once. Whether it is a tenant or an internal employee, they are insignificant. It is difficult to attract much attention if this kind of thing is posted online. I have posted about this matter online before, but no one paid attention to it, no one cared, and it was left unresolved. That's why I resigned from the home group. I feel disgusted with this company. But now, Fei Huang Studio and Mr. Chiao, you all have a certain influence on the internet. If we disclose this problem now, it will definitely attract enough attention. We just need to invite some professional formaldehyde identification agencies to come to our door, and then go online to find some tenants who rent Angsanfang for random inspections, and we will definitely find a large number of formaldehyde problems exceeding the standard. This is not a negative article, this is a fact. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Obviously, except for Song Kai, a former insider, no one could have imagined that the safe house of this residential group was not safe at all. Formaldehyde exceeds the standard all year round? This will kill people. However, Zhu Xiaozi hesitated and said, we do have a certain influence on the internet, but we have a direct interest relationship with Tenda and Sloth Apartment. If we expose this matter, will people think that we are deliberately discrediting our competitors? The credibility of this matter will probably be greatly reduced. If it is handed over to a third party with no vested interests, it may be better. Zhu Xiaozi's worries are not unreasonable. Any such vested interests can easily be seen as a commercial means of discrediting and attacking the other party. Song Kai was silent for a moment and said, I have been working at Tenda for a short time, and I don't know Mr. Pei very well. Do you think that if Mr. Pei knew about this, he would pretend not to know and do nothing? Everyone looked at each other and saw a negative answer in each other's eyes. Song Kai continued, if we don't do this because of vested interests, what will happen to those who live in formaldehyde-filled rooms and whose lives and health are damaged? Who will expose this matter? I think if it was Mr. Pei, he would not worry so much, but would do it immediately, because it is the right thing to do. If there is no problem with the house of the residential group, we can ignore their slander of the sloth apartment and just treat it as a fly buzzing. But if its existence endangers the health of countless ordinary people, and we can make a sound and save the lives of these people, should we remain silent? The other three people looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. Xiao Liang was silent for a moment and said, based on my understanding of Mr. Pei, his attitude towards this kind of thing should be, just do good things, and don't ask about the future. No matter what, I guess Mr. Pei will choose to do the right thing. So, I join. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 636, Tell them, well done. 5 more chapters to ask for monthly votes. September 1st, Thursday. Pei Qian came to Moyu Internet Cafe early in the morning, drinking coffee while organizing the mind maps of various departments. There is only 1 month left before settlement. As the saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Whether this cycle can be successful depends on this last trick. Pei Qian carefully considered the current industries. Overall, there is still hope of making a loss. Of course, this is not because Pei Qian's various industries are not making money, but mainly because Pei Qian has become more and more good at spending money. As the stalls of various industries are getting bigger and bigger, Pei Qian can spend more and more directions in which to rush to spend money. Especially after these departments are profitable, the system seems to relax the restrictions on spending money on these industries. Promotion, opening branches, and expanding, giving customers discounts, etc. will become more free. At present, Pei Qian's 2 biggest sources of income in this cycle are the box office of the movie A Better Tomorrow and the $70 million from IOI. The former was used to buy a building to build the sloth apartment, and the latter was directly used to promote GOG's world server. At present, both have been spent. The last sum of money is used to organize the GOG World Invitational, which should also be spent before the settlement. Others, such as the money earned from the sudden explosion of industries such as internet cafes and takeout, are still much less than the previous 2 sources of income. After all, this kind of physical industry is a long-term industry. Even if it turns losses into profits, it is impossible to accumulate too much funds in just 1 or 2 months. Pei Qian, in line with the principle of whoever makes money spends it, allows these physical industries to continue to open branches and expand, and he will definitely be able to spend all the money they earn. Of course, no more branches can be opened in the last week before settlement, but there should be not much money left at that time. Auto technology cannot settle this cycle, and the extra money can be invested in the software laboratory and imaging laboratory there, as long as the results are produced in the next cycle. For Pei Qian, the key now is to maintain it and try not to make more money. Every extra money earned will make it more difficult to lose money at the end of the day. After using the mind map to sort out the current situation of various industries, Pei Qian felt that it seemed okay. Although this cycle has been full of twists and turns, Moyu Takeaway has made money, Jingji Hostel has also become popular, DGE Club has also made money, and Dayak Company has inexplicably done something to me. But in the end, I am strong enough and can still hold on. The next game, Struggle, is about to be released. As long as this game doesn't make a lot of money, even if it only makes a small profit, this cycle is fine. From all aspects, the chances of making a big profit are very low. The investment and struggle is too high, and it's disgusting. This kind of game is more suitable for cloud clearance, and there won't be too many people buying it. Separating the prices of the poor and rich versions can reduce some income. The most important thing is that the sales of standalone games is a very long cycle. I only need to worry about the sales in the first month. As for the sales in the future, that's a matter for the future. Take a step back and say that even if it makes a small profit, I can still throw the money to OTTO technology. Moreover, I have a special task for this cycle that can be used to reduce the system funds for the final settlement. I just don't know if the system will recognize my learning results. There is a special rule for the settlement of this cycle, that is, Pei Qian can spend money to invest in himself, up to 1.6 million. If the system judges successfully, it can reduce up to 8 times this value, that is, 12.8 million system funds, which will not be included in the final settlement. If Pei Qian's system funds were 22 million at the time of settlement, then according to the original conversion ratio, he could only get 2 million x 0.001, which is 2,000 yuan, but after adding this special rule, Pei Qian can get times equals 1.08 million. This is a world of difference. Of course, this is the most ideal situation, and Pei Qian is not sure whether what he has learned can be recognized by the system. Although Hian and Qiu Hong are both big names in the industry, and they all talk about practical things, and the value of this tuition fee has been recognized by the system, will the system think that Pei Qian has learned enough useful knowledge? This seems hard to say. Pei Qian is also not sure whether he can successfully suppress the system funds to about 20 million during the settlement. If both are possible, then this settlement will be his most successful one ever. Although it is also the most tiring one, it is all worth it. After sorting out the current ideas, Pei Qian felt more at ease. Just then, the phone rang. Ding. Pei Qian picked it up and saw that it was a message from the compensation manager of Fei Huang Studio. Senior, Director Zhu is cooperating with Sloth Apartment to prepare a video to expose the formaldehyde problem of the residential group. Pei Qian was stunned. The people in Fei Huang Studio have a strong presence. It's only been a month since the shock ended, and you've already made 2 videos in a row? Are you going to give up your work? Pei Qian was a little speechless. I still haven't recovered from the last promotional video of the Sloth Apartment. Now here again? Zhujia Group's formaldehyde room. What is this? Pei Qian frowned slightly and typed back, tell me more. Guan Peixing replied quickly. It's like this, Mr. Pei. Zhujia Group has been slandering our Sloth Apartment on the internet, saying it is not cost-effective. But in fact, the Onqing house launched by Zhujia Group has always had serious formaldehyde problems. The person in charge of Sloth Apartment, Director Zhu, and Mr. Qiao decided to expose this problem together. Looking at the detailed information sent by Guan Peixing, Pei Qian fell into silence. There is a saying that there is nothing new under the sun. Pei Qian didn't care at all about the fact that Zhujia Group slandered Sloth Apartment. It doesn't matter whether it says that Sloth Apartment is not cost-effective or not suitable for living, because Pei Qian originally wanted to persuade tenants to leave. Pei Qian knew very well that once this video of Fei Huang Studio and Sloth Apartment came out, it would be a powerful counterattack against Zhujia Group, and it is very likely that Sloth Apartment would also become popular. I can only say that this world is so magical. In some industries, if you operate in accordance with the law and are honest, even if you do not make any breakthroughs, just meeting the bottom line requirements, you have already surpassed 99% of your peers. Because these 99% of peers have no bottom line at all, Pei Qian was silent for a long time, and then typed a reply, tell them, well done. What Pei Qian hated most in his life was this kind of blood-sucking garbage. It's even more disgusting than scalpers. Scalpers disrupt the market order and are a group of termites, but they just want your money. And the company that makes this kind of formaldehyde room not only wants money, but also lives. How much more can it cost to use environmentally friendly paint for decoration and get rid of the smell after decoration? Ah? How much more can it cost? After a room is decorated and rented out, it can be rented for 3, 5, or even 10 years without decoration. During this period, even if the residential group only makes a difference of 500 yuan per month, it can make tens of thousands of yuan in total, right? It's obvious that protecting the health of consumers can also make money, but it's just a little less. Just to save a few thousand yuan per room, it completely ignores the health of consumers? Is it going to kill people? Especially since the residential group is a national chain agency, how many houses does it have? How many people will get sick, be hospitalized, get cancer, or even die because of living in a formaldehyde room? Pei Qian didn't know before, he just thought that the competition between the home group and sloth apartment was normal business competition. Okay, that doesn't matter, you can black me as much as you want, I don't care, and I'm even happy. However, if you are such a rubbish company, I'm sorry, I will kill you even if I risk making money. After replying to Guan Peiqing's message, Pei Qian was still a little angry. Perhaps he will never understand why some companies want to kill people just to make a few thousand more yuan per room in a few years, which only makes a few dozen more yuan per month on average. As a normal person, a humane person, he can't understand it. Just as he was getting angry, the phone rang again. Ding. Pei Qian picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Yuan. Mr. Pei, the inspection team of other esports clubs has come to Jingzhou. They want to discuss buying players with us. Will you come here in person? It's okay if you don't come, I can just sign a contract with them directly. Pei Qian, what the hell? Other esports clubs? Inspection team? Does this mean that there is more than one? Want to buy DGE players? Why? The other players are not live broadcast geniuses like Huang Wang. You will lose a lot if you spend money to buy them. Pei Qian was speechless. What he was worried about had happened. H4 Club buying Huang Wang was not the end, but just the beginning. Pei Qian quickly replied, I'll be there soon. He didn't trust Zhang Yuan. What if Zhang Yuan raised the price to the extreme and sold all 9 players for a transfer fee of 30 million? Wouldn't that be the end of the matter? At this point in time, an extra 30 million for no reason will put me in a passive position. Pei Qian immediately called Xiao Sun and took a car to the DGE club. In the DGE club, managers of several teams gathered in the conference room, drinking tea and chatting while waiting for President Pei to arrive. These managers all had their own little calculations. In fact, they contacted Zhang Yuan separately. There were 7 teams in total, and each team wanted to buy players from the DGE club to strengthen the team. The positions they needed were different. But Zhang Yuan thought about it. If the managers of the 7 teams came to talk one by one, how long would it take? Just invite them all together. Just make a bidding, whoever bids the highest will win, and no one has anything to say. As for why these team managers suddenly figured it out and wanted to buy players from the DG club? It's simple. They were all abused by the H4 club. After the H4 club bought Huang Wang and settled down in Jingzhou, it had played 5 days of online training matches with other clubs. Then we beat all these clubs. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 637, We are all willing to move to Jingzhou. 20,000 words, please vote for me. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Because H4 Club already has the strength of the runner-up, and the mid lane is a shortcoming, after changing Huang Wang, it instantly strengthened and the combat power jumped. These clubs were abused for 5 days before they finally confirmed that H4 Club bought Huang Wang, although it spent a lot of money, but it did not lose anything, but made a lot of money. If it continues to develop like this, H4 Club will most likely win the championship in the Global Invitational in 2 weeks. That is a huge reward of $1 million plus skin share, and super high attention. But no one wants to be a supporting role, everyone wants to be a red flower. There are still 2 weeks left, and it is definitely too late to strengthen training now. The only way is to quickly spend money and buy people like H4 Club. Other clubs will definitely not sell their baby players, because everyone wants to play in the World Championship. But the players on the DG Club side cannot play in the World Championship, and they are getting stronger and stronger. This is simply the best talent trading market. Another good news is that with the vigorous development of live streaming platforms and the entry of capital, these clubs can consider cooperating with the live streaming platforms and buying players together. As long as the live broadcast platform is willing to sign a 3-party contract and bear part of the cost, the financial pressure to buy players will be reduced sharply. Therefore, during this period, other clubs were tortured in training matches while trying to raise money. This is like starting an arms race. Others are burning money. If you don't, you are destined to be at the bottom and be eliminated by this circle. These clubs present are either old clubs with a long history or ambitious new clubs with no shortage of money. No one wants to be eliminated. If only a few clubs come to buy, what if a club buys 3 or 4 DG players at once? Then don't play this game. In this case, let's buy together. It just so happens that there are still 9 old players on the DG club side, and the 7 clubs will sit together to bid. Anyway, at least each team can grab one. By then, each team will have 1 or 2 foreign players, and no one will dominate. Who can win the championship will depend on real ability. Therefore, no matter which club it is, they will not give up this opportunity. Everyone waited anxiously. Finally, footsteps were heard outside, and a young man walked in. Zhang Yuan immediately stood up. "Boss Pei." The managers of other clubs also stood up and greeted Boss Pei, and were a little surprised that Boss Pei was really as young as the rumor said. Zhang Yuan began to introduce the identities of these club managers to President Pei one by one. Pei Qian couldn't tell who was who, and he just felt overwhelmed. Why are there so many clubs here? There are only a few esports clubs in China? I'm afraid all the clubs in the country want to buy players from DGE. It's really despairing to think about it. Pei Qian sat down in the empty seat, his expression a little hopeless. Just from the number of clubs, it's much worse than he originally expected. When these club managers saw President Pei's expression, they all had some associations in their hearts. President Pei didn't look very happy. Why? We come to buy players and give money, shouldn't he be happy? Does he mean he can't bear to part with these players? Or does he think we came too late, don't pay enough attention to his players, and are not as sincere as H4? It's bad. In either case, we have to pay more. Seeing President Pei's unhappy expression, several club managers felt a little weak and silently raised their originally prepared minimum offer. I hope that if I show more sincerity, the deal will be easier to close. Everyone knows that Mr. Pei is a man with plenty of money. What if he doesn't want to sell, because he's unhappy? If you prepare the money but can't buy the person, wouldn't that be a big loss? This situation must not be allowed to happen. Seeing the situation at the scene, Pei Qian could feel that these players had to be sold whether they were sold or not. Almost all the managers of the larger clubs in China had already come, which showed how popular the DGE players were. Even if they were not sold this time, the live streaming platform would probably come to them sooner or later. If these players were not good enough, it would not matter if they could not play in the World Championship. Pei Qian could consider keeping them for fun. But now, these players have the strength to compete for the World Championship. It is not appropriate to keep them from playing in the competition. They are all good kids. Although they stabbed him in the back, they are indeed worthy of training on the world stage. But Selling is selling, and you must not raise the price by carelessness like selling Huang. Pei Qian decided that no matter how much these people offered, he would just make the deal. Zhang Yuan coughed twice. I have already consulted the players. They still want to play in the world game, so they are willing to listen to my arrangements. As the manager of the DG club, I have brought these people up. They are like my brothers. Our club can suffer a little loss, but they cannot suffer a loss. They deserve the best treatment. So, I will name the 9 players next, and everyone will bid for them. The highest bidder wins. I believe no one will have any objection to this, right? Pei Qian, ? Wait, are we going to enter the bidding phase directly? These clubs will definitely bid like crazy. Pei Qian was stunned. He wanted to lower the transfer fee this time, so as not to make a mistake like the H4 club did, and ended up changing the bid directly. Pei Qian was silent, thinking about countermeasures quickly. Hurry up and think of a solution. If you can't think of a solution, I'm afraid you will really earn tens of millions in transfer fees. Zhang Yuan continued, first, our team captain, Jiang Huan, in the top position. Those who have played in the training game should know that he is the strongest among all our players. He is also the captain of the team and the commander, and the person with the least extra training in the entire club. Everyone bid. As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, several club managers raised their hands. Transfer fee 3 million, signing fee and annual salary 1.2 million. Transfer fee 3.5 million, signing fee 1.2 million, annual salary 1.5 million. Damn, Lao Zhang, you're paying so much right after you come in? There are other players behind, you don't want to keep a penny? Haha, don't try to fool me, I came here just to buy Jiang Huan, if you want to save money for later, you can keep it. Transfer fee 4 million, signing fee, annual salary 1.6 million. Pei Qian hadn't thought about it for 2 minutes, and the managers of these clubs were already rushing to buy. Who knew Zhang Yuan would play like this? He threw out the most valuable Jiang Huan right away? Pei Qian realized that the situation was very bad. He didn't know if Zhang Yuan's move was accidental or intentional. It was too insidious. If the weak players were shot first, then the strong players, and Jiang Huan was put last, then many clubs would definitely save money for the end. And everyone didn't know how much money the other party had prepared, so in the end, only the highest bidder would win, and the money of others might not be spent. But putting Jiang Huan in the front, the gunpowder smell came out directly, and everyone was scrambling to spend money, and the price was directly raised. This is a bit like buying vegetables. If the good vegetables are all at the back, then everyone will definitely wait and see, and then they will rush to buy them. If the good vegetables are at the front, and the worse they are, then everyone will definitely grab them from the beginning to the end. Pei Qian was stunned. Zhang Yuan, I didn't expect that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually play with psychology. Seeing that the money these clubs are asking for is getting more and more outrageous, and the transfer fee has already been raised to 5 million, Pei Qian feels that he must stop them. If this is sold, it will be too difficult for me. You can pay more to the players, I have no objection, but the transfer fee cannot be increased. However, these clubs did not increase the signing fee and annual salary too much, but instead kept increasing the transfer fee. Most of them felt that the annual salary had almost reached the ceiling, and if they wanted to snatch players, they still had to pay more transfer fees to make the DG club happy. Could Pei Qian tolerate this? He quickly raised his hand and interrupted the bidding. Stop. This way of bidding is not appropriate. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment. What was wrong with this bidding? Isn't this a normal situation where the highest bidder wins? Boss Pei, what do you think? Zhang Yuan asked. Pei Qian thought for a while and said, go get some paper. All managers, Write down the amount you have prepared and the position that needs to be strengthened most urgently on the paper and hand it to me. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. The managers looked at each other, confused. Zhang Yuan quickly brought paper and pen to distribute, and the managers secretly wrote down the name of their club, the amount, and the position that needs to be strengthened, and handed it in. Pei Qian then said to Zhang Yuan, "Tell me briefly about the results of these clubs." Zhang Yuan took the results of the training matches and reported them one by one according to the performance of each club. While listening, Pei Qian checked the amount of money given by these clubs. This gap is really huge. The club with the highest bid prepared 25 million, and Pei Qian almost thought he had seen it wrong. It seems that this club is not short of money. It probably came here to buy 3 or 4 players and was determined to win the World Invitational Championship. The club with the lowest bid only prepared 6 million, which was barely the same as H4's bid for Huang Wang. It is estimated that they really can't raise more money. Pei Qian took the paper and pen and began to quickly assign clubs to these players, and wrote down the transfer fee, signing fee, and annual salary at the back. All transfer fees are 3 million, of which 2.2 million are used to improve the club's training environment, which is the same as H4 club. The signing fee and annual salary are determined according to the strength of the players, and also take into account the financial resources of the club. The allocation of players is not completely based on the highest bidder, but is determined according to the position that each club needs to strengthen the most. For example, the SUG club, which offered the highest bid, won the championship in the last GOG competition and was the strongest. This time, they prepared 25 million and wanted to buy 3 players at once. Their top position is very strong, but they are still determined to buy Jiang Huan. For this club, Pei Qian just asked Zhang Yuan and then strengthened his jungler. Pei Qian's goal is very clear, which is to ensure that the DGE players can play as the main force without any suspense when they go to these teams. Although DGE's players are stronger than the original players of these clubs, if the original players are also strong, if the club loses the game or the DGE players don't get along well, they may consider rotation. Therefore, Pei Qian quickly divided the players, and the price was basically not much different from Huang Wang's offer at the time. The most needed positions of each club were strengthened, and each club did not spend all its budget. Especially the SUG club, which prepared 25 million, only spent 7 million. As for the transfer fee, Pei Qian only received 80 times 7 is equal to 5.6 million. Pei Qian handed the final distribution method and contract amount to the club managers. "Just follow this." The club managers looked at the amount and were all stunned. What does it mean? How come the price that President Pei finally decided is much cheaper than we expected? What does President Pei mean by this? We are all ready to bleed heavily, but President Pei just gave us an injection and that's it? Many clubs were not particularly satisfied with the distribution result. For example, SUG was determined to get Jiang Huan, but now they can't buy him even if they have money. It's a bit painful. But soon, these managers accepted this result. Because this may not be the best result for each club, but it must be the least bad result. Each club strengthened the position it needed most without spending more money. Although everyone has prepared a lot of money, it doesn't mean that they have to spend it all. It's best to save some. Since President Pei has made the decision, we can't force anyone to buy or sell. We can only accept this result. After all, President Pei is not only the owner of the DGE club, but also the owner of the GOG game. The right to host all future events, including the transfer rules of various clubs, etc., are all in the hands of President Pei. Are you stubborn with President Pei? Do you think you are not dying fast enough? Pei Qian had arranged everything and felt a little tired. He stood up. "Okay, everyone, hurry up and sign the contract. But I have one thing to say in advance. Our players are all treasures. I don't want to hear that they are bullied in your club. Okay, that's it. Pei Qian waved his hand and planned to leave. However, at this time, the manager of a club said, "Mr. Pei, thank you so much. Our club will definitely ensure the training environment for the players. We have decided, like the H4 club, to immediately prepare to move to Jingzhou." Another manager also said, "Yes, to thank Mr. Pei, our GOG branch has also decided to move to Jingzhou." Me too. This statement was immediately responded to by many people, and only two very old clubs did not express their opinions immediately, but said that they would go back to discuss it with the management. After all, the old clubs are large and powerful, so it is not convenient to run them. However, if so many clubs are gathered in Jingzhou, these two old clubs will definitely consider moving the GOG branch here. Pei Qian looked at these club managers who were extremely moved, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. Chapter 638 Struggle, a breakthrough in the expression of thoughts, a long chapter asking for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The leaders of these clubs all seem to have misunderstood. The first to say they wanted to come to Jingzhou were some small clubs that did not prepare much money. They originally thought that the money they prepared was not enough to buy core players, and at most they could buy an assistant in the command position, but they never expected that President Pei would still give them a core player to fill the position they needed most. In addition, President Pei did not ask for a high price, but directly gave all clubs a similar unified price. The transfer fee of 3 million was returned with 2.2 million to be used by the club to improve the training environment. For these relatively poor clubs, President Pei is obviously giving them extra favors and care. I am very grateful and have no way to repay. Tenda Group on President Pei's side is a big family and is not short of money. How can these clubs repay? The only way is to move to Jingzhou and support with their own actual actions. Moreover, after the H4 club moved to Jingzhou, it seemed to be playing better and better, which made people wonder if there was some magic in Jingzhou. The 2.2 million yuan returned by President Pei needs to be spent. Jingzhou has relevant supporting facilities and is the most suitable. What's more, Jingzhou is closer to Tenda, and DGE Club is a club under Tenda. Manager Zhang is President Pei's confidant. If Tenda has any policy changes or adjustments to the gameplay, the clubs stationed in Jingzhou will definitely get the news faster. Clubs gather in Jingzhou, and it is more convenient to play offline training games, and the effect of offline games is better than online games. After comprehensive consideration, these small clubs immediately felt that moving to Jingzhou was a very good choice. While the small clubs have expressed their opinions, these big clubs have also hesitated. If several small clubs have moved, will there be any problems if we don't move? Will we lag behind in training games and version news? Will we not be recognized by President Pei and not get official attention? At present, the development of esports is still in its infancy, and it is still too far away from the idea of one club home in each city. For these clubs, the best choice is to gather in places with rich resources. After the cluster effect is formed, all clubs can benefit from it. Therefore, these clubs quickly reached a consensus and decided to move to Jingzhou. Pei Qian looked confused and had a hard time speaking. What does that mean? H4 club came to Jingzhou because they were fooled by Huang Wang. What's wrong with you? The contract hasn't been signed yet, but you are all rushing to Jingzhou? You are crazy. Pei Qian said helplessly, it doesn't matter. In fact, I think Shanghai is also good. It's the same everywhere. You don't have to move to Jingzhou. The club managers were very moved and expressed their determination. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, this is our own choice. Yes, we have thought about it carefully. Now no one can drive us out of Jingzhou. Mr. Pei, we will handle the relocation ourselves and will never cause you any trouble. Pei Qian. Well, it reinforced the misunderstanding of these people, and they all got excited. Pei Qian looked at the determined expressions of the club managers and knew that it was useless to say anything now. He could only sigh silently. Okay, come if you want. Jingzhou is so big, can I add to it? Pei Qian had no choice but to say to Zhang Yuan, you can sign the contract. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. Zhang Yuan nodded, don't worry, President Pei. I'll make arrangements. In the evening, Zhang Yuan has signed contracts with other clubs, one after another. According to President Pei's request, he has also arranged a destination for the remaining 9 players. But this time, the 9 players don't have to leave Jingzhou. The 2 big clubs also called the boss. After a detailed discussion, the boss was also moved by Mr. Pei's sincerity. In the end, the 7 clubs unanimously decided to move the GOG branch to Jingzhou. Therefore, the 9 old players of the DG club only need to stay here and wait for the clubs to move before coming to pick them up. After learning that everyone was going their separate ways, Jiang Huan and others were a little sad. However, after Zhang Yuan enlightened everyone, this sentimental emotion was quickly diluted by excitement. Finally, I can go to the World Invitational. Before, Huang Wang was bought by the H4 Club and could participate in the World Invitational. These players were more or less envious. As a professional player, who doesn't want to stand on the highest stage to prove themselves? Therefore, although everyone is very reluctant to leave the DG Club, they also look forward to standing on the stage of the World Finals like Huang Wang. And the current result is already the best result. All the players have found their destinations. They all go to make up for their shortcomings, and they can sit firmly in the main force when they go. At the same time, the club has moved to Jingzhou, so it is very convenient to have frequent gatherings or visit the DG club in the future, and everyone's living habits and training habits can also be maintained. Best of both worlds. After Zhang Yuan comforted the players, he also had some mixed feelings. I just finished trying out one position, but I didn't expect to have to try out the other 9 positions soon. After this clearance sale, all 10 players in the DG club have been replaced, and there will probably be a gap in strength for a long time. In fact, the best way is to sell some and keep some, let the old players lead the new players, and sell the old players after the new players grow up, and so on, forming a perpetual motion. But President Pei's attitude is very firm, and he must sell them all. Zhang Yuan thought about it, and it really makes sense. Let the old players stay to lead the new players. Who should they keep? All the old players are the flesh and blood of the heart. Who would you not let play in the World Invitational? It seems that none of them are suitable. So, Zhang Yuan also made up his mind and let everyone transfer for the future of the players. As for the problem of talent gap, let's take it one step at a time. Zhang Yuan came outside the villa and planned to smoke a cigarette to relax. However, just as he put the cigarette in his mouth, he saw the leader Su of the H4 Club hurried over. Boss Zhang, is it convenient? Can you talk for a while? The expression of the leader Su was a little anxious. Zhang Yuan could probably guess what he was going to say, so he put away his cigarette and nodded, okay. The 2 of them came to the small garden of the villa. Team leader Su was a little embarrassed, but after thinking it over, he said, Manager Zhang, other clubs have come in groups to buy players, right? What is the result of the purchase? Obviously, among these clubs that came to buy players, H4 Club was the most panicked. After they sold everything they had to buy Huang Wang, they were originally a strong contender for the championship. But what if other clubs bought 2, 3, or even more members of the DG club at once? Wouldn't that be the end of the matter? So, in a sense, the outcome of the GOG International Invitational depends on the results of the club's purchases this time. After this purchase, the paper strength of all clubs will change dramatically, and it may even make the training before the game meaningless. Zhang Yuan smiled, Team leader Su, don't worry. He briefly introduced Mr. Pei's arrangement to team leader Su. In short, everyone bought players for the same transfer fee, and the price fluctuated, but the difference was not big. Each team strengthened according to the team's shortcomings, and there was no situation where a team crushed other teams after buying players. After listening to this, team leader Su was surprised and grateful. The surprise was that the paper strength of each club after buying players was similar, and the H4 club had a solid foundation after all, and it had a little more time to run in, and it was still a strong contender for the World Championship. What I am grateful for is that President Pei did not sell off his strong players just because the other party offered a high price. Team leader Su learned from the grapevine that SUG prepared at least 20 million to buy players this time. If they bought Jianghuan directly at a high price and used the remaining money to grab 2 less expensive players, what would H4 club do? And President Pei sold all the players at an average price. It is hard to say whether there are other considerations, but it is definitely partly because of the protection of the interests of H4 club. Team leader Su felt that H4 club was the first to buy players from DGE club, and it was considered an old customer. Although President Pei was not to blame for selling the players according to the highest bidder, this approach of taking care of the interests of H4 club was still very touching. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Thank you, President Pei. We will definitely remember this kindness. Team leader Su was overjoyed. This transfer result was also the least bad result for their club. Zhang Yuan smiled. Team leader Su, you don't have to be polite. You may think that President Pei is doing this for your benefit, but that's not the case. I think President Pei is considering the entire ecosystem and the entire environment. Team leader Su was stunned. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan thought for a while and said seriously, I think President Pei is doing this to standardize GOG's esports ecosystem. There are at least 3 aspects to consider. First, the Global Invitational is coming soon. The result of this selling will directly determine whether there is any suspense in the Global Invitational. The main purpose of Mr. Pei's Global Invitational tournament is definitely to provide the world with a series of events that are worth watching. If the strength gap between the teams is too large, the game will become a bully, which will be boring. Only by ensuring that there is a back and forth and full of suspense can we maximize the discussion among players and promote the GOG game. Secondly, prevent the Matthew effect between clubs. In the esports industry, money is not omnipotent, but without money, you can't build a dynasty just by spending money and poaching people, but without money, everything will end. However, whether you have money or not is actually a relative concept. If you have money, you can poach and buy people at will, and you can poach all the advantages. All the top players are concentrated under their own clubs, and those small clubs with no money will fall into a vicious cycle of no money, no attention, and no results. Once they fall into this Matthew effect of the strong will always be strong, the big clubs will of course be happy because they can monopolize the resources and attention of the entire league, but the small clubs will gradually find it difficult to sustain, and the gap in the entire league will become larger and larger, and they will gradually collapse, or there will be a situation of bullying at home, being domineering at home and being abused abroad. Now, the strength of each club is similar, so if the club wants to win, it must work hard in project management, personnel training, version analysis, etc. There is no absolute strong team or weak team, and the ecology will be healthier. Finally, prevent excessive capital intervention from affecting the entire esports environment. Burning money affects not only the club, but also the players. Many players were originally internet addicts, and they suddenly received an annual salary and signing fee of 1 or 2 million. This salary level is actually supported by popularity and capital. But the players may not realize this. They may be inflated, lost, and compare with each other. For some players, if they simply get a sky-high contract, while others' salaries are only 1/10 of his, can the team atmosphere be good? Pei allows all players' salaries to fluctuate within a certain range to prevent the players' salary levels from getting out of control, so that the club does not invest all the funds in the war for players, but forces them to use them to ensure training bases and supporting facilities. This will create a more benign ecology for both the club and the players. In the long run, it will be of great help to the entire GOG esports league system. Team leader Su suddenly realized and nodded frequently. Well, it makes sense when you hear it this way. Esports is still in its infancy, and there are two types of clubs. One is the older clubs that are powered by love. They have no money, but the atmosphere, heritage, and management are better. The other is the second-generation rich clubs that are involved by local tyrants. They have money, but the management is often chaotic and people are impetuous. Both types of clubs have their own problems. If they are allowed to grow freely, the second-generation rich clubs will definitely spend money to dig people and destroy the ecology, and then waste talented players with bad management. In the end, all clubs will not be easy. The road to the formalization of esports will become far away under this disorderly competition. And what Mr. Pei did this time is equivalent to preventing wealthy clubs from engaging in price wars, and they must learn to work hard on management and training players. In the short term, some interests are given up. In the long term, it can enable the GOG League to develop better. Team leader Su couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I see. President Pei's move is really far-sighted. However, although President Pei's original intention was not to take care of our club, it objectively played a role in protecting us, so we will still remember this favor. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "You train well and get better results, which is the best reward for President Pei." Team leader Su nodded, "Don't worry, we will definitely go all out to prepare for the game." September 2nd, Friday. The day before the release of Struggle. The people of Tenda Games are still busy preparing for the online release. The official platform has given enough face. Not only did they negotiate with Tenda Games in advance and set the best recommendation position, but they also allowed Tenda Games to prepare promotional materials on their own. The initial promotion and warm-up of the game Struggle has also been completed, and players are all looking forward to it. However, because of the promotional content, the players' understanding is indeed off. The promotional content of Struggle is beautiful pictures, all actions are collected by real people, diverse choices, rich strategies, complex and exciting plot, dual protagonist mode. In addition, no specific pictures of the game are posted, nor are detailed content descriptions. When players saw these slogans, they thought about it a little and immediately felt that it was incredible. What game would require all actions to be collected by real people? This is obviously a large-scale RPG or action game. Diverse choices and rich strategies, which should mean that the battle system is complex. The plot is exciting, and there is also a dual protagonist mode, which shows that there is a breakthrough in content. Based on the above analysis, this should be a large-scale action-adventure 3A game with a wonderful plot. Everyone instantly thought of some classic works of foreign game giants and was full of expectations for this game. Moreover, the name of the game was not Struggle, but the English name Struggle, which added a touch of mystery to the game. In short, the effect of the early publicity was indeed maximized, but before the game is actually launched, no one knows whether the effect of this full publicity is positive or negative. No one can guess what kind of reaction everyone will have after discovering the true situation of Struggle. Hu Xianben has been worried recently and has lost weight. As the person in charge of Struggle, he is the most uncertain. So far, Tenda Games has an undefeated myth. Every game released has achieved great sales and reputation. If this golden signboard falls on his hands, wouldn't he become the sinner of Tenda? Of course, this time, the degree of intervention of President Pei in Struggle seems to be much higher than the previous times. But even if the project fails, no one will think it is President Pei's fault. Hu Xianben will only think that President Pei has explained everything in detail, and I haven't done it well, so it must be my problem. Li Yada saw the worried Hu Xianben and sat down next to him. What's wrong? Are you worried about the new game going online? Hu Xianbin nodded, yes. I really don't know if this game can be successful. And the current promotion method seems to have only the opposite effect. Li Yada smiled and said, what a coincidence. Do you know Game Producer? Before it went online, Lu Mingliang was as worried as you, because at that time, everyone felt that there was not enough motivation to play the game after playing it once. Then, Brother Bao put forward a point of view. We think it is not fun because we are confused by the game script, have read the game script long ago, are familiar with all the choices, and have prepared spoilers in advance, so naturally we can't experience some details. But as a bystander, it feels very special. He said that this is an attempt by President Pei that is unpopular, and it may become a god because of this, or it may end in failure. President Pei is actually used this game to express some of your own ideas. As a work that transcends the times, it may succeed or fail. Even if it fails, it is not our failure, nor is it Mr. Pei's failure, but the current game market is not mature enough to accept such advanced ideas. What happened after the release of Game Producer also verified what Brother Bao said. The game market and players of our era are worthy of such a good game. Although the entire market is relatively impetuous now, we must have confidence in Mr. Pei and the players. After listening to Li Yada's words, Hu Xianbin felt much more at ease. When Game Producer was released, he had not yet come to Tenda, so he didn't know these things. Now I heard that Senior LV Mingliang had the same struggles as me, but finally succeeded, which made me feel more at ease. Hu Xianbin said, then let Brother Bao play Struggle as a bystander and analyze this game. By the way, Brother Bao went on a trip. Hu Xianbin had grabbed a life-saving straw, but then he realized that this life-saving straw is now in Africa. He couldn't help but feel a little more resentful towards Huang Sibo. Look at you, you can go on a trip by yourself, but you have to drag Brother Bao with you. Although Brother Bao doesn't work much in the game department, as the saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure. At this critical moment, the whole department is counting on Brother Bao to solve the puzzles. What should we do now? Li Yada smiled, it doesn't matter, I can roughly guess what Brother Bao would say. In fact, the game Struggle is essentially the same as Game Producer. Game Producer is a lonely expression of President Pei, and so is Struggle. It's just that the former is in the identity of an expressor, while the latter is in the identity of all living beings. Hu Xianbin sighed, but the theme of Struggle is obviously more sharp and more painful. When playing Game Producer, I felt a little annoyed at most, and felt that the narration was annoying, but Struggle gave people a heart-wrenching feeling, as if all the despair and pain in reality were mixed together and forced on me. Can players really accept it? Moreover, the core of this game always feels more difficult to understand and more complicated than Game Producer. I think, as Mr. Zhang Zuding said, this kind of subject matter seems to be more suitable for film. If it is made into an art film, it should be better than there is a bigger market. As for games, there are too many limitations. Li Yada was silent for a moment, and said, I think that since Mr. Pei chose to use games instead of movies as a medium, he must have his own ideas. Maybe it's because A Better Tomorrow is too successful, so Mr. Pei doesn't want to use movies as a medium anymore, or maybe there are some other considerations for using games as a medium. It must be because using games as a medium can express some content that movies can't express. This may be a breakthrough that Mr. Pei is trying to make. Hu Xianbin was stunned for a moment. What kind of breakthrough? Li Yada thought for a while and said, a breakthrough in the expression of ideas. In fact, every game made by Mr. Pei expresses a certain idea. For example, Lonely Desert Highway and Ghost General are satirizing the current game industry, Game Producer is reflecting on the identity of the creator, and Turning Back is the Shore tortures everyone's heart by breaking the dimensional wall, allowing players and the characters in the game to merge in mentality. We will find that the connotations of these standalone games made by Mr. Pei are becoming more and more profound and more painful, and the cost of understanding and patience required by players are also constantly rising. Hu Xianbin thought about it, and it seems to be true. There is no doubt that the games made by Mr. Pei are getting more and more discouraged. Lonely Desert Highway is just boring, and Excellent Producer becomes a provocation, and then Turning Back is the Shore becomes a multiple discouragement from difficulty to gameplay. And when it comes to Struggle, it seems that the degree of discouragement is higher than before. What does this show? Li Yada said, Mr. Pei obviously doesn't really want to dissuade players from playing, but he is gradually testing the player's psychological endurance through his expressions, so as to express his deeper thoughts. Deeper thoughts are bound to be more painful and require stronger acceptance. As a communicator, Mr. Pei actually attaches great importance to the degree of expression. A good expression determines whether the audience feels preachy or philosophical. Just like Turning Back, President Pei breaks the dimensional wall to combine the player's mentality with the character's choice in the game, and then makes this connection unbreakable through the difficulty and details of the game. In this way, players can empathize with the world in the game and accept the ideas that President Pei wants to express. And the more President Pei's games discourage people from playing, the more it shows that the ideas expressed in them are hidden deep enough. Every work of President Pei is actually cultivating players. Maybe if President Pei made Struggle at the beginning, the players would definitely not accept it or understand it. But now, President Pei has laid the groundwork with many games, and the players' acceptance is already very high. Struggle, the success rate will be greatly improved. This also proves that President Pei is not a reckless man. He does not force the expression to the players all at once, but considers the player's acceptance level. If the player's acceptance level is not enough, then cultivate them first, and then express more content after the player's acceptance level is reached. Hu Xianbin nodded frequently and asked again, then, Sisterly, what does President Pei want to express in Struggle? Class solidification? Matthew effect? Exploitation? Social irrationality? Or is it just describing a phenomenon? Li Yada shook his head, I don't know. Even Brother Bao can't immediately understand President Pei's thoughts after playing the game. Mr. Pei's game is more like a large-scale social experiment. Only when enough players participate, and each different player discusses or even argues about it, expresses his or her own opinions, and different opinions communicate and collide with each other, can we finally come up with an answer. So, let's wait and see. Chapter 639, False Propaganda and Weird Pricing of Struggle, a long chapter, please vote for me. September 3rd, Saturday. Tengda's new game, Struggle, is officially launched. Modu. Qian, who had just finished dealing with company affairs, returned home and prepared to have a good rest. Last Friday, he was supposed to go to Jingzhou to continue teaching Mr. Ma, but there were some minor problems with Qian's Mengwa game, which needed to be dealt with, and he was busy until yesterday. So, the lecture to Mr. Ma was naturally postponed to next Friday. Although it was caused by an emergency, Qian felt that this time seemed to be good. Because today, Tengda's new game, Struggle, was released. Qian is full of expectations for this game. After all, the several standalone games that Mr. Pei had made before can be regarded as benchmarks for domestic standalone games, especially in terms of ideology and depth, which have reached an extremely high level. And this time, Qian, like all other players, is full of expectations for this game called Struggle, which is mostly a large-scale action-adventure theme. Qian was just worrying about what to say to Mr. Ma in this last class. The content mentioned before is basically a high-level summary and conclusion of Qian's decades of game production experience, full of dry goods. From the conception of a game to production, and then to marketing and promotion, all the links have been discussed. But it is precisely because the content is highly condensed and all dry goods, so if this last class does not take out some more dry goods, it will feel a little lacking. It just so happens that Tenda has provided new cases again. He thought that there is still a week before he goes to give a lecture to Mr. Ma, and this week should be enough to get through Tenda's new game. Maybe he can get some inspiration from this game, or stimulate some of his dusty memories, and then squeeze out some dry goods as teaching content? It just so happens that the company's affairs have been dealt with, and he is ready to play a game to relax. Turn on the computer and open the official platform. Sure enough, the most eye-catching recommendation position on the official platform homepage is a large promotional page, which says Tenda's new game, Struggle, is on sale. It's just that there are only these artistic words on this promotional page, and there is no promotional poster. This is a bit strange. Because most game promotional pages will have posters, and putting beautiful scenes and characters in the game on them can improve the player's first impression and attract players to play. Mr. Pei is really willful, but he is Mr. Pei after all. He didn't care and clicked in. If it were other game producers, this kind of conventional promotional plan would still have to be followed, but Mr. Pei didn't need it. Anyway, even if it was just 4 small words, Tenda new game written on an inconspicuous page, players would definitely click in frantically to see it. When he came to the game details page, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because on this page, there is a text introduction and pictures of the game. Game introduction. The so-called reality is that no matter how hard you struggle, it is difficult to escape the reincarnation of fate. There are many promotional pictures of games below. These promotional pictures are very beautiful and the art style is also impressive, but the only problem is the scenes and characters in the pictures seem to be very different from what they expected. The modern urban background, many foreigners, and the clothes they wear are suits, t-shirts, sweatshirts, and other clothes that can be seen everywhere in real life. Hyunrin was a little confused. What about the large-scale action-adventure games that were promised? Indeed, some action-adventure games are modern themes, but those often take place in mysterious islands and lost ruins, and the scenes cannot be modern urban backgrounds. Judging from the promotional images, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with action-adventure games. What is even more confusing is the slogan and the Chinese name of the game. The so-called reality is that no matter how hard you struggle, you can't get rid of the cycle of fate. This sentence is too depressing. Yes, in a sense, this sentence is right. Reality is often helpless and cannot be changed by human will. However, it does not mean that this fatalistic thought should be promoted. Life is indeed often unsatisfactory, but we still have to work hard to live our lives well, because there is no option of giving up or quitting in life. Struggle is not to live better than others, but to live better than the past self. Moreover, the Chinese name struggle is instantly different from the original English name struggle. The word struggle has many meanings. Before, everyone thought it was an action-adventure game, so they subconsciously interpreted struggle as struggle and fighting. But now the Chinese name is struggle, which is equivalent to directly eliminating all the imaginations of previous players, and the final word is set, and the game is set as a realistic theme. At the beginning, before even entering the game, Heian was stunned by President Pei's amazing operation. At this point, the smarter players have realized that they seem to have been deceived by the publicity. Mr. Pei made a realistic theme, and then he was afraid that everyone would not come to play, so he made a false publicity? No way. This will not deceive players. It will not help sales, but will have a counterproductive effect. It will only damage its reputation and cause greater losses. Heian was puzzled. At this time, he suddenly realized something and dug out the information that Tenda had used in the game promotion and preheating. He looked at the promotional materials and the game introduction. He read it 3 times in a row. Heian was at a loss. Mr. Pei, there is no false publicity, everything is true. This is at most deliberate misleading. Is this a new routine? Qian found that the content written in the game information is indeed completely consistent with the content of the game itself. The reason why everyone misunderstood was mainly because of the full action collection. Everyone subconsciously thought that since they spent a lot of money on action collection, it must be an action-adventure game. As a result, it turned out to be a realistic theme. Crazy! What actions are used to collect realistic themes? Is it because they have too much money to burn? If it were someone else, Qian would definitely be furious and curse, thinking that this was false propaganda. Qian had said to Mr. Ma before that game marketing is an important part of the success of a game. If the promotion method of a game is misaligned with the game itself, it would be a devastating blow to a single-player game. What was the result? Mr. Pei's promotion of this new game was misaligned. And it was quite wrong. Qian was confused and lost. Mr. Pei made a very low-level mistake in his opinion, but it made him feel even more incredible. Who is Mr. Pei? A marketing genius. For each game, he can find the best promotion method and know how to create topics among players. Well, this must be a special marketing model. But why it is special, you have to play the game to know. Qian was about to buy the game, and found another confusing place. The dual protagonist mode is actually purchased separately? After clicking the purchase button, an introduction page popped up. One side is the rich version, and the other side is the poor version. The original painting on the rich version shows a business elite in a suit and leather shoes, shaking a red wine glass and overlooking the entire city from the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of a skyscraper. He seems to have a domineering attitude of ruling the world and having everything under control. Text description: born in a wealthy family, your struggle will be extremely smooth, but the reason why fate is unpredictable is that everyone is equal in the face of death. If you are rich, it is not recommended to buy it, you will feel boring. Price, 19, original price 29. The original painting on the poor version shows a poor man in ragged clothes, with empty hands, looking up at the towering skyscrapers on the busy streets, with a hint of envy in his back. Text description: born in a poor family, your struggle will be full of pain, struggle, and helplessness. You firmly believe that struggle can change your fate, but fate is not going to be changed by you. Whether you are poor or rich, it is not recommended to buy it, because you will only gain some meaningless negative energy. Price, 79, original price 99. The purchase buttons on both sides are separate. Obviously you can buy the poor version or the rich version separately, and there is no buy all option. Qian didn't care, isn't it just one more click of the mouse? First bought the rich version, and then bought the poor version. However, when clicking the purchase button of the poor version, a prompt box popped up on the page. There is no second chance in life. If you want to experience two lives, you can't enjoy the discount. The price of all purchases is the original price, and the total price is 29 plus 99 is equal to 128. Are you sure? Qian read this long string of text carefully, his mouth slightly open, and his face was full of shock and question marks. What does it mean? Making trouble? This pricing method is really unheard of for a well-informed veteran producer like Qian. Other dual protagonist modes are all built into the game, and you choose which one to play after entering the game. This one is better, it is directly split into two and sold. Not only that, but they also set prices separately, selling one for 19 and the other for 79, a full 4 times difference in price. But does the poor version really have 4 times more game content than the rich version? Obviously not. The most outrageous thing is that if you buy both versions, you can't enjoy any discounts. It costs 128, which is 6 times the price of the rich version that only costs 20 yuan. In Qian's opinion, this pricing strategy is also very outrageous. 19 yuan is obviously too cheap, and 128 is too expensive. If you compromise, selling one for about 98, wouldn't it be just right? Isn't this pricing strategy forcing players to only buy the rich version? Moreover, this introduction is cruel enough. The rich side seems to be hinting at some bad endings, and it is not recommended for the rich to buy. The poor side directly said that it is impossible to change fate, which is also a bad ending, and it is not recommended for the poor and the rich to buy. Doesn't that mean that no one should buy it? Outrageous. He indecisively pressed the payment button. It's expensive, so what? Am I the one who needs this 128 yuan? I will sell it at the original price, I am happy with it. I must see what good stuff you have hidden in the poor version. He guessed that since there are two protagonists and two versions, there must be some connection between the two versions. Maybe some Easter eggs and hidden endings can only be triggered by buying both versions together? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this routine must be the same as he guessed. If the two versions really have no connection, then something big will happen. Because the majority of players buy a game without thinking when they see it, most players will still be influenced by online reviews. If the first batch of players bought two versions but did not find any Easter eggs or hidden endings, they would definitely curse, and the players behind would not do such stupid things again. He felt that Mr. Pei would definitely not make such a low-level mistake, so he was more determined to guess that there must be a hidden ending if you buy two copies together. So far, before entering the game, he realized that 2 of the 4 theories he had talked about before had been overturned. Choose appropriate marketing methods for game content? No. Choose game types with high market share? No. If it was another game producer, he would have predicted that the game was doomed without even entering the game, because it was already off track at the start, so how could it possibly reach the finish line? But if it was Mr. Pei, he felt that he had to finish the game before he could draw a conclusion. Maybe Mr. Pei could overturn all traditional theories and give himself a surprise beyond imagination? He entered the rich version first. After a brief black screen, a male voice spoke in English in a faint voice. This didn't seem to be a narration, but more like the man talking to himself. My father likes to find wisdom from the distant Eastern culture. Soon after I became sensible, he repeatedly taught me 2 sentences from the distant East: poverty makes good plans, and wealth makes conscience. Also, when the granaries are full, people know etiquette, and when they have enough food and clothing, they know honor and disgrace. My father said that in the original language, these 2 sentences are very neat, concise, and philosophical. But the translated English does not feel it at all. He told me that this society is full of jungle laws. We are high up, but because of this, countless people are staring at us, wanting to see us fall and die without a burial place. My father said, "Don't trust those poor people, never." It seems that in my father's eyes, we and those poor people at the bottom have become 2 species. I don't agree with this view. Of course, I won't argue with my father, because I know that I almost didn't come to this world because of a madman, but fell from the roof of a skyscraper with my mother. Father said, "That's the poor." But I insist that it's just a madman. After the black screen and subtitles, the game screen appeared. The over-the-shoulder perspective, like that of regular 3A masterpieces, showed that this seemed to be a Western police officer in uniform, and his rank was not low. He was now inside a shopping mall, but it was empty, and it seemed that everyone had been evacuated. Several police officers in the distance waved to him anxiously. A few lines of words appeared on the wall as a guide: as a hostage expert, conduct negotiations with the criminals who took hostages. He didn't see any criminals at all. He turned his perspective and it seemed that he could only go to the open window where these police officers were. The police officers waved and urged anxiously. So, he controlled the police officer to walk over. These police officers began to help the police officer tie the safety rope with quick hands and feet, put on suction climbing gloves and climbing boots for him, and then made way for the window. The pregnant woman is in danger. The hostage taker is very emotional. If our sniper shoots, the hostage taker and the pregnant woman may fall down together. Sergeant Henry, please. He controlled Henry to climb out of the window and climb up along the glass curtain wall of the building with suction climbing gloves and climbing boots. As he continued to climb up, new mission instructions would appear on the glass curtain wall at intervals. Hostage experts have arrived at the scene. Hostage experts are ready. Hostage experts are ready to start negotiations. The higher you climb, the clearer you can hear the shouts coming from above. Don't come over, or I'll jump. Help, help. Please don't be nervous, we are here to negotiate, we can agree to your terms. The crazy roar of the criminals, the hostages crying please, and the police's words to appease the criminals with a loudspeaker, all mixed together, making people feel inexplicably anxious. Soon after the prompt hostage experts are ready to start negotiations appeared, Henry also reached the top floor and quietly came to the bottom of the criminals. The criminal was holding a long dinner knife in his hand, which was placed on the neck of a pregnant woman, standing on the edge of the building. The criminal seemed to have realized that there was a sniper, but he held the knife in his right hand and strangled the pregnant woman's neck with his left hand. If he was shot, he would fall from the roof. Henry quietly came to the bottom of the criminal, left the climbing glove on his right hand on the curtain wall, then took out his gun and pointed it at the back of the criminal's head. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the criminal's head burst into blood. Amid the screams of the hostages, the two men were on the verge of collapse. The hostage experts' negotiation is over. Henry stretched out his strong right hand and held the pregnant woman steadily, while the body of the criminal fell down the building. At the moment of falling, Henry saw his face. The despair, fear, and madness before death still remained on his face, and many emotions mixed together, making his face hideous. After pausing for a while like a slow motion in a movie, the camera followed the body and continued to fall, and fall. Finally, at the moment before landing, everything stopped abruptly and the screen turned black again. My mother was frightened, so I came to this world 2 weeks early. Some friends say that I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Some friends also say that I was born at their end. I never deny this. Because for people like us, whether it is suffering or struggle, it cannot be a topic of conversation with others. Few people will recognize the struggle of being born at the finish line. Chapter 640 Swindler, Monthly Ticket Requested. A melodious melody sounded. This background music is neither cheerful nor sad. It can only be said that it is very smooth, just like the narration read by the male protagonist and the many shots flashing on the screen. My father is a philanthropist and the founder of a luxury brand. He used to be a high-spirited man, often appearing on TV, and often appeared in fashion magazines because of his handsome appearance. Until the hijacking incident before I was born. After that, my parents became low-key, and I was well protected by them and rarely mentioned by the media. No one knows about our daily life. Soon after I was born, my mother quit her job and became a full-time housewife in order to take better care of me. No matter how busy my father is, he will take time to accompany me. My father once took a fancy to a kindergarten, but it was far away from home and it took 45 minutes to pick me up. My father could choose to let the driver pick me up, but he still picked me up twice a week for 3 years until I entered elementary school. My father tells me bedtime stories, helps me with homework, participates in parent-child activities at school, and regularly organizes family dinners after work. So, I can't really understand what some friends say, their parents are too busy so they never have time to spend time with them. Can you be busier than the president of a company? Accompanied by the male protagonist's narration, scenes flash across the screen. There is a scene where the male protagonist is born in a luxurious delivery room. The whole space is very spacious, with long sofas and furniture, which looks like a hotel suite. Nurses, nutritionists, and nurses shuttle back and forth, and the table is filled with various nutritious meals, like a sumptuous dinner. The male protagonist's parents hold the baby with happy smiles on their faces. There are also scenes of the male protagonist's life as an infant. In a mansion with a beach and a private pier, several servants shuttle back and forth, taking care of the male protagonist's food, clothing, and daily life when he is still an infant, and the male protagonist's mother also accompanies him with a smile. There are also scenes when he goes to kindergarten. The protagonist's father drove a luxury car, and the bustling city flashed by one by one. In the high-end private kindergarten, the protagonist was studying various subjects, including language, mathematics, science, art, etc. The teacher's teaching courses were rich and interesting. He would put eggs in an incubator to hatch chicks, and he could also witness the whole process of a caterpillar turning into a beautiful butterfly. Here, there are special teachers who teach all children to draw. The art theme of each month will learn about some artists, and let the children imitate these paintings with their immature painting skills. Whether they are beautiful or ugly, they will be praised and hung on the wall. Even the building blocks toy played during the break look very expensive. When I was in kindergarten, my father established a clear concept of time for me. The class time is 7:30 in the morning. If you are 10 minutes late, the school gate will be closed. If you are late, you will be fined and it will be counted in your grades. My father never lets me be late. He always tells me that there are only a few things in the world that cannot be bought with money, and time is one of them. So I must cherish every second of my time. This concept of time is always in my heart. My father does not allow me to eat fast food or wear electronic watches. I was not allowed to use mobile phones until I was 15 years old, and the daily usage time is limited. The time for playing computer games cannot exceed 40 minutes, and it can be increased to 1 hour on weekends. I tried to let my mother plead with him, but it didn't work. But he would take out all his time to accompany me to read. After a series of shots at the beginning to explain the childhood background of the rich protagonist, he found that he could finally control the protagonist to play the game. This is the protagonist in childhood, still with the same over-the-shoulder perspective as the prologue, and the content of the game in the first act is playing and living in the parents' mansion. He soon realized that this was a standard interactive movie game. All the character models here are very detailed, and all the character dialogue expressions and body movements obviously use motion capture. The extremely exquisite pictures make everything look very real. At the same time, all the UIs in the game are hidden in the scene, or integrated with the scene, guiding the player's behavior without destroying the immersion of the game. At the same time, the camera switching in the game is also very particular, using many techniques that are only used in movies. The only strange thing is that all the character styles seem to be somewhat stereotyped. For example, the appearance of the rich father and the rich mother seems to be too good-looking, and the whole family looks like a star. And the servants, housekeepers, and drivers in the family are really completely in line with the stereotype. This makes people feel a little awkward, but since all the characters are painted in this style, they are quickly used to it. As an interactive movie game, there are not many operations that can be performed, mainly walking, and pressing specific cases when specific options are triggered, that is, some more advanced QTEs. For example, in the mansion, players can play the role of a rich young protagonist and experience many things. Learn painting under the guidance of a private teacher in a special studio, learn various musical instruments such as piano and violin. Go to a private horse farm to ride horses. Shoot arrows and play with dogs on your own lawn. Attend children's parties organized by other wealthy families, and play inflatable castles, ice cream machines, carousels, and small trains with other peers in the banquet hall. Take a private plane to the African Wildlife Park to celebrate birthdays with other children, and receive mountains of gifts from high-end shopping malls. In each scene, players can control the protagonist to experience various interactive scenes, such as riding horses, playing piano, playing small trains, etc. In addition to these small games, there are many more detailed elements in the scene, such as talking with various characters, checking the surrounding books, newspapers, and news, unpacking small gifts, etc. When switching scenes, many different switching methods are also used, which is somewhat similar to the transition of movies. For example, the protagonist takes a photo after completing a group photo, and then the photo comes to the protagonist's bedside, and the next scene starts at the same time. In the middle of some transitions with a relatively large span, the protagonist's narration will also be added, that is, the protagonist's memories of his childhood after adulthood, after the childhood, it is the youth. The protagonist begins to enter high school and college, but there is no relaxed education and alcohol party scenes in the TV series. Instead, every minute of time is arranged very tightly. Not only do you have to perform well in exams like SAT, but you also have to be serious in any test in the 4 years of high school. There are also Olympic Games, sports, debates, social services. Any activities that can help you get into the Ivy League will be crowded with people and full of competition. The protagonist heard about the suicide of a classmate and learned a term, Stanford Duck Syndrome. Everyone pretends to be super relaxed and perfect on the surface, but under the water, they are kicking their legs desperately. When all you see are calm ducks, you will feel that you are the only imperfect person. There is also the so-called 4 hours of sleep, for large cups of coffee, GPA 4.0. In different stages of the game, he has to make a lot of choices. In childhood, although the protagonist's daily schedule is strictly arranged, he can choose different entertainment activities during his rest time, choose different hobbies, such as learning painting or music, and choose different entertainment modes during each holiday. And these choices seem to affect the experience of youth later. For example, if you learn equestrianism from a young age, then when you grow up, the protagonist's father will give you a private horse farm worth tens of millions of dollars. You can get a lot of bonuses by participating in equestrian competitions, and it will have some impact on the future progress. This game has the concept of funds. Some specific options must have specific funds to choose, but this restriction does not exist for the rich protagonist, because no matter how much money you spend, it will be replenished immediately. One scene after another passed quickly. While he was immersed in the game, he also lamented the waste of scenes and materials in the game. Most scenes are used once and then never appear again, such as the scene in the African safari park, where the young protagonist went there to watch various rare animals, learned a lot of knowledge, and received gifts, but after that, the scene of the zoo never appeared again. Some large scenes will be reused, such as the mansion at the protagonist's home, and the horse farm. As the plot progresses, the things that can be done in the mansion and the horse farm will gradually be unlocked, and some new content will be experienced every once in a while. But even so, in order to achieve this kind of cinematic effect, it is quite luxurious. He was able to realize that President Pei had obviously made trade-offs in this extravagant practice. Due to the low reuse rate and high sophistication of the scenes, the length of the entire game was compressed. Generally speaking, domestic 3A game masterpieces will be completed in 8 to 10 hours if they are purely story-based. Of course, some side quests or open-world games will be particularly long. The rich version of Struggle is only about 3 hours long, and the poor version should be about the same. It is like a movie that puts together many scattered fragmented scenes, and through these representative scenes, to piece together the full picture of the protagonist's life. Of course, if all options are selected, this time may double again. In the game, you can jump back to the previous scene at any time according to the progress line and play repeatedly. Similar games will have this function. After graduating from college, the protagonist can choose to fall in love with different girls and get married, can choose to work in his father's company, become a painter, musician or equestrian coach according to his hobbies, start his own business, etc. When he got married, his father chartered an island in Italy for him, spent $5 million to charter 2 Boeing planes to transport guests, booked all guests in a 5-star hotel, rented 50 special cars to transport guests, airlifted several meals of flowers from the Netherlands, and finally chose the rocks on the sea for the wedding, invited a whole international team of chefs, and even spent $600,000 on the wedding dress. At the wedding scene, players can control the protagonist to chat with the guests, and everyone will send sincere blessings, and they can personally experience the entire process of the wedding. Of course, it is impossible to make the entire island in the game. It only gives a bird's-eye view in the way of a movie-long shot, and the main scenes are concentrated in the small area of the wedding scene. But the various meticulously crafted details are still jaw-dropping. After the protagonist got married and had children, his career went smoothly. No matter which company he applied for, he would be immediately accepted, and he was promoted step by step at work. His parents retired and enjoyed their old age. During school, the protagonist met some poor friends and found that his lifestyle was completely different. These poor friends seemed to have no ambition, idleness, and did not cherish time. So, after the protagonist had achieved great success in his career, he tried to help others as much as possible. Like I said, my father believes that the world is full of jungle laws. We are high up, but there are countless people staring at us, wanting to see us fall. He said that poor people are lazy, selfish, and unreasonable, and never believe that you can make friends with those poor people. He said, stay away from them, otherwise you will get into trouble. I still don't agree with him. I know that my father's view comes from the hijacking incident before I was born, but I still think that the madman cannot represent the poor, and I will not hate all the poor just because I almost died at the hands of the poor. I know some poor friends. In my opinion, they are no different from me. Maybe the reason they are poor is that they lack a little ambition and fighting spirit. But I didn't have these at the beginning. So, I went to universities to give speeches and wrote a book, Struggle and Getting Rich, hoping that my lifestyle and wealth will have some positive influence on them. I want to tell them that money will not fall from the sky, and hard work is the only way to change your destiny. Only by not being satisfied with the status quo and not giving up any opportunities can life get better. I told them that I have been studying hard day after day, never daring to slack off, and never daring to waste any time. I told them that I never wear luxury clothes, even if they are from my father's luxury brand, and I don't buy luxury cars or hold meaningless parties. I spend every second of my time on meaningful things. Without a doubt, my views have attracted many people's ridicule on the internet. Many people think that I am not qualified to talk about struggle because I was born in a wealthy family and have never understood what struggle means to the poor. But many people also thanked me. My decades of self-discipline touched them. They said that it was my father's hard work that gave me a better environment for growth, and they also hope that they can give these things to their children through struggle. I'm very happy, which shows that everything I do is meaningful. The last scene is that the protagonist comes to a bookstore in a slum to sign books. People lined up in a long line, came to him one by one, handed over the books they bought, received signatures, and then thanked the protagonist. There were many people signing, and he had to slide the mouse every time he signed, and he kept repeating it mechanically, but everyone's smile and gratitude were different, which made people feel that this thing was meaningful. A ragged, homeless man came to the protagonist, his hands were empty. The protagonist lowered his head to sign, but found that the other party did not hand over the book, and was a little surprised. Looking up, he found that the expression on the homeless man's face was hideous and depressed, as if with deep hatred. He was stunned for a moment, because the face of this homeless man was very different from the poor man who kidnapped the protagonist's mother at the beginning, but the expression on his face made people feel very familiar. The figure of the homeless man seemed to block the light. He numbly and without any emotion took out a sharp knife from his wide pocket and stabbed it fiercely into the protagonist's chest. Screams rang out and the scene was in chaos, but the sounds quickly moved away from the protagonist, the picture spun around and quickly blurred. With a pop, the blood-stained book fell down and just covered the protagonist's face. The words "struggle and get rich" on the cover seemed inexplicably ironic. Before the screen went black, the protagonist heard the homeless man's very light but clear words. Liar. Chapter 641. I firmly believe this, please vote for me. This sudden scene at the end completely stunned Qian. When he came to his senses, the credits of the end credits had already appeared on the screen. However, what was broadcast along with the credits was not the wonderful scenes in the game, but a news report. The president issued a eulogy for the death of Jeff Elno, the current president of Luxury Group, through the official White House blog. The full text of the eulogy is as follows. Mitchell, the First Lady, and I are deeply saddened to hear the news of the death of Mr. Jeff Elno. Jeff is hardworking, self-disciplined, and has a noble character. He is an entrepreneur, philanthropist, best-selling author, and also our good friend. He is good at thinking differently and believes that he can work hard to change the world and help others. His charitable foundation has helped tens of thousands of homeless people, and his book Struggle and Get Rich has inspired countless young people to fight for their dreams. The world has lost a visionary, and he will be missed forever. Mitchell and I would like to send our thoughts and prayers to Jeff's wife, his family, and all those who love him. It is reported that Mr. Jeff Elno was brutally murdered by the murderer while signing books at a bookstore in the Bronx. Tens of thousands of people were outraged and demanded that the law severely punish the murderer. At present, the murderer's real motive for murder is still unclear. The police have not found any feud between him and Mr. Jeff. The murderer seems to have a mental disorder and refuses to answer any questions from the police. He just keeps repeating the word liar. This station will continue to track the trial of the murderer. In the last news screen, the protagonist's parents, wife, and children burst into tears at the protagonist's funeral. The rich version of the game has ended here. Qian felt a little dizzy. Gone? Ended? What does this ending mean? My career just took off, and then I'm gone? Who is this murderer? Why did he kill me? Did I choose some wrong options before, so I got a tragic ending? I always feel that something is wrong. Qian thought about it carefully. The process of the whole game seems to be okay. The transition between the scenes is very natural. The details are also very good, and it feels very immersive. The only thing is that the ending is too abrupt, and there is no foreshadowing at all before. Qian thought about it and felt that he might have missed some links and steps. If he played the second round or the poor version, he might be able to get a different ending. After all, there are at least dozens of branch lines to choose from, and there may be some other options that can change your destiny. However, Qian does not plan to play the second round now, as the ending has caused him some serious psychological trauma. The game is well done overall, and there is nothing to complain about whether it is the story, plot, lines, or picture details. The only thing is that this story makes people confused. This feeling is like going to a banquet, with good wine and food served one by one, but as soon as you take the first bite, the table is overturned. Is there something related to the rich version hidden in the poor version? Qian couldn't help but have such an idea. Although the introduction of the poor version is enough to discourage people, Qian still has some fluke mentality. What if there is something special? He thought for a moment, and still clicked on the poor version and started the game. Like the rich version, the beginning of the poor version also starts with an inner monologue. I am very grateful to my father. If it weren't for him, I might have attended Bulkin Elementary School, one of the worst public elementary schools in the country, where half of the graduates go to a middle school known as a cesspool, where more than 40% of students fail to graduate, and so it is also known as a dropout factory. There are 2,000 such dropout factories across the country, and they will continuously supply idle young people to society. In our state, 68% of criminals are high school dropouts. The state government's investment in prisons and students is a ridiculous reversal of priorities. The money spent on a prisoner every 4 years is enough for a child to finish kindergarten in a private school from K-12, and there will be $20,000 left for college. There are 70,000 homeless people in the largest city in the country. Every day, you will encounter countless beggars, disabled people, mentally ill people, alcoholics, and criminals on the streets and subway stations. 36% of them are children, and most of the remaining 64% are single mothers, and single men without children are the most common. In this country, you must first have a sum of money to keep your life going in a cheap way. If you are reduced to the point where you need to get relief, you can't find a job with relief, you can't rent a house without a job, and you can't do anything without a house. Once you become homeless, it means social death. Even if you are healthy, you can't go back to your previous life and can only wander the streets for the rest of your life. I am very sensitive to these numbers. I don't know if this is a talent or a survival instinct. Maybe the life of the poor is a series of numbers. Many poor people complain about their parents. But no matter what, I am very grateful to my father. He didn't let me become one of these people. My father always told me that I should learn from those excellent people, change the poor mindset, work hard, and not go with the flow. Struggle will change your life. I firmly believe in this. Unlike the beginning of the rich version, the beginning of the poor version is not a specific event, but a lot of fragmented scenes, depicting the scenes in the protagonist's narration in an abstract way. Next, it is the protagonist's childhood memories. Soon after I was born, my mother had to quit her job and become a full-time housewife because she was the only one who could take care of me. This situation did not change until I went to kindergarten, because kindergarten would end at 1 p.m., and leaving the child alone at home would violate the law protecting children. So, if my mother's after-tax salary could not meet the law to find a kindergarten or cram school to protect children, it would be better not to work, and it would save more money. My father works more than 10 hours a day, and I rarely see him. But his efforts are meaningful. He took me away from Bulkin Elementary School and came to a better school district. We live in low-rent housing, which is a kind of luck, because only those in the income range of 20% to 25% can live there. You must be richer than 75% of the people, and richer than the lowest 20%, which is a very demanding number. Hobbies? No, that's a number I can't afford. Accompanied by the protagonist's narration, scenes flashed on the screen. In the low-rent housing, the protagonist's mother took care of the baby alone, busy and exhausted, and the whole room was a mess. The protagonist's public school is also very different from the rich version of the private school, but what is more surprising is the after-school entertainment activities. In the rich version, the players' entertainment activities are horse riding, archery, learning music and painting, while in the poor version, the players' entertainment activities are running and jumping in the yard, riding a bicycle or playing football and baseball. Although these small games are also very fine, they become boring compared to the rich version. He wanted the protagonist to learn some hobbies instead of running around the yard every day, but soon found that he was short of money. He asked a teacher to teach the cello at home. The price was $75 per hour. Parents took their children to swimming lessons for $20 per 30 minutes, and if it was a more professional course, it was $200 per hour. Gymnastics classes lasted 30 minutes, with 5 to 10 children taking them together. The teacher led the warm-up for 2 minutes at the beginning, and the rest of the time was for parents to play with props and equipment with their children. Each class cost $20. Even these courses, which are of poor quality and not cheap, need to be booked more than 2 months in advance. For Hien, the most prominent feeling of the poor version, compared to the rich version, is boredom. Because there is no money, there are only a few options to choose from. Whether running around in the yard or riding a bicycle, you can clearly realize that you are wasting time. Similarly, the characters in the poor version are also very stereotyped, with serious obesity problems, which also fully conforms to the stereotype. After childhood is youth, the protagonist enters high school with hard work and goes to college with loans. In high school, there are more activities, you can join the choir and orchestra, and participate in debates. Although the poor protagonist and the rich protagonist work almost the same, there is a big gap in the resources they can obtain. Whether you can get into college will determine the content of the game in the later working stage. If you don't have professional skills, you can only work as a restaurant waiter, cleaner, elderly caregiver, or supermarket stocker. Even if you work 7 days a week and work 2 jobs, you will still go bankrupt. A colleague accidentally sprained her ankle while cleaning. She didn't dare to call an ambulance or even go home to rest. She could only continue cleaning on one knee because she couldn't lose a day's salary. The team leader just told her to calm down and work hard to get through it. If you want to get a job in the low-end service industry, you can only find a job in a big city, but the rent in big cities has been raised to an almost unaffordable level by the rich. If you can't afford the deposit for an apartment with a cheaper monthly rent, you can only live in a capsule hotel with a high price and daily settlement. The longer you live, the poorer you will be. Once you get sick or the rent rises during the peak season, you will be at risk of bankruptcy or even sleeping on the street. If you find a job through your own hard work and study, and earn about $4,000 a month, then the situation will be slightly better, but various expenses will still be overwhelming. Monthly fixed expenses account for 80% of all income, including 25% for taxes and insurance, 29% for rent, 26% for children's education, 5% for cars, 5% for water, electricity, and gas, and 10% for food and clothing, not including medical care. Basically, it is difficult to save $400 a month. If any accident happens, you will still be bankrupt and homeless. If you can make all the right choices and get a relatively high-paying job, then life will be relatively comfortable, but various related expenses will also increase linearly, and some expenses that were not originally necessary to spend will become options that must be spent. This is also what makes Qian feel the most outrageous. He can save a lot of money, but many expenses are still forcibly deducted by the game, such as buying luxury suits and bags for a decent job, spending $2,000 to take his child to the sea park for 3 days on his birthday. Social expenses, including the community where he lives and his child's extracurricular studies, are also a lot of money. In order to save money, he got used to paying in installments with credit cards, so that the amount of credit card payments each period was very high, and he had no idea where the money was spent. And these choices seemed to be inevitable, such as buying luxury suits and bags. The protagonist didn't want to buy them, but all his colleagues in the company were using them. If he didn't have them, he would be out of tune with his colleagues, and it would be difficult to integrate into their circle. So, the protagonist finally gritted his teeth and bought these things. At this point, Qian seemed to understand a little bit what the protagonist said at the beginning. The life of the poor is a series of numbers, and this number is a variety of expenses. However, in the end, this number collapsed. As the protagonist's consumption level became higher and higher, the sudden unemployment destroyed everything, and the whole chain collapsed rapidly. Loss of income, failure to pay back credit cards, banks to take away houses, and credit card debts that could not pay back interest continued to accumulate. So, the protagonist's living environment returned to what it was like when his father was. In scenes after scenes, the protagonist's voice sounded again. My father always told me that I should learn from those excellent people, change the poor mindset, work hard and not go with the flow. Struggle will change your life. I tried hard, but everything seems to have returned to the original state, nothing has changed. Is my struggle meaningless? I don't think so. At least, I haven't become one of the homeless. I often wonder. If I hadn't lost my job. If I had more savings. If I could spend less. If I could make more right choices, could I change my fate? The last scene is when the protagonist returns home late at night after finishing a day's work and tiptoes to the child's room. In the darkness, he looks at the sleeping child in the moonlight and covers him with a blanket. At this moment, the child woke up, rubbed his eyes with his tender little hands, and asked, "Dad, why do you come back so late every day and never have time to accompany me?" He was silent for a while, touched the child's forehead. "Because Mom doesn't have a job, Dad has to work hard to make money." The child said again, "Then when can Dad accompany me?" He said, "Wait until Dad makes enough money." The child's eyes sparkled. "Dad, when I grow up and make enough money, you can accompany me every day, right?" "Then Dad, how can I make enough money?" The protagonist was silent for a long time, and then said, "Money will not fall from the sky. Only if you are not satisfied with the status quo, life can get better. You should learn from those excellent people, change the poor mindset, work hard, and don't just follow the crowd. Only by working hard can you change your life." The child's big eyes sparkled in the moonlight, and he nodded heavily. The game ended, and a list of production staff appeared on the screen. The ending screen this time was a young man studying hard, and at the same time, another younger narration with a different voice from the protagonist sounded. "My father always told me that I should learn from those excellent people, change the poor mindset, work hard, and don't just follow the crowd. Struggle will change your life. I firmly believe in this." Chapter 642. None of He-An's 4 theories are correct. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. He-An, who spent more than 5 hours to complete Struggle in one go, fell into confusion. Is there something wrong with this game? Isn't this too depressing and sad? Or am I just unlucky, and I chose every option carefully, but I just got the worst ending? He-An subconsciously reflected on himself. Well, maybe I opened it in the wrong way. After all, interactive movie games like this will have many branch options, and the same is true for Struggle. He-An looked at the plot line in the game, which is like a dense big net with many branches. According to common sense, each version should have at least 3 or 4 endings to be worthy of the size of this game. What's more, if you buy the poor version and the rich version together, there should be hidden endings and Easter eggs. So He-An decided to run all the remaining branch lines after dinner, and he should be able to get a good ending. This feeling is like a table of dishes with delicious and unpalatable dishes. If you eat the unpalatable dish at the last bite, you have to eat another delicious one to suppress it, otherwise the unpalatable taste will always linger. I have to say that Mr. Pei's skills are quite profound. Regardless of whether the direction is right or not, the foundation is there. I thought that realistic themes would be boring to play, but the feeling after playing is not like that. Although 2 bad endings were played, these contents are still quite shocking. After playing all the endings, we can analyze what Mr. Pei's private goods are in this game, based on these endings. He-An found that he rarely felt this kind of excitement, expectation and excitement because of a domestic standalone game. He couldn't wait to eat and continue to play other endings of the game after dinner. September 4th, Sunday noon. He-An sat in front of the computer, lit a cigarette, and thought about life silently. Last night and this morning, he was playing various side quests in the game Struggle. The rich version of the protagonist chooses different hobbies in childhood, chooses different girls to marry, and chooses different careers when he grows up. The poor version of the protagonist chooses different courses in childhood, and tries to be thrifty, save money, and find a better job when he grows up. However, no matter how hard he tries and how many branch plots he completes, the last 2 endings remain unchanged. No matter what the rich do, they will eventually be killed at the book signing event. No matter what the poor do, they will eventually fall into a cycle of poverty. Of course, there are still some subtle differences between the two versions. Whether the rich make the right choice or not, it does not affect the game process, because every time they fail, the funds will be quickly replenished, and choosing a different profession is just a change from one success to another. As for the poor, the correctness of the choice still has an impact. If you keep making the wrong choice, you will usher in the end for more than 1 hour. If you keep making the right choice, you can persist for 3 hours, and then you will usher in the end after having a taste of the middle-class addiction. As for the so-called hidden ending, it is completely impossible to find it. There is no hidden ending, and there is no connection between the poor version and the rich version. Qian subconsciously thought that the one who killed the rich protagonist was mostly the poor protagonist whose dream was shattered, or the poor son, but he tried hard for half a minute, but did not find any connection between the two. There is no connection between the poor protagonist, the poor son, and the rich protagonist. In other words, whether you buy the poor version or not has basically no effect on the game content of the rich version. This is outrageous. This seems to mean you'd better not buy either of them. If you must buy, then buy the rich version. This is very unreasonable. Qian couldn't help but apply his game design theory to this game. He has told Mr. Ma 4 key points. Choose marketing methods based on game content. Choose game types with high market share. Properly carry private goods in the game. Analyze and meet market demand. From the current point of view, the game struggle really doesn't have any of them. All wrong. Qian used to think that if one of these 4 is wrong, the game will be incomplete. If 2 are wrong, sales will be worrying. If 3 are wrong, it will definitely fail. A game with all 4 wrong? Unheard of. At least, choosing the game type and choosing the appropriate marketing method are both free points, right? Isn't it a bit too outrageous to get them wrong? As for the last 2 points, the approach of struggle seems to have big problems. Qian said that carrying private goods must consider the audience's acceptance and tolerance. And what is the private goods carried by struggle? Provoking hatred? Or is it the theory that struggle is useless? Indeed, this game is indeed realistic enough as a realistic theme, including the details of the lives of the poor and the rich, which are basically completely consistent with some data in the United States. However, isn't this ending too disgusting? More importantly, advocating the theory that struggle is useless is wrong in any context. This kind of private goods, dissecting the bloody reality, does not seem to have much guiding significance, but only causes discomfort. This is what the saying kneeling in reality means. Real life is miserable enough, and I know that real life is miserable, and then you have to hold a loudspeaker and talk about it in front of me? Isn't that disgusting? Therefore, Qian's first feeling is that this is not an appropriate private goods, because this kind of private goods has no guiding significance, and it cannot be well accepted by people, but it is easy to cause backlash. As for analyzing and meeting market demand, it is even more irrelevant. Obviously, the current mainstream market still regards games as entertainment and leisure activities. You make it so heavy that it obviously does not meet the needs of most players. As for the highest level of creating demand, Qian used to think that Mr. Pei was a master of creating demand. But for struggle, creating this level of demand is extremely difficult. What's more, there are 4 questions in this paper. You got the first 3 questions wrong. How can you get the last one right? If you can get this right, I will frame this paper right now. Qian wanted to set a flag, but then he changed his mind and decided not to do that. He couldn't underestimate President Pei. If I can think of this problem, can Mr. Pei not think of it? Absolutely. And Qian subconsciously felt that this game was not so disappointing to him. If he dug deeper into his feelings about this game, he would find that there were still some special emotions in it. Qian thought about it and decided to temporarily forget the theories he had accumulated for decades, and re-examine this game from an ordinary perspective and analyze its deep meaning. Maybe his theory is outdated? At the same time, Pei Qian was also at home, using a laptop to check the first batch of players' comments on Struggle. The game process of Struggle is not long. If you buy the game yesterday, you can complete it today. Even if you work harder, you can complete all the branches. Pei Qian is very clear that the feedback and reputation of this group of players will directly determine whether the game Struggle can lose money successfully. The best result, of course, is that the players scold the game, a group of players refund, and more players refuse to buy it, or even refuse to pay attention to it. Of course, Pei Qian himself thinks that this idea seems too optimistic. The worst result is that a few players will praise Struggle and most players will not buy it. This result is also very acceptable to Pei Qian, and he thinks it is the most likely result. Pei Qian began to check the comments of players. This game is falsely advertised. I thought it was a large-scale action game, but I found out I was deceived after entering. However, the slogan is completely correct. It can only be a marketing genius. This is at best a deliberate misleading, although it is indeed very unpleasant. When did Tenda start to be so clever? Are they afraid that people will not buy the real promotion? But I think it's okay to promote this as an interactive movie game. We will still buy it and play it. Don't stop me this time. I must give a 1-star bad review. I bought the game as soon as it was released, and I played it until this morning. I was just thinking about getting a perfect ending, but what happened? I was disgusted several times. I watched both endings 3 or 4 times. I feel like my soul has been severely traumatized. The poor version made me depressed, so I thought about playing the rich version. Everything was fine at the beginning, but I never expected that I would be covered in gold foil at the end. The above person, you are good. I played the rich version first, and was fed a mouthful of shit at the end, and then I wondered if the poor version would be different. As a result, this time it was miserable from beginning to end, and I was completely sick. So it doesn't matter which one you play first, you will be disgusted, right? Is this called a game? If you want to do this subject, why don't you make a documentary or an art film? Games are obviously more free than documentaries or art films. Think about the characters, the 2 versions are priced differently, and there are many interactive experiences. These are not movies. Anyway, I praise this game. Especially the 2 endings, the liar in the rich version, and the monologue that echoes the beginning and the end of the poor version, it's great. Okay, those 2 sections do feel okay, but looking at the whole game, don't you think it's lame? It seems to be made entirely to reproduce reality games. Where is the fun of games? And the hidden agenda is too serious. Is this advocating fatalism, class theory, or the theory that struggle is useless? Indeed, I think this game may sell better in the West. After all, they like this kind of whining. Most domestic players still recognize struggle and recognize the way rewards hard work and self-improvement. The theme of this game is actually in conflict with most domestic ideas, which will cause instinctive discomfort. At this time, I think I should call on Mr. Chow. Indeed, there may be some points that I haven't noticed. If Mr. Chow can interpret it in detail, it may be more comprehensive. Pei Qian browsed through a large number of player comments and felt that the current situation was still optimistic, but a little worse than he expected. A large number of players were stimulated by the cruel reality reflected in the game, which was in line with Pei Qian's expectations, but the problem was that Tenda's long-standing reputation withstood the trend of public opinion collapse. If it were another manufacturer, it is estimated that the current critics would have an absolute advantage. But there are too many die-hard fans of Tenda games, and everyone is a brain-filled monster. These people will naturally bring a halo when playing Tenda games, and many advantages that were originally very ordinary have become special advantages in the eyes of these players. And these die-hard fans are the first batch of gamers, so they are more enthusiastic to participate in discussions and have a louder voice, so the two voices on the internet are still in a state of parity. In addition, there is another important reason, that is, the quality of the game itself is really good. After all, the Tenda game team has rich development experience, and even if it is such a realistic theme, it can be very colorful, especially the endings of the two versions, which are still quite bluffing. Pei Qian thought about it, this may also be due to the theme. Chapter 643, Leave Old Master Qiao, with no way out, asking for monthly votes. Because it is a realistic theme, you can find materials everywhere in reality. How do the rich live in the United States? How do the poor live? Just check the information and you can get a lot of details. If you put it in the game, it will be particularly rich. In short, there are two voices arguing endlessly on the internet. There are obviously many players who are hurt and disgusted by this game, but there are also many die-hard fans of Tenda who are forcing their imagination. Although there are few people, the voices are loud, and neither side can convince the other. Pei Qian is very clear that this is a turning point and must not be taken lightly. Many games before have successfully achieved this step, but as Old Master Qiao's video interpretation came out, the situation was reversed instantly, and the previous debate increased the heat. So, Pei Qian must not allow this to happen. You can see the philosophy of life from struggle, which is none of my business. After all, struggle is just a mirror, which is made completely according to real life. Players can always analyze some content from real life. But you can analyze it, don't brag, don't buy it. Pei Qian had previously taken advantage of the Qingshan to come up with a way to seal Mr. Qiao. Pei Qian said at the time that if he wanted to find what was really missing from the video of the Qingshan hostel, he had to give up the series of videos The Gods and not use it to interpret struggle. Judging from Qiao Liang's attitude, he seemed to have accepted it. Of course, as a cautious person, Pei Qian would not relax his vigilance against any possibility. What if Mr. Qiao saw the online debate and was filled with indignation and could no longer bear it, and resolutely gave up looking for what was missing from the previous video, broke the seal, and released another series of The Gods to explain struggle? Wouldn't that be a pitfall? Pei Qian would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, Pei Qian had already thought about it, and he would take the initiative. Follow Mr. Qiao's path and leave Mr. Qiao with no way to go. At the same time, Qiao Liang also played struggle in the Moyu Internet Cafe. Although he is still busy with Fei Huang Studio to make a video exposing the formaldehyde room of the home group, he still has to take time to play Mr. Pei's new game when it comes out, so as not to delay both. Qiao Liang has been waiting for this game for half a year. The video of The Legend of the Gods has not been updated for half a year. It's not that he doesn't want to make videos of games from other companies. There are so many good games in the world. Domestic standalone games are not good, but there are foreign standalone games. If you want to make a video, you can always find materials. But Qiao Liang just feels that although the 3A masterpieces of other game companies are good, they always feel lacking in flavor. As for what this taste is? I really can't tell. Because there are only two types of games from foreign companies that are worthy of being included in the works of the gods. The first type is highly anticipated before release, well received when released, and becomes a classic and enduring after release. The second type is highly anticipated before release, well received when released, and the popularity gradually fades after release. The worst games are those that are hyped up before release and disappointing after release, and this type is even less qualified to be included in the works of the gods. In short, those successful 3A masterpieces abroad are basically highly anticipated and successful from promotion to release. What's missing? Qiao Liang thinks that it lacks a little reversal and expectation. A game has attracted much attention since the promotion, everyone knows that it is a good game, and most people can analyze what is good about it. At this time, it always feels boring to make a video interpretation. No novelty, not special enough. On the other hand, all of Pei's games were controversial when they were first released, but after digging out the deep meaning and interpreting it, the entire public opinion was instantly reversed, and all the shortcomings became advantages. This kind of reversal and sense of expectation are the elements that Qiao Liang cares about the most. He also tried to make successful foreign games, but he always felt that they didn't have the flavor, the kind of excitement that belonged to President Pei. Therefore, Qiao Liang, who regarded the work of the gods as the most precious brand, didn't want to use some good-looking videos to make up the number. This has little to do with the quality of the game, but has a lot to do with the way the video is interpreted. It doesn't mean that a good game will definitely make a good video. So, this matter has been put on hold. However, seeing the game struggle and the fierce debate on the internet, Qiao Liang suddenly burst out with the passion for creation again. Using the work of the gods series of videos to interpret and turn all the shortcomings into advantages, this is my mission. If the core players of Tenda games are all brain-filled monsters now, and they all have their own aura when looking at Tenda games, then Qiao Liang is obviously the strongest among the brain-filled monsters. After playing the game Struggle, he also has a lot of content to say. However, he fell into hesitation again, and this hesitation mainly came from three aspects. First, the content that can be analyzed in the game Struggle is too complicated, not as clear as turning back is the shore. Qiao Liang thought about it casually and came up with at least 10 points that could be analyzed, such as wealth, the gap between the rich and the poor, chicken soup for struggle, the importance of education, exploitation and hatred between classes, why don't the rich eat meat, but these questions seem too loose. The game Struggle gives Qiao Liang the feeling of a mirror, showing the cruelty of reality, but there is no clear expression. It seems that there is no theme and focus. Of course, it seems that there is nothing wrong with just a mirror. As a realistic game, sharply exposing reality itself is also a meaning, but for Qiao Liang, how to make this video? Explain all the key points? It is better to say that it is an analysis of reality than an analysis of the game, lacking a good theme and entry point. This video is very difficult to make. Secondly, Mr. Pei said that if you want to find what is missing in the video of Jingji Hotel, you must give up the work of the gods and give up explaining Struggle. If you don't listen, you may lose the opportunity to find the problem of the video of Jingji Hotel forever. Finally, he is still busy making a video with Fei Huang Studio to expose the formaldehyde room of the residential group. If it is just to try the game, you can take time. But making 2 videos at the same time is equivalent to doing 2 things at the same time, and you can't devote 100% of your energy to both sides. So, Qiao Liang fell into a dilemma. In the past, when Mr. Pei's games came out, he would quickly accumulate a lot of materials and produce a video in no time. But this time, he felt very frustrated and felt that he was not well prepared. Qiao Liang planned to read the comments online, maybe he could get some materials and inspiration. Whether it was criticism or praise for Struggle, it would help him better understand the meaning of this game. After all, everyone's experience is different, and playing Struggle will see different content. However, after reading some mixed reviews from players, Qiao Liang suddenly found something that shocked him. The official Weibo of Tenda Games posted a long Weibo about Struggle. Struggle is a realistic game, it is like a mirror, reflecting the reality of life. The game itself does not have a clear theme, the designer's goal is to allow every player to see different content in the game. Everyone is welcome to actively interpret the meaning contained in the game, such as the meaning of education, class solidification, exploitation, and the nature of poverty. The official will continue to pay attention, excellent answers will be selected, and will receive surprise rewards of free orders for the 3 games: Game Producer, Turning Back, and Struggle. Not long after this Weibo was posted, players have already started to participate enthusiastically. Although there is still a lot of controversy about the game Struggle online, there are many die-hard fans after all. They have been trying hard to think about the connotation of this game. Now that they see such a generous reward, their enthusiasm for participation has been fully mobilized. Some comments from players have even been selected by the official. One thing that impressed me very much is that the poor and the rich in the game have actually become two highly divided groups, and the two groups of people cannot understand each other. Just like the rich version of the protagonist thinks, how can I have no time to accompany my children? Can I be busier than the president? But the story of the poor version tells us that many poor people are indeed busier than the president, because the president can arrange his own time, but the poor cannot. They have to work more than 10 hours a day, and they will fall into the abyss if they relax a little. And the tragedy of the rich protagonist is precisely because he has never understood what kind of life the real poor are living. This long comment was selected and forwarded by the official Weibo, and received a surprise gift package of 3 games for free. Qiao Liangren was dizzy and almost swore in anger. What does this activity mean? Are you trying to steal my job? You are wasting materials by doing this. What a waste of resources. Many connotations can be expressed in a certain way to gain resonance. Qiao Liang was very good at this when making videos. He first set up suspense, laid the groundwork, unraveled the story, and finally revealed the truth. However, the official activity now is like taking out the story outline of a wonderful novel and spreading it in front of the readers. Many things need to be laid out for a long time before they are interesting. What's the point of just throwing out a story outline? But the official practice now is to encourage all players to search for these points in the game and then throw them out dryly. Players have already seen these contents. If Qiao Liang uses these materials to make videos, the feeling will be completely different. Players have been spoiled. As soon as you open your mouth, many people already know what you are going to talk about. How can you play this? What's more excessive is that the official Weibo directly said, "Struggle is a mirror, and there is no clear theme itself." Doesn't this sentence mean that the official has no theme for struggle? Then if Qiao Liang finds a suitable theme and puts it in the video, wouldn't it conflict with the official definition and prove that he is overinterpreting? The multiple blows from President Pei have made Qiao Liang confused. Many ways to interpret struggle have been blocked by President Pei's mobilization of the masses. Chapter 644 Struggle is a textbook for game producers, 1/10 for Shizhong Wu Mu. At the same time, Hian, who was thinking, also saw this Weibo from Tenda. Strange, what does this Weibo mean? The official directly said that there is no clear theme, but just a mirror? Oh, how is it possible? This kind of rhetoric can deceive ordinary players or ordinary up-hosts, but it can't deceive professionals like me. This Weibo should have caused great trouble to many up-hosts who want to interpret struggle. It's no wonder, because the interpretation of this game has completely exceeded their knowledge scope, and it requires very professional game design knowledge to explain it clearly. And this Weibo is more like making some kind of restrictions and making some kind of distinction. All interpretations of struggle can be divided into 2 parts. One is to interpret the real problems reflected in struggle, the other is to interpret the true meaning of the producer of struggle. And this Weibo allows all players to participate in the interpretation of the first part, and only professionals like me can see the second part. Hian would not understand this Weibo post literally. The reason is very simple. He recognizes a simple truth: any creator will have his own ideas in his work. A literary work, whether it is a game or a movie, can be a mirror, but there will always be the creator's own thoughts projected into it. In other words, any material, after being processed and created in a certain artistic form, will have the creator's personal color. It's just a matter of more or less. Humans are subjective animals, and no one can be absolutely objective. It is impossible not to have personal ideas, because that means that the creator has no thoughts of his own, and his work has no soul. Struggle is obviously not a work without soul. What this Weibo post emphasizes on the surface is obviously contradictory to the actual content of the game, struggle. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Since it is inconsistent with common sense, it means that there is another hidden story. And this hidden story cannot be analyzed by ordinary game enthusiasts and hosts. Only game producers like Qian, who have been deeply involved in the game field for many years and have reached the peak of game creation theory, can analyze it. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the details. In Qian's opinion, everyone's previous interpretation of Mr. Pei's game only stayed at the level of watching the fun, because all the puzzles set by Mr. Pei before were actually in the game itself. But this time, the puzzles set by Mr. Pei are in the deep structure of the game, in the integration of the game and reality, and even in the basic theory of the game. If ordinary game enthusiasts do not understand the basic theory of game production, how can they analyze it? That's why they feel at a loss. Before, Qian felt that this game gave him a special feeling. Although it did not meet all four basic theories, it still did not make him feel that it was a failed game. Why? After carefully studying the content of this game and comparing it with the four basic theories, Qian suddenly realized a problem. Mr. Pei actually went to death and reborn on the premise of violating all four basic theories, and completed the reversal with a great wisdom. It seems to violate all four basic theories, but in fact, it has reached the requirements of these four basic theories at a higher level. This is the stage of seeing the mountain as a mountain, directly crossing the stage of seeing the mountain as not a mountain, and seeing the mountain as a mountain. After analyzing, Qian felt that these contents were really suitable for teaching Mr. Ma. Because those four basic theories were the experience summary of general game makers, but Mr. Pei was the one who broke the stereotyped experience, and he broke all four of them at once. Qian felt that it would be a waste to use such wonderful content only to teach Mr. Ma. It deserves to be a textbook for all game makers, so that all domestic game makers can make progress together. I think Mr. Pei should have this deep meaning in making this game. So, Qian decided to explain the content of this course in detail, put it online, and teach all game makers a lesson. Of course, this may not be good for Mr. Ma. After all, Mr. Ma has paid tuition. But it doesn't matter, at most he can refund Mr. Ma. It doesn't matter if he refunds the money for a class and lets Mr. Ma learn knowledge at the same time. Qian's lectures were not originally just for the tuition. Thinking of this, Qian began to prepare an analysis article on struggle. Or to be more precise, it is a subversive game design theory expressed by Mr. Pei through the game struggle. And this set of game design theory can be said to be a spiral transcendence of all the game design theories that Qian has talked about before. It seems to overturn all the previous basic theories at a higher level, but it coincides with these basic theories. The title of the article is, Struggle Subverts and Transcends All Traditional Game Design Theories. At the beginning of the article, Qian did not introduce himself, because he has his own Weibo account, a large number of players and fans, and in the domestic gaming circle, there is almost no producer who does not know him. Therefore, he does not need to introduce himself, he only needs to write his content as it is, and naturally countless people will spread it. I've been playing Struggle recently, and I've gained something that I want to share with you. Struggle completely subverts traditional game design theory and pushes the theory to a whole new level. Strictly speaking, it's not entirely a game for players. It's more like a textbook for all game makers to learn from. Only game makers who understand the basic theory of game design can understand this textbook, so it's normal for ordinary players to not be able to see through it or understand it, because ordinary players lack sufficient theoretical reserves. Next, I will analyze from the perspective of a game maker why this game can be regarded as a textbook for all game makers to learn from. First, let's start with this official Weibo. The official said that Struggle is a mirror and does not have a clear idea. Many people think that Struggle really does not contain any personal ideas, and any analysis of its inner ideas is an overinterpretation. This is obviously wrong. Because all literary works in the world are created by people, and when people create literary works, they always project their own thoughts into them to a greater or lesser extent, otherwise the work will not take shape. Just like if you want to write a novel, you are writing about the protagonist making a certain choice. What is your basis? Simple emotional instinct? Reader's demands? Or the overall intention? There is no doubt that you can't create a work without a purpose. When you write a certain plot, you will always subconsciously project your own thoughts onto it. So, the official said that struggle is a mirror, which means that it will reflect the various aspects of life, and everyone can see different things in it. The official does not want to force you to accept certain values. However, since it is a literary work, struggle must contain the content of the creator's subconscious mind. The only question is, what is it? And this is the key to the subversion of traditional game design theory by the game struggle. This game has subverted at least 4 aspects of the basic theory of game design. Its promotion method is misaligned with the game content. It chose a rare, unpopular, and thankless game type. Its game content exceeds the tolerance of most players, making people feel uncomfortable instinctively. Its existence does not meet the needs of most players, and it fails to achieve the purpose of entertainment and relaxation. These contents involve some basic theories. Welcome all producers to explain in detail. I will not go into details here. If a general game violates these 4 basic principles, then it is an absolute garbage and no one will like it. However, many people, including me, do not think that struggle is a failed game. Considering that these are very basic theories, it is impossible for Mr. Pei, as a successful game producer, not to know. So, I have reason to believe that Mr. Pei did this on purpose. He used this show-off method overturns all basic theories, and then achieves the integration and unification of all theories at a higher level. That's why I say that struggle can be seen as a textbook for all game producers, because all game producers can learn something from it. Then how does Mr. Pei achieve the integration and unification of all theories at a higher level? This technique has actually been used in Turning Back on the Shore, called breaking the dimensional wall. It's just that in Turning Back on the Shore, this technique is very obvious, and players with strong perception can feel it after careful consideration. This time, this technique is fully integrated into the game and the underlying concept of game design, so only people who understand the basic design theory of games can understand it. This method of breaking the dimensional wall is progressive. First of all, the game's promotional method is to break the dimensional wall. Do you still remember that when promoting the game struggle, it was obviously misleading? In fact, President Pei hinted at a truth through this promotional case. Sometimes, you don't necessarily need to tell lies to deceive people. Telling only part of the truth can also deceive people, and the effect is even better. When President Pei promoted struggle, he told part of the truth. On the surface, each one seems to be true, but when combined together, it completely changes the taste. In the game, the rich version of the protagonist emphasizes struggle, but in fact he only told part of the truth. Even he himself did not clearly realize this. His success is indeed related to his own struggle, but if he did not have his father's education and abundant resources, could he still achieve such success? Obviously not. So, players think that President Pei is a liar, and the poor man who killed the rich man in the game also thinks that the rich man is a liar. After understanding this, it is not difficult to understand why the poor man said liar at the end. On the surface, the rich man talked about struggle, and everything he said was true, all of which were his own personal experiences, but it is precisely because this is a partial truth that the misleading of people is even more terrible, so the poor man who killed him was so angry. Secondly, the expression form of the game also breaks through the dimensional wall. The game is completely based on the social reality of the United States, and the details of the lives of the rich and the poor are completely presented in reality. In the process of playing the game, you will naturally have a very close connection with reality. We will think that the protagonists of The Rich and the Poor are like living people, existing in reality, and such a story happens, is completely reasonable. And a large number of details added to the game allow everyone to see the shadow of reality in the game, see what has happened to themselves, so that the content of the game is highly integrated with the content of reality. In the hearts of 1,000 readers, 1,000 Hamlets have been created. Finally, the content that the game maker really wants to express is also hidden in the game. If you can find it, you will know that this also breaks the dimensional wall. How many people have noticed the luxury logo that runs through the whole game? How many people have noticed that the opportunity for the poor to change their destiny actually exists in reality, but in the game, it is completely deprived by the mechanism of the game itself? Chapter 645, The Pinnacle of the Artistry of Domestic Standalone Games, 8,000-word chapter. Please vote for me. So, what is the content that the game makers really want to express? It's actually very easy to distinguish. The real-life problems reflected in the game are what the official is collecting in the Weibo event. This is the role of the game, struggle, as a mirror. It reproduces real-life elements so that everyone can see reality through this game. But if it completely reflects reality, obviously documentaries or non-fiction films will be a better carrier, which can more objectively present all the content to everyone. And struggle is a game. The reason why it uses games as a carrier is because the makers can combine the content they want to express with the game mechanism. So, those parts that are combined with the game mechanism are the content that the makers really imply through this mirror. Next, there are a series of questions and answers. These questions are all unreasonable places left in the game by the makers. It is precisely because of the unreasonableness that they are puzzles. Everyone can think about the meaning behind them. 1. Why is the game divided into a poor version and a rich version, with different prices, and a rule that no discounts can be enjoyed if the two are purchased together? On the one hand, it is because pricing itself is a form of performance art, such as emphasizing that there is no second chance in life. We can choose the game, but we cannot actually choose our own life. On the other hand, it is because encouraging the poor to buy the rich version and the rich to buy the poor version allows each other to not be confined to their own world, but to truly empathize with each other's living environment. In the game, the living environments of the poor and the rich are so different that they can no longer understand each other. The rich protagonist asks why the poor can't take time to spend with their children. Can they be busier than the president of a large company? This is because the rich protagonist has never really put himself in the shoes of the poor, so he cannot understand why the poor at the bottom cannot manage their own time. The poor protagonist believes that as long as he strives, he can get a better life. He should learn from excellent people and change the poor's mindset, and then he can change his life. This is because the poor only see the efforts advocated by the rich, but often ignore the support provided by the vast resources behind the rich. Many rich people advocate that their wealth is zero outside of hard work and that they started from scratch, but the poor still believe it. Why? It is because the poor cannot know how much benefit the rich have brought to the rich through their connections, way of thinking, educational background, etc. Including the murderer who thought the rich was a liar, it was because he originally believed in the rich, but later found that the rich only told part of the truth. Therefore, this pricing strategy itself is to encourage the poor and the rich to experience each other's lives in the game, get out of their own cognitive blind spots, and look at this problem from a more comprehensive perspective. This approach is to break the dimensional wall and use real-life decisions to determine your experience in the game. This approach can only be achieved through games as an artistic medium. 2. Why is the English name of the game struggle? This is precisely the wonderful thing about language. If it simply expresses the meaning of struggle, then fight or strive are obviously better. These two words are more positive and more in line with the original meaning of struggle. But the word struggle not only means to fight, but also means to struggle. Combined with the all-English story background, it is easy to find that this is actually a pun: the rich struggle, while the poor struggle. After understanding this meaning, when you look back at the Chinese translation of struggle, you will find that it is even more ironic. You will know that although they are both struggles, the struggles of the rich and the struggles of the poor are not the same thing at all. The struggles of the rich are in the misty clouds. When they want to struggle, they fly up. When they don't want to struggle, they lie down and roll around. But no matter how hard they struggle, they are still in the clouds. And the struggles of the poor are in the quagmire that keeps sinking. Trying hard only prevents them from sinking further. Once they stop, they will be swallowed up by the quagmire immediately. 3. Why are the characters in the game so stereotyped? When playing games, you will find that the rich are all handsome. Handsome, glamorous, and different poor people all fit our stereotypes of this kind of people. Even the game's painting style exaggerates the appearance, demeanor, and expressions of each character, making them no longer look like a living person, but a mask. This is obviously not in line with the theme of the game, because realistic themes want to highlight the sense of reality, so they must be as real as possible, and the facial characters and exaggerated artistic expressions will weaken this sense of reality. On the one hand, it weakens the player's discomfort, and on the other hand, it also allows players not to be too addicted to the perspective of the character itself, and to look at these problems from a higher dimension and a more detached mentality. The stereotyping is a highly condensed image of each character. At the same time, it also symbolizes that the story of struggle is a highly condensed story of many stories. In the game, each facial makeup represents a certain type of person, and the game also uses the life of a poor person and a rich person to reflect the lives of all poor people and all rich people. And this is obviously a symbolic implicit expression, just like the way of propaganda. 4. Why does the game have only one ending, and it cannot be changed? The rich will be killed no matter what choice they make, and the poor will fall into a cycle of poverty no matter what choice they make. At first, I thought this was a fatalistic thought, implying that no matter how hard people try, they cannot change their fate. But I soon realized that this was obviously wrong. The reason is very simple, because the creator of this game, Mr. Pei, cannot be a person who believes in fatalism. Although I have never met Mr. Pei, anyone who knows a little about the inside story knows that Mr. Pei is different from the rich protagonist in the game. He is truly self-made. From Lonely Desert Highway to one successful game after another, and then to one industry after another, we have witnessed the rise of Tenda in the past 2 years. No matter how hard we try, we can't find any signs of capital intervention. All signs show that Mr. Pei was born into an ordinary working class and started from scratch step by step. Mr. Pei himself is a person who has changed his life completely by himself. How could he promote a fatalistic idea? It's like a diligent student who gets 100 points in every subject, but tells you every day that studying is useless. Do you believe it? If you use your brain a little, you will know that this view is completely untrue. Then why is there only one game in the game? As I said before, the game uses the life of a poor man and a rich man to reflect the lives of all poor people and all rich people. Everyone's life is different. The difference between poor people and rich people is huge. So once the multiple endings are allowed, it will dilute the ideas that the game wants to express. The game forcibly stipulates the only ending for the poor and the rich. There are 2 considerations. First, like most stories and movies, a single ending can ensure the integrity of the whole story and allow the creator's ideas to be expressed. If the ending is not limited, the beginning and the end of the game cannot echo each other. The kind-hearted rich man ends up in tragedy, and the kind-hearted poor man also ends up in tragedy, which makes the story more tense. If a happy ending is used, the tension of the whole story will be diluted, and the idea that the creator wants to express will go astray. Second, this is a more advanced fatalism. It does not emphasize that people cannot change their own destiny, but emphasizes that in this social environment, the choice of an individual cannot change the entire class. The rich may die suddenly, or they may enjoy their old age in peace, and even most of the rich will enjoy their old age in peace. However, the hatred between the classes has been established, and the hatred of the poor for the rich is irreversible, so killing the rich will become an inevitable event, but it is not easy to change the fate of the rich. It's just the difference between who kills the rich and which rich person is killed. The poor may become rich or go bankrupt, but the relationship between the poor and the rich remains unchanged. Just like in the game, if the poor are always exploited by the rich in various ways, then it is inevitable that the poor will always be poor. Even if there are individual exceptions, from the perspective of the entire group, it will become increasingly unsolvable. Therefore, the game deliberately locked the ending, allowing us to open various branches in the game over and over again, make different choices, and find the hidden plots of the two versions, but in the end nothing changed. Why can't we change the ending? Because the game mechanism is restricting us. And by extension, the poor in the game cannot change their lives through hard work, because the game mechanism of the entire society restricts them. Here, the dimensional wall of the game is broken again. In a certain game rule, no matter how hard you try, you will not be the real winner. 5. There is only one clothing brand that appears repeatedly in the game. What does it represent? Many people should have seen the brand Luxury, which is the golden LL logo. This is the only brand that appears in the game. It is a luxury brand managed by the rich protagonist's father and inherited by the rich protagonist. It has also appeared on many characters. From the perspective of the game, he said that players have very limited memory, and if two brands are made, they are likely to be confused, so the best way is to have only one brand representing luxury goods, and the ones without labels are ordinary products. This is the basic concept of game design, Occam's razor, expressing a certain content in the simplest way. But this expression is magically integrated into all aspects of the game, and it is not just a decoration. Have you noticed the biggest difference between the rich version and the poor version? In the rich version, no matter how you choose, you will only change from one success to another. In the poor version, if you make a wrong choice, you will immediately slide down and usher in the end of the poverty cycle in advance. What is the difference? The game has actually given a hint, it's about numbers. For the poor, life is a long string of numbers, because they have to be thrifty to keep the chain of life running. Once a number is wrong, it will trigger a chain reaction, causing the entire chain to collapse instantly, and all previous efforts will be instantly reset to zero. On the other hand, the rich, no matter what choice they make, no matter how much money they spend, will immediately have more funds to make up for it. Therefore, the game mechanism has been controlling the number of game money, constantly getting the struggling poor back on track, trying to make the money number reset to zero, and finally ushering in the only ending. Why is it that as the income of the poor grows, his expenses are also increasing? Some people think that it is because many poor people lack financial awareness and are brainwashed by consumerism. But we must note that we have no choice at all for many expenses in the game. For example, why should the poor spend a month's salary to buy a luxury suit, a belt and a briefcase? Does he really need these things? Can't cheap things be used? Yes, he really needs it. Because in the game environment, if he wears cheap clothes, he will be excluded and isolated by his colleagues and people around him, and he will never be able to integrate into that circle. That's why many people have to maintain respectability, because respectability is not just a matter of face, but also a matter of real interests. Yes, this is the consumerism we are familiar with. And the brand Luxury is the cohesion of consumerism and a concrete symbol. In the game, whether it is the poor or the rich, they all wear this brand. The only ones who don't wear it at all are the homeless. The poor protagonist is once you find a better job, you must change into luxury, live in a better house, and drive a better car. Because if you don't do this, the people around you will constantly remind you in a malicious or kind way. Malicious people will stay away from you, exclude you, and prevent you from entering certain circles. Kind people will remind you and tell you why you need these things. So, whether it is the poor protagonist or the player, there is no choice. This is another design that breaks the dimensional wall. You are very angry because you obviously made the right choice, but you still can't save money. Yes, the poor protagonist in the game feels the same as you. What's even more ironic is that the rich protagonist never wears luxury. Is it because he is more self-disciplined? No. Because he is the son of a luxury president, he has a private horse farm, so what does it matter if he wears luxury? No one doubts whether he can afford it. It's normal for him to wear it, and he supports his own brand. If he doesn't wear it, he has the virtue of simplicity. The rules and regulations for the poor do not exist for the rich, because no matter what the rich choose, it will become a virtue under the blessing of a certain halo. Even if you think about it more deeply, the rich don't wear luxury, but they use this brand. The high profits from playing cards are endlessly harvesting all the poor. The rich are desperately promoting consumerism and the quality of luxury goods, making you feel as if you can have the same life as the rich if you use luxury. It even makes the entire group form a consensus and spontaneously exclude the poor who cannot afford luxury. This in itself is a cage for the poor and a set of game rules that the poor cannot break. No matter what choice, the rich will win. It's like playing dice. The poor are relying on luck, while the rich will always get 6 points on each side, no matter how they roll. 6. Are there really only 2 classes in the game? Obviously not. I believe many people are trying their best to find the connection between the rich protagonist and the poor protagonist, and even think that the rich protagonist was killed by the poor protagonist or the poor protagonist's son. But the game is desperately denying this. You can't find any connection between the poor and the rich. Why? Because this is not a complete closed loop. There is actually a third class in the game, the homeless. You will find that it is the link connecting the entire closed loop, and it actually runs through the game and is everywhere. In the beginning and ending of the rich version, the people who kidnapped the protagonist's mother and killed the protagonist are all homeless. In the beginning and ending of the poor version, the protagonist's father, the protagonist was grateful to his father for not becoming a homeless person. The protagonist struggled all his life and deceived his son to continue struggling, all for the sake of preventing himself and his children from becoming homeless. Just like my previous metaphor, in this game, there are not only rich people in the clouds and poor people struggling in the quagmire, but also homeless people who are completely swallowed up at the bottom of the quagmire. The poor told us at the beginning that these people at the bottom of the quagmire are dropouts from sewage pool middle schools, prisoners in prisons, beggars and mental patients on the subway, and homeless people who are socially dead if they take relief and can only live on the streets for the rest of their lives even if their hands and feet are healthy. Once the poor give up, they will become homeless, so they have to struggle hard in the quagmire. Struggling may not necessarily help you climb up, but if you don't struggle, you will definitely sink. The faster you give up, the faster you sink. So why did the poor protagonist say that to his child? Doesn't he know that he has been deceived by his father's lies all his life? Maybe he has a fluke mentality and thinks his child will be different. Maybe he just has to tell this lie. Because if he tells his child that struggling is useless, then his child will sink and become one of the homeless, and the protagonist knows very well how miserable that life will be. So, the poor protagonist has no choice but to tell his child to struggle. If you look at the results, this struggle is meaningless because it can't get you to the clouds, but if you look at the bottom of the quagmire, you will know that this struggle is meaningful, it at least keeps you from sinking. As for the rich protagonist almost died when he was born, but he never believed what his father said. He met poor friends and worked hard to write books to help those poor people change their fate. But he didn't realize that it wasn't the poor who kidnapped his mother, but the homeless. It wasn't the poor who killed him, but the homeless. He could make friends with the poor in college, but he couldn't even look at the beggars in the subway. So, he thought the rich could make friends with the poor, which was right, but he didn't realize that the rich and the homeless were the ones who couldn't understand each other and became two different species, and the poor were only the ones that emerged from the quagmire that he could see, and there were more people slowly rotting under the quagmire that he couldn't see in the clouds. The most ironic thing is that it is the rules of the game set by the rich that make the poor homeless. So, the homeless man said that the rich protagonist was a liar, because in the eyes of the homeless man, this person advocated struggle while taking away everything from him. And this is something the rich protagonist will never understand. 7. In the game, there is only one kind of relationship between the poor and the rich. So, how many kinds of relationships between the poor and the rich does Mr. Pei want to express? This is the last question, and it is also the final content that the game maker wants to express after combining all the above details. In fact, Mr. Pei has already expressed this aspect. Do you still remember the movie A Better Tomorrow? That scene is even more tragic than struggle. It is conceivable that if the society in struggle develops for a few more decades, it will become a better tomorrow. In A Better Tomorrow, there is an Easter egg at the end, where someone throws a gun into the protagonist's room. The implication is obvious, that is, when social contradictions reach the level of a better tomorrow, the poor have only one choice. In struggle, there is no similar choice, because the environment they describe is different, and the focus to be expressed is different. Violent resistance cannot cure all diseases, and is not the best choice in any situation. In the environment of A Better Tomorrow, this may be an option, but in struggle, there is no soil for such possibility. We can imagine that even if this poor person chooses to fight, it is nothing more than becoming the next murderer who is locked up for saying liar and is condemned and criticized by tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, which will only make his situation worse. So, is there a third situation? In fact, there is. That is the real world we live in. In the game, the poor have no channels for upward mobility, but in reality, we do. In the game, the poor cannot fight against consumerism, but in reality, we can. In reality, most people don't define a person by his clothes, clothing, and luxury goods except for a few people who are deeply influenced by consumerism. So, the solution that does not exist in the game does exist in reality. In the game, the poor have no choice but to continuously increase their consumption level. In the end, due to some unexpected factors, the numbers in a certain link are wrong, and everything collapses and returns to zero. But in reality, we have choices. We can reject consumerism, keep saving money, complete the initial accumulation of wealth, and change our destiny through struggle. With hands and feet, and hard work to get rich, you can get out of the quagmire. In the game in the real world, no one tells the rich and the poor what they should do. But in reality, someone tells us what we should do. The game struggle tells us what we should do by breaking the dimensional wall. It actually tells us that we should work hard in the real world, because our current struggle is meaningful. Many people complain that we live in hell, just because they have never seen the real hell. After seeing the world and struggle, we will realize that we are actually living in heaven. Although this paradise is not so perfect, at least we are still full of hope. Many players cannot understand the plots in the game very well because these plots do not conform to our real life, so they feel alienated and think that the choices of the characters in the game are very strange. This actually proves that what we take for granted is actually a great happiness. Using the game struggle makes us realize the happiness of real life and encourages us to cherish the present and work hard. This is the deep meaning of the game maker making this game. For all game makers, struggle is a textbook-level work because it repeatedly breaks the dimensional wall in various ways, truly expressing the game as the ninth art. Biggest advantage: in other art forms, you are just a spectator, but in games, you are a participant. And many things can only be seen clearly from the perspective of a participant. This practice of repeatedly breaking the dimensional wall represents that the producer's control over the artistic quality of the game has reached the pinnacle and perfection, and every detail has its meaning of existence. So, let's go back to the original question. How does struggle transcend these four basic game theories while seemingly violating them? The purpose of choosing a misplaced promotional method is to break the dimensional wall and make the promotional method a part of the game content. Choosing an interactive movie game with realistic themes may seem unpopular, but it actually provides convenience for breaking the dimensional wall and builds a bridge between the game and reality. The private goods in the game may make people feel uncomfortable at first glance, but the deeper you dig, the more you can get inspired. You can suffer in the game, but feel happy in reality. Its existence is not to tap into needs, but to create needs. In fact, most people don't realize that we need to understand these principles in order to live a good life. So after understanding all this, we will suddenly realize that we need this game. So I think that struggle is the highest peak of the artistry of domestic standalone games so far, and it is even a precious spiritual wealth for players. After putting the last period, he still felt a little unsatisfied. He seemed to have a lot to say. In fact, there are many details in the game struggle, and each detail can be expanded to write hundreds or thousands of words in detail. But he decided to stop here, because the attitude of Tenda's official Weibo was very clear. The reason why the game is so all-encompassing and has countless details is that it has the function of a mirror. Analyzing these details is actually analyzing reality, and reality is endless. These should be left to all the players on Weibo to complete together. He believes that his mission is to analyze the top design concepts in the game from the perspective of game designers, drive the progress of the entire domestic game industry, and analyze the deep meanings that game makers want to express in the game. That's it. So, he checked the content of the entire long Weibo and pressed the send button. The content is a bit long and a bit boring. People who have never played games may think this is meaningless preaching, but people who have played games should have some resonance. He thinks that this is precisely the charm of the art of games. The sugar coating on the outside of the pill seems to have no effect and cannot really cure the disease, but it can make the patient less painful when taking the medicine. It's just candy, not curing the disease. It's just a pill, which will not be accepted by many people. And coating the pill with sugar and really helping some people is exactly the ultimate goal that he, as a game maker, pursues throughout his life. Just like the landlord game he once made, it is also to achieve this goal. Although he experienced the catastrophic collapse of domestic standalone games and had to switch to online games for the survival of the company, he always regarded this as his mission and pursuit in his heart. Even if his ideas are outdated and he can no longer make a game like landlord game, he has never given up this pursuit. When teaching, he will try his best to pass on this pursuit. Now, struggle has surpassed landlord game in all aspects. This shows that there is a real leader in domestic standalone games, and he is very pleased. Although he has never met Mr. Pei, the communication on games is enough to make him a close friend. After telling these contents to Mr. Ma, my teaching content will be complete. The previous four basic theories have been overturned and reshaped, and they are perfectly matched at a higher level. Struggle is a comprehensive transcendence and in-depth interpretation of landlord game, which can explain what a truly responsible and ambitious game producer should do. After listening to these contents, Mr. Ma will definitely be inspired, right? Chapter 646 Mr. Chiao refuses to withdraw from the battlefield. Seeking monthly votes. Moyu Internet Cafe. Mr. Chiao, are you sure you don't want to appear in the video and don't want to post a joint creation? Zhu Xiaozi asked. Xiao Liang nodded, well, no need. Your studio is very professional. I just made a few suggestions on some details. It's not a joint creation at all. Zhu Xiaozi shook his head. Mr. Qiao, you are too modest. As a senior up host, your ability to control the audience's psychology is indeed a strong point. The version we considered before was a bit out of touch with reality. It is indeed much better after the change you said. However, if you insist on not adding a joint creation, then we must respect your opinion. Xiao Liang's attitude was very firm. Well, thank you. Zhu Xiaozi stood up. Okay, then I will go back to the studio to edit the video. I have worked hard during this period. Thank you very much. Xiao Liang smiled and said, this is all part of the job. It is everyone's responsibility to expose this kind of garbage company. After sending Zhu Xiaozi out, Xiao Liang returned to the Moyu Internet Cafe and sat back in his seat. During this period, Xiao Liang has been helping Zhu Xiaozi produce videos to expose the formaldehyde-filled rooms in the residential group, but he neither appeared on the screen nor participated in the filming or post-production, because Xiao Liang found that Fei Huang's studio was professional after all. Whether it was equipment or shooting techniques, they were far superior to his non-professional up-host in all aspects, so there was really nothing to intervene. However, Fei Huang Studio's initial plan also had some problems. Fei Huang Studio had previously shot short videos, documentaries, and movies, so it was more inclined to produce content efficiently and concisely, and its storytelling techniques were undoubtedly at the pinnacle. But this time, the subject of the video was actually more like a review, which was to output opinions, so the audience's acceptance level had to be considered at this time. The original plan of Fei Huang Studio did not have this content. When Xiao Liang was shooting the video, he paid attention to taking care of the audience's feelings, expressing his attitude to the extent they could accept the most, and arousing everyone's resonance. Therefore, Xiao Liang simply corrected some details so that this video could be more down-to-earth on the basis of objectively revealing the facts. At present, volunteers have been found all over the country, and the staff of Fei Huang Studio have contacted professional testing agencies and flew over to shoot. After all the video materials are shot, they will be edited in the later stage, and it will be released in about 3 or 4 days. As for Xiao Liang, after finishing this video, he suddenly felt inexplicably confused. Originally, he stayed in Jingzhou to think carefully about what was missing from the video of Jingji Hostel. But after thinking about it for so many days, he still had no clue. I heard that Struggle was released, so I played it for a while, but before I could figure out how to make a new video, the official side sent another Weibo, blocking all the ways for Xiao Liang. This is very stiff. Xiao Liang really wanted to ask Mr. Pei, I have given up interpreting Struggle with the God of Conferred Gods, but I still can't figure out what the Jingji Hotel is missing. For some reason, I inexplicably felt cheated. If I didn't trust Mr. Pei very much, Xiao Liang would really think that Mr. Pei was a liar. Silently clicked on the fan group, wanting to peek into what the sand sculpture group members were discussing. Old Xiao, come out. Something big has happened. Someone is trying to steal your job. Look at this Weibo post. It's going viral online now. Is this he and famous? More than famous, he is a leading figure in the domestic standalone game circle. He made the landlord game. Such a big shot has come out to interpret Tingda's games. I think old Xiao is about to lose his job. Tingda is really impressive. I think this is basic operation. The official has been crazy about the glory of domestic games. What's so strange about an old game producer coming out to praise it? Praise a few sentences? Look at these 2 sentences. This is a fucking 10,000-word article. Seeing the heated discussions in the fan group, Xiao Liang was a little confused. What does it mean? Why do you say I'm about to lose my job? Scrolling up the chat history, Xiao Liang found a link to a Weibo account. After clicking it, he saw He An's long Weibo post. Xiao Liang's first reaction was shock, and his second reaction was dissatisfaction. Someone is really trying to steal my business. After the release of Tenda Games, Qiao Liang's The Work of the Gods was the first to interpret the meaning, and it was also the best interpretation. It can't be said that he has 100% answered Mr. Pei's true meaning, but at least he has interpreted 80%, and no one has ever been able to surpass it. As a single-player game-up host, Qiao Liang has certainly heard of Hian's name. It's not an exaggeration to say that he grew up playing his games. However, Hian has long retired from the arena for many years. In the early days of the rise of domestic games, his several single-player games did cause a sensation, but after he switched to online games, he has gradually faded out of the player's field of vision. Qiao Liang was dissatisfied. The old predecessor is indeed an old predecessor, but you haven't touched single-player games for more than 10 years, right? Moreover, this Weibo post by Mr. Pei has completely blocked many interpretation directions. If we just repeat the analysis of the content that players have already interpreted, it will undoubtedly be inferior. Even so, can it still take away my job? I, Qiao Laosher, don't believe it at all. However, even if he doesn't believe it, Qiao Laosher still clicked on the long Weibo post and carefully read it from beginning to end. After reading it, Qiao Liang was completely convinced. There were only 4 words left in his mind: dimensionality reduction strike. Especially the words that Hian said at the beginning of the long Weibo. This game is a textbook for game makers. If you don't have professional knowledge of game production, you may not understand it. In Qiao Liang's opinion, this sentence is not said to himself. Sure enough, your uncle is still your uncle. As a senior game enthusiast, Qiao Liang has always looked down on these game makers before, thinking that many mediocre game makers are just SOSO, and their understanding of the game may not be deeper than his own. But today, I saw that I was completely wrong. Still can't use your own interests and hobbies to challenge other people's jobs. After all, there is still a big gap between amateurs and professionals. Of course, people make mistakes. When professionals make mistakes, they do give people the feeling that they are not as good as amateurs, but on the whole, the fact that professionals can eat this bowl of rice has proved that they are doing much better than most amateurs. Hian's analysis made Qiao Liang understand a truth: the official Weibo post by President Pei did not block all of his own paths, but blocked all other paths, leaving only one dot, and this is the way to interpret the true connotation of the game, struggle. It's just that Qiao Liang lacks professional thinking in game design, so he didn't realize this. Let's see how he analyzed it. Directly using a basic theory of literary creation, he solved the maze that Qiao Liang couldn't get out of even after thinking hard. No one can create a literary work aimlessly. Any literary work will more or less project some of the author's inner thoughts. So, successfully found the thread from a messy ball of thread, and everything was straightened out later. While worshipping the boss, Qiao Liang felt it was a pity. It would be great if this issue could be made into a video. What Hian wrote was all dry goods, but after all, it was just a long Weibo post with limited influence. Now this society is more impetuous, and all kinds of things on the internet are madly competing for people's attention. Compared with the form of video with pictures, sounds, and special effects, pure text has become less and less popular. If it is made into a video, it will definitely be spread on a larger scale. Of course, if Qiao Liang contacted Hian on Weibo and asked him to authorize him to make a video with detailed explanations of the game Screen of Struggle, it should be feasible. But Qiao Liang was embarrassed to do so. What if The Work of the Gods used someone else's manuscript? Although Qiao Liang usually laughs and looks like a heartless fat otaku, he has extremely high requirements for himself in terms of game-related content and is proud of it. Even if you have the other party's consent, you will always feel like you are copying someone else's words when making a video using someone else's manuscript. So, Qiao Liang thought about it and decided to forget it. This time he really failed, and was hit and crushed by Hian. He suddenly realized it when the answer came out, but he had no idea before the answer came out. which means that his strength is still far from enough, and he has to admit it if he is not strong enough. Because only by objectively admitting that his strength is insufficient can he find out the gaps and make up for them, and can he continue to improve. If you always see others are better than you, you will get jealous, and always think that you have no problem, then you will never be able to get promoted. So, Qiao Liang closed the long Weibo with mixed feelings, and frankly accepted the fact that he had failed once. Hey, why do you say it again? Well, obviously, the video of the episode of Terror Hostel had already failed once. Of course, it was not a big failure, but it just failed to become popular and go viral. For Qiao Laoshi, who has very high self-requirements, it was a failure. This was a big blow to Qiao Liang, who had always been very confident. Hey, wait. Speaking of that video, President Pei told me in person that if we give up using the work of the gods to interpret struggle, we can find what is missing in that video. I have given up now, completely, but I still have no idea what is missing. Could it be that President Pei is lying to me? No way. Since President Pei said so, there must be something missing. Qiao Liang clicked on Hian's long Weibo again and checked it carefully. He felt that he could use this long Weibo as a key to interpret struggle, or a teaching material, and maybe he could get new inspiration. The battle is not over yet, and Mr. Qiao refuses to withdraw from the battlefield. Chapter 647 Mr. He's Last Lesson, Monthly Ticket Request. Losing money to become the richest man started from gaming. At the same time, Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Pei Qian silently flipped through Hian's long Weibo post and the comments from players below the Weibo post, dumbfounded. So that's it. I understand. I said that this game felt weird when it came out, now it's all in order. Has Mr. Pei's game reached this level now? Must a great figure in the domestic game circle come out to interpret it before it can be explained clearly? Before, I really believed the official long Weibo post, thinking that struggle is a highly condensed version of reality, turning it into a mirror, and everyone can see some truths from the game. But after reading the interpretation of the big guy, I realized that I was only at the first level, and struggle actually has the second, third, and fourth levels. Hehe, Mr. Pei, you are so stupid. Tenda Games is really terrible. Before, turning back only broke the dimensional wall once, but struggle broke the dimensional wall countless times, endlessly. Are you okay with the dimensional wall? Among the many comments, one long comment received the most likes. What touched me the most was the spirit of struggle. The interpretation of the struggle itself was just like the subversion of those basic theories, but it also coincided with them at a higher level. According to the interpretation of the big guys, on the surface, struggle completely violates all the basic theories, but a careful analysis will reveal that this game actually elevates all the basic theories and coincides with these theories at a higher level. The same is true for the concept of struggle. In fact, the main content of the game is all about deconstructing struggle, telling us that the struggle of the rich is in the clouds, and the struggle of the poor is in the quagmire. The rich tell the poor that they can climb to the top through hard work, which is a lie. The poor tell their children that hard work can change their lives, which is also a white lie. This game ruthlessly exposes this lie, making many deceived people suddenly wake up. On the surface, this game denies the change of life through hard work, as if to say that the rich are in the clouds and the poor are in the mud, and no matter how hard they work, they can't change this difference. But in fact, through the consumerism section, we can compare it with reality and realize that in reality, we can still change our lives through hard work. This struggle is not a specific behavior, but a mentality and a choice. Before we sink into the mire and never get up, we try to find every opportunity to make ourselves live better and create greater value. This is struggle. So even if we can't reach the clouds after struggling, we still can't lose hope in life, because life is about making the right choices one by one, and giving up on yourself will never be a correct option. Below this long comment, many people are sharing their stories. This reminds me of that sentence, we are on a stage that we did not choose, and we are performing a script that we did not choose. Maybe this script is painful, but as long as we work hard to perform well, there will be excitement in the pain. I reflected. My parents gave me a good living condition and forced me to work hard. I saw many poor people were free and undisciplined, and I thought it was their laziness that caused poverty, but now I know I was wrong, because not everyone has the same conditions as me. I bought both the poor version and the rich version, hoping that this game can remind me all the time not to make the same mistakes as the rich protagonist. Indeed, I think both the poor version and the rich version are trying to make the poor and the rich understand each other's situation better. Let the poor not admire the rich, so that they will not be deceived by the rich's rhetoric. Let the rich look down at the poor, so that they can put away their arrogance. This game builds a bridge between the poor and the rich. Maybe these two groups will never understand each other, but at least this bridge exists and has its own voice, which is meaningful. So, the best way is not to buy the poor version or the rich version, but to buy both. Seeing your own life can resonate and trigger reflection. Seeing other people's lives can help you understand the blind spots of your vision. Only by playing the poor version and the rich version together can you understand the true meaning of this game. So this is why it becomes more expensive to buy both versions together? I see, I will buy it, and I am willing to spend the extra 30 yuan. It can make players willingly pay more money to buy the game, and it feels good to pay more. It's really a pricing genius. You can also choose not to buy it, just play it online. Brother, listen to me, you can indeed play it online, but you will never feel the kind of touch that the game brings you. Why is the game called the ninth art? It's because it can be interactive. In the game, you are a bystander throughout the whole process and cannot make your own decisions. What kind of interaction is this? Everyone can make their own choice, whether to ignore it, play it online, buy only the rich version, or buy both versions. I think President Pei doesn't really care. The game struggle has sparked heated discussions across the internet, and its popularity has broken the circle, attracting people who don't play games to pay attention to it. As an interactive movie game, its mission has been successfully achieved. However, I still think that people who are capable and truly love domestic standalone games should buy both versions to collect them. After all, being able to play such a game is a kind of luck. After reading these comments, Pei Qian silently closed the lid of his laptop. Crazy, this world is crazy. Pei Qian thought he had tried his best to seal Qiao Laosher, and he could safely and boldly wait for struggle to lose money. Unexpectedly, Heian jumped out. And that official Weibo inexplicably gave Heian some inspiration, allowing him to find the right position for the backstab and hit the target. Pei Qian was dumbfounded after reading these analytical theories of Heian. Heian said that any creator will project his own thoughts when creating. But Pei Qian wanted to say that he really didn't project. He decided to do this because he thought that players would hate it. As for violating all four game design theories, it goes without saying that Pei Qian did it on purpose. After Heian explained the four theories, Pei Qian deliberately did the opposite. As a result, teacher, he was the one who gave the lecture, and you were the one who marked me correct when I wrote down the wrong answers. Can there be a standard pattern? I just want to know, how can I successfully make a game fail? In the end, I did everything according to the failure, and you told me that I just took a detour, so I still succeeded? It's outrageous. It's too outrageous. Pei Qian was very angry, and this blame should obviously be put on teacher, he. The theory you told me obviously has a big loophole, otherwise why did I follow your theory and do the opposite operation, but still failed to make a loss? What made me most angry was that Heian actually posted a long Weibo, playing the role of Mr. Qiao. I thought that as a veteran of the national game industry, you must have profound opinions when you came to Weibo to speak, but I didn't expect you to say such vulgar words. Sad, too sad. Pei Qian was not convinced and must seek justice. Seeing that Friday was approaching, Qian would come to Jingzhou to teach again. In this last class, he must explain clearly why the theories you told me didn't work at all. They were all wrong. September 9th, Friday. Pei Qian came to the cafe near Handong University angrily. Since its release on September 3rd, the online reviews of Struggle have undergone 2 levels of reversal. In the end, the score on the official platform has been fixed at 9.5 points, and the score on the TPDB website has also reached 9.3 points. Pei Qian felt that this score was unbearable. It even exceeded Turning Back. Turning Back as the Shore had a very low score at the beginning, but as time went by, the score has been slowly rising, and now it has risen to 9.2 points. However, Struggle, which was highly expected by President Pei, actually surpassed the score of Turning Back as the Shore in just 1 week, which made him feel very outrageous. Of course, no matter how good the game is, it is impossible to satisfy everyone. The content interpreted by the players is certainly not suitable for everyone. Some people may be tired of struggling and want to rest, and think that struggling is meaningless. They will definitely not accept the ideas in this game, and even give a 1-star bad review. But there is no way, because there is no work in the world that satisfies everyone. As Qian said, the key is to see what it encourages and what it excludes. Not encouraging positivity is encouraging self-abandonment. Obviously, the latter should not be encouraged under any circumstances. Continuously spreading negative energy can indeed gain attention and make profits by provoking negative emotions of some people, but everyone should clearly realize that this is a wrong behavior. Negative energy cannot make people's lives better. The sales of Struggle are not that exaggerated at present. If the time is extended to 1 year, it should be just a small profit. Now there is less than 1 month left before the settlement. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to make back the investment in the game. This is a blessing in disguise. It can be seen that the game production model of large investment, fine production, and easy freeloading that Pei Qian said at the beginning still played the desired effect. But no matter what, President Pei is wronged. Originally, he hoped to get neither fame nor fortune, but now he has not gained much fortune, but he has gained too much fame. The game Struggle has successfully broken the circle. Not only players are paying attention to it, but many people who don't play games are also paying attention to it. There are a large number of Struggle clearance videos on Ellie Island, and the discussion is still hot. What Pei Qian wants to do most now is to question Teacher Qian. What about the 4 rules that must be violated? Then what's wrong with me? Is there something wrong with what you said, teacher? Pei Qian drank coffee angrily, and soon, Qian arrived. Teacher about Struggle. Pei Qian was about to say, why what you said didn't match up at all, but Qian actually laughed and interrupted Pei Qian. Boss Ma, I know what you want to say. Pei Qian, ? Qian sat down opposite Pei Qian. Did you tell Boss Pei all the basic theories I told you? A question mark floated above Pei Qian's head. I told myself? Pei Qian said a little bewilderedly, why do you say that? Qian smiled slightly, isn't this very obvious? How could the game Struggle happen to violate all the 4 basic principles I talked about? Do President Pei and I have a tacit understanding? Obviously not. President Ma, you must have mentioned this matter to President Pei accidentally, and President Pei happened to use the Struggle matter to show off his skills. Why do you say it's a show of skill? Because only the game maker can see the tricks in it, and the players can't see it at all. President Pei deliberately used this game to break all 4 principles, and it coincided with these 4 theories at a higher level, which is equivalent to writing a textbook, by the way. President Pei must know that President Ma is I want to learn about this aspect, so I will use this game as a reference and help for your study. I have judged before that you and Mr. Pei must be close friends and can talk about anything, and now I am even more certain of this. In terms of the development time, Mr. Pei's game should not be made specifically for your teaching, but many of the details must have been adjusted for your teaching. I have to say, Mr. Ma, your friendship with Mr. Pei is really enviable. Mr. Ma, can you arrange a time for me to meet with Mr. Pei? Such an excellent producer, I really want to meet him. Pei Qian was dumbfounded by Hian's words, and he couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared before. What's wrong with our brain waves? I was talking about the bumper, you were talking about the tail. Hian analyzed so much, and he really analyzed Ma Yang's personality traits and the relationship between the two people, except for the fact that Ma Yang is Pei Qian. This makes people feel very desperate. Because the more Hian analyzed, the closer he felt to the truth, and the impression in his mind was constantly strengthened. Pei Qian found that after he took on Ma Yang's vest, a series of misunderstandings inexplicably occurred, which could not be explained at all. Now Hian has determined that he is Ma Yang. If he tells him that he is actually President Pei, won't the old man faint on the spot? Therefore, Pei Qian was originally angry and had a lot of words to say, but he could only swallow them silently. There is no way, who made him wear a vest, and was born shorter than others? Forget it, for the sake of the old man's age, let this matter go. Pei Qian was about to say that the class should start, and then he suddenly noticed that Hian did not have the prepared textbooks in his hand. He instantly felt something was wrong. Mr. He, today's class is not going to be about struggle, right? Hian smiled, sure, Mr. Ma, you are getting smarter. You also think that today's class is the most appropriate, right? Such a textbook game is used to end our course. While reviewing the previous knowledge, it is also trying to integrate it. It is obviously the most suitable teaching material. Of course, Mr. Ma, considering that I have posted this article on Weibo, I decided to teach this class for free. I will return the tuition fee of one class to the company account that sent the money. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Refund the tuition fee? Don't make a fuss. I will keep these tuition fees to deduct the system funds when settling accounts. If you send me back 200,000 yuan, I will deduct 8 times less when settling accounts. Are you going to mess with me? It's okay to post a crazy interpretation of struggle on the internet, but now you want to stab me again? No way. Pei Qian quickly refused, no. This money must not be refunded. I will be furious if you refund it. Hian was stunned for a moment. Mr. Ma was so excited? Well, respect for knowledge and eagerness to learn, not bad. Hian nodded with satisfaction, well, that's good. Although you don't have a very good understanding ability, you are sincere enough and have a very positive attitude towards learning. Okay, then I'll start the lecture. First, let's start with Mr. Pei's original intention of creating this game. Pei Qian took a sip of coffee silently, and suddenly felt that life was as lonely as snow. It's melancholy. Chapter 648 Global Invitational Tournament, Asking for Monthly Votes. September 10th, Saturday. The morning was a routine meeting of Guan Peixing, but there was no new information worth paying attention to this time. Since Hian posted that long Weibo to explain the deep meaning of struggle, this game has entered a period of rapid growth in both word of mouth and sales. After Struggle was named a masterpiece, all the up-hosts on Ellie Island started live commentary of Struggle. Although most up-hosts only updated 1 or 2 episodes due to time constraints, the effect of some big up-hosts with their own fans was very terrifying. In a short period of time, they rushed to the homepage of the website and won millions of views. Although there are many cloud viewers, there are also many people who buy games after watching the video. People who buy games have different mindsets. Some people think that although they have seen it, they can get a better experience by playing the game themselves. Some people think that it doesn't matter whether they play it or not, but this classic game must be bought to add +1 to their game library. Some people also think that every choice a person makes is a vote for the world they like more. If you like a game, a movie, or a book, you should support it with real money. The more people support it, the more works of this kind will become. If you think something is good, but don't support it, then there will be fewer and fewer of these things in the future, and don't complain. Similarly, if you think something is good, support it and make more and more good products. The credit belongs to all supporters. Even if you just do a simple tap, you have done your best. In addition, the official game platform is also making every effort to promote struggle. Qingshan and others are also preparing the English version to be sent overseas. Because the game itself is a foreign background, it is all in English, and the characters in it are all foreign faces, so it should be well accepted by overseas players. Of course, before it is actually launched, no one knows whether overseas players will like this theme, and whether overseas players can understand the deep meaning of it without analysis. But there is no harm in giving it a try, and the more copies you sell, the better. A Better Tomorrow was successful overseas, so Struggle must have a chance too. Pei Qian had no way to deal with these. He couldn't do anything about it. The players were determined to buy it, and the official was determined to recommend it. What could he do? If the game's sales in China were to plummet and its reputation collapsed, Pei Qian could still persuade Qingshan not to release an overseas version and directly admit the failure of the game, but now that the game is popular in China, Qingshan wants to release an overseas version to give it a try, and Pei Qian really has no reason to disagree. This is very rigid. Pei Qian now feels that he seems to have fallen into a reverse Tacitus trap. The so-called Tacitus trap refers to what Tacitus said when evaluating a Roman emperor: once the emperor becomes the object of people's hatred, then no matter whether he does good or bad things, it will cause people to hate him. And Pei Qian is facing a reverse Tacitus trap: once Tenda becomes a manufacturer that everyone likes, then no matter whether he does good or bad things, it will cause people to like it. Of course, Tenda can't do really bad things, because the system constrains it. It can't cut corners or sell inferior products, it must ensure quality, and at the same time, the price fluctuates within the range that matches the quality. Therefore, Pei Qian could only think of some tricks to dissuade everyone as much as possible, but under the effect of this reverse Tacitus trap, everyone interpreted these tricks as having a deeper meaning. This is very tiring. After the meeting, Pei Qian immediately rushed to Yuan Tiandi in the city center, because today will be the day when the first GOG Global Invitational will be officially held. Pei Qian was a little overwhelmed by the struggle incident before, so he didn't have time to go to see it after the venue was set up, but it doesn't matter whether you watch it or not. Anyway, this competition is mainly for spending money. For Pei Qian, it's enough to ensure the progress. Before going to the competition venue, Pei Qian checked the competition schedule sent by Wang Xiaobin on his mobile phone. There are a total of 16 teams participating in this competition, 8 domestic teams and 8 foreign teams. This ratio is not very scientific, but after all, the preparations were rushed this time, so it can only be like this. The foreign teams are all the oldest esports teams. These teams have stronger financial resources, more scientific management, and stronger players. Those who are too bad will not be invited, and the competition may not be enjoyable at that time. Inviting foreign clubs is mainly to ensure that the competition has a certain degree of attention worldwide. After all, most players will still give priority to supporting teams from their own country or region. And domestic teams account for half, mainly to ensure the enjoyment of the competition. In layman's terms, domestic teams are responsible for the whole thing, and foreign teams are responsible for making up the numbers. Because the number of teams has doubled compared to previous competitions, the time of the competition will naturally be extended accordingly. September 10th to September 13th, the first round of group matches, September 15th to September 18th, the second round of group matches, September 20th to September 21st, the quarterfinals, September 23rd to September 25th, the semifinals, third-place matches and finals. Starting from the quarterfinals, all matches will be BO5. In more than 2 weeks, 3 weekends, all matches can be played, and there is basically a rest time between each round, although it is only 1 day. As for why it is so urgent, of course it is because Pei Qian must solve the prize money problem before September 30th. If the game is delayed to next month, how to deal with the prize money? Will it still lose money in this cycle? However, after the announcement of this schedule, most players are quite satisfied. There are 16 consecutive days, with only 3 days of rest on the 14th, 19th, and 22nd. High-intensity activities, a great time to watch. Of course, if the game develops to a super large scale in the future, the semifinals and finals will have to change cities and venues, then it is normal to have a week between the semifinals and finals. After all, it is necessary to keep the topic hot, and at the same time, try to adjust the game time to the weekend to ensure the attendance rate of the venue. But for the audience, waiting for a week for a game is indeed painful. In short, Pei Qian and the players are quite satisfied with this schedule. 10 minutes later, the venue of the game arrived. Yuan Tiandi is the second largest shopping mall in Jingzhou after Huanyu Tianjia. What makes it different from Huanyu Tianjia is that it has many large multifunctional halls, which are sufficient to host large-scale competitions. This time, the largest multifunctional hall in Yuan Tiandi was rented, occupying the entire top floor, with a daily rent of 30,000. Although it is cheaper than the big shopping malls in super first-tier cities, in Jingzhou, this price still makes most companies feel daunted. The multifunctional hall on the top floor has an area of 4,500 square meters, is 12 meters high, and can accommodate up to 1,800 people. Yuan Tiandi itself is in the most prosperous area of Jingzhou, with a subway station directly connected to the underground, and convenient transportation. Therefore, considering all factors, this is the most suitable competition venue. The decoration work of the venue is mainly on the main stage. Preparations have been started more than a month ago and are now all completed. Pei Qian got off the car at the square outside Yuan Tiandi, and when he looked up, he saw the super-large promotional poster hanging on the Yuan Tiandi building. There are several iconic heroes of GOG, and the words of GOG's first global invitational tournament. Of course, these heroes are also the heroes who are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, such as Amidst and Yuan. Pei Qian looked at Amidst on the poster helplessly, feeling that this joke could not be passed. As GOG becomes more popular around the world, I'm afraid you will see the image of Amidst wherever you go. From the entrance to the venue, there are relevant elements around the entire route as guides, including the flags of various teams, large-scale original paintings of various heroes, and other elements. The audience can smoothly reach the competition venue and check in by following these elements. The ticket prices this time were also very low. Even the tickets for the finals were no more than 100 yuan. After all, Pei Qian was going to spend money this time, so the lower the ticket price, the better. Of course, all the measures to prevent scalpers had to be implemented. After all, the lower the ticket price, the more likely it would be targeted by scalpers. With information such as the TPDB website and Tenda account data, scalpers can be screened out to the greatest extent. At the same time, all tickets are real name registered and cannot be resold. If you can't come for something, you can refund the ticket. Others can go to the official channels to pick up the bargain. Private transactions are not allowed. Pei Qian sat in the back row of the venue very low-key with the crowd entering the venue, ready to see the situation of this GOG Global Invitational. However, this time, Pei Qian was in a relatively relaxed mood. Because he didn't have much expectations for this game, it didn't seem to matter whether it was popular or not. Anyway, it wouldn't affect the settlement this time. The structure on the main stage subconsciously reminded people of the layout of the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 Esports Life Hall. Obviously, Xiaopeng has been running internet cafe competitions in the operation of the Esports Life Museum, and has accumulated a lot of valuable experience, which can be used in this global invitational tournament. Above the main stage is a super large screen for displaying the game screen, and on both sides of the large screen are two long strips of screens for displaying the team's heroes and lineups. There is also a small screen in front of the players to capture the expressions of each player. At this time, the game had not officially started yet, so Pei Qian took out his phone and checked the situation on various platforms. Domestic live broadcast platforms have opened special live broadcast rooms for the GOG Global Invitational. Whether it is YY Live or ZZ Live, the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational on several large-scale live broadcast platforms has exploded. Because GOG has held an invitational for domestic teams before, and ZZ Live has held a live competition, the GOG game has already gained extremely high popularity in the entire live broadcast circle. Now that the Global Invitational has started, as long as there is a little publicity, the audience will flock in large numbers. After all, this is a grand carnival. In addition, Shangyang Games has also contacted foreign live broadcast platforms in advance to broadcast this global invitational globally. Although the popularity abroad is not as high as that in China, it is also not low. On the one hand, it is because GOG's overseas publicity campaign has been fully launched. After the launch of Multi-Face Man, this game has entered the field of vision of overseas players. Both PC game players and mobile game players are already very familiar with GOG. On the other hand, it is also because this global invitational tournament has 8 overseas veteran clubs participating, which will naturally cause discussion in the overseas esports circle. In addition, Shangyang Games also specially produced a promotional video for the first GOG Global Invitational Tournament. In the promotional video, Lin Wan appeared as the director of Shangyang Games and the person in charge of GOG's overseas operations. His fluent English and confident expression won him many fans for GOG. GOG Global Invitational is the largest GOG event so far, and it will also become the largest esports event. Professional players from all over the world, a total of 16 teams, will gather in Jingzhou to compete for the highest esports prize money in history. Tengda's purpose has always been to go all out and achieve perfection. We have invested a huge amount of money in this global invitational to prove our determination to promote esports activities and build an esports ecosystem. Here, I make a promise to GOG players all over the world. In the future, we will strive to make GOG the strongest esports game. Please witness it with us. Lin Wan's expression on the screen is natural and full of confidence. But netizens on the internet all understood the deep meaning behind this sentence. Obviously, this is a declaration of war on IOI. Chapter 649, There are 9 people as good as me, please vote for me. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. It seems that after Lin Wan took over GOG International Server, everyone seems to be more confident? But then again, Lin Wan is declaring war on IOI, then. Why is there no news about Eric's IOI national server? During the previous meeting, I heard that Eric's IOI national server had failed twice in a row. First, he looked for an internet cafe, and then he looked for a live broadcast platform and a club, but all failed. He has shifted his strategic focus to cooperating with surrounding manufacturers to poach players of other games. Pei Qian was very happy at the time, so he asked GOG people to follow him immediately. But then he was busy with the struggle matter, so Pei Qian forgot about it. So far, no one from Shangyang Games has reported the battle situation, and there seems to be no big news about IOI on the internet. Pei Qian suddenly became a little worried about Eric. Brother, you are not going to leave in obscurity, right? How I look forward to the day when you come to Tenda headquarters again and ask to see me arrogantly. That means IOI is getting better again, and I can continue to spend money with you again. However, Pei Qian searched for relevant information about IOI's Chinese server on the internet, and found that there was really no explosive news except for a few insignificant manufacturer cooperation advertisements. There were a few posts discussing whether IOI had already died in the Chinese server. Compared with the current popularity of GOG, it was simply horrible. For some reason, Pei Qian suddenly felt a sense of pity. Think about a senior executive of a multinational group who came to China from afar, thinking that he would pierce the shady curtain and show his strength, but he found that IOI, which was so powerful overseas, could not be pushed here. And overseas was still being eaten away by GOG. Miserable. Too miserable. But when he thought about it again, the other party forced him to pay tens of millions of dollars, and Pei Qian put away this kind of pity. No matter what, Diak Group is a multinational company with rich money. How could it be defeated because of such a small matter? Well, we must believe in their financial strength. Let's watch the game. Tenda Games and Shenyang Games have both had experience in hosting competitions before, and this time they have found some experienced esports media to cooperate with, so all aspects of preparation are more thorough. How a large-scale event will give the audience experience and whether it can be carried out smoothly, in addition to hard power such as equipment, network, and on-site scheduling, another crucial point is various details. For example, promo videos should be filmed for each club and player for warm-up. Players should be taught about the etiquette of the game. After the game, the winner should take the initiative to shake hands with the loser and bow to the audience in the center of the stage. Hosts should be arranged for post-game interviews. At the same time, there is a special interview seat on the side of the stage for English interviews, which is specially used for overseas live streaming. Players' mice and keyboards will be inspected in advance to ensure that there are no tricks. At the same time, two peripherals of the same model should be prepared to prevent temporary failures. Prepared plans should be made for various possible emergencies in advance. For example, when there is a pause, the director should notify the commentator of the reason as soon as possible, and the commentator is responsible for explaining to all the audience, and the audience should not be cold. Of course, try not to pause as much as possible. Soon, the game officially started. The opening is a warm-up video, accompanied by intense BGM, and the landmark buildings and landscapes of cities such as the Imperial Capital, the Magic Capital, and Guangzhou flash by, and finally freeze in the game venues of Jingzhou and Yuan. Then there is a 10-second countdown, and the audience counts down together. In the cheers after one, the exciting electronic music swept the audience. On the screen, a huge beam of light dropped from the sky, shining on the huge silver cube treasure chest below. The treasure chest suddenly cracked, and light scattered from the cracks, turning into GOG's game map, Canyon of the Gods. An exquisite trophy hovered above the Canyon of the Gods. Around it, silhouettes of GOG's iconic heroes flashed one by one, causing the audience to scream. Because the preparation time was relatively short, the opening was relatively simple, but for the audience who had never seen the big world, it was exciting enough. Even Pei Qian felt a sense of blood boiling in this warm atmosphere. Then, the trophy that was the same as the one on the big screen slowly rose from the bottom of the stage and appeared in front of the audience. This trophy was also ordered a month ago and was just delivered a few days ago. It is 35 centimeters high, made of zinc alloy plated with gold, and the surface is carved with dragons and phoenixes. It is both the beauty of ancient Chinese style and the game elements of GOG. But this is not the point. The point is that it weighs 28 kilograms. Yes, kilograms. Because the purpose of designing the championship trophy at the beginning was to hope that 5 players could lift it together. Then came the promotional videos shot by the 16 teams. As the promotional video on the big screen froze on a family portrait of the 16 captains, the 16 battle flags surrounding the venue lit up one by one. Then, the host shouted out the names of the clubs, and the teams came to the stage one by one. And the venue was always bathed in thunderous applause and cheers, which lasted for a long time. After the host warmed up the audience, the game officially started, and the two teams in the opening match started. This opening match was between the H4 club and the foreign FRY club, because both clubs are old clubs. As early as the Star Ocean and Fantasy War period, the leading players of both clubs were frequent visitors to the world competition and played many exciting games. It is precisely because these two teams are very well known internationally that they were arranged in the opening match. This time the grouping was not in the form of a draw, but was decided in a rather cunning way, because there are 8 domestic teams and 8 foreign teams, a total of 4 groups, so the number of domestic teams in the 4 groups is 0, 1, 3, and 4 respectively. The reason for this arrangement, rather than ensuring that each group has 2 domestic teams, is mainly because they are afraid that after the group stage, all the foreign teams will go home, which will be very rigid. By then, the quarterfinals will all be domestic teams, and foreign audiences will be anxious. Therefore, there are more foreign teams in Groups A and B. Let them fight each other, send 3 to the quarterfinals and 1 to the semifinals. This way they can increase their presence among overseas players. At the same time, turning the game into a civil war between domestic teams too early will make the game boring and uninteresting for some domestic audiences who are looking forward to the China Foreign War. As for those weak teams that are assigned to the death group, there is nothing they can do about it, because it is already a privilege for China to have 8 teams in the first Global Invitational Tournament, so don't ask for bicycles. After various events are gradually improved, the World Invitational Tournament will select teams from various regions, and there will be no current problems. Pei Qian leaned back in his chair and watched the game while drinking a drink. Because it is in the mall, there are many places to eat, drink and have fun, and there are many kinds of drinks and they are not expensive. The experience in this regard is still good. Watching the exciting game and listening to the audience's warm applause and cheers, Pei Qian felt very comfortable. Comfortable. This kind of live viewing experience is by no means comparable to watching live broadcasts. When passionate team battles break out, the excited voice of the commentator and the cheers and screams of the audience are enough to make people's adrenaline soar, their blood surge, and shout to forget everything. I have to say that this FRY club plays pretty well. Although these foreign clubs started late, a group of players have transitioned from Shinchi and IOI. They already have an understanding of GOG games, and coupled with the foundation and hard training of the old clubs, their level is not much different, and after all, it was the opening match, so H4 obviously played more cautiously, with both sides showing some tentative intentions, while the European and American style was to use some rare heroes, so both sides played very excitingly, and there was no one-sidedness. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the audience in the live broadcast room, they all watched it with great excitement. This is the charm of the exchange and collision between different regions, because the teams in each region practice together, and their understanding of strong heroes and versions will converge, but the understanding between different regions will be very different. When the unique skills of 2 different regions meet, it can be seen which one is harder, so compared with the previous GOG competitions that only domestic teams participated, there are more highlights and more viewing. In the end, H4 Club's hard power was stronger, and it seized the opportunity to kill a group and successfully ended the game. The audience at the scene was very happy, and Pei Qian was also very happy. It is really comfortable to be able to fully enjoy a game from beginning to end without worrying about being backstabbed. Anyway, this competition is for money. No matter who wins or loses, GOG's popularity will not become higher. Pei Qian felt that he had no chance of being backstabbed. Soon, it was time for the post-match interview. Huang Wang came to the stage and accepted the interview from the host. As soon as he came on stage, he caused an uproar among the audience. These muscles! They even lifted up the team uniform, The other players were either very thin or very fat, and even the foreign players had very few good figures. Huang Wang's figure was too conspicuous among the players. The interview questions were relatively routine, such as the significance of the heroes selected, how to open up the situation when the battle was tense, what to say to the fans, etc. Soon, the last question was asked. Finally, I want to ask Huang Wang a question that all his fans are concerned about. Is Huang Wang really a boxer who has transformed into an esports player? What prompted Huang Wang to make this decision? Huang Wang raised his thick arms and scratched his head helplessly. This is actually a rumor. I was very weak before I became a professional player. The host was obviously shocked. Ah? How did Huang Wang train to be like this now? Huang Wang smiled. Because I was in the DG club before, everyone in our club has mandatory fitness requirements, and the person who loses the most has to train more, and I train the most. The host was even more shocked. Ah? The person who loses the most has the most extra training? Then the other players. Huang Wang nodded. Yes, I am the worst in both teams, and there are 9 people who are better than me. The host asked in surprise. Huang Wang has trained to be like this in just a few months. The effect is too obvious, right? Which gym is it in? Huang Wang smiled. Of course it's the managed gym. Pei Qian, ? Suddenly realized that something was wrong. After thinking carefully, Pei Qian realized that although all the DGE players had been sold to various teams, their bodies were too recognizable. Although the players from other clubs have also started fitness training, it has not been long since then and it is not obvious. And the players on the DGE side have crushed the others in terms of body shape. You can see it at a glance. Aren't they walking billboards? When the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational continues to rise, every time a DGE player appears on the stage, the audience can recognize them at a glance, and if these players happen to perform well in the game and win the MVP, then the reputation of the DGE club and the managed gym will be sky high? Will there be another sponsor coming to the DGE club? The managed gym is even more dangerous. Even an internet-addicted teenager can train like this. What about others? There will definitely be a group of audiences crazy about signing up. Pei Qian's hand holding the milk tea trembled slightly, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed a serious problem. Chapter 650, Someone posted the video first. Please give me a monthly ticket. September 12, Monday. The first round of the group stage of the GOG Global Invitational has reached the 3rd day of the competition. In Fei Huang Studio, many people are watching the Global Invitational on their computers. The video exposing the formaldehyde room in the residential apartment will be finished in 1 or 2 days, and most people have finished their work. So, those who are free can watch the game to relax. Every time the game is intense, you can hear a burst of exclamations in Fei Huang Studio. Zhu Xiaozi is waiting for the video to be exported with the post-production staff. Although the editing and post-production have been completed, it is still unknown whether the video will be satisfactory after export. If you want to keep improving, you may have to fine-tune it 2 or 3 times before it can be posted online. It is also boring to wait for the video to be exported, so the 2 of them are also watching the GOG Global Invitational. This competition is really well organized, and all kinds of details are in place. Shangyang Games must have put a lot of effort in it. The editor said. Zhu Xiaozi nodded. Yes, this GOG Global Invitational has made a big splash around the world. Previously, those esports events basically could not be held to this extent. President Pei is very ambitious this time. But think about the previous incident of booking a street in Times Square. This is not surprising. President Pei has already thought about spending a lot of money to promote GOG. It would be strange if this global invitational was held in a small way. On the live screen, Jiang Huan was being interviewed. Various comments quickly floated over, covering the entire screen. here we are, the strongest man in DGE. The way to judge strength is very simple, just follow two laws. DGE's first law. DGE clubs are all muscular men, so among all professional players in all clubs, the overall muscle mass is proportional to strength. DGE's second law. The weakest players in DGE clubs practice the most, so among all muscular men, the overall muscle mass is inversely proportional to strength. Jiang Huan belongs to the category of muscular men, but his muscle mass is the least in the team, which means that he practices the least in DGE club. This kind of strength can be described in 8 words, that is, unfathomable and terrifying. Esports competitions can actually use body shape to judge the strength of players. This is outrageous. I am really curious about who the DGE club is. They are invincible in online and offline competitions, in solo and group fights. Everyone can get MVP after being dispersed to different teams. How terrifying it would be if they were in one team. Do you know about the whole life competition? That's precious historical data. Is this the legendary gathering is a ball of fire, and scattered is a sky full of stars? A mysterious club, not playing games, only making money by selling players, really a genius at making money. Looking at these barrages of memes, Zhu Xiaozi couldn't help laughing. The stupid netizens are really good at making memes. Originally, Huang Wang had the boxer meme. In the first 2 game days, many people dug deep into the 10 players of the DGE club and found that they all appeared in this global invitational tournament, and they all played MVP-level performances in the game. This is outrageous. Many times when 2 teams fight, it depends on which DGE club player is more powerful. Every time there is an interview after a game, the audience will look at the player being interviewed with great anticipation. Sure enough, it is another muscular man. Just by looking at this body of muscles, you can be sure that it must be a former player of the DGE club. This body of muscles is simply a walking billboard. Wherever he goes, he will advertise the DGE club and the managed gym. What is even more outrageous is that before many games, after cheering for both teams, the audience would shout, "Come on, DGE," which has become a trend. The winner is king in esports, and the audience naturally worships the strong, and the weak do not deserve applause. Like the DGE club, although it did not participate in the competition, each player can influence the direction of the game, which makes DGE's status in the eyes of the audience infinitely elevated. With both strength and jokes, after a few days of competition, the DGE club has more fans than all other clubs combined. Zhu Xiaozi was envious. The atmosphere on the scene is really good, but unfortunately I have to edit the film recently and don't have time to watch it. The editor asked curiously, "Director Zhu, is the managed gym really that effective? These players have only been training for a few months, how come it is more obvious than me who has been training for nearly a year?" Before, Tenda had issued gym cards to all employees, so the employees more or less have some fitness habits. It's just that many people have been training for such a long time, but their figures have not changed much. Zhu Xiaozi smiled and said, "How do you train? You work for 3 days and rest for 2 days. Sometimes you don't even go 2 days a week, and you don't care about food. How do other people train? They have a strict training schedule, and can only eat matching fitness meals. The daily training volume is arranged. Can the effect of a general gym be compared with that of a managed gym? But don't worry, managed gyms will soon be popularized as employee benefits. Tenda headquarters has already started to try it out. President Pei has been working hard to open branches of managed gyms near various companies. This should be the purpose. The editor was stunned for a moment. Ah? Really? Then why haven't I heard about this? Zhu Xiaozi said, "I heard from Guo Liqing that after President Pei arranged these gym branches, he originally planned to wait and see before letting employees use them. As a result, before he had time to arrange employees to go in, they were already full. Originally, the reputation of managed gyms has been constantly accumulating. The popularity of Tenda Life app and Moyu Takeout has also provided managed gyms with a high well-known, the peak period quota is full. This competition some time ago has set off the popularity of managed fitness. On the one hand, the players' figures are too conspicuous and the advertising effect is too good. On the other hand, many people found out that the fitness effect is indeed immediate after asking around, and those who have used it say it is good, so many people have signed up in the past 2 days. You don't know how difficult it is to grab a quota for managed gyms now. I have to say that Mr. Pei's publicity strategy is really patient. Think about it, something like a gym, simply advertising will definitely not work, others will not believe it. But if you can train all the internet-addicted teenagers into muscular men, that's amazing. People who want to exercise can see that even an internet-addicted teenager who doesn't like sports can do this, so I can do it too. When I ask my friends around me, they all say that if you stick to the managed gym, you will see improvement, so they will definitely sign up, even if it's a bit more expensive. But only Mr. Pei can use this method. How can ordinary gyms be patient and spend several months training internet-addicted teenagers? They are all thinking about making quick money. After a few months, they may have already signed up for the gym membership and are ready to run away. But Mr. Pei is different. It's obviously for the long-term goal. Even if he has been losing money for the past few months, he can be patient and build a good reputation. Now the photos of the DG Club players' body changes in the gym are going viral on the internet. This is a live advertisement. The editor also nodded frequently. Indeed, President Pei's move is really brilliant. He took advantage of the popularity of the World Finals to promote both the DG Club and the managed gym. So when will this good thing come to our internal employees? Zhu Xiaozi said confidently, "Don't worry, President Pei will not forget us. The managed gym is now full, and he will definitely continue to open branches for us to use. It's just a matter of sooner or later." It is said that President Pei also intends to use the sloth apartment as an employee dormitory, but he is still in the wait-and-see period. The editor was a little puzzled. Why are they all in the wait-and-see period? What is President Pei waiting for? Zhu Xiaozi couldn't quite answer, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Maybe we should wait and see whether this business model can succeed, and then use it to distribute employee benefits after it is confirmed to be successful. Maybe the model of sloth apartment has some unique features that must be verified." The two were chatting, and suddenly, an employee ran over. "Director Zhu, look at this. Someone is one step faster than us." Zhu Xiaozi was stunned and took the phone to check. The title of the video is Rental House Formaldehyde Evaluation. 6 rental companies including Zhujia Angsanfang and Snail Apartment, only one is fully qualified. The publisher is a domestic technology evaluation media. Zhu Xiaozi was stunned for a moment, because he knew that this technology evaluation media had a good reputation in the digital circle. But, why did the technology evaluation media come to test the formaldehyde room? This is a video that lasts nearly half an hour, and the content in it is actually similar to the video that Fei Huang Studio is producing. First, some consumers reported excessive formaldehyde in rental houses and health problems, including employees of this review media, and some of them lived in formaldehyde rooms. Then, this review media began to recruit volunteers to test formaldehyde rooms. However, compared with Fei Huang Studio, they did not target the Home Group, but conducted random inspections on 6 rental companies including Home Group Angsanfang and Snail Apartment. The final result is that the formaldehyde levels of all the houses that have been occupied for less than 3 months have exceeded the standard. Half of the houses that have been occupied for 3 to 6 months have exceeded the standard, and one house that has been occupied for more than 6 months has exceeded the standard. The same model is followed by the smaller Snail Apartment, which also has exceeded the standard. Only the Sloth Apartment has all the houses tested and qualified, and the standard is significantly lower than the national standard value. Finally, the evaluation media also popularized some basic knowledge, such as the best way to eliminate formaldehyde is to open windows for ventilation. Formaldehyde removal companies can only temporarily reduce formaldehyde, but formaldehyde volatilization is a long-term process, so once you live in a formaldehyde room, there is no better way, which will inevitably harm your health and must be cautious. Compared with the video of Fei Huang's studio, this video is not as sophisticated in editing, but this is a well-known media in the technology and digital circles, and basically no one will question its fairness and objectivity. Moreover, their video tested 6 rental companies, and the content presented is more comprehensive. It has sparked heated discussions below the video and on the Weibo of this evaluation agency. Isn't this killing people? The formaldehyde level is so high that living here for a few months, let alone a year, might cause cancer. How dare you call this a safe room? What's the safest thing? Are you safe enough to die? I was so scared that I quickly opened the window. It's true. I worked at Qingshan for a month. A tenant kept telling me that there was a problem with the smell in the room. I investigated and found that there was indeed a problem. Then I asked my boss, what should we do if there is a problem with our house? My boss said, don't worry, these are all industry rules. Then I resigned. I was short of money, but I wasn't short of money to the point of committing murder. Now that I think about it, when I looked at the Qingshan project before, the house was still under renovation and the smell was particularly strong. Then the agent told me that if I signed the contract now, I could move in the day after tomorrow, and promised to let the formaldehyde removal company come to remove the formaldehyde. Haha, luckily I didn't move in. Snail Apartment has always advertised itself as a conscientious Qingshan that is better than home. Now this test result slaps it in the face. Ah, birds of a feather. All the tests of Sloth Apartment meet the national standards, is that okay? This is too outrageous. Wasn't it just completed less than a month and a half ago? In theory, if all the decoration materials and furniture are made of environmentally friendly materials, and the fresh air system is always ventilated, it can indeed be done, but the cost is relatively high. Well, it is also introduced in the video that it seems that the fresh air in Sloth Apartment is non-stop 24 hours a day, and the furniture is also high-end furniture. After all the trouble, President Pei is the most conscientious. During this period, all kinds of negative articles about Sloth Apartment were overwhelming, such as IQ tax, rent gouging, and cutting fans leaks. It was really a mess. As soon as the evaluation results came out, it was really slapped in the face every minute. Sure enough, Tengda's physical industry is not necessarily cheap, but it is definitely of high quality. Take this house for example. If there was no special evaluation media to break this matter, who would know that the gap between Zhujia's Anqin house and Sloth Apartment could be so big? Ah, when it comes to this, I have to sigh. In many cases, it is really not how well Tengda does, but it is all due to the contrast of peers. The netizens were simply excited. Because most of the people who rent houses outside are young people, especially young people drifting in first-tier cities such as the capital, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, the demand for renting houses is particularly huge. Young people have relatively high housing needs. No one wants to live in ordinary old and dilapidated houses. They all want to live in a better decorated house. Therefore, the Anqin house and Snail Apartment of Zhujia Group came into being and were welcomed by young people. But who would have thought that these are all beautiful on the outside, but rotten inside? It looks well decorated, but in fact, it is crazy to cut corners in invisible places, seriously damaging the life and health of consumers. And young people are the main group of internet users. Seeing this news, they were all furious. Of course, the heat exploded instantly. After watching the video, the editor was stunned. Director Zhu, what about our video? Chapter 651, A Better Interview Location, please vote for me. The videos made by both sides are highly homogenized. They both expose the problem of formaldehyde rooms. Although the editing and various details are not so good, they investigate all the rental brands on the market, including Sloth Apartment. Moreover, as a review media with a good reputation in the technology circle, it is still very credible. As a third party, it is much better than Fei Huang Studio to expose this matter. After all, Fei Huang Studio and Sloth Apartment have a direct interest relationship. This makes the video that Fei Huang Studio is making very embarrassing. Zhu shouts a thought for a while, export the video and save it, and don't post it. The editor was confused, is it in vain? Zhu shouts shook his head, of course not in vain, we did the right thing, although no one knows, but what we did is meaningful in itself. There is really no need to post this video again. Because the problem has been exposed and has attracted enough attention, the next thing has nothing to do with Tenda. Zhu Xiaozi and his team did not seek out a third-party evaluation agency before, mainly due to two considerations. First of all, the level of various evaluation agencies is uneven, and it is very likely that the effect of the video cannot be guaranteed. Fei Huang Studio must go to them, and it must not interfere with their work, and the actual effect may be far from what is expected. If the video response is not enthusiastic enough, it will not play the role of exposure. Secondly, if the fact that Fei Huang Studio asked a third-party agency to release the video is exposed, the credibility of the video will also be questioned, and the residential group may take this opportunity to fight back, which will be even more unfavorable. Fei Huang Studio cannot ask these evaluation agencies one by one whether they plan to make a formaldehyde room video, and it cannot wait like this, otherwise there will be more victims. After comprehensive consideration, it is better to do it yourself, at least to give people a sense of being upright and aboveboard. But now, there is a more objective evaluation media that has come forward to expose this matter, so there is no need for Fei Huang Studio to release the video again. The editor put the exported video into a folder with some regret. It's a pity that Brother Huang is not here. He doesn't know that he has been busy with this video for so long, but in the end he can't meet the audience. Zhu Xiaozi smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Brother Huang won't care about this. Anyway, Brother Huang should be back this weekend, right? I don't know if he is having fun in Africa. The signal there is not good and we often can't contact him. The editor took out his mobile phone and looked at the comments below the Tenda Life app. It seems that many people have left messages on the Sloth Apartment section, but there is still a lot of controversy. No one has criticized the price and quality, but there are still many people who don't understand the rules of the Sloth Apartment. Obviously, this video not only hit those formaldehyde rooms, but also pushed the Sloth Apartment to the forefront. For a while, the Sloth Apartment became a real safe house, healthy and environmentally friendly, and with cleaning services. Although the price is expensive, which is more important, money or life? Life and health can never be measured by money. But even so, there are still many people questioning the model of the Sloth Apartment. If it is just for health considerations, wouldn't it be better to rent those ordinary houses, or those houses in the safe house that are more than 6 months old? Now everyone can accept the price of the Sloth Apartment. After all, you get what you pay for. With so many good materials and good furniture, it is natural to charge more rent. But the biggest problem of the Sloth Apartment has not been solved yet, that is, it is not suitable for living. There is no storage space, and you cannot add furniture or change the layout of the room, which is still a point that many tenants find difficult to accept. Zhu Xiaozi shook his head, who knows? This kind of inhumane rule can't be deliberately trying to dissuade tenants, right? Mr. Pei must have other considerations. We will know if we wait patiently. At the same time, Pei Qian had just closed the review video in his office. Other review agencies are also making this video? Well, that's good. Formaldehyde rooms should indeed be exposed. But can you please not praise my Sloth Apartment? Fortunately, I have made sufficient psychological preparations. Otherwise, I will have to get another blow on my back. After seeing this review video, Pei Qian knew that the Fei Huang Studios video would probably not be released again. But it doesn't matter. They are all exposing formaldehyde rooms. It doesn't matter who exposes them. The only thing that was a bit surprising was that this review video actually measured the formaldehyde concentration of the sloth apartment. After all, the sloth apartment is only in its infancy so far, and it can't be compared with the size of rental companies such as the Home Group. It's really outrageous that it didn't avoid the review. The Environmental Protection Index of sloth apartment completely crushed all other rental brands. This news was obviously another huge boost to the sloth apartment brand. However, Pei Qian was prepared for this. After all, no matter who disclosed the formaldehyde room incident, someone would definitely test the formaldehyde in sloth apartment. This was inevitable. Pei Qian knew that none of these competitors were reliable. The peers were too weak, and they could not be counted on. Many times, it was not that Pei Qian wanted to make money, but his peers did not allow it. Therefore, Pei Qian did not put all his hopes on his peers. He knew that they were just a bunch of pig teammates. If he wanted to make sloth apartment Pei Qian, he had to rely on various inhumane regulations and this bare-walled decoration style. As long as he insisted on making sloth apartment uninhabitable and the rooms unfilled, the sloth apartment brand would continue to lose money. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside the office. Assistant Qingshan pushed the door open and entered. President Pei, the financial channel of Jingzhou TV wants to do an exclusive interview with you, mainly because Jingji Hostel has made outstanding contributions to the transformation of old industrial areas, so. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and a question mark floated above his head. Jingzhou TV interview? Come again? Pei Qian hurriedly said, I'm busy. Tell the TV station that I'm busy with work and really don't have time. I'll definitely do it next time. Assistant Qingshan nodded, okay, Mr. Pei. After Assistant Qingshan left, Pei Qian patted his chest to calm himself down. Jingzhou TV financial channel? Don't make a fuss. The last time I was cheated by the TV station when I was doing takeout. You want to start a business with the Jingji Hotel again? I won't be fooled again. Jingji Hotel is located in an old industrial area. Although Jingji Hotel is still a long way from recovering its costs, it has gained a lot of popularity. Renovating old industrial areas has always been a difficult problem, and local companies in Jingzhou don't want to touch this mess. Tenda Group invested heavily in building a theme park like Jingji Hotel in the old industrial area. Although it is a haunted house, it is a tertiary industry after all, which is enough to become a benchmark project for the renovation of old industrial areas. So, it is only a matter of time before the TV station comes to interview. As early as when Jingji Hotel opened, the TV station reported at once, but that time did not attract much attention and discussion. After all, the publicity of Jingji Hotel was overwhelming, and the TV station did not miss this report. But Pei Qian still dared not accept an interview. He knew very well that as long as he accepted an interview, bad things would happen. Just like last time when he was doing Moyu takeaway, Pei Qian only showed his back, but netizens dug it out and turned it into Tenda boss personally promoting the product. If he accepted the interview, it is entirely possible that Jingji Hostel would become popular. Moreover, Pei Qian did not want to show his face. As for the text press release, let alone, it would be a psychological shadow. So Pei Qian's attitude was very firm, and he said that he had something to do and would definitely come next time. If I don't accept the interview, can you still put a knife on my neck? Can you still put a knife in my back? No way. Zhang Lixian, a reporter from the financial channel, hung up the phone with a bewildered look on her face. President Pei actually refused. It stands to reason that this is a TV interview, and it is a positive interview and a role model. How can it be rejected? Deliberately refused? That's not the case. There is no need to refuse such a good thing. It is very likely. Is there really no time? Zhang Lixian felt a little pity, because this time she wanted to report not only the Jingji hostel itself, but also the transformation of the old industrial zone. She also wanted to interview President Pei about his views on investment. Before, Jingzhou TV station did report on Jingji hostel, but the effect was average and did not cause much response. After reflecting on it, it was mainly because the content was not done well. This time, I plan to change the angle. Most companies do not respond to the call to transform the old industrial zone and dare not invest in the old industrial zone because they are afraid of taking risks. But Mr. Pei is also an investor. Why did he dare to invest in the old industrial zone? Is there any story behind this that can be explored? Everyone thought this would be a good angle. Unfortunately, Mr. Pei refused to accept the interview, and the matter was a bit stagnant. A staff member suggested, if Mr. Pei doesn't have time, how about changing someone? Mr. Pei is not the only investor in Jingji hostel. Mr. Li from Fuhui Capital has also invested a lot of money there. Another staff member nodded in agreement. Yes, you can interview Mr. Li. As both are investors, the effect should be the same. Zhang Lixian thought about it and felt that this seemed to be a good alternative. Mr. Li from Fuhui Capital also invested in the old industrial zone, which is also worthy of praise. Moreover, he probably worked with Mr. Pei and knew some of the inside stories of Jingji hostel during its construction. Thinking of this, Zhang Lixian found the phone number of Fuhui Capital and successfully contacted Li Shi, explaining her intention. She wanted to arrange an interview to share her experience of investing in the old industrial zone and the reasons why the investment was so successful. Li Shi on the other end of the phone readily agreed. Zhang Lixian was very happy. Then Mr. Li, let's go to your office for the interview. Please tell me a time. Li Shi on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. If you want to introduce your successful investment experience. Compared to the office, I have a better interview location. Sloth Apartment in City Dawn. Chapter 652, The Philosophical Meaning of the Argument Machine, additional update for Shizhong Wu Mu on February 10. September 13, Tuesday. Zhang Lixian brought the video of the financial channel to the unique building of City Dawn. And Li Shi was already waiting on the 11th floor of the building. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhang Lixian shook hands with Li Shi cordially, and Li Shi invited Zhang Lixian and the videographer in. Entering the empty living room, Zhang Lixian was stunned. Is this a new house that has just been moved in? This is simply a bare house, as if it had just been robbed. How can people live here? Zhang Lixian was very confused. When she heard that Mr. Li had set the interview location in the City Dawn community, she thought this was Mr. Li's residence. After all, it was in the community, and it was obviously not an office location. But when she came here and took a look, Zhang Lixian was confused again. How can this look like a residence? There is no smell of fireworks at all. As far as she knows, Mr. Li has been married for a long time and his son is in junior high school, but there is no trace of his wife and son living here. In other words, Li Shi did not live here as his home, but just rented a house in Sloth Apartment? Why? Is there anything special about this place? Before the interview started, Zhang Lixian had already naturally had a lot of questions. Li Shi saw her doubts and smiled. I know what you want to ask, don't worry, let's talk slowly. There is a small tea table and 2 chairs near the balcony for drinking tea, which is just right for the interview. The sunlight coming through the floor-to-ceiling window made the lens a little backlit, but Li Shi solved it after adjusting the smart glass. This is not a very formal news interview, but more like an interview column. The program is longer, and the content of the two people's chat is relatively casual. While recalling the questions she wanted to ask, Zhang Lixian couldn't help but cast her eyes on the square black box on the tea table. What is this? There is no way not to attract attention. The whole room is so big, there is basically no other furnishings, and this black box is too eye-catching on the tea table. Lisher smiled, this thing, I will explain it later. Zhang Lixian nodded and decided to interview according to the normal process first. Anyway, if you are not satisfied with the results of the interview, you can reshoot. After all the preliminary preparations were ready, the interview officially began. Zhang Lixian had many questions, such as why Mr. Li arranged the interview location here, what was going on with the furnishings in this room, what the black box was used for, etc. But she still started asking questions according to the questions she had prepared before. Mr. Li, you can be said to be a senior figure in the venture capital industry in Jingzhou and even Handong, and a witness to many wealth myths. The Fuhui capital you founded has directly or indirectly helped many local industries in Jingzhou. You have also responded to the call recently and invested a lot of money in the old industrial zone, which is the Jingji hostel. But originally, our Jingzhou companies and investors were afraid to avoid this place. What reasons did you have to make up your mind to invest here? Lisher fell into memories. In fact, I didn't think much of this place. But one day, Mr. Pei asked me which project in Jingzhou is the most reluctant for investors. I thought about it and said that it should be the old industrial zone. Because the old industrial zone was still a wasteland at that time, there were only some abandoned factories, and it was far away from the city and the location was very remote. I thought Mr. Pei was just joking, but Mr. Pei invested without saying anything. So, I invested too. Zhang Lixian was stunned. So, hasty? Mr. Pei invested, so you also invested? What if Mr. Pei's investment fails? Then, why do you trust Mr. Pei so much? Zhang Lixian asked. Lisher smiled. If you investigate Mr. Pei's investment in Dream Ventures in detail, you will find that his investment is very different from others. Other people's investment has only two results, loss or profit. And Mr. Pei's investment also has only two results, profit now or profit later. If we say that Dream Ventures' most successful investment is to buy shares of Finger Company, the timing of each step is just right, and the income has increased more than 20 times. To invest, you need not only courage, but also vision. A good investor must first be able to see opportunities, secondly, know how to seize opportunities, and finally, dare to seize opportunities. And Mr. Pei obviously did his best in every aspect to invest in so many successful projects. Of course, before investing, Mr. Pei repeatedly reminded me that this project would have great risks. I thought about it and realized that there are risks. The transformation of the old industrial zone is imperative. If I really lose money, it will be equivalent to making a contribution to Jingzhou. As a native of Jingzhou, I have gained some wealth by chance, and it is my duty to give back to society. Mr. Li's mind is really admirable. I found that you seem to trust Mr. Pei very much. Does your trust come from Mr. Pei's brilliant investment performance, or from other places? Lisher was silent for a moment, and said, in fact, at the beginning, it was just because of Mr. Pei's brilliant investment achievements. At that time, I didn't have a deep understanding of why Mr. Pei and Yuan Main Venture Capital could achieve so much success. But recently, I have become more and more aware of the root of all this. I think this experience can not only be shared with investors, but also with all young people who are determined to make a career. The fundamental reason why Mr. Pei can achieve such results lies in his way of thinking. Zhang Lixian's eyes lit up. Please tell me in detail? Lisher smiled slightly. This is Sloth Apartment, which is the latest rental brand launched by Tenda. But many people don't know that Mr. Pei also lives here, on the top floor of this building. All the furnishings in this room are exactly the same as Mr. Pei's room. Zhang Lixian was stunned. She really didn't expect this. Everyone knows where Tenda's office is, and where Mr. Pei's office is, but few people know Mr. Pei's true face and where Mr. Pei lives. Is Mr. Pei's residence the same as here? Isn't it too simple? How can someone live here? Zhang Lixian asked in confusion. Lisher smiled. I thought so at first. After I found out that Mr. Pei lived here, I was also surprised, because the furnishings here are really too simple, so simple that it will have a certain impact on normal life. People who live here will easily feel that this place is like a temple or a monastery, because there is no atmosphere of life at all. So, I also have doubts. With Mr. Pei's wealth, it is easy to buy a luxury villa. Why does he live in such a place? So, with doubts, I also lived here for more than half a month, and finally, I understood Mr. Pei's deep meaning. Lisher deliberately kept it a secret, and after a pause, he said, this place helps to concentrate and think. And Mr. Pei lives here, just to concentrate all his attention, for a long time to think. Rather than saying this is Mr. Pei's residence, it is better to say that this is Mr. Pei's training ground. Gong room, meditation room. Mr. Pei's success is not accidental, but the result of diligent thinking, day after day. He compressed his material enjoyment to a very low level, keeping only the minimum necessities in the entire room, and has been living such a minimalist life, just to prevent those messy things from interfering with his thinking. Without these clutter, you can think more focused. Living in such an environment for a long time, you can develop this kind of focused and long-term thinking mode. There is no investment genius in this world. Mr. Pei just makes use of all his time and thinks efficiently. So, I am now trying to learn this way of thinking, of simplifying the complex. I often come here and think quietly by myself. I find that many problems that I couldn't figure out before can be figured out quickly after coming here, because here, I can concentrate on my work and nothing will disturb me. Zhang Lixian's face showed a look of realization. So that's it. She was also puzzled before. Mr. Pei is the boss of Tenda Group. He can make 500 million yuan with one investment. What kind of house can he not afford? Although this house is not small in size, it still doesn't match Mr. Pei's net worth. Moreover, Mr. Pei actually decorated his house so simply, with almost no extra things, which makes people think of ascetics and seekers. Is this reasonable? Let me ask, who doesn't like convenience and who doesn't like to enjoy? Mr. Pei's Tenda Group is already a big family. It stands to reason that enjoying life is a normal choice. But Mr. Pei didn't do that. Obviously, Mr. Pei has some very special purposes. This puzzle was solved by Mr. Li, who is also an investor. Obviously, Mr. Pei's success is not accidental, but the result of careful consideration. The reason why President Pei can think deeper and further than ordinary people is that he uses this extremely strict attitude to create such a space for himself where he can abandon some distractions and concentrate on thinking. When others are at home with their wives and children, President Pei is still here seriously thinking about the future development direction of Tenda Group. Over time, isn't it a world of difference? Zhang Lixian suddenly thought of a question and looked at the black box on the coffee table. So, what is this black box for? Lisher did not speak, but demonstrated it to Zhang Lixian. Quickly press a few metal sticks, and the machine in the box automatically restores it one by one. Zhang Lixian was at a loss. This. Lisher explained, it is an exquisite work of art. But it is rich in some philosophical meanings, which can help us think better. There is also an identical one in Mr. Pei's room. I took a lot of effort to find the official website of this thing. Unexpectedly, it was also made by Yuan Venture Capital. In other words, this thing is probably a special custom invention of Mr. Pei. Its name is called the fully automatic bar lifting machine. Zhang Lixian was still confused. Fully automatic bar lifting machine? How can it have philosophical meanings? How can it help us think better? Lisher turned the fully automatic bar lifting machine to Zhang Lixian and asked her to press it herself. Zhang Lixian pressed for a minute and wondered, what's the point of this? It's a complete waste of time? Lisher smiled slightly, it's meaningless. Its meaninglessness is its greatest meaning. It contains the traditional Taoist philosophical thought, the uselessness of uselessness. It can make people realize that a certain behavior is meaningless, which is a kind of meaning in itself. This thing is called a fully automatic argument machine, which simulates the whole process of arguing with others on the internet. Now there are more and more argumentative people on the internet, and there are more and more meaningless arguments. Especially for public figures, it is really easy to fall into such meaningless arguments. We are always used to arguing with others, but most of the time, many people are not arguing about right or wrong, but about who is better. No one really wants to understand the other party's true meaning, and will not reflect on whether they are wrong, but will try every means to dig holes in the other party's language and want to refute the other party. Therefore, we will find that it is impossible to reach a consensus when arguing with others on the internet. Arguing with these people is like arguing with this fully automatic argument machine. No matter how hard you try, it will argue back, and you are just wasting your time. As a thinker, it is easier to get caught up in this meaningless debate. Because the more you think, the more angry you will be about the stupidity of some people. The more you think, the easier it is to fall into a situation where you are stupid without knowing it. Whether it is the former or the latter, it is very dangerous. Thinking brings us wisdom, but sometimes it also brings us paranoia and arrogance. And this machine is reminding you that this is meaningless. Don't waste your time, and don't argue with the nitpickers on the internet. You just need to think seriously and do your own thing. So, whenever I am upset, I would press it. I watched it constantly argue with me, undoing all my efforts, and finally I realized that I was wasting time and doing useless work. So, my negative emotions were vented, and I could calm down and continue thinking. Why did Mr. Pei leave no crafts or decorations in the room, but only this one? It is because it is not just a craft or artwork, it is also a thinking zeroing machine, which matches the layout of the entire room and allows us to calm down and think better. In my opinion, it is the soul of this thinking space. Chapter 653 New World Famous Paintings. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Zhang Lixian suddenly realized, so that's how it is. This thing is similar to a decompression artifact? Lixia shook his head. You can think so, but its usage is still somewhat different from a real decompression artifact. General decompression artifacts, such as bubble machines, fingertip gyroscopes, etc., all use a repetitive movement to relieve your psychological pressure, allowing the inertia of repetitive movement to occupy your brain. But the fully automatic bar lift machine is not like this. There is no certain rule for its gameplay. It is not a repetitive movement, so for some people, they may get more and more addicted to it. But this is exactly the difference between the fully automatic bar lift machine and the decompression artifact. The decompression artifact only plays a role in relieving emotions. It just diverts your attention and allows you to temporarily forget those troubles. But in fact, it doesn't help us think much, and it may even make us dependent on it, become distracted, and subconsciously play the decompression artifact when we are a little irritated. However, the fully automatic bar lift machine is not for venting. If you keep playing it, some people's irritability may be aggravated. Its function is to induce you to think through some things, make you realize the meaninglessness of your behavior, and cultivate your self-control so that you can control yourself when you are overwhelmed. Therefore, the fully automatic bar lift machine can only be controlled by people with a certain degree of self-control. That's why I have been emphasizing that it helps us think. It is not to paralyze you, but to sting you. In the long run, there is a big difference between the two. Zhang Lixian obviously also has a strong interest in this square black box, but after all, it is still in the interview, so it is not convenient to ask directly where to buy it, so let's talk about it after the interview. Zhang Lixian looked around, and the whole room was indeed, as Mr. Li said, extremely simple and even made people feel like they were practicing hard. But then, Zhang Lixian saw the big TV in the living room. The size of this TV is rarely seen even in home appliance malls, which is really eye-catching. Zhang Lixian felt a little strange and asked, "Mr. Li, since we want to think quietly, shouldn't there be a TV in the living room?" For most people, TV is used for leisure and entertainment, whether it is watching dramas, movies, variety shows, or playing games, which has nothing to do with thinking, right? Leisure smiled and said, "Oh, this." In fact, if you open the inconspicuous TV cabinet under the TV, you will see a game console and a large number of game discs. This is normal, because although Mr. Pei has many identities, his first identity is always a game producer. The online game GOG produced by Mr. Pei is currently developing the European and American markets, accumulating millions of players around the world, and even advertising in Times Square. And the standalone game, Struggle, produced by Mr. Pei has also received a warm response in China, and the ideological and depth of the game has won unanimous praise from game industry insiders and players. As such a top game producer, how can I get materials if I don't play games? I found various games from top foreign manufacturers in the TV cabinet. This is enough to show that President Pei is neither complacent nor complacent, but has always been working hard to learn from foreign game producers and reflect on himself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make an excellent game like Struggle. Zhang Lixian nodded slightly, but then felt something was wrong and asked, "Then why did President Pei provide games to other tenants?" Lixian was well prepared and replied, "Obviously, this is President Pei's attitude. I have seen these games. These games are all foreign 3A masterpieces. They are all works with good artistic and game features. I believe they have been carefully selected by President Pei. In Mr. Pei's opinion, games are not just a form of entertainment, they can also have artistic expression and profound connotations. Therefore, Mr. Pei obviously hopes that the tenants of Sloth Apartment can relax when they are tired of thinking and get some inspiration and enlightenment from these excellent games. At the same time, it should also be against the saying that playthings will lead to loss of ambition. Mr. Pei always emphasizes that games can make people think while relaxing." Zhang Lixian nodded, "I see. I heard before that Sloth Apartment seems to have many unreasonable rules. So it seems that Mr. Pei is actually conveying this lifestyle to everyone through Sloth Apartment? Then why not explain it on Sloth Apartment?" Lixian smiled slightly, "How can you say this kind of thing yourself? Wouldn't that be self-praise? Thinking is a very personal thing. It doesn't mean that you can calm down and think in a certain environment. This kind of thing varies from person to person, and it is impossible to guarantee the effect. Besides, President Pei never explains his behavior. He only does his own thing seriously. As for other people, if they understand, they understand. If they don't understand, they don't understand. President Pei never forces them. Why does Sloth Apartment have so many rules and regulations? Why does the fully automatic bar lifter use such expensive materials, is made so finely, and sells so expensively? Obviously, Mr. Pei prepared it for those who can understand the deep meaning. Those who understand it understand the value of it, know that the price is worth it, and are naturally willing to pay, while those who think it is too expensive will not realize the value of it, and will not compete with those who really need it. Finally, the interview is over. Zhang Lixian reviewed the content of the interview and felt that this interview seemed to be a bit off. Because it was originally an interview with Mr. Li, but Mr. Li was talking about Mr. Pei's affairs throughout the interview. But this is not a big deal, because similar interview programs do not force content restrictions, and guests can share anything. And the content shared by Mr. Li this time is indeed full of dry goods. Why can Mr. Li insist on investing in the old industrial zone under the premise that most investors and industries are not optimistic about the transformation of the old industrial zone? On the one hand, it is to follow Mr. Pei's footsteps, and on the other hand, it is because of this independent way of thinking. And the development of this independent way of thinking is closely related to the usual living environment and thinking mode. This experience of being extremely focused when thinking is not only suitable for people in the investment industry, but also for other mental workers and people who need to think without distraction. The transformation of the old industrial zone by General Manager Li and General Manager Pei can be used as a model and deserves praise. Thinking of this, Zhang Lixian stood up and shook hands with Li Shi again. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be interviewed. I believe that your way of thinking can definitely help many confused young people. The shooting was over, so Zhang Lixian whispered, Mr. Li, where should I buy this fully automatic bar lift machine? Li Shi smiled, you can find it by searching the name online. It's not difficult to find. Zhang Lixian nodded, well, this thing is quite interesting. I also want to buy one and put it at home. Okay, we won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Mr. Li. September 13th, Tuesday, evening. Today is the last match day of the first round of the GOG Global Invitational Group stage. Tomorrow is a day off. After watching the game, Pei Qian did not go home directly, but first came to Moyu Internet Cafe, drinking a cocktail while sorting out the mind maps of various departments of Tenda on his laptop. In fact, it's not that Pei Qian doesn't want to go home, but mainly because there is nothing to do when he goes home. The house is too empty, so I just play games, but I get bored of playing games too much. It's not like Moyu Internet Cafe, where there are waiters to serve and you can drink wine while listening to singers. There are more and more lines on the mind map, and Pei Qian feels that his brain is not enough. Pei Qian reluctantly connected DGE Club, Tenda Games, and the managed gym. The GOG Global Invitational was a trigger. The players were praising the DGE Club and the managed gym like crazy. They had been praising them since the first day of the group stage, and it had been 4 days in a row. Pei Qian saw it and was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He had wanted to go to the managed gym to have a look, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that even if he went, it would only make things difficult for him. He could only quietly connect to the line and declare that it could only enter the next stage. Open branches as much as possible. As long as the branches are opened fast enough, the profits will not catch up with me for the time being. Pei Qian found that this cycle seemed to be a bit unsatisfactory, especially his own physical stores, which were all exposed. First, Moyu Internet Cafe, then Moyu Takeaway, and now even the managed gym couldn't hold on. Fortunately, Sloth Apartment was still strong. Otherwise, the only physical store left was Nifeng Logistics. What could he do? Pei Qian looked at the densely packed big network on the mind map and felt that he seemed to be able to give up this thing. Now, let alone inferring the connections between departments, it's hard to even understand them. These dense lines and dense small characters are really dizzying, and it's hard to sort them out. Pei Qian felt that his strategy of inferring the possible linkages between departments through mind maps had failed, because the linkages between these departments were always so mysterious and unreasonable. For example, Pei Qian originally asked Coach Yaling to take photos of DGE players every day to ensure that they did not have enough time for game training. Who would have thought that these photos would become promotional materials for the managed gym? Thinking of this, Pei Qian could not help but sigh silently, with an inexplicable sadness. At the same time, outside the Moyu Internet Cafe. The Internet Cafe was brightly lit, and it was reflected through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and it could be seen clearly from the outside. Wang Guangjian came out of the Halo studio opposite, and had just finished drawing an original painting of a GOG hero, and was going to go back to rest. However, when passing by the Moyu Internet Cafe, he suddenly saw a familiar figure through the floor-to-ceiling window. Hey, President Pei hasn't gone home to rest so late? Facing the computer. Is he working? Wang Guangjian was a little curious. President Pei was sitting in a position with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window, and he could see the laptop screen lid over his shoulder. Wang Guangjian suddenly had an idea and thought that the composition of this angle was good. So he immediately took out his mobile phone and took a photo through the floor-to-ceiling window. Click. In the photo, President Pei is facing away from the camera, with his right hand on his chin, seemingly thinking about something, and the computer screen facing him is on. Although it is not clear what is on the screen, it is definitely not a game or a movie. World-famous painting, President Pei at work. But what is this on the computer? Mind map? Wang Guangjian dragged the photo to enlarge it. His mobile phone camera had a high pixel. Although he did not intentionally take a picture of the computer screen, he could still vaguely see that it was a mind map with countless dense lines and boxes. These boxes were large and small, and the words in the small boxes and the words on the lines were completely unclear. Only the largest boxes had words such as Tenda Games, Managed Gym, Moyu Takeout, Moyu Internet Cafe, etc. on them, and dense lines extended from them and connected to other boxes. Wang Guangjian took a look and confirmed that there was no company confidential information in it, so he felt relieved. Everyone in Tenda's various departments knew that this was not a secret, and it didn't matter if it was sent out. Wang Guangjian posted the picture on his Weibo and added a sentence, "I'm off work, but someone is still working." Originally, he wanted to say hello to President Pei in the internet cafe, but after thinking about it, there was no need, so Wang Guangjian turned around and left with satisfaction. Chapter 654 Death Notice and Precise Last Hit. Losing money to become the richest man started from gaming. Pei Qian tried hard for 5 minutes and then dragged the mind map into the recycle bin. Give up, this thing doesn't work at all. Pei Qian is not a stubborn person. He should give up decisively and think of other ways. After finishing the cocktail, Pei Qian looked at the watch. It was almost time to go back and rest. Wouldn't it be nice to play games for a few hours in front of the big TV and then have a comfortable sleep? Although he has finished many games, games are something that can never be finished. Thinking of this, Pei Qian got up and left, ready to go back to play games and sleep. When he came to the 12th floor of City Dawn, Pei Qian was about to enter the door when he found a small note on the door. Huh? What is this? Pei Qian thought it was a water bill or something like that, but he thought it was wrong. Isn't the water bill very long? And the housekeeper is responsible for paying the water bill at Sloth Apartment. When he took it down and looked at it, he found a line of words on it, tonight at 9 o'clock, Jingzhou TV Financial Channel. Pei Qian was stunned. What does this mean? Assassination notice? Death threat? What will Jingzhou TV have, now, no matter what the matter is, as long as it has something to do with the TV station, Pei Qian feels that something is wrong. There is no signature on this note, but now it is too late to worry about who did it. Looking at the watch, it is almost 9 o'clock now. If I stay in the Moyu Internet Cafe for a while longer, I may not be able to catch up. Pei Qian hurriedly went in, changed his shoes, and turned on the TV. A few minutes later, the interview column of the Financial Channel started on time. He is the helmsman of Fuhui Capital, a famous investment company in Jingzhou. He is regarded as the second weather vane of Jingzhou's investment industry. When all companies and investors were not optimistic about the transformation of old industrial areas, he resolutely invested huge sums of money. Having experienced ups and downs in the investment circle and witnessed countless wealth myths, what unique insights does he have on investment? How does he keep a clear head and think rationally in the face of complicated work? In the era of mass entrepreneurship and innovation, what secrets of success does Li Shi, who has been ups and downs in the business world for half his life, want to share with young people? Tonight's financial story, Li Shi and Thinkers, is about to be presented. This interview column is full of XX appointment déjà vu, but this is normal. After all, it is a popular interview column in the country. It is normal to be imitated by the column of Jingzhou TV station. As soon as he finished reading this opening, Pei Qian had already locked on who had posted the note on his door. It was definitely Mr. Li. However, although he had locked on the real culprit behind the scenes, Pei Qian was a little suspicious of his motives. This interview program obviously had nothing to do with him, right? Isn't this Mr. Li's interview? Then what did Mr. Li ask him to watch? To see how handsome he was on the interview program? Mr. Li was showing off to me? Showing off that he could be on the TV interview program while I didn't? Don't you know that the financial channel came to find me first, and after I refused the interview, they took the initiative to find you? You are showing off. Pei Qian thought again, that's not right, Mr. Li shouldn't be that kind of person. With doubts, he continued to read on. As soon as he saw the interview screen, Pei Qian was stunned. Isn't this the sloth apartment? It was obviously Mr. Li's room. The layout was exactly the same as his side, even the position of the fully automatic bar lifter on the table was the same. Pei Qian suddenly realized the problem. How come Mr. Li has an automatic bar lifter? There is indeed one in my room, but it was specially delivered by Zhang Wang and his team. They didn't equip other rooms with it? Pei Qian calmed down and continued to watch. On the screen, Mr. Li talked freely. Mr. Pei voted, so I voted too. Mr. Pei obviously did his best in every aspect, which is why he invested in so many successful projects. Rather than saying this is Mr. Pei's residence, it's better to say it's Mr. Pei's practice room and meditation room. Success is not an accident, but the result of diligent thinking day after day. Watching the interview program, Pei Qian's expression changed from relaxed to confused, then to shocked, and finally to completely sluggish. Mr. Li's speech completely confused him. He understood every word, but when they were put together, he had no idea what Mr. Li was talking about. And the more he listened, the more absurd Pei Qian felt. Are you sure that the Mr. Pei described here is the same person as me? And aren't they interviewing you? What do you mean by saying I? Pei Qian originally thought that the title of this interview column, Li Shi and Thinkers, was saying that Li Shi was a thinker. Now I realize that this thinker refers to himself. The word "and" is not an explanation, but a parallel relationship. Thinking back carefully, Mr. Li was simply heartbreaking in this column. First, he talked to the host about the Jingji Hotel, portraying himself and Pei Qian as investors who cared about Jingzhou and supported the transformation of the old industrial zone without hesitation. Then he began to shift the topic to the sloth apartment, talking about the special layout and structure of the sloth apartment, and how much it helps people concentrate on thinking. Finally, he talked about the fully automatic lifting machine, saying that this thing is the finishing touch of the entire thinking space, and even brought philosophy. Originally, Pei Qian didn't take it seriously, thinking, you accept the interview, what does it have to do with me? And you deliberately posted a note on my door to show off? Now I understand, this is not showing off, it is clearly posting a death notice. Pei Qian felt bad all over. Something happened, something big happened. The sloth apartment has gone through many twists and turns before, and now only the last wall has not been breached. The recent formaldehyde room incident has ruined the reputation of a large number of rental companies such as Zhujia and Snail Apartment. Now they are busy apologizing and public relations. Only the sloth apartment has not been damaged in this incident, but has gained a lot of fans. But there are still not many people who are really determined to live in the sloth apartment, and it all comes down to the bearer style. But now, Mr. Li's set of countermeasures has completely reversed the interpretation of bearer style. The original impractical instantly became helpful for quiet thinking. Even the invention of the fully automatic bar lift machine, which is harmless to humans and animals, could not escape Mr. Li's clutches and was interpreted as a work of art that exercises the mentality and allows people to think quietly. An interview column directly wiped out the Jingji hostel, sloth apartment and the fully automatic bar lift machine. Pei Qian's biggest feeling now is regret. He didn't expect that his refusal to interview the financial channel would actually backfire. But who could have thought of such a thing? Pei Qian hurriedly took out his mobile phone and checked the latest reviews of Sloth Apartment on the Tenda Life app. Now we can only hope that the public will not be deceived by Mr. Li. Sloth Apartment has no function to help thinking at all, don't be fooled. The fully automatic bar lift machine is purely a boring toy that wastes time, don't buy it. However, seeing the new comments below Sloth Apartment, Pei Qian's heart instantly sank. The original comments were basically criticizing this place for being inconvenient and impractical. But the focus of the latest comments has completely changed. I see. I thought Sloth Apartment was not suitable before, but I opened it in the wrong way. I am an artist. After watching the talk show, I suddenly realized that Sloth Apartment is the perfect place in my mind. It is simple to the extreme, and nothing will disturb my thoughts. I am an author, and I think this place is good too. Programmer, +1. Is Mr. Pei's way of thinking really useful? I am tempted and ready to rent one to try. Actually, there is some truth to it. Now, letting go and minimalist style are popular. Of course, this is not completely right. Everyone has to consider whether their life is suitable for themselves, but this concept still makes sense. Everyone's energy is limited, and if you want to make a huge breakthrough in a certain field, you must completely abandon distractions. Sloth Apartment is providing such a place. Then how do you explain the lack of storage space and the inability to move the furniture? Don't you understand? This is to ensure that everything in the room will not be messed up by you. Think about it, if there is a lot of storage space, you will keep buying, and then stuff a bunch of useless things into the cabinet. If you can buy furniture yourself, you will definitely do it according to your own preferences. It's completely contrary to the concept of Sloth Apartment. Yes, the layout of the whole house was designed by a great designer. If you move around, the original perfect combination will be destroyed. There is no fairy spirit at all. Yes, Sloth Apartment has a housekeeper and a cleaner, and you can't move the furnishings inside. Isn't this to let you not worry about anything and concentrate on thinking about your own things? It's normal to feel out of touch with reality, because Sloth Apartment originally practiced Mr. Pei's own life philosophy, which is not suitable for everyone. It is specially prepared for thinkers. I heard that the largest houses have been bought up by investors in Qingshan. Now there are 2 Lakeview houses and 1 commercial and residential house left. Hurry up, big guys, it's estimated that they will be rented out soon. These 3 types of houses are at 3 different price levels. Is it convenient for people of all wealth classes to experience this minimalist lifestyle? Friendly reminder, after renting a Sloth Apartment, you must get a fully automatic bar lifter. I won't rent it, but I'm very interested in the fully automatic bar lifter and have already placed an order. Have you noticed that the fully automatic bar lifter is simply amazing? It perfectly meets all the essences of human beings: repeater, pigeon, really delicious, and argumentative. Repeating meaningless things equals repeater. Playing for 5 minutes and then giving up and throwing it away to collect dust equals pigeon. At first, no one would buy this broken thing, but now everyone is scrambling for it equals really delicious. Playing with it and getting addicted equals argumentative. Fuck, it's true. It is said that this is President Pei's invention. Could it be that when President Pei invented this thing, he had already calculated this? No more talking, place the order, hurry up and place the order. Don't worry, the official website shows that there is sufficient stock, everyone has a share. Pei Qian was completely stunned. I totally don't understand what these crazy people are thinking. I accept that you guys are crazy about renting Sloth Apartments, but what's the point of buying fully automatic bar lifts like crazy here? I managed to secretly produce more than 20,000 units, and so far, I've sold less than double digits. It was doing well, but now it's all over. Pei Qian didn't know how many automatic bar lifts would be sold once they became popular, but judging from the strong interest of the netizens, there would definitely be a lot of them. Pei Qian was helpless. Wasn't there a normal person among the netizens? Couldn't anyone see that Mr. Li was just bragging and talking nonsense? His imagination was completely unfounded. Suddenly, Pei Qian saw a comment and rekindled his hope of life. Are you all confused? Does the extreme simplicity definitely help thinking? What's the evidence? Mr. Pei has so many industries under his command, and each industry has a person in charge. How can he take care of them all? So don't deify someone. Mr. Pei may not care about these things at all. They are all done by the heads of various departments. Yes, now Tenda has so many industries, how can Mr. Pei take care of them all? I also think that the biggest possibility is that Mr. Pei has the ability to judge people and arranges capable people in charge for each department, so he can achieve the current success. If he is asked to think about so many things, he will definitely not be able to think them all, and it may even have the opposite effect. Pei Qian felt warm in his heart. Brothers, you are so right. I really can't take care of it all. It's really all done by the heads of various departments, and it has nothing to do with me. However, the following comment instantly extinguished the little flame that had just risen in Pei Qian's heart. Want evidence? Here. Picture. The first picture shows Pei Qian's back in Moyu Internet Cafe, with his right hand on his chin, deep in thought. Because there were already two world-famous paintings in Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeout, this back was instantly recognized. The second picture is an enlarged view of the computer screen in front of President Pei. It is very blurry, but you can barely see that it is a flow chart. The largest boxes are all written with the names of core departments such as Tenda Games and Moyu Takeout. This is the evidence. Are you satisfied? It turns out that President Pei is not only in control of the direction of each department, but also in control of the linkage between departments. Look at these dense lines. Most people may have difficulty seeing them clearly, but President Pei can use this flowchart to plan the linkage plan for each department. I see. No wonder hosting a GOG World Invitational can help promote the gym and club. It turns out that this is all part of President Pei's plan? Thinking about it this way, all those genius-like promotional methods and linkage effects in the past can be explained. Hiss. How many times did President Pei think about these dense lines? Is this brain a galactic computer? Calculating 100 million times per second? I didn't quite believe the content of the interview at first, but now I do. Mr. Pei can complete such extraordinary thinking, which is definitely closely related to his lifestyle. I'm going to order a fully automatic bar lift machine now. Pei Qian looked at the picture and his expression fell into a sluggish state again. Isn't this what happened tonight? Maybe just over an hour ago? Who did it? Who has nothing better to do and secretly took a picture of me? First the interview column and then the world-famous paintings. You all have discussed it in advance, and are you here to make up for it? Chapter 655 Living here does not improve your thinking ability. September 14th, Wednesday. Pei Qian got up very early. He took his phone and opened the Iladeo website and found that the interview column of Jingzhou Finance Channel last night had been on the front page. God knows how many fully automatic bar lift machines were sold that night. Pei Qian could have called Zhang Wang last night, but he hesitated and held back. He couldn't convey the wrong information to the employees. Since he had repeatedly emphasized that overtime was not allowed under any circumstances, and he called the employees privately to talk about work, wouldn't this cause the employees to misunderstand? Therefore, Pei Qian knew that this night would allow the interview column and this world-famous painting to spread quickly, but there was no way, the rule of not working overtime could not be broken. He could only make up for it as soon as he got to work today. But last night, Pei Qian had already found the source of this world-famous painting. Wang Guangjian's Weibo. He was originally a top artist in China, and he often posted some practice works on his Weibo. He was also the original artist and concept designer of games such as Ghost General, GOG, Turning Back, and Struggle. He already had a large number of fans, a large part of whom were Tenda players. Soon after he posted this Weibo, it quickly went viral on the internet. The same is true for Mr. Li's interview. Although it was only broadcast on the financial channel of the local TV station, as long as a few people saw it and posted it on the internet, it would spread quickly. Pei Qian was simply speechless. So, we had to think of remedial measures. First, go downstairs to find the housekeeper, Song Kai. Song Kai is not only the housekeeper of this building, but also the person in charge of Sloth Apartment. He and Liang Qingfan have different responsibilities. Liang Qingfan is mainly responsible for the design and quality control of the house, while Song Kai is responsible for daily operations and maintenance. What is the current situation of the other houses in Sloth Apartment? Pei Qian asked. Song Kai said happily, the situation is very good. I can see from the data background that many houses were sold this morning, and I heard that people who want to see the houses there are queuing up. The Binhe community should be rented out within 2 days, and the commercial and residential building should be rented out within 10 days or half a month. Pei Qian couldn't help but be silent. This situation is more serious than he thought. The news just came out yesterday, and someone is already snatching it this morning? Aren't you all too well informed? Pei Qian said. Add another eye-catching line to the official website of Sloth Apartment. Living here will not improve your thinking ability. Song Kai was stunned. Huh? As the person in charge of Sloth Apartment, Song Kai also saw the video of the interview column on the internet, and was amazed by Mr. Li's interpretation. So that's what happened. Song Kai felt ashamed. Even the project leader of Sloth Apartment didn't think of this level. He really felt ashamed of Mr. Pei's trust. After watching the video, Song Kai realized this and believed that Sloth Apartment could improve thinking ability. Because he thought about it carefully, he had been working on the first floor. After a long time in this environment, his mind seemed to be clear. But what does Mr. Pei mean by this request now? Living here will not improve your thinking ability? Is this to overturn everything Mr. Li said yesterday? Pei Qian didn't explain anything, but emphasized, added immediately. Song Kai had to nod. Okay, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian didn't say anything more, fearing that he would say more and make more mistakes, and hurried away. Xiao Sun was already waiting outside. Pei Qian got in the car and headed for Yuanming Ventures. At Yuanming Ventures, He Dixing, Ma Yang, and Zhang Wang were celebrating with champagne. The fully automatic bar lifter is selling like crazy. After get off work last night, I thought it would be another day without anyone asking for orders, but unexpectedly, orders for the fully automatic bar lifter suddenly began to come in like snowflakes. This morning, the orders grew even faster. The sales volume, which was less than 2 digits, suddenly soared to several hundred units. The couriers of Nifeng Logistics were very busy in the morning, frantically shipping and delivering goods. Zhang Wang sighed. I have always wondered why I proposed so many publicity and promotion plans, but they were all rejected by President Pei. Now I finally understand. President Pei really has made arrangements. If my previous publicity plans were really publicized, it would give all consumers a preconceived impression, which is equivalent to deconstructing the deep connotation of the fully automatic bar lifter in advance, which is a loss of the big picture for the small. Before, Zhang Wang had racked his brains to sell the fully automatic bar lifter. First, he wanted to put the fully automatic bar lifter in the Golden Maze, and then he wanted to let the DG Club take it as a gift for practicing hand speed, including conventional publicity methods. However, all of these were rejected by President Pei. Not only that, Mr. Pei also emphasized that no publicity should be made for the fully automatic bar lifting machine, as he had his own arrangements. At that time, Zhang Wang was skeptical. He himself was the inventor of the fully automatic bar lifting machine, and he couldn't think of how to promote this machine. Could Mr. Pei have a better way? Now I found out that Mr. Pei really has it. And he used such a wonderful way of promotion. This way of promotion gives the fully automatic bar lifting machine a special philosophical and symbolic meaning, adding intangible value to it. No wonder Mr. Pei doesn't allow other ways of promotion, because other ways of promotion will tell everyone that this is a boring gadget. Once this concept is established, it will not work to tell everyone that the bar lifting machine has philosophical and symbolic meanings. Mr. Pei said that Zhang's promotional methods will have a counterproductive effect, and he is really right. And the decision to double the cost and selling price of the fully automatic bar lifting machine now seems to be extremely correct. First of all, it guarantees the quality of the bar lifting machine, so that it will not look cheap at all, but has a very high sense of quality. Secondly, because it is not the bar lifting machine that is sold, but the symbolic meaning of the bar lifting machine, so most people are not so sensitive to the price, and this pricing can pursue the maximum profit. Of course, even so, compared with the premium of other handicrafts, the premium of the fully automatic bar lifting machine is already very small. With so much inventory piled up before, Zhang Wang didn't dare to continue production. But President Pei remained unshakable. Even if the warehouse was full, he would rather continue to rent a warehouse and continue production, just to ensure inventory. Many people think that inventory is not that important. They think that it is enough to produce after receiving an order. Anyway, a lot of products can be produced in 10 days. But can consumers wait for you for 10 days? People's attention and memory are limited. If the consumption impulse cannot be satisfied immediately, most people will forget about it after 10 days of shortage. So, this crazy stocking has paid off. Mr. Pei asked to produce more than 20,000 units in total, with a cost of less than 400 yuan and a selling price of 488. If all are sold, it will easily make 2 million. Moreover, judging from the current popularity, how can more than 20,000 units be resisted? It can only withstand the first wave of rush buying. Now we have to hurry up and continue to stock up, otherwise we will not be able to catch up in the future. In short, the fully automatic lifting bar machine is a great success again. Zhang Wang couldn't help but feel proud. I told you, my invention, plus Mr. Ma's judgment, Mr. Yi's execution, plus Mr. Pei's soul injection into it, it's simply invincible. Of course, the main credit still belongs to Mr. Pei. Without Mr. Pei's soul injection into it, the fully automatic bar lifter would not be able to be reborn. It's a pity that Mr. Pei is not here. Let's open the champagne. We are short of one person. Disheng also felt a lot. He was not optimistic about this project from the beginning. He knew very well that Zhang Wang and Mr. Ma had different brain circuits from ordinary people. The project of the fully automatic bar lifting machine would 100% lose all the money. But the variable appeared in Mr. Pei. I still remember that after Mr. Pei saw the sample of the fully automatic bar lifting machine, he made a decision in a very short time and raised the price for mass production. At that time, Disheng still felt it was incredible. But now thinking about it, it is obvious that Mr. Pei had this plan in his mind when he saw the machine for the first time, and the rest was arranged step by step. Mr. Pei is really unfathomable. Disheng is now completely convinced and sincerely happy. The undefeated myth of Yuan Ming venture capital will undoubtedly continue. The three people were happy when Pei Qian arrived. Brother Qian. Mr. Pei. The three were overjoyed. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Ma Yang immediately took a new glass from the side and poured champagne into it. Brother Qian, how did you know we were going to celebrate? It's just right, let's celebrate together. As soon as Pei Qian entered the door, he saw 3 people with smiles on their faces. He felt that the entire Yuan main venture capital office was full of a joyful atmosphere, which was totally incompatible with his mood. Whether to accept the champagne or not, it seemed a little wrong. After hesitating for a while, Pei Qian subconsciously accepted the champagne and reluctantly clinked glasses with the other 3 people. After taking a symbolic sip, Pei Qian hurried to get down to business. Go to the sales page of the fully automatic bar lift machine and add a description text right now. Just write this. It's expensive, boring, and doesn't improve your thinking ability. Maybe you can spend your money on something more meaningful. Ma Yang was a little surprised. Ah? Brother Qian, are you serious? Zhang Wang and He Dishing were also stunned. What does President Pei mean by this? Isn't this an official denial of the greatest value of the fully automatic bar lift machine? It was President Pei who emphasized the philosophical and symbolic significance of the fully automatic bar lift machine. It was also President Pei who emphasized that the fully automatic bar lift machine had no such significance. Isn't this a contradiction? Is President Pei having a fever? Or, is there another consideration? Chapter 656 A Clue. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Seeing that the 3 people were stunned, Pei Qian emphasized again, added immediately. He Dishing was the first to react and nodded, okay, Mr. Pei. It is very simple to add a line of words on the promotional page. It is nothing more than finding an empty space on the original picture to add a sentence. He Dishing did not question Mr. Pei's behavior, but Zhang Wang and Ma Yang were heartbroken, as if their souls were taken away in an instant. But Pei Qian did not say much to them and turned away. There is no way Mr. Pei repays evil with kindness. Although these customers have lost their minds and rented the sloth apartment to buy the fully automatic bar lift machine, and frantically used money to stab Mr. Pei still cannot give up on them. Write these words, and save as many as you can. At the same time, Sloth Apartment, Building 9, Binhe Community. Qiao Liang has signed the contract and moved to the top floor of this building. In fact, he wanted the top floor of Building 8 more, but it seemed to have been rented by Chen Lei's fanatical fans a long time ago. So, he could only settle for the next best thing and rent the top floor of Building 9. I have to say that it is a blessing to be able to rent the top floor of Building 9. If it were a few minutes later, the floor would probably have plummeted. Because the downstairs was already crowded with people who wanted to rent a house, there were not enough houses here. Looking at the vast lake view outside the window, Qiao Liang felt relieved. Hang all the clothes brought in the suitcase in the closet of the master bedroom, and then put the suitcase in the cabinet of the second bedroom. Although there is only a little storage space in the whole room, it is enough for Qiao Liang. In this apartment, there are only some handicrafts in the large living room, and the decorative bookshelf cannot be used as storage space, but this also allows Qiao Liang to concentrate on enjoying the 180-degree lake view. Lying on the sofa, taking out the laptop and editing the video, Qiao Liang felt it was worth it. I don't know why, my thoughts suddenly calmed down, and I really want to think about some problems, and then make a video. Is this the magical effect of the sloth apartment? It seems to be really helpful to think here. Wait, that's not right. It seems that something is missing. Qiao Liang suddenly realized that the sloth apartment he rented seemed to lack soul. There was no fully automatic bar lifter. Well, it must be equipped. Actually, Qiao Liang wanted to buy it last night, but considering that he would have to take it with him when moving, he might as well buy it directly at the sloth apartment. Although sloth apartment does not allow you to add furniture or change the layout in principle, the housekeeper will acquiesce to the fully automatic bar lift machine. Qiao Liang immediately searched for the fully automatic bar lift machine on the internet and successfully found the purchase page. However, after clicking in, Qiao Liang was stunned. Because he saw a line of eye-catching words on the purchase page. It is expensive, boring, and does not improve your thinking ability. Maybe you can spend your money on something more meaningful. Qiao Liang was stunned. What does this mean? It does not improve thinking ability? The official denied the deep meaning of the fully automatic bar lift machine? Qiao Liang clearly remembered that when he looked at this page last night, there seemed to be no such sentence. Why add this sentence specifically? Qiao Liang hurried to the internet to check the comments of netizens, and then he found that it was not only the page of the fully automatic bar lift machine that had this line of words, but also the sloth apartment had a line of eye-catching words: living here will not improve your thinking ability. The tone seemed very flat, as if emphasizing an objective fact. Qiao Liang was even more confused. What do you mean? I just checked in and Mr. Pei is doing this to me? What is the purpose of emphasizing this? Is it to deny yourself? However, this place is really helpful for thinking. Qiao Liang could clearly feel that this environment was very simple and artistic, which was indeed helpful for calming down and inspiring inspiration. Then why did the official emphasize that this place would not improve thinking ability? Qiao Liang thought for less than 2 minutes and immediately realized it. So that's it. I understand. I don't know if netizens can see it? After determining the answer in his heart, Qiao Liang looked through the comments of netizens and soon showed a relieved smile on his face. What do the newly added instructions for sloth apartment and automatic bar lifting machine mean? Could it be that what Mr. Li said before was all fake? Yes, they are all fake. Don't rent or buy them. Leave them all to me. I have already moved in. This environment is indeed conducive to thinking. And this automatic bar lift can really make people fall into contemplation. Then why add these 2 instructions? Isn't this counterproductive? These 2 sentences actually contain a kind of dialectical thinking. What is the connotation of sloth apartment and automatic bar lifting machine? It is to let you think independently, not to believe what others say, and not to follow the crowd. If you blindly move into sloth apartment and buy automatic bar lifting machine without independent thinking, isn't it contrary to the connotation of independent thinking? I see. So these 2 sentences are reminding us, if we don't think about it, but just believe what others say, then even if we use sloth apartments and fully automatic bar lifts, it's useless. They can't change a person's way of thinking. In other words, don't exaggerate and deify the significance of these 2 things. At the same time, it's also suggesting that what we really need to change is the way we think, and not rely entirely on external things. Yeah, that makes sense. If you just know how to blindly follow the trend, it's useless to live in a sloth apartment. But then again, sloth apartments create an environment, and fully automatic bar lifts provide a carrier, which is still helpful for our thinking, there is no doubt about it. It is just a catalyst role, not a panacea for all diseases. It's worthy of being President Pei. Just adding 2 explanations is so philosophical. I want to buy it even more. After reading these comments, Qiao Liang nodded slightly. Well, netizens are really getting more and more accustomed to President Pei's way of thinking, and there is no need for them to stand up and interpret it. Perhaps in the near future, after every puzzle of Mr. Pei appears, netizens will spontaneously interpret it and dig out the deep meaning behind it, which means that their mission is accomplished. Mr. Pei's puzzle this time is really simple, and everyone can solve it in 1 second. Qiao Liang was very happy to order the fully automatic lifting machine and waited patiently for it to be delivered to his door. He took out his notebook and curled up on the sofa, looking at the lake view, while reading the long Weibo post by Qian several times. Sure enough, every time, he would have some new insights. To this day, Qiao Liang still hasn't given up, because President Pei once told him that as long as he gave up interpreting struggle with the god of conferred gods, he could get the real answer to the video of the Jingji hostel. So, Qiao Liang has been using Qian's long Weibo post as a key and constantly studying it. Xiao Liang felt that He An's long Weibo post of 10,000 words on the interpretation of the game struggle itself should be perfect, and no matter how much he studied, it should be impossible to study new content. So, what about the game struggle? After the recent incidents of the sloth apartment and the fully automatic lifting machine, Xiao Liang vaguely felt something, but it seemed difficult to grasp. He could feel that he was now missing a clue that could string everything together. And once this clue was found, all doubts would be solved. Xiao Liang was trying to think about all the content during this period, including Jingji Hostel, Moyu Takeout, Struggle, Sloth Apartment, fully automatic barbell lifting machine, managed gym, Tenda Life app, etc., while searching for information on the internet using various keywords. Suddenly, Xiao Liang's eyes lit up. On the internal forum of Handong University, he found a post titled, "Share the full text of President Pei's speech on the concept of wealth at the Science Hall." This is a hot post on the internal forum of Handong University, with many replies, but it does not seem to have been widely reposted on the internet. Xiao Liang is not a student of Handong University, so he cannot reply to this post, but he can view the full text. President Pei's speech? It seems to be true. It has not been circulated? Xiao Liang originally doubted the authenticity of this manuscript. Logically, a celebrity like President Pei would definitely make it known to everyone when he gave a speech at the school. How could he be so low-key that even the manuscript was not circulated? But after carefully reading the students' replies below, Xiao Liang realized that it seemed that President Pei did not attend in person at the time, but entrusted someone else to read the manuscript. I see, no wonder the popularity is so low. However, the content of this speech seems to have deeply touched the students. Well, since it is the manuscript written by President Pei himself, it is necessary to study it. Xiao Liang began to read the full text. This speech was aimed at all the poor students sponsored by Tenda, and the theme of the speech was to explore the view of wealth. The whole speech actually only talked about one thing, which was what Mr. Pei thought of the view of wealth. Obviously, this speech is to hope that poor students can correctly use the money donated by Tenda. But what surprised Xiao Liang was that in the speech, President Pei did not emphasize that these poor students should save money or be frugal, but explained this concept from another perspective. Many poor students have fallen into a misunderstanding about the concept of wealth, that is, they equate wealth with the money they can dispose of, and mistakenly believe that the correct concept of wealth is to do everything possible to spend less money and consume less. But President Pei proposed a new concept in the speech. For young people like them, the most valuable wealth is not the money they have, but their attention. So, don't save all your money and don't be reluctant to spend it, don't buy some meaningless things that are only used to satisfy your vanity, and don't spend it on entertainment activities that distract your attention and make people indulge. Where should the money be spent? It should be spent on places that allow you to concentrate on thinking, and you should use money to pry your attention, so as to maximize the wealth you have. After reading this speech, Xiao Liang suddenly felt bright. It seemed like he had caught what he had been looking for. Chapter 657: Everything you need to know outside of struggle. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Many of Mr. Pei's remarks seem contradictory on the surface, but if you dig deeper, you can achieve a state of unity of opposites at a higher level. The keyword attention makes Xiao Liang think of the recent sloth apartment and the fully automatic bar lifter. The particularity of the poor students makes Xiao Liang think of struggle. It seems that there is really a clue that connects all things together. But all this needs to be sorted out. First, let's start with a seemingly contradictory concept. Xiao Liang excitedly took the computer and wrote down all his ideas. In the speech, Mr. Pei hopes that these poor students will not spend money on entertainment activities that distract their attention and make people addicted. But at the same time, Mr. Pei is a game producer who has made many fun games and invented the seemingly meaningless gadget of the fully automatic bar lifter. Is this contradictory? For those who don't play games or understand games, this is obviously contradictory, because they will regard games as a waste of time and meaningless entertainment. But for Qiao Liang, he is a senior game enthusiast, and of course he doesn't think games are meaningless. There are at least two aspects of games that are beneficial. From the perspective of playability, games can relieve people's accumulated pressure and give them a rest mentally. Like most entertainment activities, they can soothe people's hearts. From the perspective of artistry, some games themselves have connotations and are meant to express some content, which is inspiring to players. And these two aspects happen to be what Tenda Games has been pursuing. GOG is constantly pursuing the ultimate playability, giving people relaxation and entertainment, while games such as Game Maker, Turning Back, and Struggle are constantly pursuing the ultimate artistry, giving people inspiration and thinking. Under what circumstances, games are harmful? When players are dominated by negative emotions and spend too much time on some low-interest games, and do not regard games as entertainment, but as a substitute for escaping reality, it is harmful. This kind of game that incites negative emotions is exactly what Tenda never touches. Of course, good games can sometimes make people addicted, but this cannot be blamed on the game is too fun, but it should be blamed on one's own lack of self-control. The problem of these people who have no self-control is that they do not realize that attention is their most precious wealth, and they squander these precious things wantonly. Even if there are no games, they will find something else to squander their attention. Even if there is no entertainment in the world, they will not do meaningful things, but will be in a daze. In this case, if they can take time to play a game like Struggle, it will be beneficial for them. Other entertainments, such as movies, TV series, etc., have the same effect. Let people relax, and after resting, they can better devote themselves to work, which is their meaning. If they can give people a little inspiration, it will be even better. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang suddenly became enlightened. He understood why Mr. Pei said not to interpret Struggle with the work of conferred gods. Because the ideas expressed in Struggle are not limited to the field of games, so naturally it cannot be simply interpreted with the work of conferred gods, with game thinking. As Mr. Qian said, Struggle is actually a game that breaks the dimensional wall, and this game itself is closely related to those industries of Tenda. Qian interpreted Struggle with the relevant concepts of game design, but this is obviously incomplete. Because he did not connect these contents in reality. For example, Qian said in a long Weibo post that President Pei encouraged everyone to resist consumerism. So what exactly does President Pei think of consumerism and IQ tax? Is it the concept we know in our habitual thinking? Obviously there is a difference. Qiao Liang finally understood why he could find what was missing in the video of the Jingji hostel after giving up interpreting Struggle with the work of the gods. Because all these contents are talking about the same thing in the final analysis. Under the blessing of the environment of the sloth apartment, Qiao Liang instantly felt that his inspiration was overflowing, and immediately began to write the document for the new video. The first episode of Silent Expressor, Everything You Need to Know, Besides Struggle. Friday, September 16th. Qian got up early as usual, walked around the garden of his villa twice, and then drank tea while browsing the latest news. The GOG Global Invitational has reached the second day of the second round of the group stage, but Qian is not paying attention to this game. After all, he is old now, and his attention to the gaming industry is now focused on standalone games. Suddenly, he found that there seemed to be a lot of people sending private messages to his Weibo last night. The content of these private messages is similar, all of which sent him a link to the Ellie Island website and asked him to watch a certain video. This situation is not common. With a little curiosity, Qian clicked on the link and jumped to the Ellie Island website. Everything you need to know, besides Struggle? Qian was a little surprised, because the struggle here was enclosed in quotation marks, which obviously referred specifically to the game Struggle. But the interpretation of the game struggle should have been finalized since he posted that long Weibo, right? Could it be that this post plagiarized the manuscript? Turned my long Weibo into a video? Qian almost thought that he was plagiarized, but after a closer look, he found that it was not right. From the introduction, this video was not discussing the game struggle itself. That means that it does not seem to conflict with Qian's long Weibo. Looking at the author again, it was Chao Laoshi. Qian had an impression of this post. After all, the column The Work of the Gods was published by Chao Laoshi. Qian knew very well that although Chao Laoshi did not have relevant professional knowledge, he was already considered to be a more thoughtful player among ordinary game players, and often interpreted Tenda's games. But this time, Chao Laoshi has not released the God-conferring work to interpret struggle, obviously because all the content has been explained by Qian. So, what is the purpose of Chao Laoshi releasing this video now? Could it be that he has found a new angle to interpret struggle? Qian instinctively didn't believe it, but curiosity still drove him to click on the video to watch it. Hello, everyone. I am still your game father, Mr. Chao. Seeing this title, many people may be confused. Why did the interpretation of struggle come out so late? Why was struggle not put in the Fangshan Cizu column but in the silent expressor column? Why is it the sequel of the first issue? Don't worry, I will reveal them one by one. Before that, I want to make it clear that this video does not involve the interpretation of the game struggle itself, because in my opinion, the long Weibo post by Mr. Qian has already analyzed all the contents of the game. Students who have not read this long Weibo, please click on the hyperlink in the video introduction to go to this long Weibo. This is very important, because all the content of this video needs to be combined with the content explained in this long Weibo. Students who have read it may also press the pause button and quickly browse it again. 3, 2, 1. Okay, next, let me reveal the content beyond the game struggle in depth. Boss Qian has said before that struggle is a game that repeatedly breaks the dimensional wall. A better tomorrow, struggle, and real life constitute three different worlds. However, Boss Qian does not live in Jingzhou and does not pay much attention to Tenda's industry, so he did not explain the real part in depth. Therefore, the current interpretation of the game struggle is missing half of the content. And the purpose of this video is to make up for this missing half of the content, so that struggle can break the dimensional wall more thoroughly. Seeing this, Qian was also stunned. You actually said that my interpretation of struggle is still incomplete? It's impossible, my interpretation should have covered everything, right? In addition to the game, there are still many things that need to be answered? Even related to Tenda's industry? Qian really doesn't know much about these. Because so far, Tenda's physical industries are basically concentrated in Jingzhou, and at most expanded to Handong province, and have not come to Qian. Qian doesn't live in Jingzhou, so he knows very little about industries such as Moyu takeaway, sloth apartments, and managed gym. So, Qian read on carefully. Before I start explaining, I first want to throw out a concept that seems a bit shocking: Moyu internet cafe, Moyu takeaway, sloth apartment, Jingji hostel, fully automatic barbell machine, managed gym, and even earlier ROF installation, automobile phone, Nifeng logistics, etc., are all extensions of the concept expressed by the game struggle. I know this sounds hard to accept, let me explain it slowly. The last question raised by Mr. Qian in the long Weibo post is, there are three types of relationships between the poor and the rich that Mr. Pei wants to express, namely, a better tomorrow, struggle, and the real world. The unsolvable problems of a better tomorrow and struggle are solved in reality. This game makes us realize that the things we take for granted are actually a great happiness. This is a manifestation of the game struggle breaking the dimensional wall. But some people don't agree with this, and think that it is a bit too forced to put the real world on a par with a better tomorrow and struggle. Chapter 658 Consumerism and IQ Tax. This is actually understandable. Because A Better Tomorrow is a movie and Struggle is a game, President Pei has carefully portrayed the details, and every viewer and player can get more or less similar information. But in real life, everyone faces different situations, and everyone gets very different information from reality. Some people change their fate through their own struggles, while others do not. Some people see the warm side of the world, while others see the cold side of the world. So, their views on the real world are naturally very different. And what I want to emphasize is that President Pei has actually expressed his views on the real world, but most people don't realize it. Why? Everyone, look at my title, Silent Expressor. This kind of expression is silent expression. It will not be clearly said, but it depends on your own understanding. Okay, next, please click on the second link in the video introduction and read carefully what President Pei expressed in his speech to poor students at his alma mater. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I believe everyone understands. President Pei donated 15 million to these poor students, and the purpose of this speech is to tell these poor students to make good use of this wealth. However, President Pei did not emphasize thrift, but emphasized attention. In fact, this is President Pei's own view of wealth. Although he does not agree with consumerism, he does not think that stinginess is good. When facing the issue of wealth, many people tend to go to two completely opposite extremes. One type of person believes that it is good to enjoy life in time, and spend all the salary as soon as it is received, and even use credit cards to spend ahead of time and buy things that are completely beyond their ability to afford. And the other type of person, they think that saving money desperately is good, and they try every means to grasp every inch of petty profits. They are rich, but live like beggars, and miss many opportunities. Obviously, these two extreme ideas are wrong. And Mr. Pei's speech tells us that for everyone, the most precious thing is not money, but attention. As long as we use our attention well, we can naturally make more money. On the contrary, if we care too much about petty profits and waste our attention, we will lose more than we gain. Then someone may ask, what does this speech have to do with this video and the game, Struggle? Of course it is related. The content of this speech, plus all of Mr. Pei's industries, is actually supplementing the content that is not in Struggle, telling us, what is struggle in real life? When facing the issue of struggle, many people will also go to two completely opposite extremes. One kind of people think that struggle is meaningless, and struggle can't change anything. It's better to muddle through, drink today, and worry about tomorrow. Another kind of people think that as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to live the life you want, and never ask yourself whether the way you struggle is correct. Both ideas are obviously wrong. Before answering this question, let me add one thing. Mr. Qian pointed out that one of the roots of the tragedy of the poor in the game, struggle, lies in consumerism and IQ tax. The poor work hard to climb to a false middle-class position, but consumerism harvests their hard-earned wealth and eventually falls into the cycle of poverty again. In the game, Struggle, consumerism has controlled the entire society, so the poor in the game have no choice, but in real life, consumerism has not yet become a consensus of the entire society, so if we resist consumerism, we can avoid being harvested and complete the initial accumulation of wealth. Many people have doubts about this point, because Mr. Qian did not elaborate on what consumerism is. According to the general definition, consumerism is the majority of behaviors of most people in society, which is the pursuit of decent consumption, the desire for unrestrained material enjoyment and entertainment, and regards these as the purpose of life and the value of life. But I believe that everyone has different views on the two concepts of consumerism and IQ tax. Own opinions. Many times we find that the concepts of consumerism and IQ tax seem to vary from person to person. A very simple example, 2 packs of tissues, one pack is 5 yuan, and the other pack is 20 yuan. Is the 20 yuan tissue a tax on IQ? Many people think so. Since they are all tissues, you put a label on them and increase the price by 4 times. Isn't this an insult to people's IQ? What if I tell you that the latter is softer, more delicate, more complex in craftsmanship, and will give you a better user experience? Do you still think this is a tax on IQ? Similarly, for an ordinary person, a brand name bag worth tens of thousands of yuan may be a tax on IQ, but for a billionaire, is a brand name bag worth tens of thousands of yuan still a tax on IQ? I think many people haven't thought deeply about this issue. So, some people hate consumerism, but some people think it's nothing, and think that as long as their wealth can support them to buy branded shoes and branded bags, they can buy them. Here, I won't judge right or wrong, but just speculate on Mr. Pei's views on this point. The reason why many people dislike the game struggle is that they think it only raises questions, but only shouts slogans without proposing solutions. For this point, I want to say, the gap between the rich and the poor is an eternal problem in human society. So far, there is no absolutely correct solution. It is impossible and unrealistic to expect someone to give an answer that satisfies everyone. For this question, everyone should think independently and give their own answer. But Mr. Pei has indeed given an operational answer, but everyone just doesn't realize it. Back to the wealth view expressed by Mr. Pei in his previous speech, the most valuable wealth of people should be attention. And how to use the money in your hands correctly? You should use it to pry your attention. And Mr. Pei did so. After Mr. Li's interpretation in the interview column and Mr. Pei's photo, everyone should understand that Mr. Pei is a person who spends all his time thinking. He has indeed been practicing this, even if he is a billionaire, his attention is the most valuable. And what is Mr. Pei's daily life like? We see that he lives in the sloth apartment and eats takeout, but he also wears branded suits and expensive watches, but the value of suits and watches is limited, and compared to his net worth, it is still a lot worse. At this time, some people may think that what Mr. Pei said is contradictory. Emphasis on using your attention, but developing games to distract players' attention. Emphasis on resisting consumerism, but wearing branded suits and high-end watches. But think about it carefully, is this a contradiction? Once you figure this out, everything has an answer. Seeing this, Qian couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that Mr. Chiao would extend the topic to this point. In Qian's opinion, resisting consumerism is definitely right, but who can be 100% unaffected by consumerism? Just like Qian himself, he makes money and wants to buy a big villa and a luxury car. Strictly speaking, this is also consumerism. If he completely resists consumerism, Qian should use the money he earns to run the company, to create greater value, or to do charity and help more people, but he obviously did not do this, but left a large sum of money for personal enjoyment. Therefore, Qian did not fully elaborate on the issue of consumerism in his long Weibo. He subconsciously felt that the so-called consumerism actually depends on your income level. If a poor person with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan insists on saving money to buy a sports car, then he is brainwashed by consumerism. But if he is a billionaire, if he wants to buy a luxury car, just buy it, and it will not have any impact on his life. But he in himself is also very clear that this statement is a bit self-contradictory and cannot be self-consistent. If the conclusion is you can't buy branded bags when you don't have money, but you can buy them when you have money, it seems to lack persuasiveness, and it will make people feel that this is a bit discriminatory against the poor, as if the poor don't deserve to buy such things. Then it falls into the trap of consumerism again. Therefore, what Mr. Chiao said now is actually very dangerous, and it must be carefully argued, otherwise it will overturn. Since you have pointed out the fact that Mr. Pei also wears branded suits and watches, how can you convince others to refuse these things? With some concerns, Qian continued to read on. Obviously, this is not contradictory. I have always emphasized that everyone should not fall into the either-or thinking trap. We do need to make good use of our attention, But can humans guarantee that they can control all their attention to the last minute of the day? Of course it's impossible. So we emphasize that we should have an 8-hour work system. Within 8 hours, we should work and study hard, and outside of 8 hours, we should also rest and relax. That is to say, we should combine work and rest. Games are actually to help us rest and relax. Whether it is a game with outstanding gameplay or a game with outstanding artistry, whether it is a game that makes people laugh or a game that makes people think, it is meaningful to us. Chapter 659 President Pei is on the 5th floor, it is Shizhong Wu Mu plus 3/10. So, games are a neutral thing. Do you use it to relax your mind and work better? Or indulge in it and escape from reality? It depends on your own choice. Just like Tenda Group never prohibits employees from playing games, does it encourage employees to slack off? Obviously not, it encourages employees to combine work and rest. Rest is actually for better work. When you are tired from work, play games to relax and make the next work more efficient. Isn't this a better use of your attention? In the final analysis, it still falls on the keyword attention. So, President Pei will make the game struggle. His game is not for you to indulge in or escape from reality, but for you to better enter and accept reality. Similarly, President Pei's view on consumerism is not to emphasize that something must not be bought or that buying it is an IQ tax, but to emphasize that you must figure out your real needs. Pei believes that the most valuable wealth is attention, and a reasonable view of wealth is to use money to leverage attention, do meaningful things, and create greater value. The so-called resistance to consumerism is the same. It doesn't mean that if you buy expensive things, you are paying the IQ tax and being fooled by consumerism. The key is what is the purpose of your spending money. For Mr. Pei, as a boss, he needs a certain degree of respectability when negotiating business with others, so he buys branded suits and watches. But if you look closely at the 3 world-famous paintings, you will find that he only has 2 suits and 1 watch, all of which are maintained at the minimum level he needs. Similarly, Mr. Pei has the money to buy a luxury house, but he doesn't buy it. Instead, he lives in a sloth apartment and uses this minimalist style to create an environment that helps him think. Mr. Pei's behavior is the best explanation of resisting consumerism. Every purchase made by Mr. Pei is actually to attract his attention and create the greatest value. So to sum up, what is IQ tax? Everyone has a limited amount of money. If you use the same amount of money to buy a brand name bag, you will not be able to invest or learn knowledge. So, to see whether an expense is an IQ tax or whether you are brainwashed by consumerism, the key is to see what it can bring to you. If you go to talk business with someone, but you don't even have a decent suit, then you are creating obstacles for yourself invisibly. At this time, buying a brand name suit is not an IQ tax, but if you are a courier, wearing a brand name suit is not only inconvenient to move goods, but also easy to get dirty, so buying a brand name suit is just an IQ tax. So, by analyzing Mr. Pei, we can get what he wants to express outside of struggle, If you want to change your destiny, you must rely on wealth accumulation and resist consumerism. Second, you must rely on hard work. The core of resisting consumerism is not to spend less money, but to spend every penny on things that can improve yourself, create more value, and be truly useful to yourself. The core of hard work is not to do repetitive work stupidly, to move yourself with hard work, and to go all the way. Instead, you must use your attention wisely, think independently, and find the right direction. You spend money playing games and reading novels. As long as you are not addicted, but use it to adjust your mood, work better, and even get some inspiration, it is meaningful. So, this is what Mr. Pei conveyed to us through real life outside of the game struggle. If you understand this, you will find that all of Mr. Pei's industries are actually repeatedly expressing these 2 points to us. Back to the original question. Why do I say that Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Sloth Apartment, Shock Hostel, fully automatic barbell machine, managed gym, and even earlier ROF installation, automobile phone, knifing logistics, etc., are all extensions of the concept expressed by the game struggle? Because all these industries can be summarized into these 2 points. These industries seem to be more expensive than competing products in the same industry, but in fact they provide a better experience. You do spend more money, but what do you save? Save attention. For example, managed gyms. Everyone knows that it is much more expensive than ordinary gyms, but in ordinary gyms, you need to supervise yourself, exercise every day, eat a proper diet, and sometimes go to the gym is crowded with people, and you have to queue up to use the equipment, which wastes your time. But the managed gym arranges your training schedule and diet for you, and ensures that you can start exercising immediately every time you go, so that you can save your attention and use it where it is more needed. The same is true for Moyu takeout. It is of course more expensive than other takeouts, and more expensive than cooking by yourself. But when eating other takeouts, you have to identify whether the ingredients are fresh. Is there too much oil and salt? If you cook by yourself, you have to buy vegetables, pick vegetables, wash vegetables, and learn recipes. It takes at least half an hour to make a meal. But if you choose Moyu takeout, you can eat with confidence, and the saved attention can be used where it is more needed. Including the fully automatic bar lift machine and the sloth apartment, they also emphasize to everyone the importance of concentration and serious thinking. As for the Jingji hostel. In fact, after the last video was finished, I kept thinking, what was missing? Now I understand that in the previous video, there was no expression of Mr. Pei's thoughts, so people felt that it was not so convincing. Now, the Jingji hostel should be included in the scope of Tenda life and reconsidered. Tenda life is the lifestyle advocated by Mr. Pei. For Mr. Pei, when it is quiet, it is a minimalist philosophical bar lift machine, and when it is moving, it is a haunted house. Speeding pendulum. It has been reported that Mr. Pei is very fond of extreme sports and often invites friends to play pendulum, roller coaster, skydiving, and haunted house. Why does Mr. Pei like these? Is it just a personal hobby? Now it seems that it is not entirely true. When thinking, he can think about the flowcharts of various departments in the Moyu Internet Cafe until late at night. But after thinking, when he rests, he will relieve stress and eliminate fatigue through this extreme stimulation. So, this video should not only interpret the terror hostel, but also the game struggle. It is the ideas that President Pei is trying to convey to us through games and various industries of Tenda life. Some people say one thing and another behind the scenes, letting others do things, but not doing them themselves. But President Pei has been practicing this concept in person. This is the biggest breakthrough of the dimensional wall by the game struggle. It is also the puzzle of the reality that Mr. Qian has not solved. So, when President Pei told me not to use the work of the gods to answer struggle, I was still a little confused. But now I understand that struggle is not just a game, it is a key to help us better understand the real world. Therefore, it should not be placed in the column of the work of the gods, but should be interpreted from a higher perspective. This is the meaning of the series of videos Silent Expressor. The above is all the content of this video. Welcome to Support It 3 times. See you next time. After watching this video of Mr. Qiao, Qian fell into silence. Some of the views in it, even for him, will feel a little deafening. When answering questions about the game struggle before, Qian did not analyze certain contents in depth, such as how to struggle, what is the specific meaning of consumerism, etc. Maybe he felt that he couldn't explain it clearly, or maybe he felt that he couldn't say it clearly. But now Qian was surprised to find that President Pei also gave answers to these contents. The speech for poor students, the sloth apartment and the fully automatic bar lift machine are actually supplements to the game struggle in the real world. Tenda's physical stores, including Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, managed gyms, etc., are indeed expensive, but in addition to better materials and more reassuring, their greatest value is to help customers save attention. Customers can choose these brands without thinking, without worrying about being deceived, and the saved attention can be used to do more meaningful things. Qian originally looked down on these hosts who did game interpretations, thinking that they were just a bunch of laymen. As long as the real game producers took action, they would definitely be defeated in seconds. But now, Qian has put away this contempt. Obviously, professional knowledge in gaming became a stumbling block for Qian. He only analyzed struggle from the perspective of gaming, but he did not realize that he could also analyze struggle from a higher dimension. In other words, the game struggle extended to all aspects of reality, and even Qian did not realize this. It was not until Mr. Qiao pointed it out that Qian suddenly realized it. Originally, Qian thought that Mr. Qiao was on the first floor, he was on the second floor, and Mr. Pei was on the third floor. But now, Mr. Qiao climbed to the fourth floor, and found that Mr. Pei was on the fifth floor. Qian was convinced, silently forwarded the video on his Weibo, and sent 3 thumbs-up emojis. In order to make the game struggle perfect, Mr. Pei not only used full motion capture, but also meticulously crafted every detail of the game. He even used a lot of real industries to cooperate with this game, leaving a lot of puzzles in reality. The game and reality are closely linked together, which is completely beyond Qian's imagination. At this time, Qian had only 4 words in his mind. Convinced. Tenda is indeed worthy of being the light of domestic games. Mr. Pei is also worthy of being a veritable thinker. Chapter 660 Nonsense. Additional update for Shizhong Wumu on April 10. 11 a.m., City Dawn Community. Li Shi strolled to the housekeeper's room on the first floor. Huh? Mr. Li. Song Kai greeted Li Shi warmly when he saw him. Mr. Li is now more than just a resident of Sloth Apartment. He is also Mr. Pei's good friend and partner, and the one who successfully explained the connotation of Sloth Apartment and made Sloth Apartment instantly popular. Even Song Kai, the person in charge of Sloth Apartment, did not expect that Mr. Pei's deep meaning was this. So now Song Kai respects Mr. Li very much and regards him as Mr. Pei's close friend. Mr. Li, you seem to be in a good mood today? Song Kai found that Li Shi's face was ruddy and his face was beaming with joy. Li Shi smiled and nodded, yes. By the way, how is the recent situation of Sloth Apartment? You should have seen the video of Mr. Qiao, right? Song Kai said happily, of course I have seen it. The video has gone viral on the internet. It was uploaded late last night and has now been pushed to the top of the homepage of Ellie Island. The popularity is too scary. Thanks to you and Mr. Qiao, Sloth Apartment will be snapped up soon. Now the 2 buildings in Binhu community are full of people, and more than half of the commercial and residential buildings have been rented out. If it were before, I would not dare to dream of this. Li Shi smiled slightly. This is, when the time comes, the world will work together. If luck is on your side once, it is luck, but if luck is always on your side, it is luck. What's more, only 10% of Mr. Pei's success is luck, and the remaining 90% is the result of planning. Song Kai deeply agrees. In his opinion, Sloth Apartment was originally a business model that was completely unacceptable to customers, but 3 incidents completely reversed the customers' views. First, all major rental brands broke out about formaldehyde rooms, and Sloth Apartment stood out from many rental brands with its conscientious decoration, and stood firm in quality and reputation. Song Kai and Fei Huang Studio had also prepared a video to expose this matter, but they were a step late. On the surface, this is a coincidence, but in fact, there is a certain inevitability. It is common for hosts to collide with each other. Moreover, these rental brands have been expanding on a large scale in recent months. The problem of formaldehyde rooms has become more and more serious. Sooner or later, someone will come forward to expose it. But this only makes the quality of sloth apartment unanimously recognized by everyone. Its concept and business model are still not recognized by everyone. Then, Mr. Lee gave an in-depth interpretation of the concept of sloth apartment in the interview column, so that everyone understood that the inhumane rules of sloth apartment had other deep meanings. Renting here is not just renting a living space, but also renting a space for quiet thinking. It immediately added extra value to sloth apartment. Finally, Mr. Chiao actually combined the content expressed in the game struggle with all the related industries of Tenda life, which further raised the value of sloth apartment. What Mr. Pei expressed was, everyone should spend money where they really need it, pry their attention to create greater value. This is the real struggle. And sloth apartment perfectly meets this point, so it further stimulated everyone to rent. So far, there are mainly two types of people who come to rent sloth apartment. The first type is like Mr. Lee, who is not short of money. They don't plan to use sloth apartment as their only residence, they just spend money to rent a space for quiet thinking. For these people, the benefits of making the right decision may be far greater than the rent of a sloth apartment for a year. The second category is occupations that require creativity, such as painters, writers, musicians, artists, anchors, up-hosts, architects, etc. These people need such an environment to calm down and think. At the same time, the housekeeper, cleaning, and moyu takeaway also make them not worry about the basic living problems, and live very comfortably. Some people even do not live in Jingzhou, but rent a house in sloth apartment specifically because they are attracted by the life in Jingzhou. Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, Jingji Hostel, and GOG's regular events make some rich people think that renting an extra house in Jingzhou and coming here when they want to rest seems to be a good choice. And emerging professions such as anchors and up masters also think that living in Jingzhou is a more livable choice. As for the explanation that President Pei added to sloth apartment, although it also played a very important role, it is not so prominent compared with the first three. Song Kai couldn't help but sigh, President Pei is so powerful. After this set of combined punches, the popularity of sloth apartment has never stopped, and this model has been directly successful. The model that Liang Qingfan didn't look forward to before was made by President Pei. You know, it is so difficult to create a new model and succeed in the physical industry. But Mr. Pei can do one and succeed. Take a look at the Tenda Life app, every project in it is the result of Mr. Pei's wisdom. Song Kai said with emotion, Mr. Lee, I really don't know how to thank you. That interview really helped a lot. Li Shi smiled and said, no need to thank me. In fact, the return I got was much greater than that of sloth apartment. Song Kai was stunned for a moment, huh? Mr. Lee got a return? No way, Mr. Lee didn't invest in sloth apartment either? Li Shi smiled and explained, do you know why I and those investors suddenly want to rent the sloth apartment? In fact, it is not just to show support for President Pei, nor is it a whim. Those investors are worried about the Jingji hostel. They all invested heavily in the Jingji hostel, but at that time, the Jingji hostel could only barely cover the operating expenses and could not make much money at all. It was a long way from recovering the cost and making real money. They asked me what to do, and I had no choice, because in my opinion, Jingji hostel has done enough in terms of content and publicity. The designs of the three major projects are unique, and even the shopping mall has been made into a golden maze. How can it be improved? So, I think only President Pei can make Jingji hostel go further. And the way to get President Pei to contribute is to show support for him. So, I brought those investors here to rent the sloth apartment. Sure enough, it paid off. I just asked Chen Kongtua, and he said that the number of people who pre-ordered the Jingji hostel package this morning has skyrocketed. Obviously, Jingji hostel has become a part of Mr. Pei's lifestyle. Those who come to Jingzhou to play, whether to watch GOG games, eat at Wuming restaurant, or experience Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway, must go to Jingji hostel to take a look. It is conceivable that when the 3 projects of Jingji Hostel are so popular, the sales of Golden Maze products will definitely start to soar. So, those of us who invested in the vicinity of Jingji Hostel have also received returns. Of course, the more important gain is that we have learned Mr. Pei's way of thinking. After living here for a while, I feel that my thoughts are clearer, which is conducive to us calming down and making better investments. So, don't thank me, I have already had enough returns. Song Kai suddenly realized, I see. It seems that when Mr. Pei's big move comes out, it is an AOE damage. It's not just the sloth apartment that has become popular, including Jingji Hostel and the pile of industries in Tenda Life app, all of them have become popular. Leisure smiled slightly, I have learned this trick from Mr. Pei. Those who do not consider the overall situation are not qualified to consider a corner. Those who do not consider the general trend are not qualified to consider the moment. As a successful entrepreneur, you must look at the overall situation and not just focus on a certain project. Just like the industries in the Tenda Life app, each one is actually not bad, but it is far from the current effect. But if they are all integrated, they can exert a terrible cluster effect. Boss Pei is really admirable. Song Kai couldn't help but nod, yes, Boss Pei is really admirable. As the two were chatting, the elevator door opened, and Pei Qian was about to go out to eat at the Moyu Internet Cafe. Just then, he ran into the 2 people chatting. Song Kai and they sure didn't know that Boss Pei had just woken up, and thought that he had just finished thinking for a whole morning and was going to the company to guide the work. Both of them smiled in admiration and nodded to Boss Pei. Hello, Boss Pei. Pei Qian nodded subconsciously, oh, good afternoon. It was just a normal greeting, but when he walked out of the door, Pei Qian thought more and more that something was wrong. These 2 people's smiles made people feel a little creepy. I always feel that there is something behind these smiles. After Li Shi's interview made Sloth Apartment and the fully automatic bar lift machine popular, Pei Qian thought of a way to write a statement on the pages of Sloth Apartment and the fully automatic bar lift machine. As a result, it was completely useless. Not only did the customers not believe it, but they bought more and more. So Pei Qian had no choice but to give up. In the past 2 days, apart from watching the GOG World Invitational, he was thinking about spending money at the end of the month. But today, when I walked on the road, I always felt the breeze was chilly, which made me feel weak. After sitting down at the Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian became more and more worried, and took out his phone to check. Suddenly he found that Mr. Chiao had posted a video late last night. A question mark instantly appeared above Pei Qian's head. Why did Mr. Chiao post another video? Pei Qian was even more puzzled when he saw the title. Still talking about struggle? Old Chiao, you're not in time. If you had posted this video earlier, I might have been scared. Now Heian has dug up this game from top to bottom, no matter what it is, all the connotations have been dug up. You are still interpreting struggle. Do you know what it means to repeat what others have said? Do you know what it means to not have a hot meal and miss the new year? Pei Qian's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. However, out of respect for Mr. Chiao, Pei Qian still clicked in and watched the video from beginning to end. However, Pei Qian's expression quickly changed from calm to dull, and his eyes and mouth gradually widened. He was so shocked by what he saw that he almost spit out his coffee. What the hell is this? Nonsense. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 661 Tenda Spiritual Manual, Additional Update for Shizhong Wu Mu, May 10th. After watching this video by Chao Laoshi, Pei Qian was completely stunned. This is unscientific. I thought that Heian's long Weibo post was outrageous enough, but I never expected that there would be something even more outrageous. At least, Heian still focused his main energy on explaining the game struggle, which was relatively acceptable to Pei Qian. After all, Struggle is an interactive movie game, which has a huge investment and a long payback period. If it is just the current settlement period, even if players buy desperately, they can't make much money. But what is Qiao Laoshi doing now? He has connected struggle with all the other industries of Tenda games. That is, struggle, a phenomenal game, is equivalent to advertising for Tenda's other industries. There are indeed many players who did not buy the game and chose to play it online, but these players are also paying attention to the interpretation of the game struggle. Therefore, the video that Mr. Qiao posted on Ellie Island quickly became popular. It was posted late at night, and by the next morning, it had already been ranked first on the Ellie Island website's hot list, so, those cloud players who didn't want to buy the game also found a way to spend money. Some ordered a fully automatic barbell lift machine, some ordered a moyu outside, some planned to go to a managed gym, and some booked a train ticket to Jingzhou to experience the Jingji hostel and moyu internet cafe. In short, all the industries in the Tenda Life app were affected. The money that was not earned from the game will come to Pei Qian in a different way. Pei Qian almost fainted on the spot. This Mr. Qiao, are you possessed by evil spirits? You can even force an explanation like this? Moreover, Mr. Qiao really filled the hole in the video of Jingji hostel. It's just that what Mr. Qiao used to fill the hole was President Pei. The biggest problem now is that I'm afraid that the law that President Pei likes haunted houses and extreme sports will be more widely spread in the future, and it may even be spread to the point where everyone knows it. This is terrible. Especially the sentence, when it's quiet, it's a minimalist philosophy barbell lift machine, and when it's moving, it's a haunted house speeding car pendulum, which is simply murderous. Pei Qian felt that he had completely failed to explain himself, and that he would never be able to visit amusement parks or haunted houses again in his life. When he showed up at the amusement park, there would surely be countless people inviting him to ride the pendulum. It seemed that he would have to retreat deeper in the future, and would never show up again, or his life would be in danger. Pei Qian flipped through the comments below the video and on the web page, and found that with the help of Qiao Laoshi's video, the fire had spread from struggle to all industries of Tenda. Even ROF installation, automobile phones, and shared telephone booths, which had been silent for a long time, all had sounds. However, these departments did not report the good news to Pei Qian. Obviously, it was because each department had good news that everyone was embarrassed to disturb President Pei. After all, in the eyes of the heads of each department, Qiao Laoshi's interpretation was arranged by President Pei a long time ago. Since it was all under the control of President Pei, why bother to report the good news? It was obviously all President Pei's credit, but it seemed like he was asking for credit. Therefore, the heads of each department were all busy entertaining the large number of new customers, and did not bother President Pei because of this matter. Now everyone knows that President Pei is a true thinker. If he doesn't appear in the company, he must be thinking. Interrupting Mr. Pei's thinking at this time would affect the interests of the entire Tenda Group. Who would dare to take the blame? Therefore, everyone would be more careful when reporting to Mr. Pei in the future. Some unimportant matters would not need to be reported specifically and take up Mr. Pei's time. Pei Qian felt very melancholy. He once again had the idea of asking the killer organization for a price and getting rid of Mr. Qiao. Although the system funds were not reported, Pei Qian actually had some savings in his hands. But he was just thinking about it, and soon gave up the idea. He could only sigh and ask the waiter to bring the laptop over, and began to think about how to spend money in advance during this period. The waiter saw that Mr. Pei had just sat down and turned on the computer to work without even eating, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mr. Pei is really like everyone said, thinking all the time. Mr. Qiao is sincere and honest. In the afternoon, on the 16th floor of Shenhua Haojing, Tenda Group Human Resources Department. Finally done. Wu Ben and Chui Geng celebrated with high fives. More than 4 months ago, Wu Bin suddenly realized his mission during the Tenda recruitment exam, to make more annotations for the existing Tenda spirit. The existing Tenda spirit includes 3 major items, namely: efficient work, focus on innovation; obey leadership, independent thinking; combining work and rest, long-term goals. But obviously, this is not a standard answer, it is a one-sided interpretation, and cannot represent Mr. Pei's true thoughts. Moreover, it only serves as a guide for Tenda employees. Therefore, for more than 4 months, Wu Bin and Chui Geng have been following Mr. Pei's footsteps, interviewing many people about their views on Mr. Pei, and carefully identifying, selecting, and compiling them into a book, making a comprehensive and detailed annotation of the Tenda spirit. They interviewed Mr. Li, Liang Qingfan, Qiao Liang, and Wan Guangjian, respectively, and saw 4 completely different images of Mr. Pei from them. In Mr. Li's eyes, Mr. Pei is a business genius, and he has both cold and generous qualities. As a business genius who strategizes, Mr. Pei always remains calm and even cold, always makes the most correct decisions, always puts the interests of Tenda first, and never acts on impulse. At the same time, Mr. Pei is very good at cooperating with others. As long as the partners who firmly follow Mr. Pei are determined, Mr. Pei will be very generous to make concessions. In Mr. Li's original words, the cunning of the old fox and the idealism of the young Rao are perfectly integrated in Mr. Pei. In Liang Qingfan's eyes, Mr. Pei's pursuit of artistry is extreme and endless. Even if it may lead to the failure of Sloth Apartment, Mr. Pei does not intend to compromise and does not give up his pursuit of ultimate art. In Qiao Laoshir's eyes, Mr. Pei is a broad-minded person who can even become close friends with some partners with eccentric tempers, and can see problems from a more detached perspective. At the same time, Mr. Pei is also a maverick expresser. This point has been explained very clearly in a new video by Qiao Laoshir. In Wan Guangjian's eyes, Mr. Pei is a conscientious party A. He broke the vicious cycle of mutual distrust and zero-sum game between Party A and Party B, and established mutual trust between the 2 parties. From this point, we can see that Mr. Pei broke this zero-sum game in 3 aspects and established mutual trust. Party A and Party B. Boss and employees. Manufacturers and consumers. Obviously, it is now known that Liang Qingfan's judgment is wrong, because Mr. Pei not only pays attention to the extreme artistry of Sloth Apartment, but also fully foresees its success. Like the game Struggle, it truly realizes the perfect unity of artistry and commerciality. In fact, there are some commonalities between Mr. Li and Wan Guangjian's methods, which can be viewed in a unified way. Breaking the zero-sum game not only emphasizes the attitude towards partners, but also emphasizes the dialectical relationship between immediate interests and long-term interests. Therefore, Wu Bin added new annotations to the original 3 major items. On the basis of maintaining Tenda's interests, seek mutual benefit and win-win with other partners. The perfect unity of the artistry and commerciality of the product, while making profits, we must maintain elegant pursuits. Think about problems from a higher perspective, be broad-minded, break the zero-sum game, and strive to seek a win-win situation. The first 2 points can be seen as an attitude and direction, while the third point can be seen as a methodology. Comparing them with the original 3 Tenda spirits, after removing the duplicate content, they are condensed into 6 points. Work efficiently and pay more attention to innovation. Obey the leadership and think independently. Work hard and combine work and rest. Serve customers and pursue art. Do business and cooperate for win-win results. Focus on the present and have a long-term vision. The first 3 points can be seen as the Tenda spirit that every employee must abide by, and the last 3 points can be seen as the Tenda spirit of the entire Tenda enterprise in the business world and in society, to partners and customers. These 6 points are all condensed from countless experiences, and each one can be explained by a case. President Pei has been annotating the Tenda spirit with his personal actions. This internal reading material on the Tenda spirit not only explains the meaning of each clause, but also includes these cases at the back, so that readers can better understand how Mr. Pei and Tenda Group do things through these cases, and thus have a better understanding of the Tenda spirit. After more than 4 months, with the joint efforts of Wu Ben and Chui Geng, such a book was finally written. It's not a big book, it can only be regarded as a booklet, but every word in it is carefully crafted, and every word is worth 1,000 gold. For some reason, Wu Ben suddenly had a very second-year idea at this time, and wanted to use a fantasy expression to give President Pei a title. Pei silent expressor lonely thinker art pursuer zero-sum game breaker interpreter of Tenda spirit pioneer of healthy life investor who focuses on dreams adventurer in the peaceful era the one who truly controls wealth the light of domestic and standalone games humble. Although it looks a bit strange, each one is very appropriate. As an Easter egg, printed on the last page of the book with a paragraph of words. Wu Ben breathed a sigh of relief, and finally finished it. Although the Tenda spirit may continue to expand in the future, the Tenda spirit summarized in this book should allow most Tenda employees to learn for a long time. I've asked Pei Qian. We have an expedited publishing service now. It should be just in time for the next batch of book number applications. In the most optimistic scenario, we can publish and print in batches within a week. Xingdian Chinese Network will pay for this. We will try to ensure that each core employee has a copy so that everyone can better learn the Tenda spirit. Wu Ben is very satisfied with his work. Who says that the HR department is a soy sauce department or a lackey department? I am also contributing to Tenda and society. Chapter 662 I am my own stand-in. Additional update for Shizhong Wu Mu on June 10. September 18, Sunday. Jingzhou Airport. Huang Sibo and Bao Su each dragged their suitcases and finally got into a taxi. The two tan people sat in the car, playing with their phones, and they almost had the urge to burst into tears. Finally back to human society. Think about this month, in the Sahara Desert, on Mount Kilimanjaro, in the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. It's really an isolated life. Bao Su originally planned the itinerary with the idea of dying together with Huang Sibo, but in this long month, this emotion has slowly changed. Think about that, in that distant Africa, the two people are alone and helpless, and can only support each other, rely on each other, and cheer each other up. Inexplicably, I feel that the friendship between them seems to be stronger. So, after returning from Africa, Bao Su was no longer angry, but just felt that life in Jingzhou was really beautiful, and started to browse his phone with joy. Huang Sibo also had the same attitude. The two of them held their phones and scrolled through them, only to realize that such huge changes had taken place in Jingzhou during the month they had been isolated from the world. Today is the last day of the group stage of the GOG Global Invitational. The list of the top 8 will be announced after the game this afternoon. Mr. Chiao actually released another video to interpret struggle. Hey, why did he say again? Now it seems that many people on the internet are going to Jingzhou on weekends. Sure enough, just the single Jingji hotel is not enough for everyone to make a trip to Jingzhou, but with so many fun things added up, a trip to Jingzhou seems to be very worthwhile. This is the cluster effect. The two of them held their mobile phones and ate melons, and finally understood the general cause and effect. One of the key reasons why the Jingji Hotel was not popular enough was that most people were not willing to come to Jingzhou just for the haunted house. No matter how fun it is, it cannot change the fact that it is a haunted house. But now, there are many entertainment activities to do in Jingzhou. You can go to watch GOG's Global Invitational. Of course, it's too late to buy tickets now, but Jingzhou still has a large number of Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, which is the eSports Life Hall. There are also projections in Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 and 2.0, and you can also get a good viewing experience. At the same time, Jingzhou has a series of industries such as Jingji Hostel, Wuming Restaurant, Moyu Takeaway, and shared phone booths. The experience schedule related to Tenda alone can fill the entire weekend. In this case, a weekend trip to Qingshan has become a very cost-effective choice. Since you have already come to Qingshan, it is natural to play the highly praised Escape from Despair in Jingji Hostel or Challenge Ultimate Terror. For young people in Qingshan, all kinds of industries on the Tenda Life app, whether it is internet cafes, takeaways, rentals, or gyms, are all worth experiencing. As for the game Struggle, although it cannot be recovered now, it has played an excellent role in driving other industries. For Tenda Group, it is still a blood profit. Huang Sibo and Baosu couldn't help but sigh that Mr. Pei's skills are getting more and more sophisticated. Who would have thought that Qingshan would have changed so much after just 1 month in Africa? There are only 2 words for Mr. Pei. Huang Sibo was flipping through the pages when his face suddenly became serious. Hiss. Old Bao, it seems that many people on the internet are curious about Mr. Pei's identity. Baosu was stunned. Really? Where? Huang Sibo handed over his phone and searched with Mr. Pei as the keyword, and found a large number of posts discussing it. Obviously, Mr. Pei has become an internet celebrity. As for why he became an internet celebrity? Obviously, you can tell by looking at Mr. Pei's online identities. A top game producer, the behind-the-scenes boss of Tenda Group, a philanthropist who donated 15 million to his alma mater and gave a speech about wealth, a conscientious boss, a unique entrepreneur. More importantly, Mr. Pei's identity has always been mysterious and has not been widely disclosed. But those 3 world-famous paintings have made a strong presence in front of netizens. Obviously, no matter how low-key Mr. Pei is, netizens can no longer suppress their curiosity about him. Baosu couldn't help but show a serious expression on his tanned face. This is a serious situation that cannot be underestimated. Everyone who knows Mr. Pei knows that Mr. Pei is a low-key person who doesn't want to show up in front of everyone, let alone become an internet celebrity. On the one hand, this is because Mr. Pei's personality is like this, and on the other hand, it is because Mr. Pei doesn't want netizens to associate him with Tenda and worship him as an idol. Because in that case, it is easy to breed extreme fans, and it is difficult for consumers to look at Tenda from an objective perspective. This may seem like a good thing in the short term, but in the long term it clearly does more harm than good. Therefore, the entire Tenda Group has reached a consensus that President Pei's identity must not be exposed, and they must work closely together to keep President Pei's true identity hidden. President Pei's identity was concealed before, on the one hand because everyone who had seen him had reached a tacit understanding, and on the other hand because netizens were not so interested in President Pei's true identity. Who would go to the trouble to find out who the boss of a company is? But looking at the current situation, it seems that it can't be concealed anymore. Some netizens have even discussed that the young man in President Pei's daily life is President Pei himself, and even compared his clothes and backs, which further confirmed this possibility. The series of short dramas President Pei's daily life, which had not been paid much attention to, has been dug up again. However, many people think that President Pei is busy with work and has no reason to play himself, so it is still just speculation and has not been confirmed. Now there is basically not much video information about the real President Pei on the internet, and those netizens don't know the inside story and can only rely on guessing. But if you keep guessing like this, the truth will come out sooner or later. Huang Sibo is anxious. What should we do? If this continues, sooner or later someone will uncover Mr. Pei's true identity. It's not that there will be any serious consequences, but Mr. Pei may not be able to think quietly. As the helmsman of Tenda Group, Mr. Pei must not be disturbed. Old Bao, do you have any ideas? Baosu fell silent. The current situation seems to be a bit hopeless. With so many people paying attention to President Pei, how can we stop the gossips of the world? This seems to be an impossible task. Baosu pondered for a moment and said, Old Huang, Do you still remember a movie that was released last year? There was a trick of stealing and replacing pillars in it? Huang Sibo was stunned. A movie about stealing and replacing pillars? Last year? I should have seen it, but I don't know which one you are talking about. Bao Su reminded, there is a line in it, oh no, I became a substitute. Huang Sibo's eyes widened slightly, as if he realized something, but he didn't know what to do. Bao Su explained, it's very simple. You use the official account of Fei Huang Studio to tell everyone that President Pei doesn't want to be noticed and doesn't want everyone to disturb President Pei's life. If everyone cares so much about President Pei's image, then you can treat the actor in President Pei's daily life as President Pei himself. Huang Sibo was stunned, ah? But that's President Pei himself. Bao Su smiled slightly, who knows? Everyone at Tenda, including Mr. Li and Mr. Chiao's friends, must be willing to help Mr. Pei keep the secret. We have reached a consensus that it was not Mr. Pei, but a special actor who looked very similar to Mr. Pei. Even if some people jump out and say that the actor and Mr. Pei are the same person, do you think netizens will believe it? Then why does the movie say, I became a stand-in? 3 people can make a tiger, and a lot of words can melt gold. If everyone says you are a stand-in, then you are a stand-in, and the real person has become a stand-in. Similarly, as long as we all say that it is just an actor, not the real Mr. Pei, how can netizens tell the difference? And in this way, netizens' the curiosity about President Pei will also be channeled, and a very strange situation will be formed. Everyone thinks that President Pei is President Pei, but everyone thinks that he is just an actor and not the real President Pei. If the water is muddied, can't President Pei's true identity continue to be concealed? Huang Sibo suddenly realized, so that's it. Lao Bao, you are really a genius. I will discuss this matter with other responsible persons, unify the caliber, and then prepare to record the video. Helping President Pei hide his identity is urgent. At the same time, Pei Qian was also hiding in his room, playing games very speechlessly. I originally wanted to go to Moyu Internet Cafe to sit and then watch the game, but now, I dare not go. Today is Sunday, and many players and Tenda fans came to Jingzhou. Whether it is Moyu Internet Cafe or the GOG Global Invitational, it is easy to bump into acquaintances. By then, wouldn't his identity be completely exposed? That's too scary. Pei Qian felt like a star trembling now, with crazy fans and paparazzi with cameras all outside. You can't change your clothes, wear sunglasses, and wrap a scarf when you go out, right? That's too outrageous. Pei Qian's attitude is still the same as before. He doesn't want to expose his identity because it's too much trouble. Imagine that when he walks in school, drinks coffee in a Moyu Internet Cafe, or even walks on the street, there will be fans coming to ask for photos, seniors coming to ask for jobs, and some investors coming to him hoping to invest in some projects. Can he still have a private life? I still want to be an ordinary college student until graduation. Pei Qian was speechless and had no idea what to do with his current situation. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Pei Qian picked it up and saw that it was a message from Huang Sibo. He had already discussed it with the heads of other departments, and everyone agreed with this plan, so he sent it to President Pei and let President Pei make the final decision. Pei Qian was also shocked after reading the plan. Is this even possible? I became my own stand-in? Using this method to confuse netizens? It seems, it's really feasible. Pei Qian thought about it and replied, post the video immediately. Just do it this way. He couldn't help but sigh. Huang Sibo finally didn't stab me in the back as soon as he came back, but helped me as soon as he came back. Great. Pei Qian knew very well that it was impossible to hide it from all netizens. Some netizens have already suspected that Pei is playing himself in Pei's daily life, and as long as anyone who knows Pei's identity publicly stands up to support this view, the situation will be out of control. At that time, it will not work if we play this trick again. So, we must strike first. Through the official statement, Pei Qian can put on a vest first. First of all, it is emphasized that Pei does not want to be disturbed, nor does he want to reveal his true identity in front of the public, so that most fans will not dig too much into Pei's personal information. But at the same time, they are provided with a symbol as an emotional sustenance, so that they regard the image of the actor in Pei's daily life as the true image of Pei. In this way, netizens who come to Jingzhou will only regard Pei Qian as an actor, not the real Pei. This approach is a 1,000-layer cake. For Pei Qian, although he will still be in the spotlight, in the eyes of outsiders, his real identity is Pei's actor. At most, he will just take a photo with fans, which can reduce this unavoidable trouble to a minimum. Pei Qian himself was a little confused, but after thinking carefully, this seemed to be the best way at the moment. Let everyone who knows his true identity help him conceal his identity, so that even if some people reveal the truth, netizens will not believe it. Warfare is the art of deception. True and false, real and fake, how can netizens really tell the difference? Chapter 663 Mr. Qiao decided to move. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. In the evening, sloth apartment. Qiao Liang saved the game progress, put down the controller, and then leaned comfortably on the sofa. Comfortable. He has lived in the sloth apartment for 4 days, during which time he completed a new video and aroused enthusiastic response. So, the haze that has been lingering in Qiao Liang's heart for more than a month has finally dissipated. So, Qiao Liang stayed at the sloth apartment all day today, playing games. It has to be said that all the sloth apartments are equipped with game consoles and various 3A masterpieces from foreign manufacturers, which really made Qiao Liang experience what it means to be happy and forget about home. Of course, the TV here in Binhe community is not the limited edition big TV over there in City Dawn. On the one hand, it is because the price of decoration of each specification and grade of house is different, and on the other hand, it is also because this kind of big TV is a limited edition, and it is already very good to be able to fill several houses over there in City Dawn. But even so, the TVs in Binhe community are also carefully selected. Both the size and the display effect are great. It is really exciting to play console games. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Qiao Liang went to open the door and found that the dinner he ordered had arrived. The exquisite and high-end food boxes are filled with meat and vegetable combinations and nutritionally balanced meal sets, which make people drool at the sight of them. As Qiao Liang was feasting on his food, he had an idea. Is it possible to just move to Jingzhou? I am a host and a freelancer. I am fighting against the high rent in the imperial capital. Am I crazy? Qiao Liang has been to Jingzhou twice. He has lived here for 2 or 3 months in total. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is his second residence. After a little comparison, Qiao Liang found that Jingzhou is obviously a better choice for him. In fact, the reason why he chose the imperial capital at first was simply because he went to college in the imperial capital. During college, he made some achievements in making videos. After graduation, he found a job that he was not satisfied with, so he resigned and became a full-time host in his rental house. To put it bluntly, it is inertia. He spent 4 years in the imperial capital during college, and it was also the first job he found in the imperial capital. After getting used to living in a city, it is difficult to have the idea of moving across cities. But after living in the sloth apartment for a few days, Qiao Liang suddenly realized that he could not live in the imperial capital at all. Calculate the rent. The 1-bedroom apartment he rented outside the 5th Ring Road in the capital city has a higher rent than the sloth apartment he rents now. But the living environment is worlds apart. The 1-bedroom apartment where Qiao Liang lives is not well decorated, the bathroom has been in disrepair for a long time, and he doesn't like to clean it, so the house is always a mess. On the other hand, the sloth apartment has cleaning and housekeeping, and the layout of the house is specially designed by the designer. As long as it is kept as it is, it will always be pleasing to the eye. Especially this TV and game console, which makes Qiao Liang feel very happy. Qiao Liang's rental house in the capital does not have a TV and a game console. The reason is very simple. He wants to buy one, but he doesn't think it is necessary. Because he has saved money to buy a high-end computer, which is a rigid demand for editing videos and can also be used to play games. Therefore, spending a few thousand yuan to buy a console and a TV seems to be a waste. But after living in the sloth apartment for a while, Qiao Liang found that playing console games on TV is indeed different from playing on a computer. Whether it is comfort or immersion, there is a big difference. Calculate the meals. Qiao Liang often ate instant noodles when he was in financial difficulties before, but later, after his videos became more and more popular, he had the freedom to order takeout. But the takeout ordered in the capital is not cheap either. Of course, there are chicken chop rice and duck leg rice that cost more than 10 yuan, but eating that for a long time is really hard to guarantee in terms of hygiene and health. For Qiao Liang, who has no financial pressure now, isn't it better to add 2 or 3 yuan to each meal and eat takeout? Then calculate daily life and entertainment activities. There will be some concerts and large-scale performances in the imperial capital, such as ball games, dramas, etc., but Jingzhou is also not bad. You can watch GOG events live, and there are a series of industries such as managed gyms, mooching internet cafes, and Jingji hostels. Qiao Liang thought about it again and again, and suddenly realized that with the same cost of living, living in Jingzhou is much more enjoyable than living in the imperial capital. Of course, as a super first-tier city, the imperial capital has many young people and many job opportunities. But there are also many young people in Jingzhou, and there is an increasing trend. There are still many friends here, such as President Pei and Tenda's employees. What's more, Qiao Liang is a full-time host who stays at home most of the time, and the living environment is very important to him. The more Qiao Liang thought about it, the more he felt that there was no need to stay in the imperial capital, so he might as well move to Jingzhou. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang immediately decided to buy a ticket back to the imperial capital the day after tomorrow, and began to sell everything that could be sold in the rental house, and the house was also returned. He dealt with things there as soon as possible and came to Jingzhou to live earlier. Thinking of this, Qiao Liang seemed to have more energy to eat. While planning his move, he habitually checked Eli Island's updates on his phone. The latest video still has a large number of fans leaving comments. After all, this video was pushed to the front page of Eli Island at the speed of light. It can be said that it broke the circle. Not only the audience in the game area is watching, but also the audience in other areas are watching, which made him experience another wave of rapid increase in fans. Qiao Liang patiently read every audience's rainbow fart, and felt his appetite was better. Suddenly, he saw a new dynamic, which was posted by Fei Huang Studio. Qiao Liang was stunned for a moment, because he knew very well that Fei Huang Studio should be preparing a video to expose the formaldehyde room recently. But I heard from Zhu Xiaozi before that this video was not going to be released. If it was another video, it was shot too quickly, right? It doesn't conform to the Fei Huang Studio's usual meticulous style. With some doubts, Qiao Liang clicked on the video, and Huang Sibo's face appeared on the screen. Qiao Liang was a little surprised. Hey, when did he get so dark? In his impression, although Huang Sibo was not white, he was not so dark, just the normal skin color of Chinese people. As a result, Huang Sibo has now become Hey Sibo, which is really surprising. Is it because the lighting is not good? No, this is obviously deliberately lit. Qiao Liang was a little puzzled. In the video, Hey Sibo smiled and introduced himself first. Dear fans of Fei Huang Studio and Tenda Games, my name is Huang Sibo. I used to be the executive planner of Tenda Games, and I am currently the head of Fei Huang Studio. I have participated in the development and filming of projects such as Fortress on the Sea, Pei's Daily Life, and A Better Tomorrow. Recently, many fans have speculated about Mr. Pei's true identity, showing extraordinary enthusiasm. Here, Mr. Pei wants me to convey some information to everyone. Mr. Pei is a low-key person. He does not want to be the focus of everyone, nor does he want everyone to link his personal image with Tenda, let alone have any idol worship tendency. To borrow the words of a gentleman, eggs are good as long as they are delicious. There is no need to overly love the hen that lays eggs. Of course, we also understand everyone's curiosity. You can just treat the actor in Mr. Pei's daily life as Mr. Pei himself. Once again, on behalf of all Tenda employees, thank you for your continued support and love. The video is over, and the whole process is only 2 minutes. After watching this video, Xiao Liang was stunned. What is this about? The previous content is easy to understand, and the most amazing one is this sentence: everyone treats the actor in Mr. Pei's daily life as Mr. Pei himself. Does this still need as? That is Mr. Pei himself. This sentence is cunning, it is not a lie, but it will mislead the audience. Xiao Liang fell into deep thought. Is this another performance art of Mr. Pei? Oh, I understand. Xiao Liang instantly thought of the attention theory that Mr. Pei had repeatedly emphasized before. President Pei repeatedly emphasized that attention is everyone's most valuable asset. As a result, these people listened very seriously and said that they suddenly realized something, but they forgot everything as soon as they turned their heads. Does it matter who President Pei is and what he looks like? Just because of pure curiosity, they pay a lot of attention to President Pei and waste time on such meaningless things. Obviously, President Pei doesn't want everyone to do this. Xiao Liang couldn't help but sigh that President Pei really integrates knowledge and action, and has good intentions. As a friend of President Pei, you must cooperate. Xiao Liang immediately forwarded the video. President Pei just called on everyone to use their attention on more meaningful things, but everyone forgot everything in a blink of an eye? Xiao Liang, the class representative, forwarded it, which obviously played a good role in guiding public opinion. There were many question marks in the original comments, but soon, these question marks were pushed down by some remarks expressing understanding. I'm so ashamed. I forgot the knowledge I just learned in a blink of an eye. Thank you, Mr. Pei, for enlightening me. That's fine. Most people are just curious, or simply need an image or symbol of Mr. Pei. Then let's treat this actor with superb acting skills as Mr. Pei's image. I think it's also good to keep Mr. Pei's true identity a secret. Well, let's use this image to replace President Pei. Although he looks handsome and has good acting skills, his handsomeness and talent are obviously not 1/10,000th of President Pei's. It's strange, aren't Tenda's employees too tight-lipped? Until now, no one has come forward to reveal President Pei's true identity? Tenda is a company with a united front. You can't imagine how much Tenda's employees listen to President Pei. Oh, if there is a website that can check company information. Xiao Liang looked through everyone's messages and found that most people still recognized President Pei's painstaking efforts. Only a few people are still trying to find out President Pei's true identity. But if it's just a few people, their voices are obviously impossible to prevail. Even the spectators may not be able to tell whether they are telling the truth or trolling. Chapter 664, President Pei is always one level higher than what we see. September 19th, Monday. Pei Qian came to the office as usual, but no one came to disturb him all morning. Apparently, no one had any questions to ask President Pei. This is a very sad thing, because it means that most departments are making money. Pei Qian thought about it and found that this cycle seemed to be his most unsuccessful cycle. The newly opened industries, including the Jingji hostel, sloth apartment and managed gym, were all popular, and even the Moyu takeaway that had always been highly anticipated was popular. It was really uncomfortable. In the past 2 days, Pei Qian did not dare to go out. He has been hiding at home and paying attention to the public opinion trends on the internet. Fortunately, after Fei Huang's studio released the video and Xiao Laosher forwarded it, the attention of netizens was really diverted. Most people agree with this attention theory and think that President Pei has such good intentions, so we should cherish our attention and not make things difficult for President Pei. It's just that Pei Qian's image in the online drama has become even more popular. Many people have taken screenshots and made emoticons from Pei Qian's daily life. It seems that Pei Qian's face is becoming more and more recognizable to people. Pei's daily life has been suspended for more than a year, and its popularity is not as good as before. No matter how popular a web drama is, it will quickly lose popularity and become outdated after such a long suspension, because people in the internet age will always focus on current hot spots. But recently, the web drama Pei's daily life has become popular again. Many people are watching it 2 or 3 times, and even the first episode of the web drama has been pushed to the front page again. Although it is a little embarrassing, Pei Qian feels that it is the lesser of 2 evils. Compared with the complete exposure of his true identity, it is completely acceptable to become popular as an actor again. What Pei Qian cannot accept is the new income of Pei's daily life. This short drama was signed with Ellie Island at the time. It participated in Ellie Island's special creative incentive plan. An effective click of more than 30 seconds is 20 cents. This good thing is no longer available now, because it was signed with the early Ellie Island. At that time, Ellie Island was still a small website and urgently needed such excellent web drama resources to attract traffic, so the price was very high. Now that Elideo is developing better and has more and more users, it is no longer possible to offer such generous conditions to online dramas. Pei's daily life was signed early, so the reward rules have not changed until now. This is very embarrassing. I guess Elideo didn't expect that a video that stopped updating more than a year ago would suddenly become popular again. However, Elideo didn't care about this. After all, it was a big family and could afford this money. What's more, the more popular Pei's daily life is, the better the publicity effect on Elideo's website will be. After all, it is the only one on the internet. Pei Qian calculated and found a very embarrassing fact. Elideo made money, Fei Huang's studio made money, and everyone made money. Only he, as the leading actor, lost a lot. Because Pei Qian received a fixed salary at that time, he didn't consider the possibility of sharing. And Huang Sibo and others obviously wouldn't think of giving this money to Pei. After all, in their opinion, all the money earned belonged to Pei. Isn't it like taking off your pants to fart to reissue the salary? Pei Qian couldn't hint that they should reissue his salary because it was unreasonable and might arouse suspicion from others. But it was too uncomfortable. Pei Qian adjusted his mentality for a long time before he finally calmed down and started to think about the settlement of this period. Although this cycle has been hit by a series of explosions, Pei Qian has not given up resistance. There is still room for things to turn around. For example, the model of sloth apartment. All the houses in sloth apartment were purchased. Spending tens of millions directly can consume a lot of system funds. Although these houses are rented out, it will take a long time to recover the money spent on the houses with this rent. Therefore, the model of sloth apartment is indeed popular, but it is only scary on the surface. In fact, not much money is made. For physical industries such as Moyu Internet Cafe, Moyu Takeaway, and managed fitness, the houses are rented, so they can make stable profits, but they have to pay rent, and if they keep opening branches, they can spend all the profits. Therefore, Pei Qian began to consider the plan of spending money in this cycle. Internet cafes, takeaways, and managed fitness centers are constantly opening new stores, so Pei Qian doesn't have to worry about this, Nifeng Logistics, as a traditional advantage project, obviously needs to continue to work hard. GOG overseas version can take out some funds for promotion, but it must be cautious, otherwise once the overseas version's revenue explodes, it may be counterproductive. There is another important department, that is OTTO technology. In this cycle, auto technology will delay the settlement until the next cycle, and can spend money without worrying, but the requirement is that the product must be released in the next cycle. Currently, auto technology has set up a software laboratory to focus on camera algorithms and software. In terms of software, since it is mainly for updating the original software version and optimizing functions, it is not included in the scope of deferred settlement. Only the polishing of the image algorithm will be postponed to the next cycle. Therefore, Pei Qian thought that he could invest more money and get the product out before the next cycle settlement. At the same time, all kinds of preferential activities and promotional activities that can be arranged are arranged. After all, drinking poison to quench thirst is also a traditional skill of President Pei. Once you get used to it, you can't stop it at all. After all the arrangements were completed, Pei Qian really felt that he seemed to be able to save it again. Now I just pray that there will be no more weird profits. Tuesday, September 20th. Mingyun Private Kitchens, monthly private kitchen time. As for who to invite for this dinner, Pei Qian was in a dilemma. These employees are too troublesome, and I don't want to invite any of them. Considering that the players of the DG club and the coaches of the managed gym have been invited before, this time Pei Qian decided to invite the property manager of the sloth apartment and the main persons in charge of Nifeng logistics. The sloth apartment side included Liang Qingshan, his assistant, Guan Peisheng, Song Kai, and the administrators of several buildings, while the Nifeng logistics side included Lu Mingliang and some key employees. Liang Qingshan had just joined Tenda Group recently, and his minimalist design style met Pei Qian's requirements very well. He and Song Kai were both very reliable, and neither of them had eaten at Mingyun Private Kitchen, so Pei Qian thought he should treat them to a meal. Although sloth apartment is popular, it has little to do with them. Pei Qian thinks that he should not vent his anger on them. Moreover, sloth apartment has only earned some rent so far, and it will take at least decades to recover the money for buying the house, so there is no need to worry. Everyone sat down. Pei Qian was too lazy to talk to them. After all, in his opinion, it didn't matter who he invited to dinner, it was all for the sake of spending more money. He invited these people just because he thought they were more pleasing to him. Everyone has worked hard, don't be restrained, eat as much as you want. Pei Qian took the lead and picked up a big crab in front of him. Liang Qingshan and Song Kai looked at the sumptuous meal in front of them, and their mouths were watering. I have never eaten such good food. I have heard that Wuming restaurant is famous all over the country, but the queue is too long, and everyone is reluctant to pay for it. Now President Pei is treating us to this, which is more exciting than giving out a few hundred yuan bonus. With President Pei taking the lead, everyone quickly got into the state, toasting and eating. Halfway through the meal, Liang Qingshan and Song Kai looked at each other. Can we tell President Pei about that? Well, it's a good opportunity to tell him the good news while he's not thinking. The two of them picked up their glasses in tacit agreement and came to President Pei. Boss Pei, let's toast to you. The success of Sloth Apartment is inseparable from your foresight and strategic deployment. The layout of Tenda life is really amazing. Pei Qian raised his glass, his mouth twitching slightly. We are eating, can we say something happy? However, considering that the model of Sloth Apartment itself can't make much money, Pei Qian calmed down and raised his glass. Okay, let's not talk about the past anymore. Don't be so polite, go back and eat after drinking, you must eat until your throat is full before you can stop, do you hear me? Liang Qingshan and Song Kai smiled at each other, thinking that Boss Pei is humble, and humorous. What a good boss. The three of them finished their drinks, and Pei Qian sat down to continue eating. Liang Qingfan felt that the time was right, and hurriedly said, "Boss Pei, Sloth Apartment has good news to report to you." Pei Qian's hand that was stretched out to take the lobster stopped in midair, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. "Good news? What else are you going to do? Aren't all the houses in Sloth Apartment rented out? Can you still create houses out of thin air?" Liang Qingfan smiled and said, "Mr. Pei, I originally thought that the minimalist style of Sloth Apartment was just your personal preference, not a mature business model. It is impossible to completely unify artistry and commerciality. But now I realize that I was wrong. The business model of Sloth Apartment is beyond my imagination. After you proposed the attention theory, the houses in Sloth Apartment have been snapped up and rented out. I thought this was the limit and there would be no other income. But I was wrong again." Pei Qian felt a chill in his heart. "You were wrong again? Then, wasn't it that I was wrong too?" "Then what?" Pei Qian tried to stay calm. LV Mingliang and others sitting next to him were also listening attentively, wanting to know what innovative business model President Pei had developed. Liang Qingfan said excitedly, "In the past 2 days, the office phone of Sloth Apartment has been blown up. Several customers asked us to help design their new homes, and they specified that they wanted an extremely simple style. Their quotations were very high, all based on the prices of first-line designers, reaching 1,000 yuan per square meter. There is a customer who hopes that our Sloth Apartment will design a 500 square meter villa, and he is willing to pay a design fee of 500,000. Pei Qian couldn't help but shudder. But after hearing this number, I felt relieved. Fortunately, the money was not much. Moreover, designing a 500 square meter villa is quite troublesome, and such work should not be available forever. It's just a house, right?" Pei Qian asked. Liang Qingfan nodded, "Yes. So I thought about it and refused." Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Liang Qingfan continued, "Although the price is already very high, my energy is limited. I am usually responsible for the business of Sloth Apartment. How can I run around to design houses for them? So, I thought of another way. Sell the plan. I plan to make a complete plan for the living room, bedroom, study, dining room, etc. according to the extreme simplicity of Sloth Apartment according to some common room types, and at the same time clarify the brand and style of all selected furniture. In this way, customers who want to use this extreme simplicity style only need to get my plan and find a local architect with a decent level to improve it according to the actual situation, and then they can complete the decoration of this style." Pei Qian's eyes quickly dimmed again and became more vigilant. "Sell the plan? You really dare to think? If this is sold for thousands or tens of thousands of copies, even if it is sold at a lower price, it will make more money than designing one by one." "Absolutely not." "Well, you have a good idea. In my opinion, we should just sell this plan for 1 yuan. Pei Qian felt that he had to interrupt Liang Qingfan's crazy idea quickly. Liang Qingfan nodded, "Yes, Mr. Pei, I think so too." Pei Qian, ? Liang Qingfan smiled and continued, "A universal solution itself is not worth too much money, and it is impossible to avoid customers sharing after buying the solution. It is not appropriate to set the price too high, so just sell it half and give it away half." But this incident inspired me and made me realize that the brand of our Sloth Apartment has value in itself. So, I went to talk to the brands of the furniture I bought before and got a discount price. These furniture are all carefully selected by me. They are a bit expensive, but the quality is absolutely no problem. From us, customers can buy these furniture and decoration materials at a price slightly lower than the market price. At the same time, these brands will take out a part of the profit and share it with us. This achieves a win-win situation for consumers, Sloth Apartment and these brands. Pei Qian was stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. "This works?" Song Kai added, not only that, Mr. Pei. Many real estate companies hope to cooperate with us to customize model room solutions. Even some real estate companies want to develop in-depth cooperation with us, invite Sloth Apartment to settle in, and promote their community brand, because in the eyes of many consumers, Sloth Apartment is no longer just a rental brand, but a synonym for quality life. The Sloth Apartment model is not just about renting, there is a lot of room for development. LV Mingliang, who had been listening quietly beside him, suddenly realized. So that's it. Boss Pei not only created a rental brand, but also a decoration brand. In addition to collecting rent, Sloth Apartment can also generate revenue in this regard? Sure enough, Boss Pei's thinking is always higher than what we see. Chapter 665, a thank you letter, asking for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian picked up the red wine on the table with a slightly trembling hand, took a sip, and calmed down. Well, there is always a feeling of as expected what's going on. It's not the first time or the second time that I've been hit by sudden bad news at the dinner party, and it seems that I have a certain resistance. However, the battle-hardened Pei will definitely not give up resistance just like that. If Pei doesn't make a decision on this matter, there is still room for turning around. Pei Qian put down the red wine glass. Are you sure you want to cooperate with those furniture brands and real estate companies? Don't think about it anymore? This idea doesn't seem to be perfect. As for what to consider specifically, Pei Qian himself is not very clear. Anyway, he is thinking about how to make less money, or even no money, but he can't find a suitable excuse. When Pei can't think of it, he needs to reversely use the employee's brain supplementing effect. Song Kai was stunned for a moment and nodded, yes, Pei, why not? Real estate companies are famous for being rich. As for furniture companies, although many brands are not well known, they are very profitable and have a lot of room for price reduction. We can help customers get lower prices and get a share of the profits. Why not? Pei Qian's face turned black. How could I not know that real estate companies are famous for being rich? How could I not know that many furniture brands have high profits? If you keep emphasizing this, I will not agree even more. Song Kai looked at a loss, and Liang Qingfan also fell into a state of contemplation. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Pei Qian felt that it seemed not good to keep the cold scene like this, so he wanted to send them back to eat first, and put this matter aside for the time being and think about it slowly. After all, the longer you think about it, the later you will make money, so you should delay it as much as possible. But at this moment, Lu Mingliang, who had been listening silently beside him, spoke. He sighed softly, you two are new to Tenda, so your working style has not yet aligned with the spirit of Tenda. No wonder you can't hear the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's words. Song Kai and Liang Qingfan were stunned for a moment, then showed a humble and studious expression. Mr. Lu, can you give me some advice? Pei Qian also looked at Lu Mingliang, with a question mark floating above his head. I just invited you here to have dinner, so don't interpret it blindly for me. Oh, it's Lu Mingliang, that's fine. If it was someone like Lin Wan, Huang Sibo, or Bao Su, Pei Qian might consider interrupting them and not letting them continue. Because when these people interpret, things often go wrong, but LV Mingliang's words are still trusted by President Pei, so you can say a few more words. LV Mingliang sorted out his thoughts and said, in fact, when I first heard about this profit model, I was also very surprised. It was really unexpected. But after thinking about it carefully, I realized a problem. The profit model you think of now may only be a small part of what President Pei originally conceived. Pei Qian, Liang Qingfan and Song Kai stood in awe and listened more carefully. Lu Mingliang continued, congratulations, you have entered into the thinking field of President Pei and realized the second most valuable asset of Tenda Group, trust. Tenda has long been operating with integrity and never cheating, and has established a good reputation among customers. Therefore, even if we enter a new industry, customers will tend to trust us. Tengda's industry may be expensive, and the cost performance may be worse, but it will never cheat people. This is the trust of customers in Tengda, and it is also our second most valuable asset. Song Kai raised his hand cautiously and asked, "Excuse me for interrupting, then our first most valuable asset is?" Lu Mingliang was a little puzzled, thinking, "Do I need to say this clearly?" But he found that Song Kai did not guess it, so he had to explain helplessly, "Of course it is President Pei's brain." Song Kai suddenly realized and nodded vigorously. "Yes, I didn't think of such a simple question. Pei Qian." For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Lu Mingliang continued, "It is precisely because of the trust of customers in Tengda that Tengda can be successful in various new fields. So this trust itself is valuable. Using the Sloth Apartment brand to cooperate with other furniture manufacturers and real estate companies is essentially to use the trust of customers to endorse these companies. In an ideal situation, this is indeed a win-win situation. As an intermediary, we help consumers and manufacturers build a bridge of mutual trust. Manufacturers make less money, sell more with small profits, consumers get benefits, and we can also benefit from it. But the question is, how can we ensure that this cooperation is always in an ideal situation? If the manufacturer cooperates well with us at the beginning, but gradually finds that it is easy to make money in this way, as long as they cut corners a little, they can get a lot of profits, and it is difficult for consumers to find out. Then, how can we ensure that the companies cooperating with us do not deteriorate? Once such things are exposed, it is equivalent to polluting Tengda's water source and shaking the cornerstone of Tengda's survival. The gain is not worth the loss. Don't believe that these companies have the same conscience as Tengda. It's only been 2 days since the lesson of Angst and Fang of the home group. Liang Qingfan and Song Kai suddenly realized. This is indeed a huge hidden danger. In fact, the two of them have more or less realized some of the problems in this regard, but on the one hand, it is because it is only the advocacy stage of cooperation and no formal agreement has been reached. On the other hand, they thought about it but did not pay enough attention to it, thinking that other companies are too kind, so they did not consider this in depth. But now after hearing what Lu Mingliang said, the two of them were instantly alert. It turned out that President Pei was worried about this. They couldn't help but look at President Pei and found that President Pei was holding a glass of wine and thinking, with an unfathomable look. They couldn't help but respect him more. However, Pei Qian was actually thinking about another problem. When he heard shaking the cornerstone of Tengda's survival, he was a little moved. It sounds like it's easy to lose money if you do this. Due to the restrictions of the system, Pei Qian's own industry must not engage in fraud or deceive consumers by selling inferior products as good ones. However, if Pei Qian is unaware of this and other companies cooperating with Tengda encounter this situation, the system does not seem to have clear regulations. In other words, this seems to be a loophole. But this thought only flashed through his mind, and was completely suppressed by Pei Qian. I only lose money, not my conscience. Let those inferior garbage companies cheat under my name? That's absolutely not possible. Let them go as far as they can. However, after listening to Lu Mingliang's words, Pei Qian suddenly thought of a new idea. Since Liang Qingfan and Song Kai have opened up new business scope for Sloth Apartment, I have to take advantage of you in return. Just like when ROF was installed, Zhang Yuan originally planned to use the brand effect of Moyu Internet Cafe to create an installation brand to make money, but Pei Qian used ROF to install a 1024 programmer day and achieve the purpose of spending money suddenly. Of course, there is no need to mention what happened afterwards. At least under the circumstances at that time, this decision was still very successful. It's just right to follow the question raised by Lu Mingliang and use it to develop a topic. According to the unspoken rules of the system, when an industry can establish a good reputation, the system will greatly relax the profit requirements of this industry, such as reverse logistics. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, Sloth Apartment can consider cooperating with home improvement brands and real estate companies, but there must be very strict requirements. Specially recruit people to form an inspection team. Before cooperation, conduct in-depth investigations on the true situation of each brand and understand their actual profits and operating conditions. The inspection team should rotate the area they are responsible for regularly to prevent fraud. We will bear all the expenses of the inspection team, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and they must not reveal their identities. Even after the cooperation is reached, the inspection team will conduct random anonymous inspections regularly, and customers are welcome to actively report. Once any non-compliance with the standards is found, the contract will be terminated immediately, and the customer's losses will be borne. All terms must be clearly written into the contract at the beginning of the cooperation. If you do not accept these terms, you are not allowed to cooperate with Tenda. If there is any problem with the cooperation, it is your responsibility. Liang Qingshan and Song Kai's expressions became serious. Yes. President Pei. Obviously, once the standard is released, the furniture brands and real estate companies that really cooperate with Tenda will become very few, or even only 1 in 10. Who would sign a contract with so many rules and regulations? These home improvement brands and real estate companies are making money by lying down. It is good to have the sign of Sloth Apartment, but if not, it will not hinder others from making money. Now, just to use your Sloth Apartment sign, I have to accept all kinds of supervision from you, and be responsible for compensation if any problems are found. Why, however, Liang Qingshan and Song Kai felt that Mr. Pei's request made sense, because if they did not sign such a contract, there was no guarantee that these cooperative enterprises would keep their promises. In this world, there are very few companies like Tenda that can always firmly not care about immediate interests, but only long-term interests. But this is precisely the most respectable thing about Tenda. Lu Mingliang could not help but nod slightly. Very good, these two leaders have gradually felt the true meaning of Tenda's spirit. Pei Qian drank a sip of red wine to calm down. He never expected that Sloth Apartment would cause such a big thing. Originally thought that this was a project that would definitely fail, but now it seems that I still lack a little imagination. Or, is the imagination of this world too rich? Then the question is, should Sloth Apartment continue to operate? From the current situation, Sloth Apartment can indeed burn money, because buying a building can spend a lot of money at once, and this money cannot be recovered for a while. However, the Sloth Apartment model also has great risks. Just like today, if a certain business is expanded unexpectedly, it may be that another huge market that has not been discovered will appear, and the profits will be thrown directly in their faces. Pei Qian couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Oh, by the way, Mr. Pei. I have something here to pass on to you. Song Kai suddenly remembered something, took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take it. There was no stamp or signature, just a simple envelope with a thank you letter inside. Hello. I am a victim of formaldehyde room. In fact, long before the emergence of Sloth Apartment, I have been fighting against formaldehyde room for a long time, spending a lot of time and energy, but with little effect. No way, the voice of ordinary people is still too small. I am very grateful to the kind people on the internet for speaking out about this matter. I also thank Sloth Apartment for providing me with a more worry-free and more secure solution. I don't need to argue with the residential group and defend my rights anymore, but I just need to give up the residential group and choose Sloth Apartment. I sincerely hope that Sloth Apartment can go out of Jingzhou as soon as possible, so that tenants across the country can rent a safe house. There is no signature, so naturally, there is no way to know who wrote it. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, folded the letter, put it back into the envelope, and handed it back to Song Kai. Keep this letter safe and don't lose it. Sloth Apartment will definitely work hard to ensure that all tenants can rent a safe house. Chapter 666, Pointing to Pei as a Horse? Seeking monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. September 23, Friday. Pei Qian felt that he had been avoiding the limelight for a few days, and it was almost time to go out for a walk. After Huang Sibo posted that video last Sunday, Pei Qian did not dare to go out on the street, let alone go to the Moyu internet cafe where he often went, but kept paying attention to the changes in the online trend. So far, people who know Pei Qian in real life, whether they are employees of Tenda or friends such as Chao Liang, Wan Guangjian, and Li Shi, have basically established a consensus to keep the secret for President Pei. And most of the curious fans no longer delve into the true identity of President Pei because of that video, but choose to regard the image in Pei's daily life as the symbol of President Pei. People's attention to the true identity of President Pei seems to have been successfully diverted. Of course, if Pei Qian goes out now, there will definitely be some troubles. Most people will take photos with him as an actor of President Pei, but at most they will just take a photo, and there will be no other troubles. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that it was about time for him to go out and take a walk to welcome his new identity. Let's go to the Moyu Internet Cafe near Handong University and have a cup of coffee first. However, considering that there are more people at noon, Pei Qian thinks it's better to arrive at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which may not be so eye-catching. At the same time, Wan Guangjian had just finished his lunch Moyu takeaway, stretched his waist, and was ready to stand up and walk around to digest the food, look at the green plants in the studio, and relax. After Struggle was launched, the only work left was to design hero original paintings for GOG, which was much easier and had more rest time. Just then, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s walk into the Halo studio. Wan Guangjian was stunned for a moment. It's really uncommon for strangers to come to the door. Because although the Halo studio rented a street-side shop diagonally opposite the Moyu Internet Cafe, in fact, their work was received from the official platform of Tenda Games or ESRO. The nature of this place is not a store but an office space, and generally no one will visit. Looking more carefully, Wan Guangjian felt that the middle-aged man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. Hello? Wan Guangjian came forward and greeted politely. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Hello, I'm Hian from Mangwa Games. I happened to pass by here and saw the sign of Halo Studio, so I thought of coming in to take a look. Wan Guangjian suddenly realized that he remembered. This is the big guy who posted a Weibo to interpret Struggle. Hian is a senior in the domestic standalone game industry. Wan Guangjian has certainly seen his photos, but there is a certain gap between photos and real people, and his memory is a little fuzzy, so he didn't recognize him at the first time. Mr. He is a senior. Please come in. I am the head of the Halo studio, Wan Guangjian. Hian was a little surprised. You are the head of the Halo studio? The painter who has been working with Mr. Pei? Nice to meet you. Somewhat surprised at Wan Guangjian's youth. The two had heard of each other, and after introducing each other, they immediately hit it off. Professionals often have a common trait, which is to respect other professionals. Wan Guangjian knew that Hian was a senior producer who was second to none in the domestic standalone game circle, and Hian also knew that Wan Guangjian was currently the top painter and concept designer in China, and there were many things he wanted to communicate. After sitting down in the studio, Wan Guangjian asked an employee to buy coffee across the street, and the two chatted while drinking. Is this the first time for Mr. Hian to come to Jingzhou? Wan Guangjian asked. Hian smiled slightly and shook his head. No, in fact, I have been here many times. I've been giving lectures to Mr. Ma from Tenda Group recently, in a small cafe nearby. The course was originally over, but Mr. Chiao's video made me interested in Jingzhou again, so I suddenly wanted to come back this weekend. I just wanted to walk around here, but I didn't expect to see the name of Halo Studio. I was a little curious, so I came in. Wang Guangjian was a little confused. Mr. Ma from Tenda Group? Qian nodded. Yes, it's Mr. Ma from Yuan Ming Venture Capital, Ma Yang. Wang Guangjian tried hard to recall, and seemed to vaguely know that there was such a person, and knew that Mr. Ma made 500 million yuan for Tenda with one move, but he had never really met him. But why did Mr. Ma let Mr. Qian give a lecture? Could it be that he felt that investment was too simple and boring, so he wanted to switch to making games? Then why didn't he ask Mr. Pei to give a lecture? Well, maybe it's because Mr. Pei is too busy at work and doesn't have time. There is such a possibility. Wang Guangjian didn't think much about it and asked casually, has Mr. He met Mr. Pei? Mr. Pei should also know that Mr. Ma asked you to give a lecture? Qian said with some regret, I didn't get to meet Mr. Pei. Mr. Ma's tuition was paid by Mr. Pei after he got the Outstanding Employee Award. Mr. Pei must know about it. Wang Guangjian frowned slightly, that's a bit wrong. Mr. Pei has always been warm and hospitable. All friends who come to Jingzhou are treated with high standards. There is no reason for him not to meet an old senior like you. Qian didn't care much, maybe President Pei is too busy. After all, Tenda has been developing rapidly during this period. I don't know how much energy President Pei has spent on developing struggle. It's normal that he is too busy. However, I am indeed very curious about President Pei. You should see President Pei often, right? Can you tell me about President Pei? Wang Guangjian nodded, of course. President Pei is very sincere to his friends. He is also a very good game producer. He has a very good grasp of the details of the game. In fact, the style of the game, struggle, was decided by him. Wang Guangjian talked about the scene at that time, with a look of longing on his face. At that time, the first batch of original paintings of struggle had just come out. Wang Guangjian handled it completely in an extremely realistic style. President Pei realized their problems as soon as he saw these original paintings, and proposed to change them all into facial characters to highlight the typical characteristics of the characters. Sure enough, this style was a great success after the game was launched. Afterwards, Wang Guangjian talked about his experience of working with President Pei in other games, such as Ghost General and GOG. Qian nodded frequently and clapped his hands in admiration from time to time. The cooperation between designers and artists has always been a difficult problem. Once the communication and cooperation are not smooth, it is easy for each other to hold each other back. But the cooperation between President Pei and Wang Guangjian seems to have no such problem at all. They can always cooperate seamlessly. This is really amazing. Qian was so excited that he also talked about teaching Mr. Ma game design theory in Jingzhou, especially focusing on how he used Mr. Pei's game as a teaching case, which inspired Mr. Ma and achieved twice the result with half the effort. The two got along better and better as they talked. Wang Guangjian is Mr. Pei's friend, Qian is Mr. Ma's friend, and Mr. Pei and Mr. Ma are friends, so if you round it off, these two people can also become good friends. What's more, they are both well-known figures in the domestic game circle, and there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future, so it is even more necessary to get to know each other. The two got along better and better as they talked, and 2 hours passed without one noticing. Qian looked at the time and said, "Oh, I didn't check the time. Did I disturb you at work?" Wang Guangjian shook his head, "No, my working hours are very flexible, so I won't delay you." Qian still stood up, "Then I won't disturb you. So, tomorrow is the weekend. If you have time, I will treat you to a meal, and we can have a good chat at the dinner table. How about it?" Wang Guangjian also stood up hurriedly, "No problem. But it must be my treat, after all, this is in Jingzhou." Qian smiled, "Don't be polite about this. Okay, then I'll go first, and we can contact each other at any time. The two left contact information with each other, and Wang Guangjian sent Qian out of the Halo studio. Just as he went out, he saw a familiar figure passing by. Wang Guangjian's eyes lit up, and the devil appeared as soon as he said it. Isn't this a coincidence? Boss Pei. Wang Guangjian was very happy. We were just talking about you. Pei Qian, who had just prepared to go out, just walked to the door of Moyu Internet Cafe, and saw Qian and Wang Guangjian walking out of the Halo studio. Then, Pei Qian, who was frozen in place, witnessed Qian's expression throughout the whole process, from surprise to astonishment, and then to confusion and shock. He was embarrassed for a moment. Countless question marks floated above Pei Qian's head. He never expected such a thing to happen. Why is he in here? Didn't he leave Qingzhou? When did he come back? And when did he meet Wang Guangjian? How should I explain? And the question marks on Qian's head are no less than Pei Qian's. At first, he was quite happy to see Boss Ma and felt that fate was indescribable. But when Wang Guangjian shouted Boss Pei, Qian's smile froze instantly. Boss Pei? Wang Guangjian actually called Boss Ma Boss Pei? Refers to Pei as Ma? Oh no, should it be Ma as Pei? It doesn't seem right. Did Wang Guangjian shout the wrong thing? No way, Wang Guangjian has worked with Mr. Pei so many times, it must be right. There must be a big problem. Both of them were embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Wang Guangjian looked at Qian, then at Mr. Pei, and found that neither of them spoke, and was a little puzzled as to what was going on, but I realized it after a second thought. It was understandable that both of them were a little excited for such a historic meeting. It's better not to disturb them and let them enjoy this meeting alone. Thinking of this, Wang Guangjian smiled slightly. You two must have a lot to talk about. I will go back to work first. See you later. Wang Guangjian returned to the Halo studio. A gust of wind blew, rolling up a fallen leaf on the ground, and everything seemed to be still. Pei Qian and Qian looked at each other, with different expressions, but they were all speechless. Chapter 667, 500 million is nothing, please give me a monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian judged from Qian's expression that he was really angry. This is quite normal, anyone who is deceived will be angry. Wang Guangjian's Pei president has explained everything. Qian must have understood now that Pei Qian claimed to be Ma Yang to deceive him into attending class. As for how Qian himself understood this matter, it's hard to say. Pei Qian thought about it. The current situation is that the more he talks, the more wrong he will be. It's better to say less and wait for teacher He to ask questions, and then deal with them. Thinking of this, Pei Qian hurriedly broke the cold. Teacher He, come in and have a cup of coffee? Qian's gloomy face looked a little better, but he still didn't say anything. The two walked into the Moyu Internet Cafe one after the other and sat down at random. The waiter came over to ask and brought 2 cups of coffee later. Qian drank coffee, and Pei's teacher He calmed him down a lot. He should be angry now, but besides being angry, he also felt a little complicated. If it were someone else, Qian might have walked away in anger, but for President Pei, he had to think about it again. There seemed to be many doubts here, and it seems difficult to get angry before thinking it through. The Mr. Ma who was listening to the class and the actor in Mr. Pei's daily life are actually the real Mr. Pei. So the question is, why did Mr. Pei put on Mr. Ma's vest and let me give him a lecture? Is he worried that I won't give him a lecture if he says he is Mr. Pei? Well, there is such a possibility. If I had known that I was giving a lecture to Mr. Pei, I would definitely not accept it. At most, I would meet and discuss it briefly. It is impossible to charge tuition, and it is impossible to prepare those courses seriously. So, Mr. Pei wants to learn these courses from scratch? It seems unlikely. Even if Mr. Pei has not studied these courses systematically, he has already learned them without a teacher with his genius mind. Why should he learn them again? Making a successful game is luck, so making so many successful games should not be luck, right? Or did Mr. Pei want to subvert the concept of these game designs? So he made the game struggle deliberately contrary to my theory? Or maybe, as a genius in game design, Mr. Pei is too far away from the ideas of ordinary people. If he wants to complete a textbook-like work like struggle, he must accept some design concepts of traditional designers. Only with these traditional concepts can he make breakthroughs and innovations on this basis. The two drank coffee silently, each with their own thoughts in mind. Pei Qian thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable reason. Why do you want to learn this? Because it is a system requirement. This reason is impossible to come up with. Then, could he tell Hien that he actually doesn't understand game design at all? He just wants to learn these basics? He has succeeded too many times, so he can learn from some failures? I'm afraid Hien will throw coffee in his face before he finishes. From Hien's point of view, he would definitely be furious to hear such words. This is too difficult. Pei Qian didn't want to keep the conversation going, so he tried to say, Teacher I actually did this for some special reasons, but it's not easy to say it out loud. Hien was silent for a moment and said, Mr. Pei, I'm just a genius. Do you think that learning this knowledge as an ordinary person will help you see the problems you ignored before? Just like some talented painters and musicians, after achieving great success, they don't know how to go further, but instead look for some ordinary artists to find inspiration from them? Pei Qian, ? Hien took a sip of coffee and continued, although I was very angry about you hiding your identity, if you had told me your identity early on, I would definitely not have taught you so seriously. Besides, you called me Teacher and you listened carefully when I talked about Tenda games. It's obvious that you want to re-examine your own games from another perspective. I talked about landlord game and my expectations for domestic standalone games in the course, and you responded well with the game struggle. To be honest, I am very pleased about this. So, I am not a petty person. Let the past be the past. Pei Qian never expected that Hien would figure it out by himself without saying anything. This is the brain supplement that originally only happened to employees now starting to happen to people around him on a large scale? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Mr. What you said makes sense, but it's not all because of this. Hien was stunned for a moment. Oh? Pei Qian considered his words a little. In fact, the game struggle deliberately added some failure elements. The main purpose is to test and see what kind of impact these failure elements will have on a game. It's just that by chance, these failure elements also succeeded. Pei Qian didn't want to take all the credit for the success of struggle. To be honest, he has always been very distressed by the outside world's praise. Because most of the content in it was not his original intention at all, if he continues to brag like this, Mr. Pei's image will become higher and higher, and once he falls in the future, he will fall miserably. Pei Qian himself doesn't care, but he is afraid that the people who brag about him can't accept this kind of gap. So, he has to be low-key and give everyone a shot of prevention, and never let everyone have any high expectations of him. Pei Qian almost wrote "I'm just an ordinary person" on his face. The same is true for Hien. Pei Qian wants to work hard to dispel Hien's wrong impression that everything in struggle is planned by Mr. Pei. Of course, he can't say that he wants to lose money, but in other words, he can say that he is doing an experiment to see the real impact of various failure factors on the failure of the game. This is much easier to accept and will not cause too much suspicion. Hien was stunned for a moment. Intentionally add some failure factors to the game? See how these failure factors affect the game? Mr. Pei, have you reached this state of doing whatever you want? You can achieve success by adding some failure factors at random? Are you challenging yourself? Mr. Pei, although you are qualified to say this, I still want to say, young people, don't be too arrogant. Pride makes people fall behind. Why do you say it as if you have already seeked defeat alone? It's not easy to make a successful game, but isn't it easy to make a failed game? Think it through. It's not that easy to succeed after a failure. Pei Qian found that the more he explained, the more Hian's understanding became distorted. But what Hian said later made Pei Qian's eyes light up. Is it easy to make a failed game? How about this, Mr. He, you come up with a game that is bound to fail, and let me challenge myself, how about that? Instead of deliberately making a failed game to lose money, it's okay to say that challenging myself is okay, right? Anyway, some truths cannot be told, and some truths Hian would not believe even if told. Only this statement would be accepted by Hian. Let Hian think of a way that is bound to fail, that is definitely a sure thing. Hian's mouth twitched slightly. Oh. Are you challenging me? I just thought of a failed game, and you dare to do what I say? Pei Qian nodded vigorously, of course. Hian laughed, that's easy. To make an RTS game, you don't need to invest much, just 200 million. Now the engine is ready, which has saved a large part of the development time and cost. Doing this will definitely lose money. Pei Qian nodded. Sure enough, teacher, he also thought that making RTS games would lose money. This is the same as what he said in class. However, if you just decide on the type of game, it seems a bit unsafe. What about other aspects? Pei Qian asked. Hian was shocked, so confident? In that case, if you invest another 300 million to make a CG, you will definitely lose everything. As for the subject matter, I don't need to limit it anymore. Anyway, you can invest 500 million in this game, plus CG. If you don't lose money, then you are awesome. Hian panted for a long time, but still didn't dare to make any too suicidal FG. Pei Qian thought about it. 500 million investment? Well, it's a little troublesome to squeeze out this money, but in order to lose money, it's troublesome. What's more, the 500 million is not all taken out at once, but in installments. Such a game must be developed across 2 settlement cycles, and it may take a year to develop. It's not a big problem to squeeze out 500 million in such a long time. Thinking of this, Pei Qian nodded. Okay, Mr. He, then the next game Tenda Games will do this. Hian was drinking coffee and almost spit it out. Are you really going to make an RTS game? Hian originally thought that Mr. Pei was just talking casually, but now looking at Mr. Pei's expression, it seems that he really wants to challenge himself. Mr. Pei, that's 500 million. Are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? Pei Qian smiled slightly. Don't think about it. Looking at Hian's expression, it's definitely a loss. Since it's definitely a loss, what else is there to think about? Hian was a little dumbfounded for a moment, not knowing what to say. Looking at Mr. Pei's expression, 500 million is nothing. Could it be that Mr. Pei already had a plan when he heard about RTS games? Has he already come up with something I don't know about? Hian was convinced. What is this called? This is called being skilled and bold. At first, he thought that young people should not be too arrogant. But now Mr. Pei's heroic look seems to have found his former youthful passion. If he is not arrogant, can he still be called a young man? Hian couldn't help but admire him and gave him a thumbs up. Okay, Mr. Pei, if you really do this, the things you cheated me before will be written off. Not only that, I will also cheer for you on Weibo. Pei Qian hurriedly said, no need to cheer. If this game really loses all the money, then I would like Mr. He to give me more guidance in the future. Hian, ? Mr. Pei is really a maverick game producer. What he said is so specious and unpredictable. Chapter 668, The Champion Always Belongs to DGE. Monthly votes requested. September 25, Sunday, the final day of the GOG Global Invitational. Two domestic teams, H4 and EK Club, successfully met in the final. Among them, SUG was originally the favorite to win the championship, but unfortunately lost to EK Club led by Jiang Huan after 5 games in the semi-finals and withdrew from the championship competition. This game was played before. Originally, SUG's overall strength was much stronger than EK, but Jiang Huan reversed his fate in the top lane and forced to carry the 5 games. With his extremely delicate operation and calm decision-making, he attracted countless fans and made the audience excited. And H4 Club won the only remaining foreign team FRY 3 o'clock in the semi-finals without any suspense and advanced to the finals. H4 and FRY, two old clubs, are also rivals. The opening ceremony of this global invitational was played by these two teams. At that time, they played back and forth and were very anxious. Because of the grouping reasons, FRY climbed to the semi-finals by stepping on the corpses of foreign teams. They may be the strongest foreign team at present, so many viewers dare not underestimate their strength. I thought it would be a close match, but I didn't expect H4 Club to end the battle with a clean 3 o'clock. Although I watched 2 fewer games, the audience was still very excited. After all, who doesn't want to see domestic teams beat foreign teams neatly? Many people also found during the game that it seems that these domestic teams are still growing. When H4 Club played against FRY in the group stage, it seemed that they were still not used to the environment of the competition. They were a little timid and missed many opportunities. But when they met again in the semi-finals, H4 played much more decisively. In addition to the lineup, tactical choices, and team cooperation, FRY Club seemed to be a little overwhelmed. The managers of these clubs know the inside story. Because during the World Game, these domestic teams have been taking advantage of various opportunities to play training games together, improve together, and make progress together. In short, Jiang Huan, the captain of DGE Team 1, and Huang Wang, the captain of Team 2, successfully met in the finals. On major live broadcast platforms, the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational Finals directly exploded, and even many live broadcast platforms were stuck and crashed, and had to purchase bandwidth urgently. As for the actual scene, the tickets were sold out long ago. Even the newly opened Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 Esports Life Center were crowded with onlookers. In short, the popularity of the GOG Global Invitational has reached its peak with the arrival of the finals. Many people have predicted the results of this competition, and the predictions are mainly based on 3 games. EK 3:2 SUG. H43:0 Fry. SUG 3:1 Fry. The match between SUG and FRY was played yesterday, and SUG won the 3rd place. Although from the results, SUG's strength is obviously higher than FRY, it is 3:1 after all. Therefore, most people think that in today's finals, the strength of EK and H4 clubs should be on par. Moreover, Huang Wang and Jiang Huan, the 2 former captains of DGE, successfully met in the finals, which increased the popularity of the DGE club. Pei Qian sat in the audience, wearing a black mask. Seeing that no one around him was paying attention to him, he dared to lift the black mask from the bottom and put the straw in to secretly drink 2 sips of the drink. Some time ago, Pei Qian met Hian at the Moyu Internet Cafe, and finally calmed Hian down without being exposed. On Friday afternoon and all of Saturday, Pei Qian was sitting in the Moyu Internet Cafe, and about a dozen people came to take photos with him and ask for his autograph. Everyone thought Pei Qian was Mr. Pei's actor, so they stopped bothering him after taking the photos. Pei Qian felt that this situation was acceptable, so he decided to watch the finals today. However, considering that almost all the players at the game were Team.A players, it was almost impossible not to be recognized, so Pei Qian still wore a mask to greatly reduce the risk of being discovered. Soon, the two commentators began to analyze the game and warm up the game, and the promotional video began to play on the big screen. The game officially started. The audience cheered for the two teams according to the rules agreed upon before. EK, come on. H4, come on. DGE, come on. After both sides finished cheering, the audience suddenly shouted DGE together, and the sound was even louder than before. Pei Qian. What a pitfall. Not only that, the director's camera was very considerate to give the front row audience the cheering signs held up. There were cheering signs for EK and H4 clubs, but the most were DG's cheering signs. Huang Wang, boxer, beat them up online. Jiang Huan, nothing can be solved by operation. If there is, then use all your strength. Wrong? Don't be the C of DGE. We DGE are invincible. DGE, the only designated champion of the GOG Global Invitational. GOG Global Finals, DGE Club Civil War. After watching these light signs on the big screen, Pei Qian felt desperate. DGE Club is completely popular, and it can't be stopped. Pei Qian was helpless, and could only comfort himself. It was okay. The players had already been sold. As long as the players recruited in the future could not play such a dominant performance, and as long as the players of other clubs were trained to be muscular, the DGE club would no longer be famous. The finals were very intense, with both sides going back and forth, and the cheers of the audience were also higher and higher. Zhang Yuan and Coach Yaling sat below and watched the game, and they were also very devoted. Although Coach Yaling could not understand GOG, after all, these players were brought up by her and had special feelings for them, so she still came to the scene. Although she could not understand what was happening on the big screen, she still felt excited when she heard the cheers on the scene, and she fully realized the excitement of the antelope competition. Although I don't understand it at all, I still watch it with relish. Why is it that I still watch it with relish? If I can understand it, it should be very exciting, right? Coach Yaling showed yearning in her expression. Zhang Yuan nodded, yes, it was indeed played very well. However, not all esports competitions can have such a program effect. Among them, President Pei's layout is very important. Coach Yaling was a little surprised. After a moment of silence, she said, what? President Pei arranged a fake match? Zhang Yuan was a little amused. How is it possible? Pei will not cheat. He must use a more advanced and natural method. In fact, at the beginning, I just treated DGE Club as an ordinary club. But obviously, Mr. Pei thought much more long-term than me. He regarded DGE Club as a talent training base for the entire GOG domestic league, and became a benchmark and example for all clubs. In many cases, capital is blind and disorderly, and it is impossible to rely on capital to maintain the order of the entire league. In order to guide the league to get on the right track faster, Mr. Pei used this method of leading by example. First, concentrate on training two strong teams like DGE, and knock all domestic clubs aside, let them understand that times have changed. Then, split all the players apart, make up for the shortcomings of these clubs, and use the awareness cultivated by the players to quickly improve the competitive level of all clubs in a short period of time. In this way, not only the strength of domestic teams over foreign teams is established, but also the strength of domestic teams is more balanced. The former can ensure that domestic teams over foreign teams, and inspire the pride of domestic players. The latter can ensure that the two teams in the finals are of similar strength, and you go back and forth, and play a wonderful game. If you do this, won't the viewing performance of the game be bad? It seems that when I won the Best Employee Award and wanted to set up an esports club, President Pei had already calculated this. It not only solved the profit and publicity problems of the DGE club and the managed gym, but also established a good competitive ecology for the GOG game. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Li Yaling nodded frequently. Although she didn't quite understand what was going on, it was enough to know that President Pei is awesome. Both sides fought hard for 5 games. Huang Wang and Jiang Huan took turns to carry, but in the end, H4 Club had better overall strength and successfully won the championship. Although Jiang Huan played perfectly in all 5 games, EK's running in was still a little worse than H4, and he lost regretfully. But Jiang Huan's performance has conquered players all over the world. In the minds of many people, he is already the strongest top laner. H4 Club stood up and shook hands with the players of EK Club one by one. Huang Wang and Jiang Huan hugged each other. Although it feels great to beat you, I have to admit that you are still better. Jiang Huan smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, it's the same. No matter who wins the championship belongs to DGE. Huang Wang nodded excitedly. That's right. Brilliant sparks sprayed from the bottom of the stage, and golden rain fell from above. The players of H4 Club rushed to the championship trophy in the center of the stage in ecstasy, and they were greeted by applause and cheers like a choral tsunami. H4's jungler Peng Ling excitedly rushed to the trophy, holding the waist of the trophy with both hands, trying to lift it up. However, an embarrassing scene appeared. The trophy didn't move at all. So much so that Peng Ling was a little puzzled. Could it be that the trophy was welded to the podium? Otherwise, how could it not even move? Huang Wang laughed. Damn it. He reached out and grasped the thin waist of the trophy, the muscles on his arm bulged, and he lifted it directly above his head with one hand. At this moment, countless flashes lit up in the audience, recording this historic moment. Huang Wang's thick arms held the huge and heavy trophy high, and golden rain slowly fell from the sky. Pei Qian, who was sitting in the audience and watching this scene, slowly floated a question mark above his head. If I remember correctly, isn't this trophy 28 kilograms? Nearly 60 kilograms. This is for the 5 of you to lift together, you brainless muscle man. Pei Qian suddenly had an ominous premonition. This picture of Huang Wang holding the trophy will not be on the hot search again, becoming a live advertisement for the DG Club and the managed gym? A broken trophy can backstab me? Chapter 669 DG's Talent Gap, Monthly Ticket Request. September 26, Monday. After having lunch at Moyu Internet Cafe, taking photos with 3 enthusiastic fans, and signing autographs, Pei Qian planned to go to the DG Club. Pei Qian was very cautious when signing, and only signed the word Pei. Because if he signed his full name, fans would definitely wonder, is Pei Qian the actor's name or Mr. Pei's name? If this is the actor's name, then the actor and Mr. Pei happen to have the same surname Pei? Is it such a coincidence? If this is Mr. Pei's name, then 50,000 words are omitted here. So, Pei Qian only signed the word Pei, on the one hand to prevent fans from making too many associations and protect his identity, and on the other hand to express a good wish. After the weekend, the number of fans he met at Moyu Internet Cafe also decreased. This is obviously Huang Sibo's I am my own stand-in has worked, greatly reducing the number of fans interested in Pei Qian's identity. It is conceivable that as time goes by, Pei Qian will be disturbed less and less. As for the GOG Global Invitational, although it has ended successfully yesterday, the subsequent heat will continue for some time and will involve many aspects. For Shangyang Games, the GOG Global Invitational, as an important part of GOG's international service promotion strategy, has achieved excellent results. This game has in-depth cooperation with foreign live broadcast platforms, and the number of viewers has repeatedly set new highs, and even the popularity on foreign websites has surpassed IOI for the first time. This marks that GOG's overseas promotion plan has achieved a phased victory. Of course, the foundation of MOBA games is relatively deep. In such a short period of time, it is unlikely that GOG will fully overtake IOI, which has made early efforts overseas, but no matter what, it is an indisputable fact that GOG has begun to challenge IOI's first-mover position worldwide. In China, the GOG Global Invitational has also made GOG's throne position more stable, and even attracted a large number of players from other games to join the pit. In the final analysis, this success comes from the following aspects. High bonuses and big money promotion have brought together extremely high popularity. Overseas audiences saw that overseas veteran clubs entered the semifinals, which ensured their attention before the semifinals. Although there were no foreign teams after the semifinals, domestic teams showed top competitive levels, so they continued to pay attention. Domestic audiences saw that domestic clubs beat overseas veteran clubs, which gave them a great sense of pride, increased their recognition of GOG, and began to deeply connect GOG with the concept of esports. This competition system is cunning but very effective. In addition, various jokes emerged during the competition, such as Huang Wang lifting a nearly 30 kilograms trophy with one hand at the end of the game, which went viral on the internet and produced a breaking circle effect. In addition to Shangyang Games, many other industries also benefited from this competition. There is no need for hosting gyms. Several hosting gyms are already full, and there are even many people queuing for seats on the app. Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 has also received higher attention. Originally, Xiaopeng wanted to build Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 into a part of the Tenda esports ecosystem. Now, under the influence of the GOG Global Invitational, this process has been greatly promoted. Huang Wang lifted the trophy and H4 Club won the prize money, which inspired countless high-end players. Many people who want to become professional players now have two ways. One is to try out in major clubs, and these major clubs happen to be in Jingzhou. The other is to find excellent players to form a team, go to Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 to compete and train together, start with Internet Cafe competitions, and then work hard to enter the professional circle. The number of reserve players that an esports club can absorb is very limited. After all, the club wants to achieve results. If the results are not satisfactory after a trial training, they will be persuaded to quit, and they will not support so many idle people. But Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 is different. If someone can keep winning in the Internet Cafe competition, then the prize money from these competitions alone can barely support the entire team and maintain basic life, which gives those young people chasing their dreams another way. As early as when Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 was successful, Pei Qian had agreed to Xiaopeng to continue to open branches, and Xiaopeng did open Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 in several densely populated and young areas in Jingzhou, just in time for the recent two waves of craze. For these, Pei Qian could only ignore them. He can no longer control the current internet cafes. Just open more branches and give more bonuses. As long as they don't pay me, he can do whatever he wants. As for whether it will have a greater impact on GOG in the future, it is definitely not something to worry about in this cycle. As for why he went to the DG club on purpose, it was mainly because Pei Qian suddenly felt that the DG club seemed to be able to be saved. The previous DG club disappointed Pei Qian, but now, the players have all sold it. Huang Wang can take the trophy. He is now a member of the H4 club. Even if he brings a lot of popularity, it still belongs to the H4 club. Of course, in the short term, everyone will still associate these players with the DG club. But what about in 3 months or half a year? In the past, the DG club was popular because of its strength. And the strength is strong because GOG is in its infancy and embryonic stage. DG is ahead of other clubs and has carried out more than 2 months of high-intensity and professional training, so it quickly opened up the gap with other clubs. But after the scattered full stars operation, the competitive level of other clubs quickly caught up. Now the 10 new internet addicts in the DG club will definitely be abused if they play against clubs like H4 or EK. In other words, the DG club can no longer maintain the dominance it had before. In terms of strength, if there is no achievement in esports, the DG club will soon be forgotten. At most, it will remain in the esports circle as a joke and will no longer make a lot of money for President Pei. Therefore, Pei Qian is ready to take a look at the situation of the DGE club. If he is optimistic, he can trust them again. For this purpose, Pei Qian specially reserved a table at Mr. Li's Ming Mansion banquet in advance, preparing to treat the team members to a big meal. DGE Club. The new DGE Team 1 and Team 2 are playing a training match. 10 people were concentrating, the sound of typing keyboards and mice was loud, and the captains of the two teams were constantly directing. Zhang Yuan and Coach Yaling were watching on the side and talking quietly. It seems that the finals yesterday gave them a lot of stimulation. One by one, they are holding their breath today. Coach Yaling said. Zhang Yuan nodded, yes, for sure. Seeing their predecessors killing all four sides in the finals and holding the trophy with one hand, these people must be very inspired. However, haste makes waste. If you want to improve your strength, simply increasing the amount is useless. The key is to pay attention to scientific training methods. I am a little worried that their current state will be counterproductive. But there is no better way. Coach Yaling looked at the whiteboard next to her, which showed the results of the first two training matches between the two DGE teams and other clubs, and they were almost all defeated. Although these new players were selected from countless high-scoring passers-by who signed up enthusiastically, they were not regular troops after all, lacked running in, and had no power to fight back against other clubs. It was precisely because of this that the two teams practiced very hard. But in esports, hard work is important, but hard work does not necessarily pay off. In many cases, talent, a good attitude, and scientific training methods are more useful than inefficient efforts. The more impatient the players are, the more likely they are to fall into this inefficient effort. Zhang Yuan was very worried about this, but he couldn't think of a better way. Maybe it's time to find a coach? But finding a coach means trusting the coach's arrangements wholeheartedly, and the current coaches are either poached by other clubs or are not strong enough. Zhang Yuan can't find a suitable candidate for a while. Just as he was having a headache, Pei Qian walked in. Zhang Yuan and Coach Yaling hurriedly stood up. Mr. Pei. Pei Qian greeted the two and found an empty seat to sit down. He inadvertently glanced at the training match results on the whiteboard, and subconsciously showed a happy expression. Why is the record so bad? These training matches were arranged with the domestic teams that have been eliminated recently. In other words, they played against weak teams, but still lost more than they won. What good news? Pei Qian couldn't help but nod slightly. Well, it looks like the start is much better than the previous batch of players. Why can the previous batch of players be full of stars? It's because they started too early and won at the starting line. And this group of players lost at the starting line. This is very comfortable. But then, Pei Qian saw the players in the training room who were concentrating and serious, and found that they all seemed to be highly focused and training hard. Pei Qian frowned instinctively. Don't be too optimistic too early, there are still great hidden dangers. This group of DGE players tried out after the DGE club became popular. They are all very talented and young high-scoring passers-by. If they continue to practice like this, their strength will soar quickly, then won't they fall into the previous vicious cycle? DGE club beats other clubs in training matches. DGE's myth continues. Sponsors invest money crazily. Other clubs offer high prices to buy players. DGE club becomes more famous, and more high-scoring passers-by come for trials. In that case, things will become out of control. Moreover, compared with other clubs, high-scoring passers-by prefer to come to DGE for trials. In addition to the brand effect of DGE, career prospects are also very important considerations. Because other clubs will try to lower the price when signing, and prefer to sign 3-year contracts with lower salaries. Many talented players will find it difficult to show their worth before proving themselves in the game. After signing a long-term contract and showing their worth, the club will not sell them, which is a big loss for the players. But in the DGE club, everyone knows that if you show your worth, you will be bought out at lightning speed, so it is perfect as a springboard. In other words, DGE does not need to bid with other clubs, and does not even need to offer high prices to these players. They will flock to them, because the newcomers who come to DGE club are not for the small salary at the moment, but to prove themselves and get big contracts from other clubs in the future. Pei Qian became more and more worried. If this scenario continues, and those talented players are monopolized from the source, then DGE club will be hopeless? No, this group of players has such a good start, we must do something to keep it going. We must not enter this vicious cycle. Obviously, these players now have seen the finals of GOG's Global Invitational yesterday, and each of them is like chicken blood. We must find a way to change their mentality. Pouring cold water is useless, and it is easy to have the opposite effect. We still have to use generous conditions to corrupt their fighting spirit. Pei Qian watched the game silently. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the training match ended. Next is the post-match summary meeting and dinner time. Zhang Yuan's expression became more worried. Because he could vaguely see that it would not work to train like this. In the past, when the two DGE teams practiced against each other, it was a fight between gods, because both teams started early, and Huang Wang and Jiang Huan's understanding of the game surpassed other club players and coaches, so the two teams became stronger and stronger. But now, when the two DGE teams practice against each other, it has become a fight between noobs. While other clubs have been on the right track and constantly developing new tactics, the disadvantages of the two DGE teams without professional coaches have emerged. Under the premise that the captains of the two teams do not understand the game as well as other clubs, no matter how much they practice, they will not achieve a good training effect. But the key is that Zhang Yuan himself is just a manager. He can see some problems, but he doesn't know how to solve them. He can only let the two teams discuss the problems of their playing methods. Although they seem to be summarizing seriously, they cannot quickly unify their thoughts and draw lessons. Instead, there are signs of blaming each other. Zhang Yuan subconsciously looked at President Pei. Since President Pei came to the club in the afternoon, he has not said much, but silently watched the two teams play training games. Zhang Yuan felt that President Pei must have some special reason to come here at this juncture. Mostly, he was worried about the talent gap problem of the DGE club. Zhang Yuan felt that President Pei must have seen the problems that he had seen. I just don't know how President Pei will solve this problem. Zhang Yuan quietly waited for President Pei to speak. Seeing the players discussing fiercely, Pei Qian's worries became stronger and stronger. Because the two captains are seriously summarizing the problems, and the players are also putting forward their own ideas, it seems that they are conducting a fruitful brainstorming. They are also very hardworking in training and very serious in post-match review. If they keep going like this, the two new teams of DGE will soon catch up with other clubs. After all, the original two DGE teams succeeded with this training method. Pei Qian felt that they must not fall into the same pit twice. Chapter 670 DGE Club is doomed. Seeking monthly votes. Thinking of this, Pei Qian stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, I think everyone has discussed it enough, let's stop here. Get ready, let's have dinner together tonight, I'll treat you. He was worried that Zhang Yuan would object, because the dinner would definitely take up the time for fitness training in the evening. But he didn't expect Zhang Yuan to be very happy and agreed, and immediately chased these internet-addicted teenagers who didn't want to leave. Zhang Yuan thought to himself, as expected, President Pei saw the problem. These players are a little bit over the top now, they should be allowed to calm down. At the same time, such a dinner can increase the cohesion of the team, which can be said to be the first step towards the right path. Soon, the DGE players came to Mingfu family banquet one after another. Pei Qian had already booked a seat and booked the largest suite in the entire restaurant. Each of the two large round tables can seat more than a dozen people. It's not full, but it doesn't matter, eat in a spacious place. Pei Qian didn't waste any time and simply picked the expensive dishes and ordered as much as he could, trying to use the food to wear down the team members' morale and make them completely forget about the previous training match. These newcomers had never been to the nameless restaurant, and the good things like the Mingfu family banquet alone were enough to whet their appetites, and they began to eat a lot. Zhang Yuan was also eating, but he was relieved and worried. What was gratifying was that President Pei activated the skill food incentive, and the effect was absolutely outstanding. In his impression, every time President Pei invited people to dinner, it seemed that the department invited would have a breakthrough in performance in a short period of time. This seems to be a kind of metaphysics, but in fact, Zhang Yuan prefers to regard this as a special skill of President Pei. This meal had an incentive effect on the new players of DGE, making them feel a sense of belonging to the DGE club, and at the same time making them calm down again, and not have that kind of anxious mentality of quick success and instant benefits. But while being relieved, he was also worried that this was still only a temporary solution. The current training method of the DGE club is outdated. With the rapid progress of other clubs, the two teams of the DGE club will only fall further and further behind if they continue to fight each other like chickens. This point. How is President Pei going to solve it? Zhang Yuan thinks that the best way is to hire a professional coach and analyst team. But who should we invite? This is the biggest problem. While he was worrying, Zhang Yuan found that his phone was vibrating. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Huang Wang. Brother Zhang, why is there no one in the club? In front of the DGE club, Huang Wang, Jiang Huan, and 10 other old DGE players gathered together, looking at the locked door of the club, feeling a little confused. After H4 Club won the championship yesterday, Huang Wang went to celebrate in the afternoon, and in the evening he had to live broadcast to share his joy with fans. The other players also returned to the club to rest. They have been training and competing intensively during this period, and it is time to take a break. This afternoon, everyone recovered and wanted to go back to DGE Club to get together and reminisce. As a result, when they arrived at the door of the club, they found that the door was closed. It should be dinner time now. DGE Club's dinner has always been provided by Moyu Takeout, so there is no need to go out. Huang Wang and his team were afraid of disturbing everyone's training, so they chose this time to come. Huang Wang originally wanted to give Zhang Yuan and Yaling Coach a surprise, but he didn't expect to be empty-handed, so he had to send a message to ask where Zhang Yuan was. Soon, Huang Wang's phone vibrated, and Zhang Yuan replied. Huang Wang looked at the message sent by Zhang Yuan. It turns out that it is Mr. Pei who is treating us to dinner. At the Ming Mansion family banquet. Brother Zhang invited us to go over and said there are enough seats. Old Zhou was very happy. That's perfect, we haven't seen Mr. Pei for a long time, let's go. Ming Mansion family banquet. Watching the team members eating heartily, Pei Qian felt that his appetite was also aroused. It must be said that the taste of Mr. Li's dishes is also gradually improving. After all, the taste of Wuming restaurant is a benchmark. Mingfu Family Banquet, as the second most high-end catering brand in Jingzhou, cannot be left behind, and its taste is also constantly improving. Pei Qian himself can't eat at Wuming restaurant every day, so it is a good choice to use Mingfu Family Banquet as an important supplement for party expenses. While eating, Zhang Yuan put away his mobile phone and said happily, Mr. Pei, Huang Wang and others also want to come and eat with us. Oh? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay, waiter, add more dishes. 10 more mouths at once, and Huang Wang and others are all strong and have huge appetites. This time, at least a few thousand yuan can be eaten, which seems to be quite cost-effective. Although Pei Qian didn't want to see them, these people came to help him spend money, so he could welcome them. Not long after, Huang Wang, Jiang Huan, and others arrived. The seats at the two large round tables had been rearranged. Huang Wang, Jiang Huan, and other old team members sat down and were about to chat and exchange pleasantries when they were stopped by Pei Qian. "Stop talking and eat first." Pei Qian was afraid that the old team members' boasting would ignite the fighting spirit in the hearts of the new team members, so he just hoped that Huang Wang and others could find their own positions, eat quietly, and not say a word. Huang Wang, Jiang Huan, and others looked at each other. "Since President Pei has spoken, let's eat as much as possible." They began to eat as much as they could. The new members of the DG club all looked yearning. It's okay that their skills are not as good as those of the old predecessors, but even their appetite is not as good as theirs. We have to keep working hard. Soon, they were full of wine and food. Pei Qian looked at the mess of cups and plates on the table and nodded with satisfaction. Well, it is good to train these people to be muscular men. At least their appetite has increased. With a larger appetite and more food, the bill will naturally be more expensive. When others see the bill when they pay the bill, they are all in pain, but when President Pei sees the bill, he is ecstatic. The new and old members of the DG club lie on the chairs, touch their round bellies, and start chatting. Huang Wang burped, "Burp. Mr. Pei, Brother Zhang, Coach Yaling, Jiang Huan and I, as well as other veteran players, can achieve our current success without your help and support. As the saying goes, one should remember the well digger when drinking water. Although we have now joined various clubs, our hearts will always belong to the DG club. The club is definitely not short of money, so we thought about it and realized that the biggest problem of the club now is the talent gap. The training of the two teams is not going well and the progress is very slow. So we decided to conduct special training for the new players of DGE, so that they can keep up with the current game rhythm faster." Pei Qian just took a sip of tea and almost spit it out. "What the hell? You 10 people are conducting special training for two teams together?" Before Pei Qian could say anything, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed and nodded immediately, "Of course. But, you are now players of other clubs. Is it appropriate for you to come back to help DG with training?" Huang Wang smiled, "No problem, our club has agreed." Jiang Huan took a sip of tea and explained, because DG club is not in a competitive relationship with them, but a mutually beneficial relationship. If it were other clubs, they would compete for rankings and would definitely not help each other. But DG club does not participate in any competitions, so there is naturally no conflict of interest. Not only that, the only way out for DG club players is to perform well and then be bought by other clubs. Therefore, we help DGE train players, which is equivalent to building a youth training camp for all major clubs that everyone can share. When these teams are short of any position, they can directly come to DG club to buy it. Isn't this more cost-effective than raising a youth training camp or poaching people from other clubs at a high price? Moreover, President Pei's previous allocation of players was very fair, and all the major clubs were convinced and praised it unanimously. So, our clubs are very supportive and are willing to provide help to the DG club. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized, so that's it. He couldn't help but look at President Pei, and once again applauded President Pei's exquisite layout. "I didn't expect that the DG club could not participate in official competitions, but objectively there would be such unexpected gains? It is precisely because the DG club does not participate in the competition and has no conflict of interest with other clubs, but will continuously supply them with talents, so these clubs need the DG club to maintain its strength and level, because this is completely consistent with their interests. There is no need for Zhang Yuan to bother to recruit coaches or select players. This club has been perfectly integrated into the GOG esports ecosystem and can operate on its own. Young people who want to enter the esports industry have 3 choices. DG Club is the best choice, because if you join here and show your strength, you will be immediately sought after by other clubs. Other clubs are second-rate choices. If it doesn't work out, you can also form your own team to play in internet cafes. As long as you have the strength, you don't have to worry about being buried. DG Club no longer even needs to consider the issue of player training, because other clubs are very happy to let the old players of DG Club take a little time to train the new players of DGE. In this way, Zhang Yuan and Yaling coaches only need to do a good job of supervision. Over time, a virtuous cycle will naturally form between the new and old players of DG Club, and talents will be updated and replaced, and strong players will continue to emerge. Even after the first batch of players can no longer play and retire, they can return to DG Club to coach, whether as head coach, analyst or fitness coach, they can be perfectly competent. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but look at President Pei with an admiring look. DG Club is like a perfect bond, which closely links GOG, esports events, major clubs, Moyu internet cafes, and other related industries of the large esports ecosystem. High. President Pei is really high. However, Pei Qian's hand holding the teacup was suspended in the air, and his expression was sluggish. It's over, it's all over. I thought that after the Global Invitational, DGE Club would be able to be reborn. Now it seems that I was completely wrong. The DGE Club is completely hopeless. Chapter 671, Tenda Group Slogan. September 27, Tuesday. Pei Qian came to the company on a whim and checked the results of the recent Tenda spiritual compatibility test on the computer. Since Tengda's recruitment was changed from free recruitment by each department to a unified examination, 2 large-scale recruitments have been carried out so far, in November and May respectively. The employees recruited in the latest round have also joined the company and become formal employees of Tenda Group. Of course, the relevant arrangements, such as expanding office space, arranging workstations, purchasing office supplies, paying wages, and various benefits, etc., are all the responsibility of the administrative and human resources departments. Pei Qian basically does not ask about it except asking if he can increase the money when spending money. Because he really does not have the energy to take care of these things, and there is no need to care about them. But today, Pei Qian suddenly thought of a question. Why does this Tenda spiritual compatibility test seem to have not eliminated any employees so far? This test does not seem to work so well. Pei Qian looked through the records and found that only the earliest batch of employees had a problem with the Tenda spirit compatibility test. The pass rate was very low at the beginning, but they still passed the test in the end and were not eliminated. And the latest batch of new employees who took the exam and joined the company in May, all passed the Tenda spirit compatibility test in one try. This is outrageous. Pei Qian racked his brains to come up with this set of questions, and buried countless traps. As long as the test taker has a little workplace inertia, it is difficult to pass the test. Moreover, the question bank is constantly changing, and only Pei Qian has the standard answers. After each test, even if the test taker passes, it is impossible to know which question he got right and which question he got wrong. In this case, how did these newcomers pass all of them in one try? In the absence of a leak, Pei Qian felt that there were only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the people recruited are just idiots. This is too optimistic, and the possibility is almost 0. Pei Qian will not lie to himself. The second possibility is that these people were not originally lazy, but were influenced and trained by various departments to become lazy. This possibility is greater. Then the question is, since all departments have become lazy departments and new employees have been trained to be lazy, why is Tenda Group still thriving and thriving? Could it be that Tenda Group has become a magical company where everyone can survive and develop just by working casually? This idea is a bit outrageous, but it is not completely unreasonable. After all, the Matthew effect is this thing. We still have to think about it in the long run. Pei Qian spent 2 hours to update the entire question bank again, including some of the questions in it. If you change a few keywords, the answers will become completely different. After all the changes were made, Pei Qian submitted the question bank again. Although it seems that there is little hope of persuading employees to quit using the Tenda Spirit compatibility test, we cannot give up hope. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside the office, and Assistant Qian pushed the door open. Mr. Pei, CCTV's financial observation column wants to make a special program for our company. The program team wants to use our Tenda Group's slogan as the title, so they asked me. However, our company doesn't seem to have a slogan yet. How about you think of one? Pei Qian, who had just uploaded the mental test questions, turned his head to look at Assistant Qian, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. Financial observation column? Why is it a TV station again? It's okay for Jingzhou TV, but now even CCTV is here? Are they eager for me to die? Pei Qian's face darkened. Reject. Assistant Qian hesitated for a moment. Boss Pei, you may not understand. Financial observation is an analysis program, not an interview, and you or any Tenda employee are not required to come forward. Even if we do not provide this slogan as a title, the program team will set a title for broadcast. Pei Qian was confused. Can it be played like this? Is this a case of acting first and asking for permission later? In other words, whether I cooperate or not, the program will be broadcast as usual? Pei Qian was silent for a moment and asked, then, can we discuss with them not to broadcast this program? Assistant Qian smiled and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Pei Qian leaned back in the boss chair, feeling very melancholy. It seems that this is not a discussion, but a notification. Okay, don't you just want a slogan? Here you go. On behalf of Tenda Group, I will give you a very outrageous slogan. If you dare to use it, then I respect your program team as a man. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, the slogan of our Tenda Group is, always believe that something inexplicable is about to happen. Even the knowledgeable Assistant Qian was subconsciously stunned. The so-called slogan can be translated into a slogan or slogan, but the translated meaning cannot fully reflect the original meaning of the word. Specifically, it is to convey the company's philosophy through short and condensed text, emphasize the most prominent features of the company and products, establish brand characteristics, and attract users. If we use social accounts as an example, the brand logo is the avatar, the brand name is the nickname, and the slogan is the personal signature. A good slogan must be closely related to the company's characteristics or product characteristics, and must be simple, easy to read, easy to understand, and easy to remember, so that customers can see the core value of the brand at first glance. It is not just a promotional slogan, but also a slogan that contains the core spirit of the entire company. For example, the phrase, just do it, is a very good slogan. Although Tenda Group has many industries so far, and different industries have their own characteristics, the entire Tenda Group does not have a very clear slogan. But President Pei's slogan, always believe that something inexplicable is about to happen? This sentence gave Rao the feeling that it was as inexplicable as the content it described. President Pei, are you sure you want to use this sentence? Because this slogan was a bit too outrageous, it triggered the secondary confirmation mechanism that Assistant Qian rarely used. Pei Qian nodded, yes, that's it. Assistant Qian didn't ask any more questions, but nodded and left. She could predict that the people in the financial observation column would be as shocked as she was when they heard this slogan. And Chinese Network. Mei Chun welcomed Wu Ben, Chui Geng, and LV Mingliang in, and then quickly closed the door of his office. Then, he took out a few books from the locked drawer and distributed them to everyone. On the cover of the book were written a few big words, a preliminary exploration of Tenda Spirit. The so-called preliminary exploration means preliminary exploration, which is generally used as the title of a paper to express modesty. The use of preliminary exploration here is obviously to emphasize that the Tenda spirit is broad and profound. These are just preliminary explorations of the Tenda spirit. In addition to the content of the book, we can continue to dig deeper. Remind readers that this book should only be regarded as an inspiration, not a dogma. Wu Bin reached out to take it, with a look of surprise on his face. It's already printed? So fast. He happily stroked the cover. This is the result of his hard work for several months. Finally, I can see the physical book. Ma Yiqun nodded. Well, because it is not distributed, it saves a lot of time. For example, the previous good ones only printed a small number of 200 copies, and distributed them to the core employees inside, and Mr. Pei's friends like Mr. Li. If you can't distribute them all, lock them up and keep them, and don't distribute them indiscriminately. Although the content of this book is not much and there is no illegal content, according to relevant regulations, if you want to print in batches, you must also obtain a permit, otherwise it will violate the management regulations. Many people secretly print books without approval, even if they only read them themselves, which is strictly against the regulations. Therefore, Ma Yiqun discussed with Wu Bin and felt that it would be better to publish books directly through formal channels at their own expense than to obtain a license. There are 3 links in self-publishing books: writing, publishing, and distribution. The so-called distribution means entering the sales terminal market through distribution channels, facing customers directly, and spending money on promotion and distribution. However, the book A Preliminary Exploration of Tenda Spirit did not expect to make money, or even to be widely disseminated. It was only for some core members to communicate and learn, so it was only published and not proofread. There are 3 places worth mentioning in this book. It is clearly written on the first page of the book that this is only a preliminary interpretation of Tenda Spirit, which can only serve as an inspiration. Don't fall into dogmatic thinking, but constantly experience, expand, and dig deeper in your work. The 3 world-famous paintings of President Pei, namely Back Against the Current, Pei's Lunch, and Pei Thinking, are all printed in the book as illustrations. On the last page of the book, President Pei's long list of titles is written in a paragraph, which is easy to overlook if you don't pay attention. Ma Yiqun said, the printed books are basically in Lu Mingliang's warehouse. Everyone can take them according to their needs, but the whereabouts of each book must be recorded. Wu Bin added, also, I want to emphasize one point. The reason why this book is limited is not to prevent leaks, but to cultivate everyone's independent thinking spirit. One of the Tenda spirits is independent thinking, not blindly following. If everyone stops thinking deeply about the Tenda spirit after getting this book, this is another kind of blind following, and we must be vigilant. The more valuable content of this book lies in Mr. Pei's behavior and specific examples. For these contents of the Tenda spirit, it does not need to be deliberately kept secret. Wu Bin's meaning is very simple. If the Tenda spirit is a secret book, then the few sentences after the high summary are at most the names of the moves. It is meaningless to know the names of the moves, but not the specific mental methods. On the contrary, letting these highly summarized contents spread privately in an unofficial way will be helpful and is an important part of the dissemination of Tenda's corporate culture. Everyone nodded, understood. Chapter 672, Mr. Pei's Special Business Model, Please Vote for Me. September 29, Thursday night. Lisha returned to the sloth apartment in the city's dawn early, turned on the TV, and waited for the financial observation column of CCTV's financial channel to start. The program list has been announced long ago. This column will be a column that deeply analyzes the business model of Tenda Group. The name of the program is Tenda Group, always believe that something inexplicable is about to happen. Just looking at this name, people are very interested. There are many people like Lisha waiting for this program to start. Because everyone wants to know how this column will analyze the business model of Tenda Group. Financial Observation is a professional financial column and a chat-style news commentary program. It often invites financial media people, experts and scholars, and entrepreneurs as guests to realize the life and media of economics in the form of chat. On the premise of ensuring that it is easy to understand, it has strong professionalism. Of course, there are many so-called media economists nowadays who often appear in public and are praised by many media, but in fact they have no real talents or even lack the conscience that a scholar should have. However, due to the platform, this episode of Financial Observation has not seen a similar situation, so it is still very popular. Leisure has also watched several episodes of the program, and the analysis of some corporate business models in it has benefited him a lot. This time, the Financial Observation column encountered the Tenda Group, which has expanded rapidly in 2 years. What kind of sparks will it create? Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. Soon, the program officially began. In-depth observation of the economy and serving the public life. Hello everyone, I am the host Reshaping. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited, a local company in Qingshan founded in 2009, has expanded its business to technology, electronic games, internet cafes, catering, online literature, logistics, fitness, rental housing, and other fields in just 2 years. Compared with the companies before our Financial Observation column, it is not so large in scale, and has not achieved the leading position in most fields. It seems that it is a bit miscellaneous, but not refined. Many people therefore criticize Tenda's business model as biting off more than it can chew and indecisive. On the surface, it seems to be true. Whenever Tenda makes a breakthrough in one field, it can't wait to move into the next field, and even often gives people a feeling of too impatient. However, as the scale of Tenda Group continues to expand, we might as well reflect on whether Tenda Group's business model is really like some people's, miscellaneous but not refined. Mr. Pei, who was able to build such a business empire in just 2 years, made a major mistake in development strategy, or did he have other ideas? Today's Financial Observation column, we specially invited Professor Pei Qian, an economics expert, to analyze the deep strategy behind the seemingly unreasonable Tenda model. Before the program officially started, a short film was played first, which included most of the achievements made by Tenda Group so far, including excellent game works that have been praised many times by official platforms, myriad takeaway that actively responds to garbage classification, Jingji Hostel, a star project of the transformation of the old industrial zone, and Tenda Life app that brings convenience to Jingzhou, etc. Then, the host began to talk with Professor Pei Qian and got to the point. Professor Pei Qian has gray hair and wrinkles on his face. He speaks slowly and makes people feel very comfortable. Tenda Group is a very interesting company. I also did a simple research on it. Many people on the internet said that Tenda's business model is miscellaneous but not refined. Why? Because if you look at the development history of Tenda Group, you will find that it started making games, and halfway through, it turned to internet cafes. When the internet cafes started to take off, it went into catering, fitness, rental housing, and other industries. This is obviously completely contrary to the general business model. Generally, companies pursue to cultivate a certain field. For example, if a general person opens an internet cafe and it is successful, the next step must be to open branches in other cities, and then try to find investment, burn money, expand rapidly, and strive to quickly open internet cafes across the country in a chain manner to quickly occupy the market. But Tenda is just the opposite. Once an industry is established, it will be thrown aside and a new industry will be opened. The original industry will be left to fend for itself, without financing or continuing to invest in it on a large scale, and it will be allowed to develop slowly. So far, in addition to its games, movies, mobile phones, and other businesses, most of Tenda's other physical businesses are still mainly concentrated in Jingzhou City, and at most expanded to Handong Province. Many young companies particularly prefer those super first-tier cities, but Tenda Group doesn't touch them. Many people think that Tenda's decision is too stupid. Why? Take internet cafes for example. If they concentrate their funds to open internet cafes all over the country, the market share of Moyu internet cafes may be dozens of times higher than it is now. When they split and go public, how fast will they make money? But recently, such voices have obviously become less. Why? Because everyone sees the advantages of the Tenda model. Because we found that Tenda's various physical industries can support and help each other. Every decision to enter a new field is not made rashly, but is obviously well thought out. What are the disadvantages of such a business model? It takes a long time to take effect. Using only your own money, opening branches, and continuing to expand when you have spare money, is definitely much slower than the normal model. Many startups have raised several rounds of financing in 1 or 2 years, and their market share has reached 60% to 70% or even higher. On the other hand, although Tenda's physical industry is not large in size, it has not yet completely gone beyond Handong province. The expansion speed in a certain field is obviously not at the same level. But what are the advantages of the Tenda model? The foundation is solid. You will find that these industries are interconnected and support each other, forming an extremely stable business closed loop. When a new industry goes online, it can immediately divert all customers from other industries to it, which is very easy. The problem of getting started is solved right away, and after customers get used to it, their stickiness will be particularly strong. Even if other competitors start a price war, it will not work. Of course, there is no right or wrong in the two business models, both are successful. But it is obvious that Tenda's model is more stable and reliable, and once it is formed, it is almost impossible to shake it. So, Tenda Group, are not interested in it. Many companies now think about how to burn money to make data, attract more money, and then find a big company to acquire it, sell the company directly, and achieve personal financial freedom. Is this behavior right? I don't comment. But this behavior is obviously too short-sighted. This model is impossible to create a real giant enterprise. The Tenda model is particularly stable, taking one step at a time. Its ultimate goal is to become a super-large enterprise with strong risk resistance. Its future competitors will be behemoths across multiple fields such as Shenhua Group and overseas Pineapple Technology. Mr. Pei's purpose is obviously not to sell the company to achieve personal financial freedom, but to really compete with these big companies. And this kind of long-term vision and patience is not possessed by ordinary entrepreneurs, and it is also what we should encourage and promote. The host Wang Zhiping nodded, then Professor Bai, do you think other companies can learn or copy Tenda's model? Professor Bai Qimiao shook his head, it's difficult. Tenda Group, so they can adopt this model because their founder, Mr. Pei, has a long-term vision and is good at layout. At the same time, the financial resources provided by Tenda Games can support this widely deployed business model. If ordinary companies want to adopt this model, it is very likely that any failure of a project will drag down the entire company's capital chain. The risk is too high. However, this also shows the value of Tenda Group. We should cherish such private enterprises. The host Wang Zhiping nodded, then Professor Bai, what do you think of Tenda's slogan, which is the title of our program this time? Professor Bai Qimiao smiled slightly, this is a very interesting slogan. It is just right to describe Tenda Group. In my opinion, there are two ways to interpret this sentence. The first is for all users, to make all users believe that Tenda is a company that can create miracles and surprises. Customers must always believe that Tenda will bring them surprises. Because Mr. Pei's layout is very complicated, many industries are even unrelated at first glance, so it will give people a feeling of inexplicable dot. But once the mystery is revealed, it will make people feel that this is unexpected and reasonable. The second is for all employees, to cultivate employees' optimism and risk awareness. An economist abroad proposed the concept of Black Goose event. This concept is very complicated, so I won't expand on it. This sentence is obviously in line with the Black Goose theory. Always believe that inexplicable events are about to happen, which emphasizes the coexistence of opportunities and risks. Be ready to welcome opportunities at any time, and also be ready to welcome risks at any time. Sometimes, what you don't know is more meaningful than what you know. I think it is this high level of risk awareness that makes Mr. Pei attach great importance to the company's risk resistance and create the prototype of a special business empire like Tenda. The host Wang Zhiping nodded. Okay, thank you Professor Bai for your in-depth analysis of Tenda's business model. So Professor Bai, what kind of guidance do you think this issue of financial observation can provide for other entrepreneurs? Professor Bai Qimiao thought for a while and said, it is unlikely to learn Tenda's business model, but other companies can cooperate with Tenda more. I think, with Mr. Pei's risk awareness and Tenda's risk resistance, Tenda Group should be a good partner. Cooperating with such entrepreneurs is definitely better than cooperating with those entrepreneurs who are obsessed with burning money and selling companies. Seeing this, the 11th and 12th floors of the City Dawn Sloth apartment fell silent at the same time. Pei Qian's head was full of question marks, while Li Shida's head was full of exclamation marks. Li Shi realized a very serious problem. Soon a large number of companies will come to cooperate with Tenda, and they may compete with him for the soup. And Pei Qian also realized a very serious problem. I had only set up an empty pot on the fire, but Mr. Li and his people came with a portion of ingredients for no apparent reason, and then forced all of them into my mouth. They were willing to just drink the soup. Now, I'm afraid more diners with their own ingredients will come over to share the soup. Pei Qian seemed to have seen the tragic scene of himself choking to death while eating meat. The only good news is that the settlement will be made tomorrow, and no matter how much profit you make, it will be in the next cycle. But on the night before the settlement, Pei Qian still felt inexplicably complicated. And a little bit sad. Is it so difficult to secretly pay some money? Chapter 673 Settlement, Monthly Ticket Request. September 30th, Friday. The settlement is coming soon, and Pei Qian is a little tired and a little nervous. After a week of spending money, especially by continuously opening branches and investing in OTTO technology, Pei Qian finally managed to reduce the system funds to 8.74 million, which is a miracle. The initial system funds for this cycle are 20 million, but so far, it is still unclear how much loss there is. Because the value of various fixed assets must be added. The system's fixed asset value is not updated in real time. It will only be refreshed once when the fixed assets are just purchased, and then refreshed once at the settlement. However, Pei Qian made a rough estimate and felt that the problem should not be big. So far, in addition to the original Mingyun Villa, Pei Qian has 4 buildings. The values of the last update were 8.61 million, 32 million, 20 million, and 8.1 million times 2. Pei Qian calculated that the current total value of fixed assets is 76.81 million, which means that it will be converted into 7.68 million system funds. If all goes well, this cycle should be able to convert 874 plus 768 to 2000 times 0.1 equals 360, 000. Moreover, there is a special task. Even if the full amount cannot be deducted, as long as a certain amount is reduced, this cycle will not be in vain. In front of Pei Qian, the system screen automatically appeared. Wealth Conversion System 2.0. Host, Pei Qian. Surplus conversion ratio 1000 to 1, loss conversion ratio 10 to 1. Settlement is about to be settled. Fixed asset value is being re-estimated. System funds, 7.39 million plus 9.63 million, 1.63 million. Fixed assets, 96.63 million. Details, 1 commercial and residential villa in Mingyun Villa, 9.1 million, 12 households in Building 1 of City Dawn, 39.87 million, 77 households in Shandong Garden Commercial and Residential Building, 23.26 million, 16 households in Building 8 of Binhe Community, 12.26 million, 16 households in Building 9 of Binhe Community, 12.14 million. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and 3 question marks floated above his head. What the hell? The previously estimated fixed asset value was 76 million, but how come it has become 96 million now? Pei Qian hurriedly checked the fixed asset details and found that these buildings had increased in value to varying degrees. The 2 buildings in Binhe Community increased in value from 8 million to 12 million, and the City Dawn building where he lived increased in value from 32 million to more than 39 million. Even the commercial and residential buildings in Mingyun Villa and Shandong Garden increased in value, adding all together, the price has increased by nearly 20 million yuan inexplicably. The direct consequence is that the original expected loss of 3.58 million yuan has now been reduced to 1.63 million yuan. In other words, the personal property that can be converted has shrunk by 195,000 yuan. Pei Qian slapped his forehead and his face turned pale. It's bad. There is a big problem with this calculation. The villas in Mingyun Villa have skyrocketed because the nameless restaurant has become more popular, which has driven up the surrounding housing prices. Not to mention the other buildings, on the one hand, it is because of the fame of the sloth apartment, and on the other hand, it is also because of the decoration. When Pei Qian bought the 3 buildings in the City Dawn and Binhe Community, they were all bargain hunting prices, especially the Binhe Community, which had been uninhabited for several years and had been in disrepair for a long time, and a house was only sold for 500,000 yuan. But now, the 2 buildings in the Binhe Community have been renovated by designers, and the living environment has directly leaped, so the selling price has naturally risen, directly returning to the normal housing price level, and even exceeded it by a large margin. Pei Qian originally thought that even if there was an error in the value he estimated, it should not be very large, but now it seems that he was completely wrong. Nearly 200,000 personal property disappeared, and Pei Qian almost vomited blood. This is more painful than being stabbed in the back 10,000 times. Pei Qian did not have much time to grieve, because in his field of vision, the light curtain continued to roll. Special task for this cycle, learning is endless, completed. Completion degree is being evaluated. Learning course, game design. Learning fee, 1.6 million. Completion degree, perfect. Reward, the host can freely reduce or increase a certain amount of system funds. The value is 1.6 million times 8 is equal to 12.8 million. Please use the reward before wealth conversion. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then his eyebrows were overjoyed. Is perfect okay? Originally, Pei Qian had no special expectations for the completion of this task. He thought it would be good to reduce 2 or 3 million. He never expected that he would reach the highest amount. As for why he could achieve a perfect evaluation, Pei Qian mainly considered the following reasons. The 1.6 million tuition fee was successfully spent, which shows that the system recognizes the true level of Hian and Qiu Hong. When Hian and Qiu Hong were teaching, they basically did not hold back and took out all their treasured dry goods to talk about. Pei Qian's understanding of games, especially his own games, has reached a new level, and he has a comprehensive understanding of basic game design concepts, the development history of domestic games, and other knowledge. In other words, Pei Qian used to make games by guessing, without understanding anything. Now, Pei Qian still makes games by guessing, but he has learned a lot. The system determines the learning effect, based on Pei Qian's knowledge reserve before and after learning. Pei Qian was originally a primary school student who answered a college test paper by guessing, and now Pei Qian's knowledge reserve is equivalent to that of a middle school student. Although he still answered the college test paper by guessing, he has made progress in the system's recognition. It can only be said that life is full of surprises. Pei Qian chose to cut the system funds without hesitation. The reason why he had to work hard to lose money in this cycle was for the reward of this special task. If the 12.8 million is used to increase the system funds, it is nothing more than an additional income of 10,000, which is insignificant, but if the system funds are cut, it will be a good deal. System funds are being reduced. System funds, 00000 plus 9.63 million, 10.37 million. Fixed assets, 96.63 million. Personal property, 1.07 million. Settlement in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System funds, 00000 plus 9.63 million, 10.37 million. Fixed assets, 96.63 million. Personal property, 2.214 million, 1.04 million times 110%. If the wealth conversion value in the current cycle reaches more than 200,000, you will receive a mysterious reward within the system rules. Available, currently unfinished project, Auto Technology Laboratory Research Project. Related products must be launched before the next settlement. Seeing this, Pei Qian patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The ups and downs of life are really exciting. Originally, he could only get 160,000, but after this special mission, it became 1.14 million. Pei Qian had more than 900,000 personal assets in the last cycle. Usually, he didn't have any big expenses, but he couldn't spend nothing, because if he wanted to get the system wool, he had to link this expense with his work and ask the company's finance department for reimbursement, which was quite troublesome. For things under a few hundred yuan, he might as well pay for it himself. In addition, Ruan's skin income fluctuated around 40,000 to 50,000 every month, and there was no big increase for the time being. There was no way around it. Pei Qian was pitted by the pricing strategy he gave to GOG. Because Ruan was a collected idea, players could buy new skins at a discount when they were put on the shelves. Later, the original price would be restored, but fewer people would buy them. What's more, GOG's current focus is overseas. Hurricane Comics is still releasing a lot of new heroes, and each hero needs skins. The development team can't just focus on Ruan and release skins crazily. So, in the past 3 months, the money earned from skins is only more than 100,000, which is not as exciting as imagined, but Pei Qian was satisfied. What bicycle did he need? This was already a lot. Let's collect the mysterious reward first. Mysterious reward, welfare upgrade. Every cycle when the wealth conversion value reaches 800,000 or more, you will receive a significant mysterious reward, currently available. After the wealth conversion system 2.0 was updated, there are permanent benefits in each cycle, that is, you can get a mysterious reward after the wealth conversion value reaches 200,000. There are all kinds of mysterious rewards. For example, the mystery reward of the last cycle was a special task of this cycle. And this time, the mysterious reward is a welfare upgrade. When the wealth conversion value reaches 800,000, you can receive a significant, mysterious reward. Because the wealth conversion amount of this cycle has exceeded 800,000, you can receive it immediately. Pei Qian was a little dizzy. No nesting dolls. But it's still a happy thing that one reward can be received twice. Pei Qian felt that this was mainly due to his firm belief in loss in this cycle. A wealth conversion value of 800,000 means that you have to make 800 million to make money, which is much more difficult than losing money. Click to receive again. Mysterious reward, upgraded version. In the next 6 months, a technological breakthrough will occur randomly. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then went back to read the original description. Then, a bunch of question marks floated above his head. Are you kidding me? When Pei Qian saw the mysterious reward with significant impact before, he subconsciously thought that this reward must be better than the original mysterious reward, otherwise how could it be called significant impact? As a result, he realized now that a significant impact does not necessarily affect himself, and it is not necessarily a good impact. Take this reward for example, a random technological breakthrough? What if this technological breakthrough happens to be related to the project he is working on? This is so weird. Pei Qian, who was in a good mood just now, was in a bad mood again. Sure enough, the system insisted on cheating for 100 years without wavering. Next settlement time, 4 months later. System funds will be replenished soon, target amount, 30 million. System funds 30 million replenished. System funds replenished. System funds, 30 million plus 9.63 million. Fixed assets, 96.63 million. Personal property, 2.214 million. Permanent reward, if the wealth conversion value of the current cycle reaches more than 800,000, you will receive a significant mysterious reward. Currently unfinished project, Auto Technology Laboratory Research Project. Relevant products must be listed before the next settlement. After experiencing the ups and downs before, Pei Qian's mood has calmed down. The next cycle is until January 31st, which is only 4 months. It is a short cycle with no special tasks. It seems a bit hopeless, but Pei Qian is full of motivation. The system funds for the next cycle have increased by another 10 million, which means that fixed assets can continue to be purchased. In addition, there is the help of Mr. He from Tenda Games. Let's set a small goal first, and try to lose 20 million. Chapter 674 Teacher, he is the guiding light, please vote for the monthly ticket. Tenda will of course have a normal holiday during the 7-day National Day holiday. The last cycle has just ended, and Pei Qian's personal assets have also reached 2.2 million, which is very touching. It is just the right opportunity to take a good rest. My parents finally moved to the new house. Pei Qian's plan went smoothly. First, let the 2 elders take time to choose furniture, home appliances, etc., and then let them live there for a few days to liven up the house. In this way, after the 2 elders get used to living there, the house will be sent away naturally. However, this time when Pei Qian came to the new house near the high-speed rail station, although he had prepared himself in advance, he was still shocked by the soft decoration style inside. The full set of solid wood furniture is large and heavy, all dark brown, the TV wall is painted with lotus flowers, and large landscape paintings are hung on the wall. Green plants can be seen everywhere in the living room, bedroom, and study room. Pei Qian thought silently, well, this time there is no need to worry about it, this house will be given to the 2 elders, and I will not live there anymore. But Pei Qian really doesn't need this house anymore. Sloth apartment is so comfortable to live in, there are housekeepers and cleaners, no need to tidy up the house or clean up. As for the current 2 million personal property, Pei Qian has not yet decided how to spend it. Let's save it first. Keeping some money will make you more resistant to risks. October 8th, Saturday, normal work. Pei Qian came to the company office early. He had 2 things to do today. First, arrange the shock department and the Tenda Cornerstone Award. Second, assign the Tenda Game Department the task of developing new games. The shock department and the Tenda Cornerstone Award for this cycle are really a bit difficult to choose. The shock therapy is prepared for the department that makes the most money, but in the last cycle, it seems that many departments are making money, but no department makes enough to make Pei Qian angry. The one who makes the most money is obviously the 500 million of IOI shares, but should this account be counted to Yuan Venture Capital or Shenyang Games? It seems that neither is very appropriate. Strictly speaking, this is a historical legacy. should we talk about shocking Lao Ma? That doesn't make sense. Therefore, Pei Qian thought for a long time and decided to give Moyu Internet Cafe a shock during this period. Of course, it was only the management that was shocked, and the stores were still operating normally. After the management arranged the location and decoration of the new store, they went to shock for 3 months, and the store employees were paid extra wages according to the overtime standard. This way, money was spent without causing new backstabbing, which was perfect. Although Tenda Games and Shenyang Games should also be shocked, they are still expected to maintain normal operations and burn money during this cycle, so they can only be spared. As for the choice of Tenda Cornerstone Award, it also gave Pei Qian a headache. If Moyu Takeaway had insisted on losing money until now, it would undoubtedly have won the Tenda Cornerstone Award, but Moyu Takeaway has already rebelled, so it is not eligible for this award. Other departments that Pei Qian had high hopes for, including the managed gym, sloth apartment, etc., basically also made all kinds of troubles, and could only say goodbye to this last place reward system, Cornerstone Award. As for Nifeng Logistics, it has already won it once, and it can't always win it. Pei Qian thought about it and finally decided to give this award to OTTO Technology. Although OTTO Technology did nothing, they only spent money without output, which is already a great achievement. Rewards are like this. It's a waste not to give them. Pick a general from the short ones, just give it as you can. After everything was arranged, Pei Qian handed the commendation to Assistant Xian, and then began to think about the new game. This cycle is only 4 months, which is not enough for a well-made RTS game. Not to mention the CG, which is even less. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to postpone this game to the next cycle so that he could spend more money. However, he had no idea how to make this game. Pei Qian didn't want to make the decision himself, nor did he want Hu Xianben and the others to play freely. No matter which one, it seemed that there would be no good results. So, let's ask for help from Teacher He. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Heian for a video call. Not long after, the video call was connected. Heian had left Jingzhou and returned to his residence. From the situation on the video, it seemed that he was drinking tea and reading a book, quite leisurely. Mr. Pei? What's the matter? Heian took a sip of tea slowly. Pei Qian said very humbly, Teacher He, I want to ask about the new game. Puff. Heian almost choked. For some reason, the more humble Mr. Pei's attitude was, the more people felt that he was pretending. Fortunately, Heian was used to it. After coughing twice, he said, haven't I made it very clear? What else is there to ask? RTS game, the game itself cost 200 million, and CG cost another 300 million, a total of 500 million, it is definitely challenging. Heian repeated what he had said before. Pei Qian nodded, I know, Mr. He. But if that's all, I'm afraid it's still not enough. How about considering the details? For example, what subject matter should we choose? What kind of story background should we choose? Should the game's operation be more hardcore or simpler? Heian on the other end of the video was stunned. You want me to choose this one too? The challenge is already high enough, and you want to make it even more challenging? Pei Qian nodded quickly, yes, I'll make it even more challenging. Heian was silent. Are you so confident? You've already made an RTS game, but you still think it's not difficult enough and want to make it even more challenging? Okay, I hope you don't regret it. Heian thought about it and said, in terms of themes, there are not many options. They are nothing more than science fiction, Western fantasy, and Chinese style. For science fiction, it's Star Ocean, for Western fantasy, it's fantasy war, and Chinese style, no one has done it yet. Pei Qian was delighted, then I'll make a Chinese style RTS? Heian laughed, don't you want a challenge? Chinese style RTS is the least challenging. Pei Qian was stunned, huh? Qian took a sip of tea and continued, domestic manufacturers have almost no RTS games that can be shown off. If you make an RTS game with the theme of the Three Kingdoms or ancient mythology, and spend a lot of money to craft it, even if the quality is average, it will be praised by domestic players. After all, it is unique. When foreign players buy it because they are interested in Chinese culture, the chance of success is still very high. If you want a challenge, choose Western fantasy or science fiction, and directly compete with Fantasy War and Star Ocean. How about it? Pei Qian suddenly realized. As expected, an old man in the family is like a treasure. If I hadn't asked teacher, Qian had just done it, making a Chinese-style RTS game, I might have made money again. Thinking about it carefully, what Qian said makes sense. Misaligned competition will greatly increase the chance of success. On the contrary, RTS games have already been preceded by Star Ocean and Fantasy War. If I follow the trend and make a similar one, wouldn't it be a pure head-on confrontation? Very good. Teacher, he is indeed a shrewd man, and it feels stable. Pei Qian was delighted and continued, okay, let's do it. Teacher please continue, what about the difficulty of the game? Qian frowned and looked carefully at the expression on Pei's face on the phone screen. Seems really happy? So confident? I don't believe you dare to do what I say. Qian continued, the game must be easier to operate. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Ah? Qian laughed, what? Don't dare? Pei Qian scratched his head, it's not that I don't dare, Mr. He. Are you sure that making it easier will make you lose? Oh no, more challenging? Qian frowned slightly, a little confused about whether Mr. Pei was sincere or acting. Of course, there is nothing to doubt about it. RTS games are now in decline, but there are still many old players, and what they lack the most is sentiment. If the operation is a little more complicated, like Fantasy War and Star Ocean 2, it will naturally be welcomed by hardcore players, which is the target player group of RTS games. Star Ocean 2 was released 2 years ago. Although many people were pessimistic, the sales volume was not low at all. The expansion pack released last year was also well received. Although it is impossible to reproduce the glory of Star Ocean, it is very successful from a purely commercial perspective. Making the difficulty of RTS games higher is the correct way to open them. As long as the requirements of these hardcore players can be met, their purchasing power is very terrifying. On the contrary, if RTS games are made simple, it will be very embarrassing. For hardcore players, the game is too simple and boring to play. For ordinary players, no matter how simple it is still an RTS game. Can it be compared with GOG? I still won't touch it. Pei Qian suddenly realized again. Yes. What teacher, he said, makes sense. Pei Qian had studied game design after all, so he understood it immediately. Okay, I understand, Mr. He. You are really my guiding light. I will definitely treat you to a big meal at the Wuming restaurant after the game is finished. Pei Qian thanked him profusely and then hung up the video. He looked at the video end prompt on the phone screen and was a little puzzled. Mr. Pei seemed to be talking about the guiding lamp. After hanging up the video, Pei Qian had a clear idea in his mind. If you spend 500 million yuan on a low-difficulty sci-fi or Western fantasy RTS game, you will definitely lose money. So the question is, should you make sci-fi or Western fantasy? After thinking about it, I decided to make sci-fi. On the one hand, Star Ocean 2 was released more than a year ago, and it is still popular until now. If you try to make it, the probability of failure is higher. If you try to make it with Fantasy War, it was a game 9 years ago after all, and the probability of failure is not that high. On the other hand, there are a lot of heroes in GOG that are suitable for Western fantasy backgrounds. Pei Qian is afraid that the new game will link with GOG again and divert all GOG players to it, which will be troublesome. Based on past experience, this is not impossible. So, it is still a sci-fi theme, the probability of failure is higher, and it will cost more money.